Yo, you know how we do. Come on. We in there, B. Yeah, man. You get me? Real, we work. We're gonna get that dough, you get me? Yeah, that dough. Trust me. So, yeah. Yeah, we do. Pick up my G Block team. Yeah, man. I wanted to start a bit earlier, girl. But you know how it goes. We ain't at it. Yeah, B. Gee. Yeah, man. Outside ultra funky, yeah? Yeah. It's funky's fault, mate. Yeah? Gee. Come on, outside chat. Yeah, pick up yourself, cuz. Yeah, man. Everyone blame Funky for today, yeah? Yeah, mate. Mm. So what going on, man? What's popping? Popping. Let's wait for everyone to get in the building first and see what going, yeah? Yeah. So, so. What is it? The second week? Second week? Second isolation week, got it? Yeah, man. I actually feel sorry for the people that have to, like, if you've actually got no one around you, isolation must be dead. Yeah, man. It's for the safety of yourself and everyone else, though, innit? It's, you do, man. You do, man. Where's this guy? Back round again. You know, I took the wrong turn, man. I took the wrong turn, B. All right, so what's the goal? Yeah, all right. Say that, man. Yeah, man. We got a little journey today. We got Tristan, old type by G. Come on, we got yourself, brother. Yeah, man. You in there, man? Get me. Uh, stop. What's popping, man? Yeah, what did I miss last night, man? Catch you up on some of the updates from yesterday, last night. Yeah, lights out. Day had a show. Respect had a show. I was listening to a bit of Day show in the morning still. Fuck that. Yeah, I had to do some work first before you go eat. Trying to get that money. Uh, money. Yeah, man. Uh, hey, we got analyzed on you, man. I just watched your last video, bro. These lovely remixes are mad. Mad. So, let me see what the people ever say in the chat. See what the people ever saying. What they must say. Nothing's our buses. Touch a box. Violate and get your head open. Yeah, mate. Hey, yeah, we got Jack, bro. You blame Funky for today, cuz. It's cool, innit? Funky's cool, bro. Yeah, Funky wants to go down the Morrow Road today. Yeah. He'll be here soon, though. Yeah, right. Yeah, the unholy spirit. You see it? Yeah, True Man's not working now. It's like a little bit. Well, True Funky, not man. Yeah, isn't working now. Isolation and them thing there. You get me? Want to be a different stone. Yeah. You got man like MA, outside K, Love is the Law. Hey, wait, Jack. Don't lie. Don't lie on atheism, man. You said atheism is worth. They've killed 3 times more people last century than religious people combined. I'm like, what? I don't know about you. Sounds a little bit different to me. Mm. Yeah, that sounds different to my. So, mate, so that fucking thing. Get that, man. So, come to me. Mm-hmm. Unsaid truth during conflict. Hey, we're gonna G-check that, chat. Jack, we're gonna G-check that. See, I'm driving and eating my fruit. Can't G-check it at the moment, but we're gonna do it soon, bro. Yeah. And you know what's mad, yeah? Check this, yeah? So there's 2 people, yeah? There's 2 people, yeah? One's got a belief, one hasn't, yeah? The one with the belief makes personal racist comments to the one without. The one without religion doesn't make any personal insults to the other person. Who's more moral? Haha. Look at that, Jack. Hey, Jack, listen, one time you need to jump on the panel, bro. And chat to people. Yeah, and start them things, see? Man, I mean, yeah, big up man like COE. Big up yourself, brother. I said, there's 2 people, yeah? One's without a religion and one is. The one person with a religion tries to insult the other person by being racist. When the other person's arguing back, yeah, they're not going at the person's religion or race or nothing. Who's more moral? I tell you what, yeah, scrap that. What actions need to be performed for you to be deemed as a moral person? What is it that you can do that makes you a moral person? Let's start with that. What makes one person more moral than the next person? Yeah? Now, forget about that, Jack. We're saying, let's just say, what actions do you need to take for you to be a moral person? Innit? Let's build it up from the start. So let's see what makes you a moral person. Innit? What actions does a person need to take for someone to be deemed as moral? Or what is it? What's moral? Principles concerning and distinctions to hate, distinction between the right and wrong, or good and bad. But what if what you say is right, gagged up? I feel like that's wrong. That's a violation. It's quite subjective, isn't it? Yeah, mate. So moral things, isn't it? And then hey, no, let me start the link. Come true, man. Get me. Come true and have a chat. Put your case to the get me to the unholiest, the unholy father. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Ooh, ooh. What about that? Yeah, mate. So listen, yeah. In about 2 minutes, yeah, I'm gonna go through the tunnel, yeah. No one jumps on before I go through the tunnel. Stay there, and I'll be back here. Like, literally 60 to 90 seconds, I'll be flying through the tunnel, man, because there's no traffic on the roads right now. People have a code to which they should adhere to. What code do atheists have, or is every subjective to each one's own way of thinking? Well, there is laws of the land, international laws, and stuff like that gets and stuff like that. Yay, stuff like that. Yeah, man, that gets that most people adhere to and live by. So crazy, man. Sometimes, yeah, what's scary about when man say that, yeah, it's like, man is saying that without religion, there will be some treacherous people. So if you didn't have a religion, would you be like a rapist, murdering, paedophile, everything bad that you could think in the society? So you think that don't go? Like, it's a weird thing for about to say, yo, where do you get your morals from? Like, if you don't, if you didn't have religion, the person who say that would be a treacherous character. But yeah, like I said, man, I'm literally about to go through the tunnel. Yeah, I'm gonna try and fly through it as quick as possible. I'm gonna jump back on the other side. Yeah, you see you back in the sec. Yeah, hold on, stay there. Yeah, yeah, stay there, beat. Yeah, yeah. Underground. Hey, Fully Rock, what's going on, bro?
Morning, mate. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. So, like, yeah. See, yesterday, yeah, you wanted to jump on, yeah, to go through something in the chat, yeah. Let's try and go through it
Yeah,
today,
never
then,
got.
yeah. We got a little bit of
Yeah,
time right now, yeah. Yeah, we got a
yeah,
little
never
bit
got
of
a
time right
chance,
now,
mate.
yeah.
It's a
We
shame
got
those people are
it
not on.
again, yeah. The gay incest, yeah. It's this gay incest between parents, yeah. They're trying to, what? They're trying to say that you have to give like scientific evidence that it's wrong, yeah, or whatever, or that is, and the only way that you prove other things are wrong, yeah, is you only have to use science to say something is wrong. Like if something seems like it's detrimental to the rest of society, and it's like something that will just basically cause harm in the society, yeah, do you have to have scientific evidence to prove that this is wrong?
Yeah, so it depends on your yardstick, right? Because there was some confusion in the chat. Obviously, the incest is the go-to thing. Of course, they conveniently forget that Adam and Eve's children would have had to have incest as well. But we'll just ignore that for the moment. But the question is, can you have morals without God? Sophisticated theists, people who know what they're talking about, will always say yes. Well, what they will challenge is the foundation. Right, what is your foundation, guys? If you don't have a God, how can you say things are right and wrong? And I think you know my answer, but I'll repeat it again anyway. I use science, reason, and empathy. So I combine all three of those. And that is my methodology. And my goal is to improve the well-being of conscious creatures. So I have a goal and I have a methodology. Now, somebody could argue, hey, that's subjective. Now, I could argue why I don't think it's subjective, but I don't think it's like a knockdown argument. So I'm quite happy to concede that it's subjective from the philosophical point of view. But the opponents will say, well, if you've got a subjective view, it can change willy-nilly. No, that's a confusion with relativism. A relative view can change relative to the circumstances. My view, while subjectively selected, i.e. the well-being of conscious creatures, does not change, and neither does my methodology. So if you buy into my view that what we're talking about with morality is the well-being of conscious creatures, then everything after that is objective. So the only part that would be subjective is the selection criteria for the well-being of conscious creatures. And I would argue that anybody else who brings forward a moral view, whether it's from God or something else, ultimately their bottom line, their foundation, would also be the well-being, either in this world or some other, if they believe that. So what's the difference between heaven and hell? Well, heaven has well-being for your spirit or soul, whereas hell has suffering. So the differences are still there, whether you believe in a God or not. And if you believe in a God, and you want to claim that's objective, and by objective you simply mean some command outside of human opinion, well, I don't necessarily accept that as objective. But even if I did, that doesn't mean that the objective command is good. So you can have an objectively bad set of morals, which would be a lot worse than a subjectively selected criteria of good morals. And so when somebody asks me, for example, on incest, what is my view? I believe that it is wrong for various reasons. And of course, they will remove the biological nature of it and say, well, hey, if they're not interbreeding, how can you say it's wrong? Well, I can still say it's wrong, but remember, I have a methodology which would objectively tell them it's wrong. And unless and until that methodology is employed, I cannot actually tell them it's wrong. But the same thing applies, of course, for the God belief. If I don't believe in your God, or even if I do believe that there's a God, but I believe it's a bad God, I would still have to buy into the idea that your God is all good in order for me to follow his commands. So they're no better off. And in fact, if we look at it and we expound it out and we use it in a pragmatic way in the world, we find that yours and mine, Belly, our system, if you take the same one as me or something similar, ends up far more flexible and is able to encompass new ideas, etc., whereas theirs can't. And of course, if you appeal to their books, then they all want to hide and duck and play Saturday come dancing when we come to the moral ideas that they really know in their heart are wrong, like beating wives and other unpleasantness. They'll dance around that. So if we had to choose a moral system, I think our secular one, or at least my one, or the one that I've subscribed to, is indeed vastly superior. Hopefully that makes sense.
So, I got most of it still. So I was like, I was chatting with someone in the chat, and he was talking about there was a guy with stuff yesterday about the gay incest. How do you prove that it's morally wrong? Or what? Yeah, like, or basically he was saying, how can you scientifically prove that it's wrong or whatever? Yeah, so that's why I was asking you, if you can't scientifically prove something's wrong, yeah, but it's still detrimental to the society, what measuring stick do you use to show that it's wrong?
Yeah, okay, good. So in your question there, you said, if you can't show it scientifically, how do you show that it has a, and it's still negative to society? Well, that negative to society would fall under the scientific preview, because how would we say that it's negative to society? We'd have to employ some methodology, right? We wouldn't just say it because it feels like it in our tummy. That's obviously not a good response. So all we need to show is through science, reason, and empathy that something has a net negative effect then we can say it's objectively bad, or it should not be undertaken. So if it is indeed bad for the society, that would fall under the scientific purview, should I say. So obviously science is widely construed. It's not just, hey, you're in a lab. It's within sociology, psychology, biology. You know, every field of science that you can bring to bear would bear upon this question.
So is there any like psychological studies that shows that incest is detrimental, like gay incest would be detrimental to a son and a father, or a mother and a daughter?
Yeah, I'd have to have a look. I would speculate there could well be, but I'd have to have a look. And once we find there is, and that sort of thing can be replicated, i.e. they get similar findings, now we're in a position to say that it is wrong. Even if those people say no, they get a great benefit from it, we can say, no, the studies show here's why it has a net negative effect, and it's wrong.
So although until we find that study that's been taking place here, the theists that have laid that question, I've still got, say, a bit of a ball and string to sort of play with, yeah?
Well, the only thing they can say is, well, you can't say it's wrong objectively, and that would be true if and until the scientific study comes in. And let's say we do scientific studies, and it turns out that there's a benefit to themselves and to society, then I'm going to accept that is in fact a net benefit, and it wouldn't be immoral. Even if my feeling about it says, no, it is immoral, I'm now going to go with my criteria. I have to adhere to my criteria, otherwise I'm inconsistent. All of us need criteria. Otherwise, it's either entirely relative, or you just take it like intuitively. And we know how bad our intuition is with certain things, especially if it's not something we do. We might go, oh, it's wrong because I think it's wrong. Well, who are you to say it's wrong, right? You need something else. So all of us, even if we don't realize it, have to appeal to something else to say it's wrong, not just our personal opinion. But of course, really, the same thing applies, right? The same thing applies the other way around. So we can happily answer that. But if you bring a theist on here, right, I'll go to work on them and their moral system, and you'll see that it crumbles far quicker and easier than ours, and isn't flexible unless you're going to do Saturday Night Come Dancing to try and redefine what we know today is immoral teachings in both books, if we're talking about the Bible or the Quran.
Yeah. All right. Another question here that gets brought up quite a lot is that most atheists grew up in religious society. So even if they're not religious anymore, they got their morals from a religious background or whatever. Like, what sort of answer would you sort of give to that? I was thinking, sorry, before you go in there. I was thinking, that before religions had started, there was people that had rules and regulations, morals, and how they wanted to treat each other before they had Christianity, Islam, or so and so and so and so. Whether, you know what I'm saying? Whether they were still their rights and wrongs, or their rights outweighed their wrongs, or their wrongs outweighed their rights. That's a different thing, isn't it? But they still had what they classed as a moral system, how they were doing things, innit? So it wasn't necessarily having a religion that makes someone have a moral.
Well, what they can claim is that there's a foundation, right? We were brought up in a particular culture or country that is predominantly or certainly historically religious, and that would be true. And the reason for that, of course, it was the only game in town. Had people started to think critically and been given the freedom to do so and to challenge religion hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, that might not have been the case. And in fact, we haven't had a society, and we're slowly coming into some of them now, that has been non-religious or largely non-religious and made up its laws based on some other system. And if they happen to coincide with some religious views, well, that's fine, but there's reasons why it coincides, and it's not because of a book. And so, yes, obviously it's the case that, if it's the only game in town and you're all born into that game, then that's what you're going to be influenced by. But fortunately, we've outgrown that, and we can let go of the shackles. In other words, we don't need to accept any of the bad things. And the good things that we do accept are based on reasons, science, evidence, etc., and not because a book says so.
I'm with you. Why I'm thinking, yeah, is because I'm on the motorway. It'll be quite noisy in the background when you're talking.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I was just on the main road. I'm walking into a path now, and it's quieter now. So yeah. Did you not? Did you miss some of that?
No, I heard what you were saying, but I muted up so the people on YouTube could hear when you're talking, because obviously that's why that's why the reanimator's got me as a bulldog in the cage, isn't it? Like, because it sounds like I'm sounds like I'm in the distance sometimes, isn't it? Sounds like, yeah. But so yeah, when we were talking about the moles, then yeah, what a wild one day there, yeah, big up yourself, bro. Yes, what
Yeah, big up.
what measuring system
Morning.
do we use to say what's morally right and wrong?
Yeah. So
What criteria?
I pointed out my system, right, which is the well-being of conscious creatures. That's my, if you like, subjective view on what I take morals to be, and I can argue why. It's not just that I'm picking it, falling out of my bed and deciding on a roll of a die that's what I'm picking. But it is subjective. Certainly the selection criteria for what it is, which is well-being, and then the scientific method plus reason and empathy is brought to bear on that subjective choice, because that's the way we would determine whether, in fact, it meets the goal. So the goal is the well-being of conscious creatures, and the methodology is science, reason, and empathy.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me move on to Day.
Yo. So,
do you believe that you need God to have morals?
bruv, I think it's both ways. You need morals to have God, and you need God to have morals. It's like it's a two-way street, innit? Do you need God to have morals? It depends who your God is, innit? Like, if my God is money, my morals are going to curve based on my God. Like, my morals are going to be like, right, if I rob that person, I'll have more money. That will be the right morals. And if I cheat this person, I'll have more money. That will be the right morals. If my God is money, innit? If my God is truth, it will be more like the moral thing to do will be to tell the truth. If my morals are like, it gets sticky when you go to things like certain broad words like being nice. Like, you can say nice.
What is
anything.
your God, though? What is your foundation? You haven't made it clear.
My God, I believe in one God, something that's higher than all of this physical realm.
Bro, I just wanted to second what you're saying, bro. That is beautiful, bro. What is actually your God?
I didn't understand
obviously there's bare different interpretations of God, and living in this Western world is different from living in Africa, where obviously our moral systems are not guided by money, not guided by, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, nakedness.
Dan, let me ask you something. Has your God communicated to you what is good and bad?
God communicates 24/7 to you what is good and bad.
If anybody else wanted to find out what this communication is, where is it written down, or how do they get access to find out what is right and wrong from your version of a God?
It's written down everywhere,
inside themselves.
Yeah, definitely.
I think they'd have to look inside themselves, definitely.
Because
some people look inside themselves.
Everyone's interpretation of God is different.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
The word
not
God,
everybody's going to have this.
It's true. The word God, what it's supposed to represent is the highest principle you accept. So if you find something higher principle than that principle, you should
what determines
acknowledge.
Higher, we're sort of dancing around the point. What determines higher?
I can't explain that to you, Rob, because you don't like. I don't feel like
you don't get it. You don't get it, Rob, because he just said something bigger than all of us. He just said something bigger than all of us, though, innit?
Yeah.
You said, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask.
You see, when you give your first explanation, I didn't understand what you were talking about. But you were saying God is morals, and morals is God, and
so basically, depending on what your God is, depending on what your God is, your morals would be different. If
Yeah,
my
my
God,
question
I
to you is,
understand that
what is your
perfectly.
God?
I understand that perfectly.
that
Depending
clear,
on
innit?
what your God is, your God could be sex, and that means obviously your morals are
Yeah,
all
well,
geared
that's
towards
just a
having
play
sex
on
Yeah,
with
words.
so
women.
That's not a God,
What are
right?
you talking about?
yeah,
That's
it
not a play
is.
on word. That's Western values. That's Western morals. Having
No,
sex is a big
nobody says
Rob,
Western
that's a
thing.
God.
Rob,
Nobody
Rob,
says
Rob.
that's a
No, I'm
God, and
just
they
Can I
mean
can
saying,
I
it
though,
just say,
these are the
seriously.
yeah?
things that you're gonna learn in the West. You're definitely
Wait,
gonna
Yeah,
learn how
that's
to have sex
yeah.
with
I hear
women
you.
in America. That's facts.
having sex evil now then.
No, I'm saying
Nah,
you're
but
gonna
if
learn
that
how
is
to
your
put it up
God, if
at
that
a
is
high
your God,
standard.
wait, let me say
Do you get
something,
what I'm
yeah?
saying?
What's the sex
Freddie,
God?
I'll clarify,
Who's
innit?
got sex God? But that,
Belly, I'll tell you, I'll
these
tell
are
you, I'll tell
crazy.
you.
Alright,
I'll tell you,
bro,
I'll tell
bro,
you, I'll
bro,
tell
let
you,
me
I'll
say
tell you.
one
I'll,
thing
I'll
to
explain
Veli.
it. I'll explain it. Maybe he
Let me,
doesn't get it, yeah?
go on.
One second. If your God is sex, that means that is what you and I know Rob will have a contention with the Most High, but that is the Most High thing in your life. So like you see them brothers that roofie girls just to have sex with them, yeah? They
Thank
see
you,
that
bro.
as morally calm because their God is sex. Whatever they do to get to that goal is okay. Do you get me?
And
That is the highest thing.
alright, so that
That's the end of the tunnel.
How does someone see
You
what
know,
they're
like money is the
how-
most highest thing in somebody's life. Like they don't give a fuck about anything. That's their most high. Like money. That is
Yeah,
their God,
but
innit? They
you
don't give
know
a
what,
fuck about anything.
Freddie, you're gonna
Like
have
they
to
put.
explain to Rob what the Most High means because he doesn't seem to get it, bro.
He
No,
knows what it means, bro.
everybody's
He knows.
Well, he's acting like he
they
doesn't, though, innit? Yeah,
done.
Yeah, I hear
Let me
you.
just
I hear
let me
you.
confirm something with you. If you think
yeah,
anybody can have their own Most High, then the
yeah.
word or the label Most High has no meaning because I could say the Most High is me sitting on a toilet, and if you're going to accept that, and my
Yeah.
child here is laughing because that's how ridiculous it is. When somebody says Most High, they're normally talking
Yeah.
about a God, and a God is some sort of supernatural agent that presumably created this universe and is somehow communicated
But
with us.
you're not
Because
going to
if the
define
God,
that for
may
me,
I
because as I
finish?
said, I'm an
If the
individual.
God,
I'm an
Thank you.
individual.
if the
You
God
can't
Yes,
is not
define
Freddie.
that for
communicating
me.
with us,
That's
we
your
can all talk
version
over
of
each
it.
other and nobody will hear a damn thing. If the God is not communicated with us, then you cannot claim that it's a moral agent because there's no communication. So you have to have a God that has communicated with us. And if it has, then I
Yeah.
want to know from you, where do we find this? And if you're going to say
Okay.
inside yourself, I'm going to point out to you there's many humans who
Forget
look
that.
inside themselves and want to do
I'll ask
unpleasant
you,
things.
yeah.
So are they also have a God?
I'll ask you, what is the most important thing in your life, Rob?
Well-being.
So well-being.
But again, the question was
Did
asked to
you
you,
say
Dan, and you
well-being?
haven't. Dan, I've
Brother,
clearly laid
can
out,
I
and
answer
you're
the
on the
question,
panel.
please? Because he knows that there's many interpretations of the Most High. Because in Christianity,
All
you
right,
got
so let
Seventh-day
everybody else yabber
Adventists,
then,
you got
and I'll
Judaism.
just
You know what I'm
listen to the
saying? You got a
yabbering.
lot of sects in Christianity. You got a lot of sects in Muslim. You got a lot of sects in Judaism. So he knows there's different versions of the Most High. Don't make him fool you with this dumb shit. You get what I'm trying to show you?
Day,
Yo.
he asked you a fair question, cuz.
Yeah.
Explain your
Okay.
conscience.
So go on.
Explain it
Repeat the
properly
question.
so you can understand.
Repeat the question.
Hey, Rob, you there still, bro?
Yeah, Rob, you there?
He's with his child as well.
Yeah, I'm
isn't he,
here.
man?
So let me ask
Yeah.
you again, Dave.
Yeah, please.
What is your Most High? Has he communicated with you? And if so, how has that happened so that other people can be on board with your Most High?
All right. So see you as a thinking, logical human being, yeah, who uses science to be able to figure things out. You know that being on a toilet is the most high thing in your life. Then you realize there's something that is higher than this. There's something more important than sitting on a toilet, yeah. And then you follow that because you realize that that is the truth. If you don't follow that, you are only rejecting the truth. Now, the second you follow that, and you realize there's something way even higher than this, you have to realize that. Simple. Like you can't just deny
No, it's not that simple.
a truth that
it's
Well, can
well,
I
it's not
answer
that
this,
simple
please?
for a
Because
lot of
obviously,
people.
I'll
I haven't
explain to
even
you
had a
why.
chance to talk.
Dave,
Now, let me have
I'll
an
tell you
answer
why.
there. Can I give you what interpretation of the Most High is, please?
Go on.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, I'm saying he knows what interpretation of the Most High is, because obviously everybody's got a different sex in their religion, isn't it? So
Yeah.
obviously not everybody's exactly the same. I believe it's an individualistic thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like some people take aspects of Allah or Jesus and incorporate it to their life, and then they make up their version of the Most High. Does that make sense?
Okay, that was a contradictory statement. I know what the Most High is in. Everybody's
How's
got
it
their
co-
own version.
Point the
Where was the
contradiction out then.
contradiction?
Before you say
Yeah.
dumb shit, just put out the contradiction, innit?
Where was
I'll
the
tell you what the
Because
contradiction?
that's what's
contradiction is.
happening now.
Yeah.
That's
You
what's
claim
happening
that I know
now.
what the Most High is, and everybody has their own one. I want to know what the Most High is, not my personal subjective one. That's irrelevant. What I want to know is what is
No,
Dun's
I'm
Most
saying to you,
High?
I'm giving
How
you
do
a
I
clear
get access
definition
to
of
it?
what I believe it is. I didn't say I'm saying you knew what it was, but I'm giving you my clear definition. Where's the contradiction in my clear definition?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay, but
waiting for. Where's the
Freddie,
contradiction?
who cares about your personal subjective view, apart from you?
So who cares about
you.
yours then?
You
Who
just
cares
said
about
that's
yours?
argue for.
contradiction.
Who
I
cares
can argue
about
for it.
yours?
You can't.
That's ignorancy. Who
I
cares
can
about
argue
yours,
for
bro?
my view. Okay, you shut. Get it all out because you need to get it out this morning, and then I'll speak. So go ahead, get it all out. You need the emotional release. Go ahead.
Rob, man, you're a
Bruv,
joke.
are you dumb? Are you stupid, bro? I'm just asking you.
no.
You're saying to me no one cares about your point of view the most time, and I'm saying no one cares about yours. That's it, bro.
The difference
Nothing,
between us,
nothing.
Freddie, is that I can argue for mine, and a rational person could be convinced. You haven't even got an argument.
So
yet.
what I've put my argument. You just said there's a
You
contradiction,
haven't
and now
put
you
any
can't point
argument.
it out.
You made a
That's
vacuous
your
statement
problem.
of
That's your
subjectivity.
problem.
Freddie, let me speak to Dan. Let me speak to Dan and listen in and see what you think, rather than jumping in. Otherwise, we go all over the show.
Yeah, go
So
for
Dan,
it, man.
what
I'm
is-
listening to your
what is
foolishness.
Okay, cool. That'll be great. Dan, what is your Most High, and should other people also accept it as the Most High?
My most high is something bigger than the earth, bigger than the universe, bigger than you, bigger than
Be
anything you can
mindful you
think
don't
of.
care about your definition.
Because the second you think of something, there's something higher than that. Yeah.
What is that? I'm asking you, what is it? Not what it's not.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I know.
How do you
that
know that it exists if you don't know what it is?
Because I know, yeah, that there's always a bigger dog than you. Yeah. You're clever, there's always
Well,
someone cleverer. You're strong, there's always someone
Facts.
stronger. Yeah. There's
Facts.
always
It's the
something,
most- the-
and there's something that is the most something. Because there will always
And that
lead
would
to
be
a
somewhere
point.
on Earth. Yeah, that would
If-
be some human on Earth in a various, whatever it might be, area of expertise.
You're
How do you
kinda-
get from there to there must be something bigger than that outside of the Earth?
I want to tell you this without sounding offensive, but like
You can't
since-
offend me. That's not possible.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
fine. Then you're really small-minded, Rob. Like you,
I think so too.
You think
Okay,
of
but
things
those
on such a
vacuous statements-
shallow
Getting
level.
ignorant. You start
Yeah.
getting ignorant.
You say
You don't,
your subjective
you know what I
view,
mean?
but it's not
It's
giving me
no-
anything substantive
no.
to listen
Yo,
to.
yo.
You need to think on a deeper
listen.
level, man.
Listen,
No
man, you
notifications
man, listen.
Okay, well, you help me
Listen,
think on a
listen.
deeper level.
I'm trying
Hey
to.
there.
I'm
Man
trying.
just said
Hey,
God's
yes, Valley.
individualistic, and you can't point out the contradiction. You
Yeah,
can't
Valley.
point it out.
Hold on a sec, man. Yo, yeah. Hold on a sec, yeah.
Yeah,
Like I was saying, I've been listening for a sec, yeah. And again, you see how Rob's confused with how what you're putting at this most high be the most high. I'm confused as well. So can you try to explain it to Rob in the simplest way possible, like you explain it to your child?
Yeah,
Or
but
do you believe
he's just
God is-
explained it 3 times, Phil.
But-
If
but
Rob
Veli-
can't comprehend that, that's Rob's business.
I Valley,
Do
do
you
you
get what I'm trying to say?
honestly
Because
think?
I caught it. I caught what Day was saying. So if Rob can't catch it, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? I
didn't know
can't
I
understand.
didn't know. I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, but
I'm not
Veli,
the only one.
Veli,
But
you
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 say,
and
wait,
Rob.
listen,
What's this? Let me say
listen,
something, Veli.
listen,
Yeah,
listen.
I'm sure
Let me-
Ultra
let me-
didn't
let me-
understand it as well. Right?
Let me
Hello,
explain
Ultra.
to you, yeah?
No,
You know,
to be
Ultra
fair,
never
guys,
understood it.
guys,
Wait.
I
Let me
just
hear
jumped
what Ultra says. Did you understand that, Ultra, or not?
in. I'm not gonna lie. I only just jumped in. I've been on the show for less than a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't actually heard any of the show. Veli, I didn't get a notification, bro.
No way.
I didn't get a notification. There's no notification.
I'm just saying.
There's no notification in my inbox. Right, even now, I refreshed it, Veli. There's no notification for your show right now on my inbox. So I just wanted to let you know.
Yo, Ultra, can you change this moral word in your thing until we get over the question of the day? Yeah.
All right, no,
Like,
listen,
listen, I'm saying,
let me tell you. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be real, and I think if we all put our egos like aside for a second, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're all honest,
Yeah.
the most consistently moral person
Is
on the
Ultra? Is
internet
Ultra?
you.
Yeah. It is Ultra.
Yes.
He's the most
You understand
moral.
what I
He's the
mean?
best. He's the perfect man.
Alright,
Yes,
nah, you
yes.
know what?
Oh,
Hey, Ultra's moral. Ultra,
Hey,
your
Ultra, you give me
moralness, I can
jokes,
see it.
bro.
I can see it. I can see it.
Oh,
So if you
bless.
believe that you're moral, that's good because someone can second it.
Yeah, sick.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like someone can actually see what you're saying. So obviously, when we've got points of view, we look for reassurance in it, or we look for somebody to disprove our points of view. But when we got people that are agreeing with us, millions across the world, it's okay to believe what you believe. You know.
Yeah, I agree. But to be honest, one thing I will say though is, are we believing things that are actually true? You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I think that's
But Ultra,
a good question.
Brother.
what Freddie just said is not a good. It's not
truth.
a good yardstick, right? If because
No, of
lots of
course it's
people
not a
believe
good
something
yardstick.
doesn't make it moral. Lots of people used to believe in slavery.
No, I'm
but
not
don't think
saying
that's
it does.
moral, right?
I'm not
So
saying it doesn't.
that's a
I'm
refutation
not
of
saying
that
it
claim.
doesn't. I'm not saying it does or it doesn't. I'm saying it's okay to believe that. I'm not saying
Do you
it
care
does or
what's
it
true, and
doesn't.
do you
It's
want to have
just
a
saying
moral
it's
view?
okay.
Okay, you've got a lot of rambling going on here.
Brother, I can only tell you my truth. You've just said my truth. You're not interested in it. Did you just say that? Did you just say that?
Vacuous.
Yo, Rob,
Well,
are you
at the end of the
interested
day,
in?
you still ain't proved the contradiction in what I said. You still ain't proved the contradiction in what I said, so I
I've
can't take
I
explained
can
it to
attest
you.
to that.
It went over your head. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's
whatever
mad.
you
Done. Done.
Yes.
So the Most High is the next best thing you can
Wait,
think of.
Can I just ask Veli one thing? Yeah, Veli, can you point out Rob's contradiction of Freddie, please?
Second. I wasn't even
Okay.
listening.
Okay.
Carry on with the
Of course you weren't listening, but I'm saying,
Okay, you weren't listening. Okay.
I wasn't even listening to that part.
Dan, are you going to?
He cut.
I'm
Dan, are we
on
going
some
to?
emotional stuff, bro. Like, I'm waiting for man to get back to the normal
Oh,
question.
you know man's
Yeah,
not
I'm waiting for
emotional. I don't
something
give a fuck. I can come off now.
Freddie's
If
obviously
you want me
on
to
some
come
sort of
off,
energy
I'll
drink this
definitely
morning.
go. I don't care.
He's just rambling like a champion.
That's emotional, man. I didn't say come off.
And that's not emotional. That's just real.
Let's let Freddie get it
I'm
all
saying
out.
I don't
Real,
care like
Freddie.
that.
Don't
Don't
let them.
tell me what I am.
Tell them, man.
Please, bro.
They're
Don't
just
do
trying
that,
to. They're
bro.
just trying to get man
Don't
mad,
do that,
Freddie.
bro.
Don't even
Don't
like.
do
They're just
that.
trying to
Don't
get
do
man
that,
mad.
bro.
They got no
Don't
morals
do
in it.
that,
They're
fam,
trying to
because
get
that's
people
wrong.
mad out here.
That's wrong.
They got no morals, Freddie, man. They're just trying to get you mad, man.
Let's try and get back to something.
Nah,
substantive if you
obviously,
can.
I don't care like that. Rob knows I don't give a fuck about him like that. Like
So
this
stop
debate,
rambling then
I'm
and let
just
me have a
talking. I'm just
conversation with
talking.
Dan.
Yeah, my man chat with mine.
Let me have a conversation with Dan.
I want to say this.
This
Yeah,
might not
go
be
for it,
your
bro.
area that you want to talk about.
Go for it. I'm here till
Dan.
10:30, man.
Dan, you
Yeah.
said it's the next highest thing. Whatever that is, that's the most high. Whatever you can think of, if you think of something that's higher, that's the most high. Is that your
No,
view?
whatever you can think of. It's up to you. It's nothing to do with me.
Okay, if
My
somebody
God
else,
is my God.
Yeah. Okay, Dan, if somebody else has the most high and it conflicts
Yeah.
with your most high,
Yeah.
how do we establish which one is most high?
Well, say if he can convince me that what he has is higher than what I have, and I can
How do you
try
do that, Dan? How do you do that?
try using some sort of what do you call it?
Reason, science, and
persuasion.
empathy, maybe?
Yeah, reason, science, empathy. Yeah, you could call it that. Yeah, you could do that.
Great. So what is your thing is the most high? You see, the problem with that is, like I've given well-being, right? My well-being is at least something that we can discuss.
Yeah.
The most high thing, if Hitler thought that the most high thing was to wipe out the Jews and to have an Aryan race,
Okay.
right? And that was his most high. So
That
how
was
would you
that was
convince
his
him?
God.
How would you convince him that his most high was in fact not his most high?
I
That he
would
was
convince
confused,
him.
mistaken.
I would try and convince him that there's something higher than this, a higher principle, something that applies to everyone, including him and the people he was trying to kill, and they all fall under the exact same umbrella. That's
Okay,
higher
and
than what his most high was.
And you would use those three, the methods that I use, right? Science, reason, and empathy. Yes.
I'd attempt to.
But necessarily not everyone relates to them, because there's some people that can't read. Half of the world can't read, so they won't even understand the science that you're talking about. Some approaches you have to approach differently. You understand that?
Okay, so Dan, if in fact he accepted
So
that
shall we
methodology,
forget about the people that can't read? Shall we forget about them?
So Dan, if he accepted that methodology, but he said his goal was to have a single race of people emanating from Germany.
Yeah.
What would you do then? So he's using your methodology, and he says, look, the Jews, etc., or everybody else, these people are the best, whatever.
Yeah.
And my goal is to have them as the best. And even if they're not the best, My goal is to have them because we can dominate and have a better world. What would you do
Yeah.
about that?
Well, the first thing is I would not try and impose my view on him. I would first try to understand his view so that I can reason with it. I'm not going to go and be like, oh, is that true? Yeah, well, bullshit, because... No, I'm going to ask him, why is it that you believe that you're better than these people? What is it about you that is better than these people that you got and they don't got? What are they missing? You know what I mean? This is something you wouldn't attempt to understand. Yeah, that's
Regardless of what
just
I would
my
do.
personal. Yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know why me and you's conversation is not going to get nowhere because it's the same
See,
thing.
I think
I'm trying to explain something to you. You're not going to try like right now. You're just
Yeah, you're not gonna understand. It's white
Bro,
noise when he talks to you.
that's
when
what
he
I'm
talks
saying.
to you,
You're
when
just
he talks
talking
to
to
him,
speak,
it's
innit? You're
white
not
noise.
talking to
'Cause
listen.
all he's there for is an answer to answer
Yeah.
back. He's not
Literally.
there to
he
listen
feels
to
like
you
he's on energy.
at
He's not
all.
helping at all.
Rob, are you listening to speak or are you listening to understand what I'm
I'm
saying?
listening to you telling me how you would have a conversation. That's
I
fine.
know you're
Right, that's
listening to
wonderful.
me telling you how to have a conversation, but what I'm asking you, this is
That's
proof
not-
that he's not listening, yeah? Are you listening to speak or are you listening to
I'm
understand?
listening to what you're saying and I'm responding to it because to my
Well, there
ear,
you go,
you're
ladies
not
and
actually answering.
gentlemen. He obviously answered
not
my
lis-
question.
Yeah, you,
I'm
Yeah,
not
there
listening,
you
me
yeah?
or
go.
speaking to the crowd.
I'm not listening,
It's
yeah?
fruitless.
All right.
Why are you
Fruitless.
running,
Fruitless.
Never mind.
Hey, Day Day.
You're a
I'm
great
not
dodger.
listening. Hey, this
You
is what
keep
you get with these atheists, man. This is what you get with these
You
atheists.
keep
right,
bro.
dodging.
Gerara he oi veli.
Let me
I would
summarize
kick Rob
Phil's
off your
position.
block because he just took
It's
a
some
fat
sort
L
of
for you, you
subjective,
know.
relative,
Hey, Veli,
vacuous
Rob
claim
just took a
that he
fat
does
L for the
employ my
atheists, you know.
methodology, but he can't actually
Bruv,
argue
he
I like-
always
Rob, why
takes
you running?
L's, man. Because obviously,
Hey, Rob,
he's
Veli's
not.
asking you why you're running.
He's a bit
Thank you very
ignorant
much.
in his approach.
I told you, Veli,
His approach
this is not going to go well
crazy
for theists. I
ignorant,
can
Hey,
man.
tell you
Ultra,
now.
is
It's
that
not
L
gonna
for the G block,
go well
Ultra?
for theists.
No,
Ultra,
wait,
is
bruv.
that,
You didn't
is
even
that
answer-
L?
you-
Hey,
wait,
Veli,
wait,
is that
listen to
L
what
for
you
the
done.
G block?
Day Day, listen to what you done. Let me explain to you what you just done, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
You are.
How
you
come you can explain everything now,
Let him-
but
let
you
him
can't explain everything when man talking about God?
Hey,
Oh,
Freddie, he wants another L. He's gonna give himself another L. Yeah, go on. Give yourself that L. Go on.
So I asked him a question, yeah. No, he asked you a question, yeah. You
Yeah.
gave him an answer, but then right at the end of your answer, you goes, "Oh, are you trying to listen to understand, or are you listening to answer?" It's like,
Wait,
That's a
Veli.
fair question,
Wait,
though.
1 second,
That's a
Veli.
fair
1 second,
question.
Veli. 1 second, yeah. Did I say that because he tried to cut me off and let me finish my sentence, or did I say that for some other reason? Was he quiet and I was talking and I just cut myself off and started saying that?
Yeah. He cut in, yeah, but Freddie had already jumped in and was chatting as well.
All right, but why
Nah,
is he?
I chime in.
Who opened the door for Freddie to cut in? Wasn't it Rob?
Wait, who opened the door? Who opened the door for Freddie to chime in? Freddie chimed in before Rob started talking, bro. So what are you talking about?
I'm asking.
Brother,
I just heard man's chiming in. That's what I'm asking. Do you see the difference?
I don't know. Did you ask him to chime in as well?
I didn't ask no one
Brother,
to chime
at
in.
the end of the day, that's a fair question. It don't
Because
matter who chimed in.
Rob
You know,
Rob
that's
is
a
the
fair
guy
question.
asking
It's a
me
fair
the
question.
question.
Are you
now.
listening to respond?
Gentlemen, no, this won't do. Enough of this, right? Because we're shouting over each other. It's a highly emotive subject, right? But we're shouting
It's
over each
not
other
emotive,
and we're
yeah,
not
but
saying anything. Listen to the mad
Yeah,
thing. Let me tell you the mad thing. Let me tell you the mad thing.
Yeah.
The long and short of it is, the question of the day is, the answer is yes. Now, what theists have to do is get over it.
Yeah,
I prove
the
that,
answer is
Ultra,
yes,
prove it.
though. The answer is yes. I'm not gonna lie. It just depends where you live, because obviously everybody.
No, wait. Don't let him get away with that. Don't let him get away with that. Prove it, Ultra.
Hey. Yeah,
Nah, you know what? I'd agree.
But don't try
I'd
to
agree as well. I'd agree as well.
Hold
Yeah.
on, let me ask you a
But
question.
the whole point
Did
of the
Buddha-
G
did
block
Buddha-
is that
did
because
Buddha have a
God
God?
don't have proof, he don't exist.
Hey,
So I'm gonna ask
Day.
Ultra prove it. Yeah, go on. You saw that L too early, Belly. You saw that L too early. Go on.
There's no. Listen to how you taking double L's right now, yeah.
I'll take all the L's.
And you're a madman as well, yeah.
Yeah. All right, but before you give me that L, before you give me those L's, can I ask you? When I asked Rob them questions, was he answering what I was asking, or was he answering what he thought I was asking, which I didn't ask?
He didn't get a chance to answer.
He didn't get a chance to answer. All right, let's reload the
He didn't get a
video.
chance to answer.
Don't
Nah,
do
nah,
that,
nah,
bro,
nah.
man.
Let's,
He didn't get a
let's,
chance to
yeah,
answer.
yeah. Nah,
Please,
it's
He
calm.
didn't
It's
get a
man.
calm.
chance to
Let
answer.
me give
He did
Veli
not
the
get a
third
chance
L
to
by
answer.
letting him listen
He
to
didn't get a
exactly.
chance.
Aye, Veli,
You
I'm gonna
did not
reload
get
the
a
thing.
chance to answer.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you can
reload the
rewind
thing.
and do whatever you want, bro.
No,
Rewind
please,
and find the
please,
exact
louder,
point
louder,
and
Are you gonna
whatever,
listen?
yeah.
louder. Rob's a
Rewind
big
and find
man.
the exact point and say whatever, yeah. And let me chat
You gonna
now,
listen
innit,
to
yeah.
the thing?
Because this brother, yeah, you rewind, find the point what you're talking about, yeah. Because
Yeah, I'll
you are
look for it
crazy.
now.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
you find
Guys,
the point.
Bro, one second.
listen. No.
The
reason why this is pissing me off is because this has become a point scoring exercise. It's ridiculous.
What is
Can
wrong
I
with
just
you
say one
guys
thing?
today?
Can I say one thing?
What's wrong
Can I
with
say
you
one
guys
thing?
Hey,
today?
listen.
Can I say one
Day
thing?
Day.
Can I say one thing?
They got a thing called bias air
It's
drums.
calm. It's calm.
Bias
Can I
air
say one
drums.
thing
What's wrong
though?
with
Can
these
I say
guys
one
today?
thing? Because Belly asked me a question, yeah? Why is man so crazy, yeah? Listen, man just done this whole stream. I don't know how you do this, innit? Like, I don't know how you don't end up kooks by the end of your stream, bruv. That man just obviously you know I did the night shift, innit? So man just coming off that, innit?
You're having a steakhouse today, mate, still. Yeah, but anyway, like I was saying,
listen,
Big up
I'm gonna
yourself, Benny, man.
yeah,
Big up
big up.
yourself, Day,
Listen,
man.
I'm gonna
Big
come
up
back. I'm coming back.
Ultra,
I'm coming back.
Big up
I'm coming
Rob,
back.
man. Big up all of them. You get me? 'Cause I ain't coming here to argue with nobody. I know, and the man them know what they know. It seems like, because obviously Rob just told me I'm talking nonsense and I'm contradicting myself, and he can't prove the contradiction all now. But anyway, God bless you all, man. That's all I can
yeah,
say.
but bro, this is why it's crazy. Why I keep trying to say it's crazy, yeah, because no one's not getting a chance to actually speak. Every time someone says someone's about to speak, yeah, it's like 3 people start speaking at once, and it's like, why is it like that today, cuz? This is it ain't even Friday shit. It's Monday, you know. You hear me? You know, like it's this fucking isolation thing. Yeah, it's not everyone. Make sure
Rob don't want to talk to me, man, because I'm breaking down with normal sense, bro. That's why he don't want to chat to me, Ruben.
Yeah, but wait,
I
I'm
don't
But
saying that
obviously he wants to chat to man that he can question up and chat a bag of shit to.
Listen, you can listen to YouTube on your phone, innit? You can take the phone outside of your house. Get outside of your house today for a piece. Air in your body, some sand.
You can't be talking to me. You definitely can't be talking to me. I'm on the road now.
Yeah,
I've been on the road. I live on the road.
I'm talking
You
to
can't be
everyone.
chatting to me.
I'm talking to you, bro. I know you're on the roads, man. I see you everywhere, bro. Come on, man. Yeah. So, Freddie knows, bro. I've bucked him in bare different places, man. So, it's not.
Yeah, no one's bucking me because I ain't leaving my yard.
I am saying, Veli, that I love Rob for the sake of God. For the sake of God, I actually love Rob. I love when Rob comes on. You get me? Because it's a different point of view. And I'm surrounded by God's people, God's children. So when I see man like Rob, I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
It's boring, isn't it, when you're surrounded by God's people?
Nah, man, we love each other's company, man. We love each other's company. We genuinely love each other, you know. We genuinely love each other, bro. Over this way, you get me?
Yeah,
but anyway, like I was saying, yeah. Remember, yeah, they come on, yeah. First of all, yeah, as a person who said, I'm not sure if I believe in God or not.
No. Hey, don't misrepresent me like that, Veli. Don't misrepresent me like that, Veli.
I'm waiting to use there, bruv. I'm waiting till you come back on to say it, bruv.
Yeah, but I never said that though.
Yeah. That is like, my Most High is a special Most High, and I'm gonna explain it to you about my Most High.
I said that, yeah.
But then, once I tell you about my Most High, I'm gonna ask you questions about, just to ask you, see if you're listening or not, to give you, see if I can throw you off a little bit, so when you answer the actual main question, you get a little bit baffled or whatnot. Do you know what I'm saying? Why did you do that? Why did you just
look? Anyone can see what I said and see that I did not say what you said, innit?
Listen, yeah, because if you would have let Rob just answer the question straight away, yeah, that would have proved to you, yeah, and you would have been able to answer your own question. Was you listening to answer, or was you listening to what I was saying? Because he would have said,
but bro, he already answered it, innit?
Wait. He never answered your question though. He never got a chance to answer it, bro.
He did. He answered my question, bro.
What was his answer?
His answer was not the answer to my question. This is what I'm telling you. I should have, bruv. You know, I should have just replayed it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go replay it so you can hear his answer, and then you can tell me, is that what you said?
Valley, this seems to happen a lot with Day, right? We never actually have a discussion. It's always about how everybody's misunderstanding him. Nobody gets it right. Maybe he just can't explain himself because you don't understand. I don't understand. When a theist speaks to me, I understand what they're saying. There's a God. He wrote a book. It tells them what to do, and that's what their moral compass is. That's easy to understand. With this guy, you can't understand anything here. The Most High is a subjective
can you comprehend?
So his entire foundation
let him finish,
isn't even one that's recognizable. It's just like a vacuous
Hey, no,
statement,
Freddie,
right?
don't let him finish if you don't let the man finish.
Yeah,
Don't let him back another atheist. He's not letting you finish and tell him to let him finish.
Can I have a question to Rob, please?
Freddie, before you ask your question, hold on a second. Before you ask your question, hold on a sec. Yeah. Because Dede, you need to get some sleep, bro. Yeah, because you're wilding out. But listen,
I believe clock still. It's true. It's true.
You know the rules of the thing, yeah, around here, yeah. Everyone and anyone can get their chance to finish their sentence. We all need to let each other finish their sentence, so you could ask your question.
My friend, let me just chat to Rob before it slips me. Bro.
Yeah, but you're gonna go already because you was cut off the last time, yeah. So,
yeah, but when Rob cut me off?
I just want to. You know what? I just want to lick off this show because sometimes when I'll be doing 1,000 things, it slips my mind.
You can ask a question.
But let me lick this show off.
Wait. Hold on, though, Freddie, blood, please, yeah. So we can just for anyone new that's listening in the chat, anyone that's on everyone on the panel's not new, yeah, but everyone that's listening in the chat, yeah, because we're gonna explain this and we're gonna keep repeating this one, yeah. So whoever comes into the channel, jumps on the panel, understands how the thing works, innit, yeah? Yeah, we're going to not cut each other off. We're going to let each other finish the whole sentence. So if you're asking a question, yeah, and you're going the long way around it, yeah, although it's pissing me off that you're taking the long way around to ask your question or whatever, I'm going to let you finish your sentence and say, yeah, I've asked my question, or, you know, like something known that you've asked that you're done, innit? Yeah, so the other person can actually get to answer the question in full. Yeah, then they get to finish their sentence, and then each person that gets to speak fully, and their voice is heard. So anytime any question is asked, like me, I was asking, I didn't even hear Rob ask the question that they put to it or whatever. So
yeah, but two things. Where was this energy when Rob cut me off, and why didn't you put a disclaimer that it's only available for the atheists?
Nah, man, it's available for everyone, bruv. It's whoever jumps on.
It's available for everyone.
Whoever's on here, yeah, will be able to finish their full sentence, their full question. Every time you're speaking, yeah, and someone's cutting you off, if I'm on the panel, I will jump on to say, oh, yo, make sure a man finishes his sentence. If Ultra's speaking and someone's cutting him off and he's not getting to speak, I'll be like, yo, make sure Ultra finishes his sentence. You get me? I'll try to do the same thing.
I'm going to be critical on that, though.
Yeah, so
hey, family, let me lick off a show.
Yeah, lick off your shells, Freddie.
Hey, family, Rob. When there? Anyway, this is to you anyway. Basically, you just said that when you speak to atheists, they're very simple. They tell you what they believe in, what their God is, and then that's that. But I'm asking you, are all human beings the same?
In what way?
I'm just saying, anyway, are they all the same, or are they all individualistic in some degree?
They're all similar in many ways and different in others. How is that relevant?
No, because it is relevant, because that's how people look on God. It's very individualistic. Some people don't look on it in a one harmonious way, like what you're saying, like one shoe fits all. If you're Rasta, you believe in Selassie, that's it. Or if you're Muslim, you believe in a prophet, and that's it. Or if you're Christian, you believe in Jesus, and that universal approach is very wrong towards religion, regarding religion, because it does not work like that. Is that okay?
Freddie, let me ask you.
Point out.
Freddie, do we all use reason and evidence as our method to try and understand the world, or do some people not use that?
Some people don't use.
Yes, we do. No, we do. No, come on, let's be real. We all use evidence.
Come on. Some people don't use that.
If he's got evidence, even if he's got evidence that he took God off the cross, I still believe in Jesus.
Yeah, but Freddie, on a level, are you saying there's no one out there who doesn't use reason? Yeah, but Freddie, I like there's people out there who don't use reason. Who don't use their brain, innit?
Yeah, because those people maybe ain't got the capacity or them can't read or whatever the case may be. I don't know. That's why I always use a soft approach, or I try and break down what I'm saying to the minuscule. I don't try and sound lofty and high and make statements on high horses. I don't do that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I know that there's different people of different levels of understanding out there, innit?
Mm.
Freddie, let me just check in with you. Would you agree that in a conversation like this, we're trying to establish whether something's moral, and in order to do that, we need to find out what is likely to be true, and we have a methodology to have a conversation, right? We apply certain rules of logic, we have certain inference. You might not know those terms, but you're doing it anyway. If somebody comes in here and says,
"Hey, Rob, you're taking a piss out of the guy, bro."
No problem. You're more than welcome to interrupt me. What I want to see if you agree with, Freddie, is that there's certain foundations to have a discourse.
Rob's cool, man. Continue.
You agree that there's certain foundations to have a discourse, to have a conversation. One of those is rationality, an appeal to rules of logic. Another is we want to find out what's going on in the world around us. Now, if we have those two things and we're going to apply that, then we can find out. If somebody says to me, what I mean by the
evidence is evidence. You're missing out key things. Evidence. That's what I work off personally when I'm making a decision. Evidence.
Ready? If somebody says to me, my most high is to have $1 million, and I don't care if everybody else dies of the coronavirus, and that's their most high, are you going to agree that that is in fact the most high, or are you just going to accept that it's their most high?
Their version. My version of the Most High may not be Day-Day's version of the Most High, but we're still praising the same person, if that makes sense.
You're done now, Freddie.
Like at the end of the day, I'm no Muslim, innit? But I empathize and I could see where they pray to Allah, because I pray to who I pray to.
I
could see with the Jewish person. I could say I don't necessarily go to Hanukkah or nothing like that. I don't know nothing to do with Jewish people, but I can see who they pray to, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying? The true ones, because there must be some true ones out there, I believe. Do you know what I'm saying?
By the way, when you're ready, man got the question ready in it to get you to answer whether he answered it or not. Really.
Freddie.
Yeah,
Freddie,
when he's done it. One second.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, goodness. Are we interrupting each other, or are we going to have a conversation?
No.
You said something, and we're not getting.
I'm not interrupting you at all. I'm just trying to listen to what you're saying.
Okay, Freddie. If everybody has their most high and they conflict, would you agree that we're not going to have a harmonious society? Would you agree with that?
I've just told you that they don't conflict, brother. I've just told you, through my life experience, that I can tell you that Muslims don't conflict with me. You praying 5 times a day, I've got no problem with it.
Are you a Muslim, Freddie?
I would encourage a 6th time. If it was down to me, I would encourage a 7th and 8th time to pray. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? If it was down to me.
Freddie, focus. Take a moment, focus on the question. Just play the question back in your head here, because you'd go off in a ramble and it's irrelevant to the question. Focus on what I'm saying to you. Are you a Muslim?
Please remember what Rob is saying. Listen to the clip, innit?
I've got no problem. I've just stated I've got no problem with no Abrahamic faith at all. Even though we pray to different God versions, different versions of God, I believe we're praying to the same God.
Are you a Muslim?
Are you deaf, Rob? I've just said to you, I'm not a Muslim. 1,000 times, Rob. Why are you asking me that?
Because you're rambling other stuff that's irrelevant.
But why would you ask me that? And I've explained that. I'm not a Jew. I've explained that. I'm not a Christian. Why would you ask me that?
I'm going to explain to you why. If you ask 5 times, that's unhelpful. Are you aware that in the Quran, it says that non-Muslims go to hell? Are you aware of that?
Yo, where does it say that?
At the end of the day, that's not a true Muslim to me. Whoever practices that belief, part of the belief, is not a true Muslim to me. Do you know what I'm saying? I empathize with true Muslims that practice their faith in a harmonious and a humanitarian way. Do you get it?
So you're going to go along with the Muslims that you agree with.
Did you get what I just said, though, brother? Because I don't want you to skim over what I just said like it's irrelevant.
Yo, can you show me that in the Quran,
Wait,
please?
listen. Freddie. It's that you two are talking past each other right now, yeah? Because he said to you, yeah, Rob asked you, do you know that in the Quran it says non-Muslims go to hell? And you said that you don't agree with people that practice that part. And you're like, you're saying that you don't agree with any Muslims that agree with the Quran then? Like, do you understand that you can say that?
That's if it says that, though.
Back to the point I was saying, they're not universal. They're not all robots. They're not all going to think. They're all individualistic. We've just gone back to humans now, innit? And are people individualistic?
But he's asking you, yeah? He's asking
and he said yes. He said yes. So that means they're all going to think of it in a different way.
I was asking you. All right, let me ask you, yeah? Do you understand? Yeah, I'm not sure about this, yeah, but Rob, I'm sure Rob will be able to, or someone in the chat will be able to say the verse or whatever it is, yeah.
Nah, Rob should be able to put it up.
No, I don't want to know the verse because I'm not into religion like that. I don't want to know the verse. I want to know human beings in real life. I'm not into that shit.
I want to know the verse.
It says that in the Quran.
Yeah, but I'm going to read the Quran in my own time, bro. I've read chapters of it before. I'm going to read it in my own time, my friend. I'm not here to jump on and defend Quran and all that. That's not me. I'm telling you what I know.
No, but
my experience, innit? Because I could have read 20 books about Italy. No, 1 second. I could have read 20 books about Italy, but until I went until I went Venice and I went Milan, I wouldn't understand about Italy. I'm telling you my first-hand experience of things.
Like, listen.
Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, yeah. But like I said, it's like you're not answering what I'm saying to you, yeah. Listen to what I'm saying, Freddie. Yeah? I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're saying all Muslims are the same and they all believe in the same thing.
I never said that. I said
you're saying if it's not in the if it's in the Quran, because what you've said is that rule that the non-believers, if I'm adhering by Muslims or I'm respecting Muslims in any way, then I'm wrong. That's what you're basically saying, because they all believe, they all blanketly believe, they all just dumb, innit? They're just all stupid and they just blanketly believe one thing, innit?
I was gonna ask you, yeah. I was gonna ask you was that if you know that if it's right or not, if that verse is in, do you know that verse is in the Quran? Because I don't know that. That's what I was saying.
I'm still waiting for Rob to share it, bro.
That's what I was gonna ask you, innit? But you keep going off on little, you know what I mean, man? It's man's not trying to pressure you to make
big up everyone
you fuck up and whatever like that.
Big up everyone.
Man was just
big up. Who's that? Bang Boy, yeah?
See, yeah, big up Bang Boy. But man was trying to ask to see if you understand the question that man was saying.
Well, of course I understand the question. You're saying that basically Muslims just blanketly believe everything. They just read the same book and they just haven't got different interpretations. They just blanketly go with everything.
That's what I understood from it as well. Hey, but wait, Bang Boy, before you come in, Veli has this challenge. So, Veli, you ready, yeah? To tell me if Rob answered my question, because you said Rob definitely answered my question, yeah?
Play the clip then, innit, and show me that he answered the question, innit, because I didn't hear him answer no question.
No, just to clarify, you said that he definitely answered my question, yeah?
No, I said I never heard him answer the question.
Oh, come on. You said you never heard Rob answer the question.
Yeah, that's what I said. I never heard Rob answer no question.
So Rob didn't answer my question, then, is what you're saying.
He said he never heard it.
I never heard it.
So wait.
Right, but you listen to what I'm saying.
You see when you just told man to pull out the clip, yeah? You see when you just told man to pull out the clip. What was the whole point of me pulling it out?
I never heard, Rob answer the question, and that's what I was saying to you from the start to now. All I said to you is that,
Fred, I have to forget Rob's clip and pull out your clip.
Listen. I said, that I didn't hear Rob answer the question, because when you was answering the question, before you got to the end of the question, first of all, Freddie cut in with a point, to add on to what you were saying. But then, at the end of asking your question, you asked a separate question about are you answering the question to answer, or you answering the question just to listening to the question. So that's what I was saying to you, Rob.
Yeah, so I'm asking you. You said that I never let him answer.
I wasn't finished. Yeah. I said,
I'm just reminding you.
At the end of that, I said, so why didn't you just let him answer the question?
Yeah.
And you would have got the answer to both of your questions because you would have known by his answer whether he was listening to just answer or whether he was actually listening to what you were saying.
Okay, so I said, yeah, I'm gonna show you.
Just play the clip in it, man.
I'll play the clip. I'll play the clip, and you're gonna tell me whether I let him answer the question or not, and what he's saying is answering my question or not. Yeah.
Right, go on.
Veli.
Whether he was listening to just answer or whether he was actually listening to...
Wait, one second. Listen to this, yeah?
Just let him do it. Yeah, and you would have got the answer to both of your questions because you would have known by his answer whether he was listening to just answer.
This...
So, you can listen to, yeah?
See, you made it longer.
Veli, can you see what sort of sidetrack we're taking here? The question was asked originally of Dan, right? We've gone off on the side tangent. I noticed because I pay attention to the tactics people.
No, Rob, you're not getting out of this. I'm sorry, you're not going to save yourself from this.
He diverts away from
you're going to get to play your clip after,
the meta of the conversation.
Rob, start again. Start again because I didn't hear you.
Veli, this is the second time I've noticed with Dan where he diverts away from the topic to talk about it's like the meta, talking about the conversation instead of giving a substantive answer to the question. I think I was very clear about what my foundation is for morals. When I asked him about his, we went off about the Most High. I then we didn't even get that far. I spoke to Freddie about it, but we're still not clear. I don't know if you're clear on what his moral foundation is. Right, and now we're going off on the meta about how somebody spoke about this or that. And this is the second time this has happened. He did this before as well, so we never get a substantive discussion with Dale, or at least I haven't, because it's always about the meta. Did we understand his question? Did we answer it? Are we listening? Blah blah. Anything except let me have a substantive discussion. I'll answer your question with something that we can talk about. That just doesn't happen.
All right, hold on a sec here. Yo, Chucks Norris.
What's up, brother?
What's going on there? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good, boy. Just been listening for the last, 5 minutes, man. It's very interesting.
All right, cool, man. Big up yourself, man. Welcome to G Block. Yeah, we asked question of the day around here.
My G. First time, I'm loving it.
Yeah. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah. Welcome to the Play Store. So, yeah. All right, we're gonna get back to let Day plays. Have his little dance in the sun. Yeah, Day, play your clip, and you got your bit, and then again, did you have a question that you wanted to ask about how his moral system or his moral compass is found or whatnot on, and then just get back to the question of the day after you've done your clip. So you there.
He's maybe trying to find this. This is irrelevant, right? It makes no difference to the question of the day. But he's all about the meta, because if you can get lost in the meta, then you can avoid having to have a substantive discussion. He said this. Well, he's not answering my question. I listen to what people say, and I'm evaluating what they say, right? And if they say something that I understand or that makes sense, it's cool. We move on. If they don't, then I will jump in and say, hey, what do you mean by X? What is this? What is this Most High? Because this Most High to me is like a vacuous statement. It's a subjective claim. It's not even subjective. It's probably even relativistic claim about something, because the Most High can change, as he pointed out. Or when you find the next Most High, well, that becomes your Most High. So every time, what is the Most High? You can never reach this, because you could always conceivably find the next Most High, and then you're going to accept that as your next Most High. What is this?
When you're talking about Most High, like, you mean like the Creator, the Almighty?
Well, he don't mean that. He don't know what he means. One second. Can I say something? Yeah. Can I just say this?
Are you listening to speak, or are you listening to understand what I'm saying?
Listening to you telling me how you would have a conversation.
Did he answer the question, Veli? And was he allowed to answer the question?
He said he was listening to you.
No. Don't bust a rub flex. Was he given the chance to answer the question, and did he answer it?
How can you tell me how I can answer?
But it's a yes or no question. Was he? Yes or no question?
I could give a stipulations to what I'm saying.
All right, cool. Was he given the opportunity to answer?
When you again, that was not actually the main actual question. Yeah. So you were saying, are you listening? You asked him a second question. Are you listening to answer? Or are you listening to Bob? And then he said, I'm listening to you. Make stipulations on your question or whatever he said. Do you know what I'm saying? That. So
what's the question?
You know what? After this, I'll ask him it again. So
I'm not going to lie. This is the biggest fucking diversion I've ever heard. Just get back to the question of the day. This is dumb.
Yeah. I know you don't like this. Godless block L. that you lot are taking,
man.
yeah, and you're taking L's over L's.
When they should be dancing.
Veli promised me 2 L's. Veli, where's the L's you promised me, fam?
Bruv, listen, if you don't know, yeah, you just listen back to the show, yeah. From you've jumped on, you've just performed at an L. You started at an
But
L.
what I'm
and now
asking you, this is proof that he's not listening, yeah? Are you listening to speak or are you listening to understand?
I'm listening to what you say and I'm responding to it because to my
Are you not hearing, bro? Or is it just me? Like, what?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. He obviously...
Day, what did he say in his answer then? What did he say in his answer?
I said, are you listening to speak or are you listening to understand? Oh, I'm listening to you.
What was his answer?
I'm listening to you.
So you didn't even listen to his answer. So you're not even listening.
Okay. I didn't listen to his answer. Listen again.
Listening to understand what
I'm listening to you telling me how you would have a conversation.
I'm listening to you telling me how you would have a conversation. I'll ask him again. Listen again.
I know you're listening to me telling you how to have a conversation, but what I'm asking you, this is proof that he's not listening, yeah? Are you listening to speak or are you listening to understand?
I'm listening to what you say and I'm responding to it because
I'm listening to what you say. I'm responding to it because no, you did not answer the question. Take this 4th and 5th L, Belly. Take it, Ultra. Take it, all you atheists. Take it,
Hey, I
Take
think
it.
it's time for you to go and have some sleep.
Accept it, fam.
I think you need to have some sleep, buddy.
Listen.
I do. You're right, yeah. But I think you need to accept this.
Listen to how dumb you are, yeah. Because I swear he just said, I'm listening to you speak, and then I'm listening, and then I'm going to respond to your answer. So if that is not actually listening to what you're saying and then going to give you a fucking answer, yeah, how stupid are you, bruv? He actually gave you an answer and said that he's going to give you the answer to the next question. But again,
so his answer was, I'm going to give you an answer.
You're still going off onto the next side tangent, yeah, to hide from who your most high is. Because you don't want to explain who your most high is.
You're getting me to explain something to someone who doesn't even want to hear it.
That's not what I'm getting. That's what you wanted to do. I didn't tell you that you had to do that. You wanted to do that as you was going to prove a point. Like you.
Rob wanted me to do that. Let's get it clear. Rob wanted me to explain something he didn't want to hear.
Listen. The question of the day is, yeah, can you have morals without a God? Yeah? Tell me if anything that you're saying there, yeah, relates to can you have morals without a God?
All right, tell me if Rob understood anything I said.
See, you didn't even answer the question, bro.
Because my whole point is you're gonna get me to waste my breath,
some sleep. No, you need some sleep, bro, because you didn't even answer the question. Tell me how what you just said and what you just played relates to how you prove that your God or your Most High gives you morals, that you have to have morals with this God. Or
it doesn't prove that. What it proves is that I'm explaining myself to someone. Well, what's this? It proves that I'm explaining myself to someone who doesn't want to hear the explanation. Am I a dickhead?
It proves that you're chatting shit,
bro. Answer me. Am I a dickhead, bro?
You're guiding from some, bruv. Listen, right now, yeah, you're moving like a funny guy, cuz. What do you mean?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm a bit too.
That's bro. Listen, this has just become a pissing contest, and it's dumb.
It's dumb. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Get back to the question of the day, yeah. Because again, the question of the day, yeah, is can you have morals without a God? Can you prove that you have to have God to have morals? Day.
Like, why would you have morals if you don't have a God?
Yeah, you can have morals like without having a God. Say, for example, someone is brought up.
Why?
Someone is brought up.
Day.
Can I talk?
Day. Hold on a sec, Bank Boy. Hold on a sec, Bank Boy. It's like man's asking questions. Bank Boy, you can go next, yeah. But man's asking questions, yeah. But then you don't answer the question. You just ask someone else a question.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why would someone who don't have a God have any morals? Like, why?
That's the dumbest thing you've ever said.
You know why they don't?
Maybe,
let me answer it.
But
let me say
the answer is even dumber than the question.
Guy, he just said, if you haven't got a God, why do you have morals? I know.
Yeah. So answer the question, Ultra.
They don't. Like you have.
You didn't even answer one question.
Like say,
you
have people who
Alright,
say,
so
who don't.
Bro, give me an example of how to behave. Since I'm behaving wrong, yeah. Show me. Monkey see, monkey do, innit? Yo.
Alright, listen, they don't. Like it's like this. You might have people who don't believe in God, yeah, who don't have a religion or whatever, but
Yeah.
they have good morals. They've been brought up well. They have good morals. They might, end up becoming religious later on in life or whatever, or not. But it doesn't change the fact that they still have good morals and
That's
they don't
big
believe in
facts.
God.
But who
That's
who
big facts.
decides their good morals though?
No,
Because they're just
listen,
good
listen.
people.
Listen,
No, I
you
don't
know
I
what's
don't
good and
disagree.
what's
I
bad.
don't disagree that
No,
could be true.
innately,
But
you
I'm
see,
saying who's
innately
deciding?
in human, one
Yo.
sec. Let's not argue for arguing's sake, big man. We just
No,
fire
it's
off
not
the
for argument's sake. I want to know who's deciding that this is good.
What I'm saying, I believe, I don't know if the panel believe, I'm just going to put this across, fire the shot quickly.
Day, man.
That
You need a
we've
bacon
all
sandwich.
innately, huh?
Day needs a bacon sandwich, man. Yeah, sausage.
No, I don't eat bacon. I
Relax,
told you last
man,
time, innit?
relax, man.
I was winding you up,
Right,
man.
basically, innately, we all know right from wrong. Innately. You get me? I don't want to jump out there and say that, but I'm just saying, do the panel agree that we all know it's bad to do certain things? And you know what I'm saying? We should
Nah,
have
we
that
don't. I
mechanism
don't
in
agree.
us. No,
I don't agree,
I
Fred.
agree, because there's people in the rainforest doing their thing. And until the European man comes for them, they're going to be all right, living how they're living. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but
I
I have
agree
someone
that.
on my
Alright,
panel
Dayton,
Who am I?
saying
Dayton,
it's
Who am
one
I
sec.
good
to
to tell
judge
the
their
truth.
way of life?
Yo,
If that
Dayton,
makes
you
sense.
asked, yeah? You
I'm
asked,
nobody to
how,
judge them.
you asked, how, who's setting the standard for good morals or whatever, yeah? Let me give you like a scenario, yeah?
Yeah.
Two school kids, like, playing, yeah, or three. Two of
Playing.
them rush, yeah. Three of them playing, yeah.
Yeah.
Two of them have said, you know what, let's go and rush some other kid and take his stuff. They've gone
Yeah.
and they've rushed the other kid. Now the kid's bag's on the floor. One of them saying, you know what, I'm not on this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not taking nothing from his bag. I'm not doing none of that. Yeah. He's not a Christian, he's not a Muslim,
Yeah.
he's not religious whatsoever, but he's
Yeah.
taking that stance, like, you know what you man are doing are just wrong, innit? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. He's got morals, innit? You
But
feel me?
what about
Like,
their morals?
Facts. That's big facts.
What about their morals? Why are you saying that he's right and they're wrong? How do you know they're not right and he's wrong?
No, I'm
fam,
saying
they're beating
innately,
up a youth and taking the youth's things. Is that right?
To them,
innately, we
yeah.
all know that's
Who are you
wrong.
to take stock?
Innately, we should all know that's out of order, if that makes sense. Do you know what
Yeah,
I'm
but we
saying?
don't because we have different like beliefs of different things. Like this guy believes in gangster money. You get me, blood? Man's gonna rush him. That's the good thing.
So
You get
does
me?
that makes it right then? We're talking
To
about
him,
morals.
like why did those two not understand why this guy thought it was wrong?
Bro, let's get a
We're talking
dictionary
about
definition of morals. Who can jump online and get one of them quickly?
I'll do that right now.
Respect, fam.
So we go define morals. Let's first go for the Google definition. Okay, concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior. Simple as that. Holding or manifesting high principles for proper conduct. But obviously, Rob will ask, what's high? A lesson that can be derived from a story or experience. Standards of behavior, principles of right and wrong. Yeah? So
Yeah.
if I say that it's right for us to rob this guy because we will have more money, because we don't have money and he has money, then everyone will have equal money. Who are you to tell me that's wrong? I beg you. Someone tell me that.
Yeah, the key word in that, you're right. The key word in that is principles, isn't it? So people have got different principles, in it, and principles probably coincide with morals, isn't it? So I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
Yo,
If you
hey,
think that's
listen,
right
I
for
gotta
most
jump off
people,
though, man.
it's cool.
I need to go
Yeah,
and do
yeah,
some
you
work
better jump
still,
off.
man.
You better jump off. I
Man,
want my
shut
2
up,
L's
man.
ready, fam. I
You're
want my
really
2 L's, man.
you're holding 1,000 L's, cuz you definitely starring on Analyze Doja by next week, cuz. You get me? Edit and
What?
all that. You get me?
Analyze Junior. Oh, Analyze Junior. Bruv, that guy came
You
to
be
me,
starring
yeah.
on
He
there
asked me
soon,
a
man.
question. Man asked him a question and he got bugged, bruv. And I was like, what going on here? This guy is bookie.
Like, why is not asking me questions? Yeah, what answer
Yeah,
me
you're
to the
getting that
questions? Yeah?
Brad
So I
Pitt
said,
edit,
say,
fam. Trust me.
let them
You
edit
know,
my
you know
face.
the reason.
So who's
You know the
analyzing?
reason.
Is he good?
And one
I
of the
didn't think so.
one of the reasons why I laugh at. You know, one of the reasons why I laugh at all these like defending Quranic verses and all that, and you're not even Muslim and all that. I just don't even think that necessary, because as I said, in the real world, you're not gonna come across a Muslim and be talking about no Islam or Quran or none of that. Because they're not human. Do you know
But
what I'm
how come
saying?
no
Like,
Muslim has called me?
how many customers' houses, Vel, Muslims you've gone to and just started talking about Quranic verses? Talk the truth,
But
bro.
I'm not there to talk about verses. I talk about plumbing, innit?
No, but I'm just saying in general in life then.
But differently.
Just in
But
general
I
in
tell you
life
what,
then.
I tell you what though, yeah.
Just general in life.
If I go to a Muslim's house, they're like, "Right, can you put your shoe covers on or take your shoes off because we pray in the front room and shit." So that's like to do with their religion. Do you know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you bust out the Quranic verse with them for the shoe taking off?
yeah, I say, but listen,
That's what I'm
it's
saying. You
against my
don't,
God,
bro.
yeah.
I don't
My
bust
God is
out no.
my God says it's against the law for me to take my shoes off of a customer's house, isn't it? So I need to have
Yeah,
rubber
but
soles
fam, if
when
I
I'm
have an
touching the
argument
electric.
with my brethren, I'm not busting out the Bible taxes, and I know he believes in God. I'm not
My
trying
God
to
tells
do
me
that.
that
If any,
cleanliness is better than
you get,
dirtiness.
I'm not trying to use nothing again. I'm just correcting him in
That
my
goof is
own
coming
way.
out for day, B.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying, though,
Yo.
fam. That's why I don't even want to go that, because some men are one-trick ponies. All they know how to do is disagree with Islam. Other than that, their life is
Man.
Yeah,
irrelevant.
bro. And you know what?
Do you
Man's
get what I'm
back in
trying to
Islam
show
today,
you?
yeah? Man's back in Islam today, yeah? You know what? All of you lot know Muslims, and I know a Muslim. We're all alive here on the panel, innit? So, Rob, I'm still waiting for that verse that you said where Muslims are told in the Quran, kill the kuffars.
I'm jumping off.
What?
I'm
When did he say that?
jumping off.
We didn't even say. Day, you're wilding out,
I'm
man. You're
just letting
spazzing,
Did you
you
bro.
not
know
say
that.
that? Did you
Literally,
not
yeah.
say that, Rob?
No, what he said, was that he asked Freddie, does he understand that there's a verse in the Quran that says all non-believers are going to hell?
Yes,
Show me
of
that.
course I
Show me that. Show me
understand.
that.
That's what I was saying, and that's what I
Yeah,
was
show
saying,
me
and
that.
I was saying, right, I don't know
I'm
about
waiting
this
for that
verse.
verse.
I'd
Still,
say to
to this
Rob,
day, I'm waiting
real
for that.
life experience.
Yeah, Rob's gonna show you now.
A load of my friends.
Yeah,
No,
tell me
1
now. It's been
second,
10 minutes.
because that's a serious verse, isn't it? And I'm not going to discard what Rob said. I'm not going to sweep it under the carpet and go on like he didn't make a valid point. I'm going to dispute the point, innit? And
That's what I was asking. That's what, Freddie. That's what
I
I was
always
asking.
do that, though,
Is
Phil.
that, no, but listen,
I
Freddie,
listen to what he says, and then I'll
Freddie.
use what he says and come back on it.
Freddie,
Like what I've
no,
just
this is
done.
actually for Day Done. Day Done, please read the private chat. What I
Okay,
posted
can I
up,
ask you something,
to be
Ultra?
fair, is largely for
Can I
you,
ask you
sir.
something?
Of course you can, my
Can I ask
brother.
you
Ask me anything.
Can you please use the scientific method to prove to me that robbing this rich kid is bad?
Yeah. Well, if I use my moral system,
if you think
wait,
that's
listen,
good, your moral
listen to what I'm
compass
saying.
may be
Wait, Freddie,
skewed.
shut up, man.
That's all I'm
Freddie,
thinking.
fuck. If I use my personal moral compass, robbing someone is demonstrably harmful.
Okay. To who?
Demonstrably.
I stole your words.
Oh my god. Freddie, please, Fred, do me a favor. Just stay on mute for like 4 minutes, please, bro, because you're making it really hard. You're making it really hard to have a convo.
Listen, I gotta jump off, man. You are killing my day, you know.
They
It's
done.
11 o'clock,
Listen, they done. I gave you my
We'll
answer.
go with it, Ultra.
Now, what I want you to do. Wait. They done. Listen.
Wait, can I
Wait. They
respond
done.
to you?
Wait. They done.
It's also
Wait. Hold on a
demonstrably
second.
beneficial.
Wow. Hold on a second,
verse.
brother. Listen. I posted in the private chat details of how I make decisions in regards to morality. Please just have a quick look. And if you want, you can read it out, you can critique it, we can dissect it, we can pick it apart. But I'll give you a rough indication of how and where I get my morals from. Now, please take a minute and just have a quick look, please.
Ultra, what I'm trying to tell you is I've read this, and the reason I'm asking you this question is because I've read it in it. It's based on what you said.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Wait, if you've read it, why would you ask me why is it wrong to rob somebody? That means you didn't read it.
Which part of what you read shows that I didn't read it?
Oh, Lord have mercy. What was that? Oh, it was delicious.
All right, just explain it. Just explain it for the viewers, innit?
Look,
But
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it out. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You man,
I'm gonna
you
read
man
out
are a
what
bit
Ultra wrote. Do
insincere.
you mind if I read it?
Swear
Ultra?
down.
You the verse in
You
the
know
Quran,
why?
right?
You know why I say sometimes
Rob,
you man
just
are a
put
bit
it in the private
insincere?
You want
chat.
to hear
Because
the
you
verse
man.
in the Quran?
Rob,
You
just
want
put
to
it in the
hear
private
verse in
chat,
the
man.
Quran?
Just verse number.
I'm
Ultra,
happy to
would you
read
like me
that
to
out.
read out your thing?
Yeah, I don't
I'll
mind you.
read out.
All right,
I
I'm
wouldn't
gonna
mind.
read it out.
In
Yeah.
fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a link to the actual website in the private chat right now as well. Yeah.
Ultra.
Yeah.
The question was
Website.
the question was asked for this verse in the Quran, right? So I'm going to read it out now. So don't ever anybody again come and tell me there isn't a verse in the Quran that tells unbelievers.
Nah, tell me
not
where
to
it's
go to
from.
hell.
boy.
I'm now going to
This is
read
your
you the verse,
forte.
and I'm going to
So
quote you
you
the
know
verse
what you're
number
doing
so you
there.
can go and research it yourself. So if
So
there's
you're just
silence
gonna
on that,
read me the verse and not tell me where to find it?
I'm going to tell you exactly. So if you were listening, I will say to you, I will give you the verse number as well, so you can go and verify it for yourself.
That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, so this my count here on this particular when I looked here, there's at least 78 verses, but I'm going to give you one that's very clear. The Quran, Surah 2, 39, and it says the following. It's basically 3 small sentences. But they who disbelieve and deny our revelations, such are rightful peoples of the fire. They will
Sorry, Quran
abide
32 what?
therein.
Say that again. Quran what? 32.
Who's not listening now?
Bro,
Surah 2.
They done. Let him finish, and then you can ask him, bro. They done.
You're gonna be an idiot like that. I'm just asking you what you said, fam. If you're gonna be an idiot like that, I don't need
The
to be
man
here.
was reading a sentence and
Don't
you're
have a rest.
interrupting. Let him finish, and then you'll give you the verse number.
Remember, this is all he's worth. This is all he's worth. His intellectual worth is all based around disproving Islam. So just let him do his one trick
Freddie,
for the
do
day.
you now have the
So
verse?
I'm trying to help him disprove Islam. I'm saying, what's the verse? 32 what? And there seems to be a problem with that. Seems to be an immoral question to ask or something for these atheists.
And I think,
Bro, you're
if you've had a
moving
night shift,
wild today.
you
They
probably
done.
aren't
You
ready
alright,
to
bro?
have a conversation
You're
first
not.
thing in the
Yeah,
morning.
bro. I
You're
feel
not
like you
listening
ain't had
and you're
enough sleep
emotional.
or something, bro.
Listen,
I will
I'm
repeat
asking
it again
you.
this
Hey
one
Rob,
more
I
time.
know you're salty
Surah
after
2,
being baited
39.
up for not listening to shit.
So
Yeah. All I'm
Quran,
asking you is
Surah
where does
2,
it say it?
39. So Quran, Surah 2, 39. So 2,
Okay.
39.
Okay, that wasn't
Got it?
so hard, was it?
239. And that is one of, by
Keep
my
repeating
count,
it.
78. Read that again. 78 verses that condemn non-believers, unbelievers to hell.
All right.
78
God bless.
verses in the Quran.
God bless
So
every
please,
Muslim
after
man
this,
out there.
I don't think anybody
God
can come
bless.
again and say that the Quran does not say that unbelievers, disbelievers go to
And
hell.
those who disbelieve and deny our signs, those will be companions of the fire.
And
They
does
will
that
abide
offend you as an
therein
intellectual
eternally.
man? Does that offend you as an intellectual man?
So Freddie, have
No.
you now got it that the Quran tells you this? So when I asked you,
Does that
do you
offend
know
you
that
as
the
an
Quran has
intellectual
that?
man?
Because Freddie,
No, I'm saying
you want to pick and choose
as an educated
what you want.
atheist, does that
And
offend
that's
you?
not
That
intellectually
statement, you're going to
honest, is it?
hellfire, does that offend you? Because it
It
doesn't
says
offend
it
me.
will be the
Because I know what I'm
companions of the
praying to.
fire.
You're picking and choosing.
No, but you know what?
No, I'm
Is
just
this
saying.
what
Gotta be
you said it says in
consistent.
the Quran?
No, I agree. It says that in the Quran. But I'm saying to
No, but
you, that
that's not what he said
statement
it
doesn't
says.
offend me. Because
Here
my
it says
Muslim
you'll be
friends that
companions
I
of the
know,
fire.
their mum, that means their mum and their granny's going to hellfire. And I don't think they're wishing that on them. So that's got no relevance to me and my people.
Freddie, please, you're making this really difficult, bro. Like,
No, I'm
you're
just
making it
telling you the
really
truth,
difficult.
innit?
Yeah, but Freddie,
My
we're
friends
trying
that
to
are
have
Muslim,
conversations,
they're not
and it's just ad
they're
libs
not
all
wishing
over the
hellfire
place,
on their
Freddie.
mum and their granny.
Freddie, do me a favor.
Am
Go on mute
I
for like
allowed
4
to say
minutes.
that though?
No, wait,
Am I
Freddie,
allowed to
stop.
say
No,
that?
don't be a victim. I'm saying, go on mute for like 4
I'm not
minutes.
evicted. I'm
Let
just
they
saying,
done,
hey,
let
I
they
like to say
done,
that.
let they done and Rob go back and forth for like a minute without
No,
interruption, please.
forget it, because I'm saying I'm on the panel
All right,
too.
I'll
I'm
go to
allowed to
mute. I
put my
can't do this.
input in. So I'm just saying that in real life,
Freddie, we heard this already. You said it like 8 times. We get it. In your life, that's not how it goes. We get it.
Because
Oh my
that
goodness.
disproves what he's saying.
Bro,
No,
he just read the Quran. How can you disprove? How can you disprove what he's saying if he read the Quran?
Are
you okay, Freddie?
Because they're not wishing hellfire on their mum and their granny.
Freddie, are you okay?
They're not wishing hellfire on their family.
Freddie, bro, you're
They're
too
not wishing
emotional.
hellfire on their baby mum.
You're too emotional right now.
You
And I
know what
don't
I'm
know
saying,
why.
though? The
Yeah, but
Muslims
Ultra,
I
he
know
said
are not
something.
wishing
He said it says
hellfire on
this
their
in the
baby
Quran,
mother.
and he read completely
Bro,
something
there's
else.
two of you
He gave me
talking
a
at the
verse that
same
says
time. I
completely
can't
something
hear.
different.
Bruv, all what Rob said is out the window because I know real Muslims in real life and they're not taking out the Quran and saying to their baby mum, you're going to go hellfire. You get what I'm trying to show you?
Let me explain something.
They're not saying to their mum
Freddie,
that they go to hellfire.
Rob don't even understand the English, let alone the Arabic. So safe, bro. What do you want me to say
we all
to him?
understand that, Freddie. Nobody's saying that all Muslims follow the Quran precisely. What we are pointing to is the source that Muslims are supposed to follow. The fact that they don't, and in fact they might have better morals than their book, is a compliment to them. Nobody's claiming that all Muslims
I'm
follow.
glad
What we're pointing
everybody's
to
not a
is the
robot.
source of the material. So if you have a good Muslim who doesn't talk about that, either he hasn't read his Quran or he's ignoring it, which is a good thing
Rob
in the
is a
sense that he's
robot,
being
fam.
more moral than his Quran. He's just not being consistent with the Quran. That's
Yo,
it.
they done. Now you're just resorting to ad hominems, bro. That's weak,
He's a
bro.
robot,
You
fam.
can't say whether
Yeah, but ad
someone's being
hominems are weak,
consistent
bro.
with the Quran
Ad
because
hominems
they don't
immediately
follow one
disqualify you
bit
from
of
the
it.
conversation.
Or
If you
one
have to
bit
read
of it
through an ad
doesn't
hominem
apply
in
to
an
your life.
argument, you've
Disqualified
lost,
from the
It's
bro.
not that they
conversation.
don't follow
Listen,
it because
Rob
they're
was already
believers
disqualified
themselves.
from the
So they're
conversation. The
secure
second I
in their
said,
own
are you
faith, if that
listening?
makes sense.
Yo, Rob was already disqualified
No,
from the
Day, 1
conversation.
minute. 1 minute,
Wait,
Day.
let me just say
I'm
this
saying,
to Ultra, yeah? Freddie, 1 second. Rob was already disqualified from the conversation. The second I asked him, are you listening to understand or are you listening just to speak? His answer already disqualified him from any intellectual
let's move on.
conversation. That's
You
it.
don't understand what you're talking about. So let's move on.
yeah,
Get some
I'm
sleep,
just
man.
saying to
Yeah,
I think
Rob,
you
well,
need
I'm
to
just
if
saying
you
to
understood
Rob,
what I'm
get some
talking
sleep.
about,
Rob,
maybe you
is it
could come.
okay? Is it
And
okay
I notice you've neatly
Rob,
dodged
is it
ever
okay?
giving an answer to
Is
the
it
question that I
okay
originally asked
to
you.
Listen, if you
read?
understood what I'm
We'll put
talking
it down
about,
as a
you can
dodge.
see if I
Thanks,
understand it or not. You get me?
Yeah,
If you
Day,
don't
forget
understand
about
it,
the
so how
back
you
and
gonna say
forth.
I don't?
Day.
Go
One
get some
second, I
rest.
just want to ask
Because
Rob one
Freddie's
thing.
full of
innit?
energy. He wants to ramble away here. Freddie, the floor is yours.
No, I
Ramble away,
just want to ask you one thing, man. I'm saying to you, is it
So
okay
what?
to
He can't
secure
talk.
your own salvation? That's the only thing I'm saying to you, innit? If you read the Quran as a Muslim and you realize that your mum's not a Muslim and your granny's not a Muslim, the only thing you can do then is work on your own salvation or try and get them to, you know what I'm saying, convert, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying? But you're not going to wish hellfire on none of them. Does that make sense?
I analyze dunya. Yeah, if you can't answer questions, don't ask me no questions, bro.
I don't know. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Innit? That's my personal view innit, on it. You know what I'm saying? The people I know, the Muslims I know, and their families not non-Muslim, they're not wishing nothing on them apart from peace and blessings. So
Yeah, that's fine. That's
I don't
fine.
know.
Get me? Peace and
Those Muslims
blessings.
that are
I
doing
wish that
peace
as
and
well.
blessings are brilliant, right? But they just don't read their Quran. And as we can see in the text chat, here come the guys who are going, oh, it's a fundamentalist, literalist reading.
Yeah, and
No,
Rob, you
I'm
read the
going to have
Quran
my
very
own
Brother, if they read the
interpretation.
Quran
Hell
and
doesn't
use the
really
things that
mean
apply
hell.
to them,
It just means a
how
place
can
that's a
you
little
say
bit
that they're
warm,
not
that might
reading the
not be with
Quran?
God. Yeah, no problem, right? Anybody can
No,
reinterpret
but I'm
whatever they
saying to
want.
you, my friend, if someone reads a Bible and takes out the bits that apply to them, how can you say they're not reading the full Bible? That don't make no sense. They've just read the full
I'll
Bible
explain
and
it.
took
Yo,
out
You
the
want me
bits
to
that apply
explain
to
it?
them.
Yes,
yo,
Freddie.
you man. Let me
Freddie.
ask Freddie and they done a question, man. Like, what have you man drank? What kind of tea have you man drank this morning?
Bruv, I'm
Yeah,
telling
that's
you
what I'm
right
saying,
now.
Freddie.
This
You're
is not a
moving
joke,
wild,
people.
but They Done is just
Nah, I'm
moving
not moving
absolutely
wild.
crazy.
I'm not moving wild. I'm not moving
Freddie,
wild,
you've
innit?
been
I'm
moving
just
wild for some
moving
reason. I don't know
normal.
what's up with you today,
I'm
bro.
just
And They
moving
Done,
normal. I'm just
bro.
moving
Listen,
normal,
They
bro.
Done. You
I'm
need to
having a
sleep,
laugh
bro. I
after
can't
all
even
of this.
lie.
You know the reason why I'm laughing at all of this? I'm not even taking it serious because I know it don't apply to the real world. Because you never had a Quranic argument outside of this. So I'm just
That's fair
laughing.
enough, yeah.
Like, I'm
That's fair
not
enough, yeah.
even, I'm not even
Freddie,
thinking what I'm saying.
Freddie, that's fair enough, yeah. But have you guys listened to how you've been talking over yourselves for like
Yeah,
long?
obviously that's a bit fucking ill discipline, and I do apologize for that, innit? I'll be the
So
first to
that
hold
means
up my
like
hand for that.
that
Yeah,
means no one is
yeah, I'm
really
saying.
like listening. No one's really
Yeah,
hearing
because
nothing that
obviously we
anyone's
got
saying,
two
innit?
bulls in it trying to get to the point. Then you got Ultra saying his thing. You got a bag of people chiming in it. You get what I'm saying? But I just want to ask Rob. I was asking Rob 1 and 2 questions, and it took like 10 years to get 1 and 2 questions out.
Freddie, you ain't getting no answer to your question from Rob. Trust me.
My thing's straightforward, innit? Like, trust me, bro.
Ask your question and let's see if Rob gives a straightforward answer, innit?
Freddie, let me explain to you again why people cherry picking out of the Bible, that's not consistent. If you take the Bible as your source and you're going to say, hey, I'm going to take the bits that are really good, that I feel are good, and I'm going to ignore the rest. You can do that, but that's not being consistent with the book. Either you accept the book in its entirety or you don't. Or the Quran.
Nobody works like that. Not everybody works like that. As I said, there's individuals in the world.
Not everybody's rational.
Yeah, very.
Ultras in the back. Things in irrational ways. That's why things get done differently. There's 1,000 ways to do one maths problem. Also, you know what I'm saying? There's 1,000 solutions for a math problem, isn't it?
Freddie, let me ask you something. Let's just check your. Let me just see if we're thinking
unorthodox methods to do things.
Are you? Can you hear me? Let's just see if we're thinking similarly or not. If I say to you, Freddie, that I have uncovered a book that tells me how to live my life, and I present the book to you, you read the book and you go, hang on a moment, Rob, but in here it says that black people should be slaves, or the Chinese people should rule the world. And I said to you, well, do you know what? That bit, nah, I'm not with that book. But this is the book to follow. What are you going to think of me?
Yo, Veli.
I'm not going to think nothing. I'm going to take the book and read it for myself. If it applies to me, I'm going to use things out of it. Because what I do, you see my most I always reforming. As more as I get on in character, I reform myself. I'm always evolving and trying to, you know what I'm saying, change and innovate myself, innit? That's what I do. I'm not going to lie. You get me? That's why I don't fit into a religion, because I'm always trying to elevate. So if I learn some new morals and a new practice that works for my life, I'm going to use it. For once it's upright and I believe it's righteous and it's not harming nobody and it's still showing the same values I was using before, I'm going to add it to the thing.
Yeah, Freddie, what is the question that I asked you, Freddie?
Sorry?
What was the question that I asked you?
What was the question that I asked? I just gave you the answer I wanted to give you. I wasn't.
Now, what was the question that I asked you? Do you remember the question I asked you?
You might have to repeat it.
Okay. I said to you, given the circumstances with this book, and you find things in there that we both find disagreeable.
Yeah, but I said I'm going to read it, though. That's what I said.
But I said, Freddie, take a moment. You've had some sort of tea or energizer drink. Just take a moment. Listen to the words that.
Now you should be saying that to me, not Freddie.
I'm going to say it slowly, so that we can both follow along. I have a book. I tell you, Freddie, that this is the book to follow. This is the moral book to follow. We both read the book, and we discover, in fact, that there's some immoral thing. We both actually agree that it's immoral. That that owning people as slaves or the Chinese should rule the world. We both go, hang on a minute, no, that's not right. But I still say to you, Freddie, this is the book to follow. What would you think of me? Not what do you think of the book? What do you think about me?
If there's something for me to take out of the book, if there's something to take out of the book, I will take something out. If there's nothing to take out of the book, I won't take
Freddie,
nothing
what would you
it's
think
as
of
simple
Rob?
as that. You get what would I think of Rob?
Wait, can I ask Rob something? Rob, can you tell me a book you would recommend to follow?
If there's immoral people all the time, I just think, to me, I don't have no judgment on immoral people. There's fucked up people all over the world. I can't really have a judgment on them. Just got to leave it to the Most High. That's all. That's
Rob,
my concept.
you give me a book that you would recommend me to follow, Rob. Yo, Rob.
Is that sufficient for you, Rob?
Yeah, I think that you didn't understand the question there, Freddie, and you're going off on something you think I said.
You said, what would you think of you?
Freddie, you understood the question, you answered it right, bro. This guy don't understand nothing, man.
No, you said if the book contains evil and moral things,
Freddie, let me help
you. What would I think of you? What would I think of you? Is that correct?
Yes.
And I said, I haven't got a view on you because there's bare evil people. They're just wicked, innit? What can I do?
Has he answered the question, Rob?
I have to leave the judgment to the Most High. Do you get it?
Isn't that the first thing he said, Rob?
Okay, Freddie. Cool. No worries.
Is that not the first answer he gave, Rob?
I think that sort of tells me where we can go or not go with the conversation. So, all right, we'll move on.
All right.
See,
So, Rob,
the
can you
question
tell
would
me
be
a
very
book
easy
that
for
you
me.
would recommend to follow?
If somebody said that to me, I would say, well, that person is being inconsistent. I would say, hey, Rob, if I was speaking to myself or another version of myself, hey, Rob, that's inconsistent. You brought me a book that you said is the way to follow, but inside the book, you're seeing things that you don't agree with and you're not following it. So you can't tell me this book is the book to follow. You might tell me that, hey, there's certain things to follow, but that's not what most religious people do. They hold their books out and say, this is the book to follow because it comes from God.
Rob,
So you
did you hear
can't
my
not follow
question?
certain versions. That would be
Rob, did you hear my
inconsistent.
question?
That's the answer, Freddie.
Rob,
Yeah,
did you hear
but
my
that's
question?
following men. I don't do that, innit? I ask for inspiration from the Most High. Like, obviously, the other day, we was having a discussion on this panel, and everybody said they talk to themselves. Veli said he talks to himself. His kids have caught him talking to himself. And James Jones talks to himself, and various other people do. And I said, I talk to the Lord. That's all. It's easy. It's normal
Yo, Rob,
maths.
why are you avoiding my question, Rob?
Okay,
Bro, you was asking him if he heard your question while he was talking. They done. You need to chill, bro. What's going on with you today?
Bro, I've asked Rob this question a few times.
Bro,
Like,
you
Rob,
was
did you hear my
asking him
question?
while he was talking to Freddie.
No, I told you. I was
Yeah, I
ignoring you
know,
trying to
because
speak to
when he
Freddie.
wasn't talking, I was asking a question. That's why I'm asking him. Did you hear my question, Rob?
No, I didn't hear your question. I told you I was trying to focus on Freddie there.
Okay, Ultra told me, not you. But do you have a book that you can recommend I follow?
Yeah, go and read a book called The Big Picture. It will teach you more in that book than all the religious books in history combined. Go and read The Big Picture by Sean
Thank you.
Carroll.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, bro. And trust me, as I said, you get what I'm saying? I'm going to answer you in a simplistic way, but it doesn't mean that I haven't comprehended what you said. Obviously, I've comprehended what you said, innit? But I'm just going to answer you in a kind of, I don't know, street manner. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry for my vernacular. I'm not even sorry for it. Fuck it. It's how I speak, isn't it? It's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, Freddie, that people speak differently and all that sort of stuff. I'm not critiquing that. What I am asking, though, is to focus on the question, which was you would find what I was listening or waiting for you to say was something along the lines of that you'd find me inconsistent.
Yeah, but the government, what you're describing, the government do every day. They recommend things for us that they know that's morally wrong.
Freddie,
What can I do about
nothing
it?
to do with this question and the ultimate question,
No, but
which was, hey, if you have a book to follow.
You're saying that
talking
if
about
you
the
came
government.
with something, if you come with a book or a proposition like what the government do, they come with pamphlets and leaflets and say this is happening and that, and then they lie to you. It's not that. So that's basically what you're saying, isn't it? You're lying to me.
It goes back to who is the arbiter of morality and good and bad, and you can't answer that. I'm sorry. You could try all you like,
I've
but you
explained
can't.
it very clearly. I
All right,
explained it
go
at
on.
the beginning of the
One
show.
more
If you
time.
didn't
Maybe I
hear it.
wasn't listening. This time I've gone down off my craziness. Yeah, I've tried to relax and I've done a
sure?
little bit of meditation and please
Yeah,
forgive
just,
me,
if you
and
can
then
try not
let's
to
go again.
interrupt
Tell me.
him, just like what Bank Boy said, if you can just try to just let the conversation flow in it, because I'm listening, I'm trying to listen.
I've apologized.
I'll do it.
Obviously, these are the atheists. They're the more
But he's not
moral.
speaking no
Maybe they can
special
forgive
English.
me, and then we can start
So
again.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's the
I'll
South
do it.
African accent.
I'll give you my view again. I mean, Ultra might be slightly different. He might be completely different. That's all fine. I'll give you
Yeah,
my
ask me a
view, which I
question. I
think
want
can
someone to
argue
ask
for.
me a
That's the
question. I'm
best I can
tired
do.
of you guys arguing,
So can you
Freddie
have
and
morals
Daydan
without
arguing
God?
with
Of
Rob.
course you can have
Right, let's
morals. And I
divert
think
the
any
fucking
sophisticated
conversation. Rob, ask me a
the
question right
theists
now.
will agree that you can have morals. What they will disagree
I'll ask
on
you a question,
is do
Ultra.
we...
Yeah,
Perfect.
but I want to hear
Do,
Rob. Obviously,
can
I
you...
just asked him a question, innit?
Can
So
are you not hearing me?
Don't talk over each other if we can,
we can hear
please.
you,
Because
bro. I'm
that's
just
not
trying to
swearing.
clarify something, Rob. Go on.
Okay, so can an atheist have morals without a God? Of course they can. And it's
That's not what I asked
atheists would
you,
never...
Rob. So we'll stop it
Shall
right
I
there. You
finish
obviously
or
didn't hear my question. Ultra. So see this thing you sent me, yeah? Why is my question not valid if I ask you why is it bad to rob this guy who's got peas?
Because right. All right, just for the sake of clarity.
I'll attempt to do it again here. Because there's lots of people in the chat who are actually asking probably better questions that's being asked here in the voice chat. It's a shame they don't come on, because then we could have this view. So I'll say it again. Of course, atheists can have morals without God. Now, a believer will challenge not necessarily whether they can have morals, because most believers understand that atheists can have morals, but what is their foundation? That's what a believer, a theist, will challenge. What's your foundation? And they will very likely not agree with it, which is fine. And of course, I'm not going to agree with their foundations. I'm not going to say that theists, Muslims, Christians, and others cannot be moral. Of course, they can be moral as well. I'm going to challenge their foundation. And if they claim that their foundation is objective, we'll speak about that and we'll see whether it's objectively good or objectively bad. For me personally, I use well-being as my foundation, the scientific method, reason, and empathy as my methodology to undertake an investigation to decide what is moral. And I think I could argue that for you to adopt that as well. There we go.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't think everyone uses that yardstick.
What I'm saying is that I could argue that people should use it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I agree with that.
What happened right there?
I don't think everybody does. Some people just skip out some of them parts. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, to get to the equation quicker.
Freddie, the fact that people disagree on morals is one thing. Of course, that's a trivially true point. But what we're arguing here is what should be the foundation for morals, right? And in this case, can you have morals without a God?
No
I think
arbitrary
will
foundation.
clearly say, yes, you can have morals without a God. And in fact, we would argue that our moral foundation is better, i.e. that gives you better with relation to the goal of well-being. Now, if you say to me, well, I don't care about the well-being of creatures, I care about some other goal, then we are talking past each other.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I agree that we could differ.
Ultra.
Here's the important.
Do you think your atheist friend was being moral when he cut you off trying to answer my question?
No, let him finish. Go on.
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I am not at all interested in a pissing contest.
Morals, which I argue it is.
Pissing contest.
Now we can have a conversation.
Well, I'm still trying to wait for your answer, bro. I've literally just asked you a question.
You can argue that you got morals, but you definitely can't argue that you got a better lifestyle. That would be in your opinion, Rook.
Well, again, if we accept my presuppositions, then we could find out whether I have a better moral system or not. If you have a different moral system, then we first have to get to an agreement about what it is that.
Yeah, of course.
You're not going to answer my question, and Ultra, Freddie, you're not going to answer my question either, like.
Freddie, even if we disagree on the foundation, I think we can agree on certain things. So, for example, murder or rape or racism or slavery or whatever the case is, right? We could all agree that those are wrong. You and I come from a different foundation.
Yeah, of course. Because obviously my foundation is grounded in the God concept and yours isn't. But it doesn't mean that we don't share the same morals and ideals and that. Do you get what I'm saying?
The problem comes in. Yeah, sure. But I think, Freddie, where the problem comes in is not where we agree, but where we disagree. And at that point, we've got to go, okay, we disagree. Let's say, for example, if we wind back the clock 200 years, people thought that slavery was okay, right? So that person would say, hey, my God, in that case, the Christian God, or my reading of the Christian God tells me that it's okay to take slaves. You would come along and say, no. My Most High, which isn't Christian possibly, tells me it's not okay. In that case, you have a disagreement about what is moral. Now we have to go, okay, how do we find out which of those views is moral? Because one is moral, one is immoral. They can't both be moral, right? And it's a dichotomy. Either having slaves is moral.
So you talk through it. So you talk through the points, and more people give their points for why they believe what they believe in, why they think.
Yeah, correct.
Is good. Okay.
Yeah, and if a Christian, let's say 200 years ago, said that, hey, I think that slavery is moral because God said to me, I'm the chosen people and everybody else is less than me, and therefore I can enslave them like I can take care of animals, for example, because they're less than me. How would you? Yeah. What would you do to have a conversation to try and point out that they're wrong?
I believe that.
Let me answer this one. Let me say something. It's like if you are able to show that Christian who has that worldview at that time, if you are able to show him why it isn't moral to have slaves, via communication, if you're able to communicate to him why it's not moral, then that's what it is. But sometimes people aren't able to explain things because communication is just it's not there. You know what I'm saying? It's not that people can't understand. It's just that the way sometimes that is being communicated, the other
That's
person is not
correct.
getting.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
boy,
Because
that's
the levels of IQ. I'd explain it like this: people have been convinced. Slave masters had been convinced that what they was doing was wicked and abhorrent. You know what I'm saying? And they tried to set slaves free, and do you know what I'm saying? Correct some of the wrongs at the time. You get what I'm saying? So
let me.
I don't think it was all slave owners that just had a wicked heart. Some of them must have known they was doing rubbish, and it was twisting God's words.
Well, I mean, we can speculate about that, but let me ask you guys a question, and maybe everybody can answer the question here. And Bernie's joined us. Morning, Bernie. Here's the question. I think that the foundation, ultimately, when you break it down to the lowest level, what we're talking about with morals is well-being. Well-being. Let's just forget about animals for the moment, just human beings. Now, if you disagree, I would be interested for you guys to think about this for a moment and say, okay, what is my foundation? What's the bottom level? When I say something's right and wrong, in relation to what am I saying it's right and wrong? And I believe that it's our well-being, our humans, well-being because of the way we're constructed. I would like to know if you guys disagree, and if you do, what is your ultimate sort of bottom level foundation for what you think right and wrong relates to?
All right, check this then, Rob. Yeah, say you are the Muslim or whoever who is telling me, the Christian, that owning slaves is not right. Yeah, say that you're that guy. Now, if you're able to show me why, because as far as I'm concerned, up until that point when you life feeling like it's right, it's fine to own slaves. Do you know what I'm saying? So now the onus is on you to show me why is it immoral to own a slave. If you're able to do that and convince me, then you've done it. It's as simple as that. You have to show me, like, because remember, I'm coming from a worldview where I've been doing this. I have slaves, and at no point have I thought it was wrong to do this. Now you are coming to show me a new worldview. So you come with your points and your examples and whatever it is that you believe that you can use to show me why you think owning a slave is it's not right. It's as simple as that. And if you're able to convince me, then there you go.
Yeah, but what I was asking, what is your personal ultimate foundation at the bottom? What do you think right and wrong relates to? When we say right and wrong, what do you, in your view, when you look out at the world, what do you relate that to? What's like your yardstick for that?
It's subjective, bro. People in South Africa believe it's right to keep black people subjective and under, poor conditions, isn't it? It's like, it's subjective. I think that's evil and wicked. Other people, they celebrate it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what is the foundation when you say it's evil and wicked in relation to what?
In relation to humanity.
Okay, what about humanity though?
One's human rights. What one deserves.
Freddie, no, what he's trying to get to is Jesus. You guys are just not getting this. This is insane.
Anything that harms human, like yourself.
Thank you. Harm. Thank you.
So is there, let me put it this way. Is there anybody that's in disagreement that ultimately, even if you're a theist, what you're really talking about is your well-being? Whatever well-being is, you're talking about the well-being of a human being. If you disagree with that being the foundation about what's right and wrong, then do let me know. If you do agree, cool. But if you don't, then tell me what it is when you say right and wrong in relation to
well-being.
what?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well-being. Correct. Beautiful.
Yeah. So in that token, I could be the slave owner, and it's conducive to my well-being to own slaves. But then you would then ask me, why can't you see that it's not conducive to the slave's well-being then? And then that now, raises the question about what do I think the slave is? Because if I could see the slave as a human like me, then I would already know that it's not conducive to their well-being.
Yeah, but
you know,
that's
have
the
them
thing, bro.
under
Even
control.
though a slave master is
Yeah,
not
that's
taking
a
the
different
slave's
question, but that's now
health
arguing for somebody
into
who thinks that
account,
their
remember,
well-being is
yeah,
maximized by having slaves,
exactly.
and that's a different question. We could certainly, I think, argue with the slave owner as to why not only their well-being but the well-being of society would not be maximized. That's a separate question. But we have to agree on what good and bad relates to. And if you're a theist and you say, well, good and bad relates to whatever God says, well, to me, that's just arbitrary, because God can say anything. He could tomorrow change his mind and say, in fact, that owning human beings is in fact moral. And of course, if you look at the books, then that's what he said in the past. Now, most people don't accept that today.
But the way humans have treated humans, it's the same thing. Do you know what I'm saying? The way humans treat humans right now.
At the end of the day, they talk all this talk without God. You can be perfect, but yet let a lion and oh God, what's going on?
Yo, Bernie, your signal, Bernie. Bernie, I don't know if you can hear me, but your signal is gone. Bernie, if you can get closer to your router or your modem, yeah, please.
Particularly substantive response. The claim, presumably, is that atheists don't believe in God, but when something bad happens, they're actually calling on God. Well, that would be very difficult to do if you don't believe in it. So all they'd be doing is trying to call on something they don't believe in, which would be irrational, which can happen if you're under emotional stress, but it wouldn't be a rational response. So that doesn't say anything.
What do atheists believe in?
Naturalism normally, or some other
no, don't say that, Rob, because every atheist believes in different things.
Entity that's at the
Hang on, Rob, can you hear me?
That's what they don't believe.
Wait, Rob, you can't hear me, can you? Freddie, tell Rob that you can't hear me, please.
I can hear you, Ultra. Can you hear me?
Rob.
Yeah, I can hear you, Bernie.
Yeah, we can hear.
Freddie, can you tell Rob that you can't hear me?
Can you hear Ultra?
No, I can't hear Ultra. Is he speaking? Sorry.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I thought so.
I'll come back out again. Yeah, you lose it. Hopefully, Veli's there. Okay, I'll jump out.
Hey,
yeah, Veli, if you can, just add Rob back into the chat, please. Yeah, because he couldn't hear me. Bernie, do a test, Bernie, because your mic was terrible.
Break down well-being, because he mumbles, bruv, man. I still didn't even understand what he said about the well-being.
Yeah, basically, no, Freddie, this is the thing. Well-being is exactly what it says on the tin. The well-being of other human beings is the foundation for his moral compass. Huh?
It's about them.
So I'm saying there's black South Africans that are unwell and there's white ones that are well. Like, that's injustice.
What? Oh, God.
You know what I'm saying? Don't you agree with that?
Hey, don't feed the trolls. What are you up to, bro? Your camera's on. Okay, testing. Rob, can you hear Ultra, Rob? Rob, can you hear Ultra?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Well, break it down, Rob. Break it down what you mean by well-being, because I didn't understand none of that, man.
Yeah, it sounds kind of religious. You gotta really break that down.
Yeah, so well-being relates to, obviously, to human beings and how we can maximize. I don't like the word pleasure, but it's a word that we can at least understand our pleasure, or put another way, how we can avoid suffering.
So basically, you're saying that you would okay another man's pleasure of cause like someone's pain, so another man can have some pleasure. What would you co-sign that?
No, I would argue that in fact causing somebody else harm or causing them to suffer does not increase your well-being. And in fact, it doesn't increase the well-being of society. And if you were that person, if somebody was doing that to you, would you be okay with that? And most rational people will agree that they won't. So I think they can easily be argued out of it if they're rational and they care about their own well-being. Then they can easily be argued out of, at least rationally. Whether they would do it in principle, in practice is a different story, but they could be argued out of harming other human beings.
Yeah, but that's exactly what society is built up of today, though.
Yeah, but that's just because people are being inconsistent, right? That's just because we have inconsistent people who want their own well-being. Yeah, to some degree.
Yeah.
To some degree. I think that doesn't always hold in every circumstance, but that's kind of, one way that you can look at it, yeah.
So if society
That
is
sounds religious.
contrary and wishy-washy and inconsistent, and religion is so-called the same in your eyes, where do you think you guys are atheists?
Well, I just think that society isn't following a moral system that is consistent, because they'll do it for themselves when it suits them and then not when it doesn't, right? Like you say, the government or whoever, right? So they'll implement things that suit them and their donors and don't care about everybody else, but they go on TV and say, hey, we're doing it for everybody. So I think it's just the fact that under certain circumstances, some atheists, let's just say, are not being consistent. But then again, so are theists, right? If you look at their books, for example, they say some horrendous things. Now, most theists don't agree with those things in their books, in which case they've either got to say the book is not from God, or they've got to say that they don't really
Sorry to cut you, because you say 1,000 things. I just want to comprehend everything. So is it all right to say that basically there's like a conflict of interest on both sides, and there's an argument to be said that the theists or the people that don't believe in anything can run society today have done more harm to the world than the religious people?
No, well, it depends what your measurement for most harm is. I think that the theists have got a much harder burden, because their burden is, hey, God has spoken to me, he's put it down in a book, and this is what we're supposed to follow. And when we look at the book that has been either inspired or dictated by God, we find some terrible immoralities. And when this is pointed out to theists, then we get all manner of apologetics, and either they just outright dismiss it, which is good in the sense that they're more moral than their book, or they try and tell you, well, it doesn't really mean that. It really means give her a hug, or give them a slap, or make them a servant rather than a slave, or whatever term, right? So now we get these apologetics, and that's inconsistent. And so I think theists have got a terrible job of trying to argue that their books are moral.
Mindset is that they have the idea that's good.
They have what?
That's being used for crime. While the other end, you guys just go off what impulses you, what feels good. So both is, I could say, is just as dangerous. I feel that the feels more dangerous. What they're going to do. You just have an adolescent. You have an adolescent mindset. Whatever feels good, whatever is shiny. Things you're going to have.
Who are you referring to?
To go through the story of Siddhartha, how he became Buddha. His father tried that. He was a warlord, and he saw all of the hate. So when he finally had his son, he stayed around Siddhartha. And then the old man walks into the village, and he's like, "Oh wow, father, why did you hide me from these old people?" Wait, to not just let's just smile for 24/7. That's so both ends is just as dangerous.
Yeah, I think, Benny, though, you missed an important thing there, Benny, which is the following. We're not saying that some level of suffering doesn't assist people. What we're saying is that we shouldn't inflict suffering with no greater purpose. So if there's suffering, let's say a good example is an operation, right? That will inflict suffering on people. They have to be, and their bodies have to be, cut open, and then they eventually have to heal. But there's a greater good. So what we are saying, though, is you don't inflict unnecessary. That's the key term, unnecessary suffering. There will be some level of suffering, but ultimately the pleasure gained from the suffering at the end would be better. In which case we wouldn't inflict unnecessary suffering. Does that make sense?
I don't understand. I wouldn't like to make anybody suffer. So I can never.
Hey Freddie, let me make sure I get an understanding. So by your logic, every LGBT is every multi community then around the confusion. Lots of suicides, lots of people who
I would evaluate
come to the realization, oh wow, I changed my penis into a vagina. So that should be
okay. So in answer to your rather long kind of question, no, I will evaluate each claim on its own and see whether it has a moral value or not in relation to the well-being both of the person and of society.
Because my idea of free is
how do you use dildos and the community has. Hey, you know, pedophilia is next. Legalizing pedophilia. Because this
people
atheist mind.
No, it's not an atheist mindset.
It's the same attitude. You don't have to be homosexual, but you say.
My idea of faith, you know,
I don't think labeling us all together.
My idea of faith is not your idea of faith. Do you know what I'm saying? You just got everybody associated to a book, and then that's how they live their life. There's some people that's born into religion and just work out how they need to navigate, how they need to live through signs and signals, and you know what I'm saying, divine intervention and what they believe in. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily a book all the time. And my idea of a theist is a person that hasn't killed anybody, just grown up their family in the best way they could. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not people of the book and some people that's killed 10,000 people, some wicked-hearted people, and they claim to be Christian or they claim to be this religion or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Freddie, here's the thing. If you ask theists, and we've got a few in the panel now, where do they get their morals from? They will say a God. And when you ask them all, how do you know what God says? They will appeal to a book. And if they're consistent, they will accept the book as the moral teaching. Because if they say, no, some parts of the book I don't accept, well, then the inference that's drawn from that is there's certain parts God did not send down, if he's an all-good God, right? And if that's the case, then you're in doubt about which parts that he did send and which he didn't. So you can't go that route. So really, you have to accept the book in its entirety.
Of course. If you're working, if your religion and your whole framework against scriptures, you're going to use that. But what I'm saying, some people don't worship like that. They might sing worship. They might do other things to worship. Do you know what I'm saying?
Freddie, I understand that.
Nothing to do with a book. It might, you know what I'm saying, Rob?
Freddie, I understand that. If they claim they're theists, all we have to remind them is that they're being
in front of our face and we're making decisions. That's a little bit kind of getting. No, that's only like of how we get
you're breaking up there.
Inspiration from God. It's not just through a book, but also through inspiration and behind the veil.
How do you know whether your inspiration is in fact good?
Those who just riding the bike or driving a car, operating but there's an instruction manual in there just in case we need to understand how to connect the Bluetooth to the car. Some things are.
Yeah, Benny, I don't think you realize.
We're very right to simply forget. Hey, lower your gaze. Do not, intoxicate. Give with others who done those things and who haven't.
Bernie, if your God wants me to lower my gaze, he should have taken more care and invented another species. Why the fuck give me eyes if I can't use them? Behave yourself, man.
Yeah, Bernie, I think there's a lot that you said that I think is hugely problematic, and you don't seem to realize it.
Try to blame God for our incompetence. You just don't know where the responsibility at what point did and when are we supposed to the rest. You guys just don't know that there's supposed to be God. I was supposed to just lay here flat and God's supposed to raise me up and take me to work. No. You still have responsibility. That's the issue.
I understand.
We're encouraging accountability.
It's true, man.
Bernie,
that's what
listen,
I've always,
I don't know if it's just me.
I've always been encouraging that as well.
Trash. Bernie, my second favorite Moorish American Muslim. Your signal is trash. It's trash, bro. Please go to your modem, right, and sit on top of it. Yeah.
Well, I agree with Bernie as well, man. Self-accountability as well. Obviously, a bit of both. You know what I'm saying? Because God will meet you halfway. My Lord, anyway. The person I believe in. He'll meet you halfway.
Bernie, let me ask you.
Whether you're Christian or God, self-accountability. So where does the pointing fingers at God come from?
Bernie,
we didn't, God didn't create the crack. Coke, bacon. Yeah. Did when
Jaja, no.
Christ mothers out here did want to go, oh God, look at what you have done. Come on now, that's backwards. That's backwards.
Says the guy who says his God wants me to lower my gaze. Behave yourself, man.
That don't apply to you because you're not even in it.
Be careful. Your wife might be listening too to this show.
Bernie.
She is listening. My phone's on loudspeaker.
Bernie, let's just
hey,
let's just have a look at
between you and her, man. That's all.
You're breaking up.
I'll end it with that. Peace and love.
Can Bernie hear me at all, or is he? Can you not hear me? Can you hear me, Bernie?
You sound kind of church. Yeah, I
don't
can
think
hear
you can
And
hear
I would
me,
just
man.
end it with
Oh,
you
you
guys sound kind of churchy without having to throw the word God in there, but you sound yourselves. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
yeah, I mean that's obviously that's impossible, right? Given religion is the worship of a god, and we don't believe in that. That would be a contradiction. So obviously we don't believe that. But let me check something, Bernie. You said that not everything is in the Quran, and some things you have to use your. I think you said your inspiration was. I think was the word because I. So did in certain cases when you're deciding what's right and wrong, and it's not in the Quran, is it the case that you have to use the word I think you used, if we rewind, was inspiration? Is that correct? That you have to use inspiration when the Quran does not tell you what to do?
No, I ain't correct. I said the book is 1/3 of the way to communicate with God. The other two is trying to find, but I didn't want to, take up the panel time. But
okay, but Bernie, here's the question. Bernie, here's the question. When you are confronted with some, okay, when you are confronted with something that you have to make a moral decision on, and it is not in the Quran, well, how do you go about deciding whether something is right or wrong?
Behind the veil.
Sorry, you broke up there.
Here we go. 42 verse 51. Verse 51.
I'm asking, did you hear the question I asked, Bernie?
With God, except behind the hijab or barrier, or
Bernie,
by sending the messenger through whom he reveals what he wills.
Bernie, can you hear Rob when he speaks?
I was correct in the quote. No human being can communicate with God except through inspiration or from behind the barrier or hijab. I send a messenger through whom he reveals what he, eat this book, put this book in front of your face. You have to eventually use yourself. Which is
okay, Bernie. So when you say use yourself, if you are confronted with a moral dilemma, Bernie, when you are confronted with a moral dilemma, something that you have to make a moral decision, and that is not displayed in the Quran, how do you go about deciding whether something is right or wrong?
I would not answer that question because every answer I've gotten came from. I would have an answer.
Rob, now that you've reached a dead end with your line of questioning, do you mind if I ask you some questions you might find interesting?
Sure, go ahead.
Cool. Are you aware of how our definition of well-being has changed over the years? So obviously well, professionals go by the World Health Organization's definition of well-being, and that has changed over the years. I want to ask you, have you looked into that? Are you aware of the actual definition of well-being?
Yeah, I think I have looked into it, and it's kind of fuzzy, as you say. You could take the World Health Organization or something else, and I will actually agree with you. But give me a moment to explain something. I will agree with you that what we agree, or what, let's say in this case, the World Health Organization agrees as well-being, has changed. But the concept of well-being has not changed. So the concept remains consistent. What we use for well-being has changed. And the reason that's changed, of course, is because we've employed reason, science, and empathy. And we've come to a conclusion based on the evidence that something that we in the past thought was well-being was in fact not well-being. But the concept well-being remains consistent throughout. Hopefully that's answered your question, if you understood what I said there.
Well, according to what I was taught, the concept of well-being actually has sort of evolved over time. So initially, the concept of well-being would only be relevant to the physicality of a person. So over time, then obviously mentality and mindset has come into it as well. And then like the more recent version of well-being would be sociological as well. So not just a person's physical being or their mental mindset, but also their sociological like relationships with their surroundings, like their environment.
My God bless you, you're a human being, you know. You sound like a human. Thanks, man.
But
you got dummy also agreeing with him.
So what I'm saying is, Rob, the concept of well-being has actually changed because our idea of what it means to be a human has changed. Once we've accepted that humans cannot exist like in a vacuum, for example, we're seeing now with this isolation that it's affecting people within a very short period of time. It's affecting their well-being.
Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Khan, I would disagree with you. The concept hasn't changed. What constitutes well-being has changed, but not the concept. So I think you're confusing the concept with what constitutes well-being. And I agree that that has changed, but that has changed through the methodology I have used, or what I employ, I think, and other people. It hasn't changed because we've looked at an old book and said, hey, we're going to change what well-being means because we've suddenly found some wisdom in an old book. No, it's the methodology I use. The concept remains the same, but as we improve, i.e. we get more data, we use the method that I've employed, then I agree. What constitutes well-being will change, i.e. we used to think, for example, as I pointed out, that maybe slavery consisted of well-being. Now we realize that's not the case, but we've done that through reason, science, and empathy. We haven't done it because a book told us.
The thing is that, Rob, like, sorry to interrupt you.
That's why I had to ask him if he agreed with someone's pleasure to... I was confused.
Sorry, Freddie. This recipe that you've come up with, reason, sorry, what was it? Could you repeat it?
Reason, science broadly construed, and empathy.
Yeah. So in my reading on ethics and how, for example, we decide what's right and wrong without relying on what God said, is not really nothing to do with the scientific method. It's more to do with certain people like Descartes, for example. Like there's famous people in this field that have basically put forward arguments like, for example, what's right should be the greater good, or utilitarianism, which is what's right should be what's of most utility. You know, like these sort of concepts really are how an atheist or how a modern person should define ethics. I have never heard of the scientific method being employed to determine what is ethics, because ethics is subjective, and the scientific method deals with observation of what we know to be fact. So for example, it's a fact that the earth orbits the sun. No, that has been attained through, that level of understanding has been attained through observation. Now, when we're talking about ethics and what's right and wrong, we can't change ethics or upgrade our ethics based on observation, because the observation just clearly defines what we're looking at, and that's it. That's all it does. Scientific method helps you to arrive at a conclusion based on facts, but ethics is something outside of that. Ethics is subjective. Ethics is saying what's for the greater good, or what's for best practice. And we always constantly have to shift from one position to the other. There is no, for example, following Kant, like Kant, K-A-N-T, is one of the guys that
I know Kant,
yeah, you know him, yeah. So like he's one of the guys that everyone like mentions, but we can't just stick with Kant. We have to sort of like go from Kant to the other guy to the other guy. So like we're using different frameworks, yeah, at different times. We're using different methods to derive what is the best avenue for ethical conduct at different times, depending on the situation. So it's completely subjective. Whereas the scientific method that you're, mentioning, to me, is nothing to do with ethics. Obviously, when you're doing your science, you have to be ethical and you have to use ethical things. But like, for example, we know
someone tell Khan he's chatting shit, please.
Oh, fuck off, you can.
I understand you.
Overreacted, slightly overreacted there.
I understand exactly what you're. I understand the
okay,
nature of your.
I expect that from people who have God beliefs. It's okay.
I understand the nature of your critique. Yes, okay, so you're saying that science is not. You can't bring science to bear in an ethical discussion. So let me tell you how I think you can bring it to bear, and then you can critique it. Right? If we have a goal, and in this case the goal is well-being. And we go, okay, if we agree that the well-being of conscious creatures is the goal, and that's what we're talking about when we say something is right and wrong, i.e. it's right or wrong based on or in relation to the goal of the well-being of humans in this case. If we agree that's the goal, now the methodology of science can be brought to bear. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, we said that well-being in a case of, let's say, the coronavirus, the well-being for the coronavirus to ultimately for somebody to survive. We want to agree that survival is better than death. So we're going to go, okay, what's the case with survival? If we agree that survival is what we're looking for, now we can bring the scientific method to bear. We can say, well, hey, in order to survive the coronavirus, you just have to be away from 5G, but you can go mingle with people all over the show. Or the best method to avoid the coronavirus is to stay at home and avoid contact with other people. That's where we bring the scientific method to bear, because we've already agreed that what we want is people to survive the coronavirus. Now we're going to employ science to tell us the best way in order to reach that goal. So I do believe that science is one of the best tools once we've agreed on a goal that will help us get there.
I'm not saying science isn't a good tool. What I'm saying is when we're talking about ethics, which are subjective, what you're talking about is scientific facts of the physical effects of 5G. That's like not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, for example, is for Boris Johnson to come out, right, Rob, and say, because of this coronavirus, nobody's allowed to leave their home unless it's absolutely necessary. However, you should come out and exercise. Now, that is based on an ethical framework, which is basically saying, he cannot tell you to stay at home 100% of the time, even if your life depends on it, because by doing that, he's indirectly telling you to not exercise, which is impinging.
Bro, exercise in your fucking house, man. What's wrong with you? Fucking
on impinging.
Indoors. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Don't listen to this waste man.
Can I finish speaking?
Don't listen to this waste man.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you want to bring it to that point, Ultra, there is scientific evidence that when you take people out of nature, away from green things like trees and grass, they suffer, and it has an effect on their health. So going out, is part of being healthy. So what I'm saying is, this is what we call ethics. It's nothing to do with using a scientific method. It's subjective. Well, yes. But what it is there's defined frameworks of ethical conduct, and we basically shift between one and the other. So what we're seeing now in England is a slight shift towards a more utilitarian point of view, which is saying if human beings cannot make sensible decisions, then the government will have to force them to not come out and basically abuse the opportunity that they have now been given to make decisions for themselves.
Okay, so
for example, on a nice sunny day, you're going to see everyone up Hampstead Heath, close to each other, and the government saying we've told you not to do this. You're going to make this whole situation of staying in a isolation last longer. So people who are abusing their rights are making it worse for everyone else, the majority. So therefore, the government will be justified in locking them down from doing this behavior for the greater good.
Okay, so Khan, let me just address something here, because I think there's somebody in the chat as well, Hugo Revolutionary God, who seems to misunderstand what I said. So maybe it was me not being clear. Science is a methodology that will help us reach a particular goal in the following sense. If we agree that what we want is to survive the coronavirus, right?
Right.
So in other words, life is better than death. And in your example with going out to the field, to the park, right, to go outdoors, which do you think is more moral? Staying at home for the day, which might give you a little bit of depression or whatever the case is, or going out and potentially, if not very likely, affecting other people that could die. So if you had the choice between those two, which one do you think is the more moral act if our goal is to survive the coronavirus?
This is what I'm saying. It depends on which ethical framework. It depends on which ethical framework you're using.
Ethical. That's ethical to me.
Because survival of the fittest, is an ethical
putting my life on the line to get fresh air.
If the goal is to survive the coronavirus and not infect other people, because I think we could all agree that infecting somebody else would be an immoral act. If that's the goal, and your choice is either I stay home to avoid infecting other people, or I go out to improve my well-being for a short amount of time, which of those, if you were presented with those two options, which one would you select as being the most moral?
But this is what I'm saying. Like, you're posing the question in a loaded way. What were you saying was correct? The government would just point blank say, "Don't go out." But what they're asking you to do is infringe upon your own health for the sake of the majority of people.
Facts.
Do you know why the government is saying? Okay, this is a complete tangent, but it's fine. Do you know why the government is saying do not go out and sit in the park? Do you know why? As opposed to don't go out and exercise. Do you know? Can you think about what the difference would be in those?
No, Rob. The reason why is because people aren't observing. They're not observing the 2 meter social distancing rules while they're communing in a place like, for example, Hampstead Heath. Whereas when they're exercising, that's less likely to happen.
Correct. So in order to prevent people from not keeping 2 meters away, you ban the gatherings in parks, because as you quite rightly pointed out, people will disregard the 2 meters, which when they're exercising, they're far less likely to do, which is why exercise is currently permitted and getting together in the park is not. Why is this the case? Because we want, again, our goal is for people to survive and not die.
Rob,
our goal is to
why would you want to get
infections.
together in the park, though? Who does that? What sickhead would want to get together in the park? You're talking nonsense, Rob, a bit. We're just talking about exercise, bro. Stay on it. Stay on it.
What it is, Rob, what it is, when you investigate the science of green exercise, communing with nature, right, just sitting outside is part of that. It's not a matter of just physically being active. Exposing yourself to nature or being outside of your house, is part of what you need to do as a human to stay sane. So even prisoners in prison, well, this science shows us, and even prisoners in prison are permitted to go outside, maybe for an hour a day, to see the sky, and there's reasons for that. There's scientific reasons for that.
Again,
because
Khan,
if you know the history of prison,
Khan, you seem to be arguing. We are permitted to go out of our house.
You're talking about deprivation of human contact.
But you seem to be arguing that no, that is not enough. We need to go out of our house and be able to be social, to socialize or to sit.
Not social, no. Communing with nature, you can do on your own. Now, these people who are going to these parks should be doing that. They should be isolated, or they should be having social distancing implemented, and they should keep their distance from each other, and they should be able to go and sit in the park without infringing upon the health of the person that's 2 meters next to them. So the actual act of going to the park isn't wrong within itself.
I agree that the act in itself is not wrong. What the government is doing is going, what's best for the population? And because the population does not obey what we say, we now have to ban it. When the government made it a recommendation, people still socialized. You did find some people that were abiding by it, but many did not. So in order to protect the population, we now have to ban it because some portion of the population did not follow the recommendation.
Yes, Rob. So the ethical framework being implemented at that particular point is what's good for the greater good should take priority over individuals.
In most cases, but there will be cases where that won't. But yes, in this
Now,
case, it would.
but Rob,
do you disagree with that?
No, but what I'm saying is that doesn't have anything to do with the scientific method.
Okay, okay, I agree that doesn't have anything. Here's where the scientific method comes in. I think I've explained this, but let me do it again. If we have a goal,
Rob, I can apply the scientific method to anything. Just tying my shoelaces, I can apply it to anything. That there's a better way of tying my shoelaces. If I set a timer and I time myself tying my shoelaces, I can obviously use the scientific method to improve on that.
Let's make it very easy. Because
everyone's following the consensus, it doesn't mean that it's fact on it, bro, man.
Come on. Let's make it very, very easy. Let's use a very easy example. I have a banana and I have a sugary sweet, and my goal is to improve my health and therefore my well-being. Right? I have a banana and I have a sugary sweet, highly refined sugar.
Like a donut.
And my goal is to, and somebody comes to me and says, Rob, eat the sugary sweet. That will improve your health, your well-being, your health and your well-being. Somebody else comes along and says, hey, eat the banana and that will improve your well-being. I'm now in a dilemma. How do I decide if I don't know which one to eat? How do I decide which will improve my well-being? What method, Khan, would I use to assist me to find out which will improve my well-being?
Obviously, I've got a degree in nutrition, so I don't want to pull rank on you. But in actual fact, it depends on what you're doing. When you say improve your health, if you've just had a 5K run, you're better off eating a sugary sweet than a slow.
You killed him.
Banana.
You killed him. I was going to say that I go.
No problem. You're trying to avoid it, but no problem. We'll make it even easier for you.
I'm not trying to avoid it. If I've avoided something, please point it out because I'm not aware of what you're saying.
Sure. Let's make it even easier. You're looking for ways to find a way to say that science isn't the methodology we use. So let me make it easier. I've got a cigarette.
Is subjective, Rob. Rob, I'm saying ethics is subjective.
Well, that's your claim anyway. But that's that. But you're saying that you can't be
objective. Or is science
you're not understanding this. You're not understanding this. I'm saying that science can be brought to bear to help us make a decision once we have selected the goal. Do you agree with that statement or disagree?
Go with another example. Maybe I'm missing something.
There's some things that can't be tried and tested, though, man. Do you know what I'm saying?
All right, so Khan. So there's a cigarette on the table.
Right.
I look at the cigarette and I say, what do you do with this? One person says, smoke this, and this will improve your well-being, your health. The other person says, do not touch that because that will decrease your well-being and your health. I don't know what to do. If I were to investigate, how would I determine what smoking the cigarette will do? What method will I use to find out whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to smoke the cigarette?
What's it called? No one can say this word. Etymological studies on humans who smoke and the health outcomes of smoking.
And what method is that you're talking about?
The method would be data collection, using the scientific method. Obviously, we can derive that smoking is not good for your health. But what's that got to do with ethics? Ethics.
Some people come to a simple formula.
Freddie, what you know what I'm saying? Bro, Freddie, what the ethical question would be, which Rob's missing out, is not whether smoking is bad for your health or good for your health. The ethical consideration would be, as a government, should we ban cigarettes or let people have the right if they want to smoke.
That's a separate question. Can't.
No, but when we're talking about ethics, Rob, when we're talking
a lot
about
of
ethics,
people don't go
that's
for the
what we're talking about.
they don't go for the scientific method. Like a lot of members
Freddie,
of parliament, when they first smoked weed, they
you're not
said
helping here.
they smoked, they tried it. This first-hand information, they had to try it themselves and realize it wasn't for them.
Khan, here's what I'm saying. Let me be clear. Khan, I am not saying that science in and of itself will tell you what is right and wrong. What I am saying is that once you decide on a goal, science will be able to assist you as to whether something is right or wrong. Just play
Rob,
back.
Let's leave the. I understand what you're saying, but let's leave the scientific method out of it. What were the other elements of your recipe?
We can't leave the scientific method out of it. We can't.
No, I'm saying we've kind of talked about that. Let's now look at the other elements of your recipe for ethics.
Sure, we can do that. But before we do, before we move on, I want to make sure that you agree that we do need to, in many cases, if not all of them, certainly most of them, we have to employ the scientific method broadly construed to assist us. Do you agree or disagree?
Rob, I'm a scientist. I will never argue against employing the scientific method on anything. But what I'm saying to you, ethics is subjective. Science should not be subjective.
No, he has understood it. Stop saying to him what he's understood.
You haven't understood it, unfortunately. Play back to me. Come on, here's what will tell me.
You always do that, Rob. That's your go-to card.
There's a lot of interruptions here, which isn't helpful. Can't play back to me what you think my argument is. That'll tell me whether you understood it. Play back my argument so that I think you understand it. Go ahead.
Basically, what you're saying is, if we use a scientific method to gain knowledge, for example, that smoking is bad for you, then with that knowledge, we can decide what right and wrong is.
No, you've misunderstood it. Okay, that's told me. I'm saying that we start with a goal in mind. The goal is well-being. Once we've established the goal of well-being, and we go, what constitutes what well-being? In other words, what would be good for me? What would be bad for me in relation to well-being? Now I say, well, in order with a cigarette, how do I find out? Because I could just smoke it. I take people's opinion. Or I can invoke some method that will help me determine objectively whether smoking a cigarette is good or bad in relation to well-being, which I have already selected before I went to the scientific method. Does that help you? Because your understanding was incorrect firstly. So I've now clarified it.
All right. Can I ask you something? From a point of view of nutrition, would a chocolate gâteau have any real nutritional value for a human?
Can
we say that in general, eating chocolate gâteau is bad for people? If chocolate gâteau is missing from this world, it wouldn't really be a bad world, and there would be a lot of improvements by simply eliminating chocolate gâteau from this world in terms of nutritional content. Would you agree with that?
If the science shows that, and our goal is well-being, i.e. improving our health, then yes, we could say that.
Right. So when you look at the current healthy food plate, you know, it used to be a pyramid before. Now it's a plate, and it's broken up like a pie chart, and it shows you should eat this much protein, shows you this much carbs, this much fat, blah, blah, blah. If you look at the latest one, there is a section on there for chocolate gâteau, because food isn't simply nutrition. It's also providing comfort and these sort of things. Like, for example, not feeling deprived and having a bit of chocolate cake might be better for someone than basically me telling you you can't have chocolate cake. So
bro, that sounds like mental health, man.
From an ethical standpoint,
restricting
someone from like fun foods, let's call them, restricting someone from fun foods because their primary objective is to improve their well-being can be classed as unethical when we recognize that well-being isn't strictly a physical thing. It's also emotional.
Of course, I've never denied that, so I'm fine with that. But well-being,
No, I'm
what
not
it
saying you're
constitutes,
I'm not
well-being
saying
would
you're
That's why I kept
constitute
denying
saying
it.
everything
What
well-being
I'm saying
sounded
that
is
would
the
religious.
definition
That's
of
why I said
well-being
that.
is when you
can't.
say our objective is well-being, we have to define what well-being is. So when we, for example, use your analogy, not analogy, but your example of going outside and the government's whatever, I tried to explain to you that going outside, yeah, or restricting people from going outside is impinging on their mental health and their health status.
That's the
Okay,
big
can't.
fact.
And even though this is contradicting what the government is saying, they're saying don't go out, right? They still can't tell you to not go out. They have to say to you, okay, you can go out if you need to do X, Y, and Z. But really, for the greater good, it would be better, like Idiot Ultra said, to exercise at home. It would be better. But because this is going to go on for so long, if you was to exercise at home, you wouldn't be exposing yourself to nature, which is environmentally what humans need to have a status of being within well-being. To be like well, you need to be able to go out into nature.
Can't.
That's scientifically proven. Scientifically proven.
Okay, well, now you're using my method, so I'm glad you're on board with the scientific method.
You don't
Khan, I
own
agree
it.
with you that if there was a choice between staying at home and going out and exercising, the better choice would be going out and exercising in relation to well-being. If the goal is for people to, can I finish?
So if you was a government,
maybe I
and you had
finish,
if you had two methods that you could employ, one of them was to advise and one of them was to enforce. Which one do you think, if our goal is to reduce coronavirus, which method would you employ?
But you would start with advising, and if that worked, you could leave it at that. And if it doesn't work, as it hasn't done, then you would have to enforce it, because people are obviously selfish, don't want to do whatever the case is. So in the case of the one that you're arguing for, the government's ultimate position is we want less people to contract coronavirus and less people to die. And if that means banning people from going out into the sun willy-nilly as opposed to exercise, we will do that. And if the goal is well-being, then I agree that is a better standard than allowing people out, hoping that they are going to follow the recommended guidelines, because we know people don't. So unfortunately, the majority, if that's the case, has to, in this case, quote unquote, suffer for the minority, with the ultimate goal of less people contracting coronavirus and dying. Very simple.
So you said that your answer is to start off with advising and then, if need be, follow up with an enforcement, which is standard. I agree with you. The question is, why would you do that? Would it be A, because enforcing restrictions on people is bad for their health, or B, it's more cost effective to try and do it from an advisory point of view, because enforcing it would cost more money? Now, depending on which answer you give, you're using a different framework of ethics. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Why am I using a different method of?
Because if we're saying inflicting our will as a government on the population is bad for the people, then we have to recognize that we're damaging the people individually. So me telling someone like Freddie, you can't come out your house or I'm going to shoot you, is going to make Freddie spaz out and do something completely mad, because I've basically put this pressure on him that is unfair. Now, if I'm saying that I'm doing it because it's due to money and it's like a more cost-effective method and it's for the greater good of the population, I've changed from putting Freddie's individual personal health above everything else, or I've gone the other way and said, no, the greater good of the population is paramount. Do you understand what I'm saying? So basically what I'm saying is, they're two different ethical frameworks that we need to shift between. So ethics is always subjective and never really relying on a scientific method, which is in fact the opposite, which is in fact saying, no, we know what we know, things are observable and they're factual, and we can basically derive truth from that. The scientific method is completely different concept when it comes to ethics. Ethics is its own science. Ethics is its own thing. And
I mean,
the reason why I'm asking you, the reason why I'm asking you is because whenever someone says to you, how does an atheist derive his sense of right or wrong, you use the scientific method because it's basically, you can't argue against the scientific method. But if you gave an answer which was more accurate, which is, we are subjective in our understanding of ethics, then it's not so final. Like, people won't be able to just basically, well, it would just create more argument and you wouldn't be able to dismiss people and say, no, this is the fact, that's not the fact. And I understand you want to do that, but what I'm saying is, to me, it seems that you're not really talking about ethics. You're not really talking about people like Kant. You're not really talking about this whole section, this whole ethical considerations and all these things. That you don't really seem to have a background in ethics. I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm just saying, I'm just getting that impression. Okay. And I'm asking you, I want to kind of find out if maybe...
I've let you ramble on for quite a while. I understand your point. You've repeated it multiple times. I agree I'm not an expert in ethics. However,
no, you don't need to be an expert. I'm not an expert.
That's fine. That's fine. What we are concerned with here is the ideas. And I'm putting forward an idea. And I still think you are misunderstanding the idea. I agree with you that my view, taking one that says, hey, the well-being of conscious creatures, that's a subjective claim. Somebody else could say something else and say, hey, no, what I mean by right and wrong is something else, whatever God says, right? For example, somebody could say that. But then I would ask them certain questions. I believe that ultimately when you dig down under every moral system, and until somebody proves me wrong and I'll change my mind, then it could be a system that is an exception to this. At this moment in time, if you dig down under every moral system, the goal will be the well-being of humans, because that's what.
All right, Rob.
Whether it's Kant, whether it's somebody else, whatever
you have to define well-being a bit more than
when Dominic Cummings,
the well-being of conscious creatures.
Rob, it's fake. When Dominic Cummings suggested we use this herd immunity method of dealing with this illness, this COVID, right? From a financial point of view, right, he was right. Because not investing any money in this and letting whoever dies die, right, is, financially speaking, the better way of dealing with it. And for the country as a whole, in a time where other countries are wasting a lot of money on this stuff, would leave us in a much better and stronger position.
In relation to what?
What do you mean?
You say it would leave us in a much better, stronger position in relation to what? What are those words, stronger and better, in relation to what?
I thought I said that at the beginning. In terms of being, he's a financier, right? He's talking about,
so if his goal,
from a financial point of view.
Yeah, if his goal is that we want to maximize the financial, the economy of this country, then he would be correct in his view. If I were to challenge him, I'd say, hang on, Mr. Cummings, why are you using the financial?
No. His goal is to do what's best for the majority, for the greater good.
Yeah, he's got your greater good analogy.
Okay, but then he's mistaken about what's best for the greater good, I would argue. First, he heard him, and I'll explain why, right? Which is probably because he probably didn't have any medical understanding. The medical experts have said that herd immunity won't work for the greater good of our society, because we don't have a vaccine and we're not even sure if we can have antibodies yet. And to the degree that we can, the people that are surviving this, the number of people that are surviving the higher version of this is much lower. So, Mr. Cummings, your view is not the one that will get us to the well-being of the society. In fact, the best view, Mr. Cummings, from a scientific point of view, is to keep people at home, so they don't infect each other, even though that will have a significant financial burden. Ultimately, we will have a greater society, because what we want is more people to survive who can then get back into the economy, Mr. Cummings. So in fact, you are incorrect about assuming that herd immunity is the best way to improve well-being. Does that answer your question?
No. What I'm saying is, you said that for the greater good, or for the increasement of the financial or the restriction of financial burden on this country, the investment in the NHS or the bailout provided for the NHS would be basically recouped by people going back to work sooner, or more people being able to go back to work. And that's wrong. It's factually wrong.
Based on what standard?
Based on not a standard. It's not based on a standard. It's based on information. For example, if we look at how many people actually died in China, it was 2.3% of the population that died of corona. 14% were severely ill but recovered. The rest of the population had mild symptoms, and a very few people had no symptoms.
If you believe the numbers out of China, which is another story. But let's assume that the numbers out of
We're
China.
We're not talking about the numbers of how many people died. We're talking about the percentage. Right?
Yeah,
we're talking about the percentage of how many people died compared to how many people were ill. So what I'm saying to you is, you're not letting me finish, but go ahead anyway.
You are saying, your argument is that in fact Cummings, his view on well-being, he could argue is a better view than my view, correct?
No, his argument is that it's better for the country as a whole to employ a method that lets nature run its course, and the people who are immune to this illness will basically survive, and the ones that aren't will die. It won't cost us anything because everyone's funeral is already paid for.
Yeah.
Now the problem with his suggestion, which they initially went with, the problem with it was human beings are not robots that can just sit around watching other people die and say, oh well, it's for the greater good. Even if their efforts are in vain, and even if their efforts are more costly than need be to justify the greater good, human beings are still compelled to act. And when the government doesn't act, it's seen to be weak and ineffective, and basically seen negatively by the populace who basically vote them in.
And does that increase or decrease their well-being?
So what I'm saying is that does not increase the greater good, though.
Yes, it does, Colin. That's where you're mistaken.
That doesn't increase the greater good.
Yeah,
it increases it increases people's individual need to do something.
No, Colin,
or to feel like they're doing something. It's actually going to cost the country more money, but human beings are not robots. The human beings, the population, would decide that even though it's going to cost us more money than we will recoup from the bailout, it's still our duty to try and save everybody based on ethics. If we use the scientific method, however, we would go with Cummings.
No, we wouldn't. No, Con, you're confused. You're mistaken. No.
Factually speaking, the greater good would be served by less of a cost to the nation.
No, Con. That's only in relation to finances being your goal. If well-being is your goal, that is not the case. You are mistaken. And I could argue that against you or Cummings or anybody else.
How the spending money, and running the NHS down and making nurses commit suicide because of the stress of not being able to help without no equipment, because there is no equipment that can actually help with this. How does that increase the well-being of the population? Because if you look at the UK, the recovery rate.
You're going to ask a loaded question, or are you going to go on with a long monologue?
The recovery rate that does not justify.
Do you want to speak to yourself or to me or to somebody else? I just want to know. Because at the moment you're rambling and you're going on and on.
What he's saying. He just
I heard
understand
his
the
question.
definition
He
of
asked the
rambling.
question, and then he
Do you
decided to go
understand
on
the
with
definition of
a
rambling?
secondary statement.
Robbie,
Ask the question,
Roberto,
stop talking.
for
Robocop.
ages, please.
Stop talking after a while.
1 minute. Is there a timer?
No, not 1
Did you give
minute.
me a
You've been having
timer?
10 minutes.
Come on,
and
you've been talking
rambling,
for
and
like
I've
an hour
understood you,
straight,
and I've been
bro.
very polite here.
Did you
But
give
now
me a
I want you
timer?
at some point here to call you out. Stop talking at some point. If you ask a question, then zip your mouth. Don't go on with another statement.
Yeah, but you do the same thing though, Rob, man.
Fred, stop with the ad-libs. Fuck's sake, man.
Okay.
I'm just saying, you stop it.
No, Fred,
What are you
don't
even
say,
doing?
Fred, don't just say,
What are you
bro.
doing?
Let them talk.
You stop it
Ultra,
too.
what are you doing? What is your role? Ultra, what is your role?
Monologue
What are you
by
doing?
yourself.
Ultra, what are you doing, bro?
I'm trying to break up the monotony of your conversation, bro. Everyone in the chat is moaning because you are just rambling and waffling and let Rob reply to a question.
You know what? Fuck you then, innit? Go fuck yourself.
All right, cool. When you're done being a baby, let Rob speak, please.
Rob's version of well-being and our version of well-being ain't the same, though, man.
Hold on. No, but Freddie, this is the thing, bro. Hear what I'm saying? These two can have a conversation if one lets ask a question and then lets the other to respond. Khan has been waffling for like 45 minutes straight, bro. I was going to sleep up in this motherfucker.
And then when you don't agree with the point of well-being or on a point, you just don't understand.
No, Freddie, for fuck's sake, it was clearly that something was being missed in translation because they were on different points. The reason why that was happening is because Khan was waffling. He would say, he'd make a point, ask a question, and then continue talking, That's not how conversations work.
He was waffling because I couldn't.
Fucking hell.
We all waffle, but I'm just saying he was coming off with some good points.
What the argument was. I've literally been listening for the past 15, 20 minutes, and I couldn't understand, number one, what the argument was, and I honestly was trying to see if Rob was even making a point, and I didn't hear him speak enough to know what he's even responding to.
Yeah, I hear you still. The argument was about
also as well, Freddie, hold on a second. Khan, just to let you know, Khan, I'm an atheist, and I forgive you for your latest outburst. Just let that sink in.
I forgive you too, Ultra, man. You're a good guy, man. Listen, I don't know when to take you serious because I know you and me have got very similar. Messing about.
This is what I'm saying. See Khan, See Khan. Khan, listen, take a minute, Khan, and let the fact that I forgive you for your unnecessary and excessive outburst.
We forgive you too, man. We forgive you too. Don't worry yourself, man. You're good.
And I appreciate that, Freddie. I do.
Come on, man. From the heart, man. That's from the heart, man. Go on and relax.
You man, I can't. Big up, by the way, everyone. I can't drop back, man. Because I know. Do you know what it is? I know Rob gets people very excited and that. Like anytime they get any kind of ground in a conversation with Rob, so I get it. I understand why you got a bit excitable, but. You get me, your time's passed. Ultra showed you how the real world looks now. So just jump back on and have a regular conversation.
Well, man don't even want to contest what he's saying. Man just want to learn a bit, innit? And what he's saying about well-being, it's not his definition and my definition is not the same. It's the same with ethics and morals. It's never going to be the same because different parts of the world, we're all going to live different.
Okay, but Freddie, that's fine. But in a discussion, Freddie, we can examine each other's moral position and see if there's any inconsistencies or any incoherence or anything like that.
Yeah,
right?
most definitely.
So whether you've got a different one from mine, maybe yours is better, but you'd have to argue for it. You'd have to say, hey, here's what I believe is my foundation for right and wrong, and here's how I go about determining right and wrong. I've presented
my measure stick and my. Sorry to cut you there.
Okay, well, Freddie, present your version of what your foundation is for right and wrong and how you go about evaluating that. We will listen to you and then go, hey, maybe Freddie's got a point. We'll all start following Freddie's moral system, or maybe we'll find some critique.
Nah, my moral system is real easy, man. It's simple, innit? It's just like peace and love, really, innit? harmony within yourself and look after your family, all the good stuff. That's why I said my version of fierce is not nobody with no book. It's people that actually live life and send their kids to school and look after their mum. And it's not.
Freddie, let me ask you a question. I mean, it might sound simple to you, yeah, but in fact, ethics and morals are not quite as simple as you think. And I'll demonstrate with an example. So it's all kumbaya for you, and I agree. We can all agree on the easy ethical questions. So let me ask you something, Freddie. With regards to embryonic stem cell research, do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay. Is it right or wrong to do embryonic stem cell research from your point of view? So tell us what your moral foundation is, how you decide.
I don't believe you should involve yourself in God's plan. You know what I mean? You've gone a step too far, innit? If you're trying to genetically modify anything to do with any embryo.
Wait, Freddie, my broski, I'm sorry to interrupt. Veli Vision, if you can hear me, bro, Carnito wants to get back on. If you can, add him back, yeah? Sorry, Freddie, go through, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, man, just say, if you were trying to do that, to me, you're wrong. But I would not judge you. I'm not going to say, oh, because you're doing embryo eggs, I'm living better than you, or I'm this and that. That's
Freddie,
not
sorry to interrupt you. You're sort of going off track. Let me ask you again. I come to you and I say to you, Freddie, I'm in a dilemma. I don't know what to do. Should I, Freddie, get involved in embryonic stem cell research? You said you knew what it was. I'm not sure if you do, but let's assume you do. Is it right or wrong? So, Freddie, tell me now, give me an idea of how do I establish from Freddie's point of view whether embryonic stem cell research is right or wrong. Give me your view so I can understand it.
Well, what I understand of the research in it is that basically you're trying to form cells in it, and you're trying to genetically modify cells in it. Is that correct?
Not quite. So embryonic stem cell research is when you have a blastocyst. So this is a sperm and an egg that are fused together. It's like the beginnings of a potential human. But it only has 100,000. If you put it in a petri dish, it's smaller than the brain of a fly. So it's like incredibly small. But this would be potentially become a human being. It might also abort. It might be all kinds of things. But it has the potential to be a human being.
It's a test tube baby. Basically, it's a test tube
Well, it's
baby.
not even a baby. It's not even a fetus. It's called a blastocyst.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
the name.
But it can be grown into a fetus. We're cutting
Yeah,
to the
thank
chase.
you.
Can you cut to the chase when you talk to me, please?
Sure, I'm
bro,
saying
man?
to you, Freddie,
Begging
I'm
you.
coming to you, Freddie, and saying, hey, here's this blastocyst in a petri dish. If I take the cells out of this, I can use this for medical research that has got incredible potential to heal hundreds, if not thousands of people. Can I do this, Freddie, or should I allow this to become a potential human being? At this stage, it's not a human being. It's, how do you decide whether it's right or wrong?
No, morally, it don't feel right to me. That's my subjective opinion. Do you know what I'm
So you
saying?
go by your feelings for how you decide what is moral, or have you got some other method?
Yes. I go by my feelings because I'm human.
And
You
if
get
somebody
me?
else came to you, Freddie,
I would not like them to make a human being so I can get a lung or a heart or anything. I would
Okay,
not
so-
like
so
them
ho-
to be, you know what I'm saying, make a human being so I could get a lung or a heart or genetically modify anything.
Freddie,
I wouldn't
so if
really
somebody
like
else
them
came
do
to
that.
you, Freddie, if somebody else came to you and they said that they feel that hitting people in the face is just feels right to them, because there are some psychopaths out there, right, who don't feel
but that would
empathy,
be justice.
who want to injure people. If they came to you, Freddie, and using your standard, right, which is what feels good to me, they came to you and said, Freddie, I think that the thing to do is to harm other people because it makes me feel good. That's what makes me feel good.
Freddie's
What
more
would
than
you say to
capable
them?
of using one standard at the same time.
I hear
He
what
will
you're
use
saying.
more than one standard.
That's just one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to say.
That's
just
why I
one,
asked
innit?
you
Yeah,
if
that's
you had
exactly
something
what.
other than just your feelings.
Yeah, I've got my feelings. I've got my world consensus. I've got what my mother has taught me. I've got past teachings. I've got my book. I've got various other books. I've got, you know what I'm saying? I've got endless opinions to form my own opinion.
Can I ask a
I've
question?
got first-hand history. Do you know what I'm saying? Of punching people in the face. You get what I'm saying? You know that.
Hold on. Hey guys, can I ask a
Wait,
question?
speaking of punching people in the face, Con, is there anything you'd like to say to me?
Do you know what I'm saying? I've got a lot of things that's going to form my opinion.
Huh?
But I'm going to go with my gut feelings.
Hey guys,
There's a thing called gut
is that it? Yeah.
feelings.
Hey Fred, can
I'll forgive you.
What's that problem?
Can I ask
No, I'll forgive you.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, quickly. Can Rob, can you walk me through what the contention is here? How you got here? What the dispute is?
Yeah,
Right.
because obviously we're putting forward moral systems without a God, right? I think any theist that understands the view understands that we can be moral without a God. What most the theists that understand this topic will challenge us on is a foundation. I've given mine, and I've agreed that the goal is subjective. But once you accept the goal, then I can employ a methodology which is objective in relation to the goal. And what I'm asking Freddie is, what is his method? Because I think the other thing we need to do today is we can defend our own. That's fine. But we do need to challenge the theists on what their moral system is, because they think they have a superior system. So we've got to critique theirs.
James, you're going to ask me the same
Freddie
question.
for his.
I'm gonna posit something, and then I want you to answer this question. So this is completely extraneous to anything anyone's gonna say. Just listen to it. Yeah, Israel's health minister Yaakov Liesman, head of a party in Israel, declared recently coronavirus is divine punishment for homosexuality, and he himself was infected by the virus. Go on, Khan.
I'm saying, are you going to ask the same question to me that you just asked?
Yeah,
Rob?
yeah. I'm saying the answer. Yeah.
My contention isn't anything to do with what Rob just said. I'm basically saying that Rob's little thing that he presents always as his own individual framework for ethics is not actually part of ethics as a science. It's something he's made up himself. You cannot use the scientific method to derive what is ethically right and wrong, when ethically right and wrong things are subjective. Scientific method helps us objectively look at what is factual.
No, it
can't. I
agree with that. Can help you derive that though. Why couldn't it not?
James, I agree with that, and I've pointed this out to Khan, and I've explained the position, and he still comes back saying that that's my position. That means he has not understood a word that I've said to him earlier. Not a word.
But there are elements of morality, or I guess ethics, that are associated with the method itself. So arguably, you could come to some kind of ethical or moral judgment by utilizing the method, in the sense that you could say what ultimately proves to be the most cohesive argument is the most moral, for example. So like what ends up pleasing the most people, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, but why? But then the question, but James, then the question that would be posed to you is, well, why is pleasing people the right thing to do?
No, but that would ultimately be what we would consider the morality, right? Like morality, if we consider morality to be like what's right and what's wrong, then what's right, or what's good and what's bad, for example, then what's right is what's right would be closer to pleasure, and what's wrong would be closer to pain. So subjecting someone to pain for their whole life would arguably, by most metrics, would be wrong, right? And subjecting someone to pleasure their whole life could arguably be wrong, but more times than pain would be right. Does that make sense?
I believe.
By the way, Bernie's asking to come
in.
in. Valley, if you're listening, Bernie wants to jump in.
Oh no! Let Maverick on, man. Bernie will just get lost.
I don't see Maverick in the back chat there.
All right, but just keep.
He's not typing anyway.
Let's keep Bernie out, man.
Okay, so James, what you said there, James, is kind of similar to mine. At the very end there, you put in pleasure and pain. In the beginning, you were kind of saying what's good is good, but then you got to the point where you said what I mean by good is what gives people pleasure, and what I mean by bad is what gives somebody pain or suffering, right? So that's your stand.
Do you add any emotional factors into the well-being? Because it just seems like you was adding harm into it before, whether he is physically harmed.
Physical, psychological, emotional, and any other thing that would contribute to the well-being of a human being. So it's not just physical, of course not. Nobody would claim that.
Oh, Rob, because I feel like there was a complete dismissal, of it. Forget scientific, of some kind of methodology, because arguably theists would want to scrap the concept of methodology in obtaining true morality, and they would want to, or the only methodology they would accept is sort of recitation, or sort of being able to hear God's word, for example.
That would be their methodology, right? And so they'd appeal to a book,
right? But so that's why that is the reason for dismissing scientific methodology. But in most cases, for sort of the move towards a utopic society, there would have to be an element of strategy
and then revision of said strategy, experimentation on said strategy, and concluding whether or not a strategy was good or bad. So arguably to move toward an idyllic society, and it's again, it irritates me because that is the society we live in now is preferable to a lot of other societies in the world. And one of the methods is trial and error, testing things that worked throughout societies in history. So that is arguably the scientific method providing what is a better moral structure with which you live in. So that the evidence is where you live. I don't think you need to.
Yeah, but to me, this isn't what all is scratched up to be.
No, but it's better than okay. Let's do it like this. There was a period in time where this country enslaved the world, and I mean literally, not theoretically, not figuratively. They literally enslaved the world. This period, I would argue, is far more moral than that period. Domestically, for example, there's no people in shackles working for us. Maybe in JD Sports, but let's forget about that for the moment. Yeah, there's no people in shackles working for us, so they have learned from their mistakes, which you could arguably.
JD's a good slave master compared to Direct Sports, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
That man, Direct Sports, he's a killer.
But this is what I'm saying, yeah. Big up Mike Ashley though, but big up that is a move to that is using. You could reduce that, you could boil that down to some kind of methodology which is scientific, that has moved towards what I would argue is a better moral structure, yeah, or a structure that employs better morals. So then arguably, I don't know why there's such a reluctance to accept that. I think like this, you can use the scientific method to derive.
There's not a reluctance to say that you can use scientific methods for anything, can it? Anything in the whole wide world. There's a formula. I'm saying that's not the only formula. That's all I'm saying. You can use unorthodox methods to get to the same conclusion. Do you know what I mean, bro?
Yeah, but you know what? No, the problem is that to achieve any goal, you do have to use methodology which is rational, reasonable, demonstrable, logical, all those good things that science is based on. So even if your goal was to try and prove something blatantly stupid or wrong, you would still go about it in a logical way. That's unavoidable.
One sec. Let me hear what you said. Scientific. Go on. What did you say?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that generally speaking, like there isn't other methodologies that you can use to get to good conclusions. I mean, like what you're saying is just making up stuff or faith or something totally useless.
Nah, I'm not saying making up stuff. I'm not saying making up stuff, bro. I'm saying we've got a Pacific. Let me finish. What I'm saying to you,
even if you're trying to prove something that's stupid, even if you're trying to prove something that's blatantly false, you will still go about it using scientific methodology of reason.
Yeah. But I'm saying you can use this methodology you're going to use. You might not be able. You might not have to write anything down. It might be just when you have to observe something. You get what I'm saying?
There is no other methodology.
To the same conclusion.
Yeah, but there is no other methodology. Tell me another methodology to try and demonstrate something.
Well, but if we had a like. For instance, if we had an experiment and we set up an experiment and you went and bought, I don't know, white coat goggles and all we needed to do was put water in a glass, and then you went over and used the jug, I might go over and use a hose. You know what I'm saying? There's other ways to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? There's 1,000 ways to come to the same conclusion. That's all I'm saying, innit? And some of them are more unorthodox more than others. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, because both of those examples you gave, they're both.
Are you just pretty much saying it with the attitude of like how cover?
No, listen. There's different ways. There's different ways of measuring things, yeah. But there's not a different way than logical, rational thinking. There's not a different way than that.
Yeah, no. Obviously, we go to the path of less resistance. I know that, innit? We go to the easiest path, innit? But I'm saying there's many other ways to do things, though, bro. Sometimes people go the long way to do something. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but all of those ways will be logical, rational, evidence-based ways that science is based on.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying to you, is that when you said that there's other ways of going about it, there's actually not. There's
but I'm saying not everybody is thinking on a logical, rational, you know what I'm saying, scientific way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Yeah, but
It's
those
the
are the
truth.
people making
People do
mistakes, and
things
those are the people
unorthodox.
not understanding.
Of
Those are the
course,
people.
of course. And in them mistakes, they find out something new, some brand new information that leads them down a different path or a different way to look at that thing. What you may not know about it because you stuck to the same scientific method.
Yeah, but if they're going about it
Do
the
you know
wrong
what
way,
I'm saying?
how would they even work out that what they found out
No,
was
but I'm
valid?
saying
They
going
could only
about
hang on. They could only find out what they found out was valid if they were using logical principles in the first place. So it's unlikely
Yeah,
that they
but
will
I'm
stumble
just
across a new
saying,
discovery
disproving
because they couldn't
something
even
is
work out how to
also
conduct
useful
basic.
as proving something as well. Do you know what I'm saying? It's as
Yeah.
useful, the information.
Ingram, he asked a good question to get the gear back in shift. Eric Ingram asked the standard by there is that I'm not saying that, but some of you guys saying that or
I'm not using pleasure per se. I'm using well-being.
so it's a feeling.
No, it's a goal. The goal is well-being of ideally individuals and society. And like I say, the method that we would use to undertake factual statements that we could then relate to that goal would be the scientific method. We'd use reason and we'd use empathy as well. So we would invoke, well, at least for me, invoke at least those three things. There could be other things as well, but I would use at least those three to make a moral decision on any claim that I could. If I didn't have a scientific answer, then I might say I'm agnostic. I cannot make a moral decision on certain claims because I don't have the evidence. My yardstick isn't available at this stage. But most often we have the best information we have, and we can make a decision in relation to the goal, in this case, well-being. Then we can make a moral claim. But I want to ask the theist, because I think it's clear what our position is. I want to ask the theist, what is their moral system, and how do they decide what right and wrong?
But quickly, can I just say, for Khan in the chat, when you jump back on, use your time to make clear and concise points, because it's very irritating for someone speaking for an hour and a half to constantly say that you're being misrepresented or that nobody understands. But you've had time to because I've been listening. I'm honestly not against you. I didn't understand what the argument was about. I just got people delivering these random like monologues about stuff that they their education and what they've researched in their spare time. No one made a clear point there was no clear disputation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
just saying, JJ, yeah, there's loads of scientific methods to cure, I don't know, the common cold, bronchitis, whatever, but there's a lot of herbal remedies as well. Do you know what I'm saying? That are unorthodox, might not suit. You know what I'm saying? Or might
but the goal, Freddie, is always well-being. So if a herbal answer it works, then we would incorporate that, but we'd find that out through the scientific method. But what I'd encourage you to do, Freddie, if you have time, is to sort of go away and consider how you make moral decisions, because I'm sure, Freddie, it's not just on your personal, subjective, emotional view on things.
No,
so you would invoke other things. So maybe think about that, because I'm not sure that you're sure at this moment in time how you do it yourself.
People in the back. There's people in the back, though. There's people in the back.
No, of course, definitely, 100%. I'm gonna go away and think about it because it's a very good topic. Do you know what I mean? That's
the real challenge, I would argue, the real challenge is for theists, particularly of the Abrahamic variety, to explain to us why they think they have a moral system. Is it objective? And if so, how is it they can argue that is superior to at least mine, maybe James and scientific as well?
They need to speak according. What they need to do is just define that, and then we can go from there. Because I don't really think it's fair for
who's chomping chips?
Sorry.
What we need to do is just establish that principle. How exactly do you understand? How do you obtain your morality through what method? Sorry, not through what method. Sorry, the simple objectivity argument. So I want to know. All right, cool. Khan, Maverick, and Freddie, where do you get your morals from? Do you get your morals? Consider we know you're theists, so that we can cut to the chase of it. We know you're theists, So are your morals objective, i.e., independent of God? Is God pointing you towards morals that are independent, or are your morals arbitrary in that whatever God says is right is what is right?
Nah.
Sorry, repeat the first part. Repeat the first part.
So are your morals independent of God? I.e., God will point you to what is a correct moral framework. He'll point you, he'll say that is what's good and that is what's right, finger pointing. Or is it because God says something is right, it's right, and because God says something is wrong, i.e., if he were to change his mind tomorrow and say something that is right is wrong and wrong is right, would you have to accept that that was what was right and wrong?
But James, aren't you saying the same thing?
No.
Why are we talking about God? Why do we need to basically analyze how religious or theist people have like their version of morals when really atheists need to actually do that? Atheists need to tell us their framework for deriving right from wrong.
You got mute. Can you go on mute? Because you don't want to answer it, it seems like, yeah. So just mute for a minute, then you can
No,
ask.
but we were having a conversation and now you want to talk about theists.
Bro, it's the same for both sides. You can't assume either side has morality.
Exactly.
Both sides have to demonstrate it. So,
but they can't answer it because none of them bothered reading up on ethics.
Keep it civil, man.
Stop.
You lot, keep it civil, man.
Let Maverick, because Maverick was actually trying to understand the question. Maverick was attempting. So if you don't want to play, go sit on the bench, yeah? Maverick.
I'm trying to see the difference between your first point and the second point, because it seems as though you're saying that God tells us what is moral and we don't know what is moral unless he tells us. Is that what you're saying?
So yeah, so basically the second one would be, it's more similar to that, i.e., if whatever God says is right, and whatever God says is wrong, or God points you to an independent moral system. So if he changes...
Okay, how do I verify that independent moral system though?
Because you can argue that what God is doing is wrong in your opinion. So
and where am I getting that? And where am I getting that from?
An independent system. So what you know
from your life experience, from your life experiences.
No, but okay. More simple. If God told you what's right and wrong, let's say with commandments, yeah, like thou shalt not kill. If God is responsible for killing someone or instructed you to kill someone, then you could say, okay, God is wrong there. Or you could say, no, it's right because God says it's right now. So is it independent?
No, you're not understanding God's law, innit? If you've gone outside of God's law, that's it, innit? That's on you.
Let me try and respond.
Hold on, Freddie. I'm trying to get to you. You must understand what I'm saying now, Maverick, right?
To a degree. Let's clarify one thing in it. Yeah. We don't say that we wouldn't have morals unless the morals were pointed out to us in the book. That's not our claim. A lot of atheists say, oh, religious people only get their morals from the book. Oh shit. Oh yeah. And basically, the thing is, what we say is that God holds us accountable for morality. So we're not arguing that atheists don't have morality, for example. I think we've all got conscience. We've all got something inside. We've all got something inside us that tells us, when something is wrong or whatever. However, the difference between us is motivation. What motivates us is accountability. You guys have nothing will hold you accountable, and that's the reason we believe that your morality is flimsy. You may be moral today.
You're saying you believe in
you won't be tomorrow.
That's what you're saying, yeah.
That's a good way of putting it, bro.
Hold on. You're saying you believe in the objective morality, isn't it?
That's our argument.
But that's a good way of putting it, because that's why people don't do certain wicked things like that I'm around, because they're God fearing, innit?
Notice that even when Rob was laying down the argument, he said, if we agree on the first principle, that itself is acknowledging that you don't have objective morality. You have to literally agree and stuff. And there's no reason to agree.
No, but I'm asking, that means you can make a moral value judgment on an action of God, isn't it? Because if your morality is objective, that means prior to God explaining, a law or rule to you or telling you what you have to.
Basically,
wait, let him finish.
Religious people don't agree on God's morality either. So
come on, fam. Let him finish, bro, man. Let him finish, man. Go on, James.
Just simply, I'm saying you feel like you're in a position that you could make a moral value judgment on one of God's actions, isn't it? Because it's innate.
Yes. If there was a book or anything like that claimed to be from God, and it contradicted our conscience, then I would know that it's not from God. Yes, no problem.
Can I quickly add something, James, if you don't mind? The scientific method said something that was actually genius. It's the same for both. You don't have to believe in God, to believe in an objective morality, because objective morality is just accepting that morality is universal. And it's as simple as that. End of argument.
No, it's not quite that.
No, but the difference is they have no motivation. Like, there's no reason for them to believe in objective morality, universal morality. They don't need to bother with that. They're never going to be held accountable. They're never going to be get a reward.
We don't even have to accept that there's any such thing, bro. There's no. We don't have to accept that there's any such thing as objective morality.
Objective morality is not synonymous.
Hold on. There you go. There you go. Scientific. Scientific method just proved my point. They don't have to accept that there is any such thing as objective morality. I literally proved my point.
You claiming there is doesn't make it so either.
Okay, we're not. Let's not play whataboutery. Let's not. 1 minute, Khan. Let's not play whataboutery. Yeah.
Maverick,
fact is, you acknowledge you have no morals.
No, we didn't acknowledge that.
Don't say that.
He just said he doesn't believe in objective
morality. Are you that dumb? You just said that. After what I said, you genuinely said that.
No, but science. Khan, 1 minute. Khan, 1 minute. You just said you don't believe in objective morality. That's literally equal to no morality.
I didn't say that. I said we don't have to accept that there's any such thing as objective morality. And you claiming it doesn't prove it either, you idiot.
All right. Okay, we're not gonna play whataboutery. Right now, we're discussing atheists. If you don't accept that there is such thing as objective morality, what morality do you have?
I said we don't have to, meaning that you can't prove that there is. Yeah, there may well be, but prove it, innit? Prove it.
So now you wanna play the fence game, mate.
No, it's not the fence game, bro. This is reality. Listen.
No.
You making up claims about absolutism doesn't make it true. Yeah, me being smart enough and honest enough to accept that there may not be any such thing.
Are you done?
You're talking shit. Because you're talking rubbish. You're lying about me. That's not what I said.
I'm gonna respond to you. Don't speak over me.
I didn't say I don't have.
Bro, you're
I don't
scared.
believe that there's any such thing. I said we don't have to accept it.
Are you done? All right, cool. If you don't have to accept that there is such thing as objective morality, you don't have morality. You either accept it or there is none.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. You expect me to talk to you like a reasonable human being when you.
All right, tell me how you can have morality if you don't. Tell me how you can have objective morality. Tell me how you can have morality if you don't accept objective morality. Go ahead,
Maverick. Hold on. You and a group of Muslims agree something is moral. Yeah, you agree this one's right, this one's wrong. In that sense, it becomes objective. However, it has a subjective source in that all of you are making the decision. Once you all agree with each other that
hold on, but we're all making a decision based on what?
Objectively moral.
We're all making a decision based on what?
Listen to stupidity.
No, but wait, James.
You're gonna listen.
You just said we're making a subjective decision. You can't just say that.
Listen, you're gonna say it's innate, what you've already said. That's what you just said. Then another Muslim's gonna say he got it from the book, and you're gonna be like, oh wow, my innate feeling about this is consistent with something that was written 1400 years ago.
This is so pathetic. Are you not attempting? Wait. Are you not attempting to play? One second. Are you not attempting to
let me finish?
James,
let me finish. And you're upset with him. You're upset with him, and you're not letting me finish the sentence. I'm saying
you were done. I mean, how long?
No. So the objectivity element is that it's observed. It's in accordance with reality. When it comes to something like an abstraction, the only way you can know, like a thought, an idea, the only way you can know that it is objective or in accordance with reality is if other people share the same idea, right? So it can be objective but have a subjective source, i.e., this is a decision you've made, and guess what? Bare people agree with you. The majority of people agree with you, therefore it becomes objective. You understand? Now, if you say that it's an innate quality, you're saying it's not from a book. You literally, that's a quote by you. You said our morality does not come from a book. It's something that I guess you believe God has put within you or some shit like that, right? Then ultimately everybody, whether they've read the book or haven't read the book, that agrees with you has come to it from some kind of subjective place. Would you not agree?
No.
What do you call how is it subjective if everyone has the same conscience?
Not everyone, though. Not everyone thinks the same. Not everyone.
Not only. Okay, now you're done. Let me speak in it, James. Yeah. Not only was that pure waffle. Yeah. Notice what they're doing because they can't prove their point. Now they're playing whataboutery. Just acknowledge you guys have no morality. We can discuss ours.
Let me jump in, Maverick. So there's two senses of objectivity. One is it's independent of human beings. That's one sense of morality, objectivity. The other is it's independent of human opinion. So which one are you referring to? Are you referring to objectivity that is separate from humans, or are you referring to objectivity, for example, like the sun goes, so the earth goes around the sun? That's objective, irrespective of what humans believe about it. Or are you saying that it's objective outside of human beings, got nothing to do with humans, it comes from outside of human beings entirely? Which is your position?
Slightly confused me there.
I'll say it again.
As usual.
I'll give a shorter version. One sense of morality is it's independent of humans. That's one sense of objectivity.
No,
Can you elaborate what you mean by independent of humans?
Universally true for all humans.
No, it's like what he's saying is like it's you know the example I said about God doing something. If God does it, it's moral, yeah. It's right or wrong. So he's saying that would be an objective standard for some people.
There are belief systems without a God.
Another objective standard would be a consensus among humans that everybody agrees, or majority of people agree that something's right or wrong. That would be two ways.
It ain't that the majority is agreeing; it's that they're attributing it to something that's universal.
Can you not argue with the premise and just?
Yeah, because you're posing the question in a biased way.
We're not though.
Not only that, he's loading it. They always load it with nonsense.
It's
impossible to talk to you.
Why can't you see that?
Do you know what it is? I'm going to be honest. Because you're so scared of being wrong, it's impossible.
No,
James, the same argument can be made against you. Why are you so egotistical?
What have I not answered? I literally came on.
You're telling me I'm scared of being wrong. Are you talking to me? Are you real?
But it appears that way because you're rephrasing everything when it's simple. I'm telling Ahmed why what scientific said is a fair point, as in he can withhold his judgment on what he can criticize somebody's understanding of objectivity and not necessarily be positing a subject like a purely subjective morality. Yeah, I made that. Ahmed didn't understand that.
I was actually going to call you my son's name because he argues too.
Yeah,
James.
Let me finish. I didn't understand, and Rob said, "Oh, I think there's an issue." Hold on. Rob said, "I think there's an issue with how you're understanding morality. Like, what of these two? Like, what kind of morality? Objective? Sorry, are you talking about when you say objective?" And now no one's. Then he said, "I don't understand." Rob, question.
It was loaded. Can you not see where it was loaded?
No. He said he didn't understand. Don't lie. Then I asked it another way. Maybe it would be better. And then you'll say now it's loaded. So basically, we can never understand what you guys are saying. Then we're never allowed to talk.
All right, well, let us speak then.
Go on.
You don't have to believe in God to accept that there is objective morality, because atheists that look into and study ethics, also have objective morality. It's not synonymous with a belief in God. It's just a universal truth that's not up for interpretation. It's nothing to do with God told us.
The only difference is accountability. Atheists can basically shed whatever they think is morals tomorrow. We can't.
No,
That's
can't.
the difference.
No,
Of course you can. There's no accountability.
Misunderstanding of atheist,
when I speak, no one replied. You know I'm right.
Wait, let me hear Rob speak. Let me hear Rob speak.
Now.
Please, 1 second. Let me hear Rob speak here. What would motivate you to be moral? What would motivate you to be moral, Rob?
I'm telling you. What would motivate me to be moral is because I want well-being for myself, my family, my community, my country, and ultimately the world, if that's possible. That's what motivates me to be moral.
And we're supposed to believe you?
You can believe me or not believe me. That's irrelevant to the point. That's completely irrelevant.
How do we know it's true? How do we know it's true without accountability? How do we know it's true?
By his actions.
You're so dumb. You asked him.
Judging by his actions.
No, but you asked him.
But his actions can change tomorrow. This is what I mean. It's just flimsy.
Your actions can change tomorrow.
Not necessarily. Not as long as I'm a theist, because I'll always have that accountability on my.
How do we know if you really believe what you're saying? How do we know if you really believe what you're saying?
No, if you accept it, no. Whether you listen, whether you believe what I'm saying or not, at least you know that my principle is solid. You don't have a principle. I have to believe you.
Our principles are more solid than yours. I'll tell you why. Because
even
hold on. If you follow some kind of philosophy, like at the very least, and this is me being generous, we could say it's equal to a structure that you follow. So you follow a theist.
How do you work that out? It's my philosophy. My philosophy is eternal. How is it the same as your little temple?
I asked you what principle. So
it is. That makes sense.
Wait, let him finish, man.
So
What
I
are
would
your
say,
Can't let him finish.
I would say,
Yeah, but they don't never tell us their principles.
I'm about to
What
tell
are
you.
your
I'm about to tell you.
He's about to
Go
say it, can't let him finish.
So if I was to
Alright,
say,
cool.
for example, if I was to say that I follow objective morals. So if you said, "Oh, how do I know your morals are true or whatever?" Or why would you want to follow them or something, right or wrong? And I say,
No, how do I know they're going to be consistent? That's my issue.
I know. I believe that. No, but that's the difference. Yeah, I don't think your morals are consistent. But
No, see, you're always playing what about him, James. Notice
I know, but
every time you call, you play what about. Can we discuss yours now?
You're just screaming. Yeah, alright, cool. I could say the same about anyone's morality, like, change, right? And I can say that it's not consistent. Like, God says, "Thou shalt not kill," but God tells Moses to kill people. So shouldn't Moses have
Where?
stopped there?
Oh, now you're talking about a specific religion now.
Can I just roll with the thought? Yeah. So anyone can
Yeah,
say
but you're creating premises that don't exist. Don't speak about a specific religion and say, "Oh, that's God."
I'm speaking. That's all I'm doing. So if you don't stop cutting me, then you won't. You know what I mean? Alright, cool.
Don't make false claims.
I'll continue. Okay, finish. Anyone can argue about the consistency. Yeah, I don't think that's a good way of critiquing something, because we may say that I would argue that what I consider to be objective. So I'll answer Rob's question. The objective, what I would consider to be objective morals, will always have some of a subjective root to the individual, because there may be a crazed lunatic person that doesn't share my moral. But the fact that I can discuss with the majority of people and understand, the best way to derive pleasure.
James, do you plan to answer the question by any chance?
Okay, go on, man. Just talk.
No, but I've listened to you waffle on and try to talk about what about you, what about this, what about that. You never answered the question, James. You're not
do you
children,
believe that murder is wrong, right?
Yep.
And that's universally true, right? There's no chance of murder ever being
universally, but there's
right for anyone.
Some people that think murder is right. You agree with that?
No, but that's
no.
We're not wearing different hats. We're talking.
There's some people that think eugenics. The preventing of the birth of some people.
But I'm asking you what you think.
Right? No, but I'm saying no. But so when you say universal, what do you mean universal?
It means that it should be upheld by everyone. If there's mad people that don't agree with you,
do you know why he didn't understand that, Khan? Khan, do you know why he didn't understand that? Khan, on the level, Khan, he didn't understand that because you've got morals and he doesn't. Literally, that's literally why he didn't understand that. How's that such nonsense? How's that? Because Khan, listen, Khan spoke about. Listen. Khan spoke. Okay, Khan spoke about. Tell me if Khan did not speak about a universal truth. By saying that you should not kill people, is that not a universal truth?
Okay, well, Khan kind of begged the question. He didn't realize he was begging the question there, because to use the word murder means unjustified killing. Unjustified relation to what? You could say something like rape, right? That would be a universal. In other words, having sexual relations with a woman against her will, that you could say is universal. You wouldn't say murder because you're begging the question. It means, well, what?
Actually, you can't say that's universal.
In relation to what? What God says? What my moral system says? Somebody else's? So you
yeah,
can't
but
beg
Rob,
the
that's
question
by the by. That's by the by.
Well, it's not by the by. Use an example that doesn't beg the question.
Okay,
but that's
if it makes
fine.
you happy, we'll change murder
so
for rape.
Maverick.
No, but that's the.
I think
even that, hold on, but
if
even
I
that,
agree with James.
But even that is a problem, because when you say universally true, what do you mean to me? Because I've already said I think murder is wrong. So if
he doesn't mean that, James. He means independent of any human, any human's opinion. It's independent.
Hold on. Why would you think? Hold on. Why would an atheist think that rape is immoral?
I don't think. But hold on. I think I'm of the belief, until proved otherwise, and I can be proved otherwise. But this concept of moral objectivity, in my opinion, because I don't believe in some magical entity, I believe that it is something that ultimately will have to be subjectively derived, and to achieve an objective standard.
By the way, you do believe a magical entity. You believe in a magical universe.
You're literally saying no to my opinion, Khan. Can you imagine?
No, because you're basically saying that something objective ends up being subjective.
Oh, bro, that's why it's impossible to talk to you kind of people, because it's like we're not.
Because you're making it up as you go along. You're literally making it up as you go along.
What, my opinion? I'm making my opinion up as I go along, and you know that.
Yeah, but if your opinion can be wrong, though.
That's not an opinion. What you're saying is not an opinion. You're saying that something that starts off as an objective truth ends up being subjective because it relates to the person individually. That's made up.
Listen,
that's made up.
Listen, I listened to you give a monologue, have a question at the end of the monologue. Rob began to answer, and you started speaking again. Control yourself. Actually control yourself. Yeah,
You're being silly now.
No, I'm being.
Now you're
I'm
being
not
silly.
being silly. You don't. This is
You are.
it's like
That's just being
James,
silly.
let's
And you're
try.
being
Let's try
petty.
with Maverick.
You're being petty
We
as
might-
well.
Shut up.
James,
You're not petty.
You
Shut
lot,
up.
stay civil, man. Come on, man.
No,
Bloody
like,
hell.
on a serious level, you're answering questions for man and telling us what's right or wrong. Do you want everyone to leave the
No.
panel and explain both sides for
No.
people? If not, shut up for a minute. Then. No.
Let's James. Let's try it just for
Said
a
it
short,
twice
short
already,
while.
James.
No, no,
It just
bro.
doesn't make
So
sense.
dumb, like, what are you talking for? You say no. This is what I think about
Because it
this.
doesn't make
No, it's
sense.
not what you
You're
think.
saying that an objective truth that you don't understand what we mean by objective truth. You're saying it has to come from God. No, all humans admit that rape is wrong. Now, if then people are saying
No,
that
they
rape ain't
don't.
wrong,
No, they
then
don't.
they're fucked
You
up.
donut.
Then
No,
they're
they don't.
fucked
You
up.
donut. This guy's so dumb. You don't think? What do you think rapists are saying? What do you think rapists? There's.
But they're not normal people.
Why? Because you saying it now.
But James, they're not
Okay,
saying it because they're
Look,
they're
all right,
normal
let me
people
Rob.
that are
Hey,
agreeing. That,
hey,
oh
Club,
my God!
Can I speak to Rob just for a moment? Do you mind? Yeah. But this is.
Why don't you just like
Hold on.
fuck off together?
Hold on. This is. But it's just he's the only one that's not gonna fucking. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying, Rob. Yeah. The reality is why I'm never going to be quick to dismiss the scientific method for achieving some kind of morality or ethical standard or whatever is because this is clearly the kind of discussion you would need to have to understand why we think like how we think. Sorry. So if I think rape is wrong, why? And one of the examples you would use, and it's funny because I saw that in that debate the other day with the Sabor and the kid from Oxford, is arguably. What if, for whatever reason, you're locked?
Did you hear what the atheist said on that video?
Mentioning
my
support
God.
to Rob.
You won't get to finish.
They're fucked.
Mentioning support to Rob. You're good.
Bro, just relax.
You won't get to finish.
Relax.
It's like Kanita needs a permanent muzzle because otherwise he's like a child that can't keep his mouth quiet. I think if we're gonna have
like you don't do this other places. Like, come on, man, show some respect to the thing. No, it's mad, Joe, because if
you mean like
we were now discussing with a rapist, if by accident, we found ourselves, we had a rapist on the panel or something, and he was the other one positing an argument, all of these general universal truths in the way you posit, do you believe this? They would be answering them contrary to your belief. Now, you may have some grounding and justification in saying, this is why you're immoral, you hurt more people than you harm. But what you'd end up doing by explaining it to them is coming to attempting to come to the same kind of rationalization that two people that agreed that their opinions are subjective, but had to ask each other why, like why we think what we think. Why do you think this is wrong? And that is essentially what I would argue is objective morality. That's how you derive it. You discuss why something is wrong and if it makes more sense and if it is rational. That is using what arguably is a method which at boiling, like once it's reached its
if I could just respond to you, James, I don't have a problem with what you just said. People can discuss and using their subjective and blah 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 and try and get to an objective reason. That ain't the issue. I agree with you on that completely. I even acknowledge that atheists do have morals. I'm not denying that.
Earlier you said we didn't.
Wait. Hold on, please. The difference is motivations for morals. Like you have morals, however, it's flimsy. Your morals. One day you can act on it, the next day you could choose to ignore it. Because at the end of the day, there is no accountability, and that's the difference I'm trying to make between us. That's it. There is no other difference.
So Maverick, it's probably worth having a discussion with you for a short while because originally you didn't say that. You said we didn't have morals. Well, I'm glad you've changed your mind that we do have morals. What you're really saying is we don't have a foundation that you accept for our morals, so it could change tomorrow. Right? That's your position. That's the typical theist position. That's what
if I can just give it a little twist. If I can give it just a little twist. The reason I said you don't have morals is because it's not consistent. I mean,
so we don't have consistent morals by your lights. Okay, fine. That's your view.
Yeah,
okay,
that's my issue.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me.
He's not saying you don't have consistent morals. He's saying you're not consistent with your morals.
He said what he said. He said what he said.
Yeah,
okay,
consistent with your morals. No, Khan is right. Khan is right.
Amen.
Okay, so Maverick, let me help. Let me explain my position. It might be same as James. It might not be. So I take well-being as my benchmark. That is a subjective claim. Somebody could come along and say, well, Rob, I don't accept your well-being of humans as the benchmark for what you define as right and wrong or good and bad. I will go, okay, what do you mean? And we could have that discussion. If they do accept my view on the well-being of conscious creatures, and they say to you, well, Rob, in a scenario, how do you determine what's right and wrong? Okay, you've got this goal of well-being, but how do you determine it? And I will say to them, I'll use my reasoning. I will employ the scientific method, broadly speaking, across every domain that's possible, and I will employ my empathy. And through that method, I will come to it. Now, it is true, Maverick, that what constitutes well-being, i.e. what we mean by well-being today, that could change. But the principle of well-being, i.e. what's best for human beings, that principle remains objectively unchanging. But as we discover more, what we then mean by well-being will change. So there's a lot of confusion here as to, it will change in a heartbeat. No, the concept will remain the same. The methodology will remain the same, at least for me. And how I then determine something will be based on that methodology. And that could change as I get more information, as I learn more about what it is to be human, how we can suffer, how we can have pain. Does that make sense?
I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. It makes sense as in I understood you, but there's a few issues I have with that.
Go ahead.
One, I have an issue with you haven't explained what motivates you. I mean, you've told me that
Sure.
well-being is a benchmark, but my biggest issue is the motivation between
Shall I
atheists
explain that
and
for you?
theists.
I mean, you can obviously...
In a second, if I can add one more. So the motivation has not been settled. And secondly, what has not been the other issue that I have is you said my understanding of well-being could change tomorrow. The issue I have is okay, correct that one for me.
Okay. So what constitutes well-being could change. That part is true. And how would that happen? Through our gathering of the scientific method, using my reasoning and my empathy. So that could change. But what I'm ultimately driving at, what motivates me, to use your word, is the well-being of myself, my family, the community, etc. So why I do things, why I will claim something's right and wrong, is because I want a better world. What do I mean by a better world? Where every human being flourishes, because then that impacts society and ultimately it impacts me. If I'm selfish, I can ask myself the question through reason, go, Rob, what if it was selfish and the entire world was selfish? Would that be a better place to live or a worse place? And what motivates me is to recognize that it would be a worse place, and therefore I want a world where you and I can have a conversation, where you're free to speak, where you're not under any duress, where you can have enough to eat and so forth, and all of those things, because I recognize that even if I have to sacrifice some of that for you, ultimately, for me, that works out for my well-being in the greater scheme of things. That's what motivates me.
But why?
Wait 1 second, James, please. All right, cool. What I wanted to add to that was this idea of something potentially changing.
Before you do that, are you happy with the explanation for my motivation? I mean, you don't have to agree with it, but you're happy that I've given you an explanation for what motivates me as to what is right and wrong?
No, you've given me an explanation. Wait, please. You've given me an explanation.
Basically,
no, I understand. I understood.
What about individualism?
No, wait, please, man. I understood. I'm just gonna. I'll address that in a second. First, I want to address the first thing, which was
let me ask my question.
Your understanding of well-being or your method, or however you put it, changing could potentially change. I have a problem with that, because as far as I'm concerned, morality does not change. So
but that's where you're cool.
If you are thinking of something that could potentially change, it could possibly go under. It could go under so many other things, but I don't think it would go under morality. Morality is something. Wait! I'm not done. Please.
Rob, I know, but Rob, let me ask the question when he's done, if you don't mind, please, brother.
Cool. Okay. And to speak about what motivates you, I'm glad that you added the last part, which is basically you're looking after your own interest. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. So when you're looking after your well-being, the well-being of your family, I can accept that you're looking after your well-being. I can also accept that you're looking after the well-being of your family, because those things are in your interest. I'll tell you what I can also accept. I can accept potentially that you could care about the well-being of the community, because that also could be in your interest. I can accept that. However, what I can't accept is that you would care about anything that doesn't transgress or impact your interests. So what you're calling morality is merely interest, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I don't agree with that, and Rob's definitely going to come back on that. But quickly, I just want to ask you. I imagine there's and I'm not trying to catch you out, so don't dither on any of these questions. But I imagine that there's a period of time when you when things that you now believe to be morally like correct or right, so things that you consider to be right, that you may have, you know, maybe in your youth you did some bad things, for example, right? At the time you were doing them, did you not know that it was right? So like if you did something wrong back in the day, did you know what you were doing was wrong all the time, or did you have to learn from doing that thing that what you did was wrong and this is the right way to do it? Can you think back to a period of time like that, Mav?
Not really. What if you're asking me what, like, when I've done wrong, I could tell you that it's because I haven't considered the I for a moment I haven't thought about the objective accountability that would be held.
All right, perfect. So there was times you didn't know something, essentially the right way to do something, and then you learned.
No, you used the wrong word. I didn't say no. I said didn't think.
Okay,
I didn't think. I didn't pay attention.
It's fair to say before you hurt someone's feelings back in the day, you may have hurt someone's feelings by accident, realize, oh, doing that is wrong, isn't it? So therefore now you've derived the moral principle from that event. This is wrong now.
No. To be honest with you, I don't. I think whoever I've done wrong, I've always known what's right and wrong. I don't think there was a moment when I haven't known what's right and wrong. But there could be moments when I've ignored what's right and wrong.
Cool. So when you do something wrong, now because you don't do it, you're not perfect, right? You do stuff that's wrong.
I'm not perfect, of course, yes.
So when you do stuff wrong, you're either intentionally doing something you know to be bad, or B, what you said is like, I'm just not thinking about it. I forgot. I didn't think, right? Some shit like that. That's how you just
to be honest, it's if I do something bad, I do know what I'm doing, but at that moment, my thought about something else might overtake my morals.
Right,
but I'm never unaware of what I'm doing.
The point I'm making is, so let's say you take an atheist that you said you believe could be moral, and then let's say you take a theist that you do believe to be moral. If they both display immorality, then what is the core of your argument? Because I may argue, yeah, I'm not held to a standard. I don't believe in a magical dimension in which all my sins are punished.
All right, I can respond to
dimension in which all of my good deeds are praised. Right, I don't believe in
that's
that. When we're talking about actual morality, what is stopping either of us if we're both going to be immoral anyway? What's stopping either of us?
That's a very good question. I would say, let's say for example, you and a theist did some immoral action, and I was present, I was witness or whatever. If I all I would need to do is simply remind the theist of Judgment Day, of his creator, and he would at least, not only would he acknowledge that what he did was wrong, he would repent, and he would do whatever to disassociate himself from what he did. However, the atheist, there is no accountability whatsoever. No, it's just a swagger. Like let me add one thing, because there's someone put it in the chats earlier. Even this thing about well-being, there's no accountability for it.
But forget well-being. You're not answering to me. You're answering to me.
No, I just thought I'd add that in there.
Yeah. So you're saying that this is quite interesting, because I said you believe an atheist is moral and you believe that a theist is moral, and they're both being immoral. So that they both know they're either, like the two options you gave, they're either not thinking. Yeah, sorry, they're either not thinking or they're intentionally being immoral. And what you described isn't accountability. That's not accountability at all. You described incentivizing, being incentivized. So for the one,
the accountability is the incentive.
You have to remind him about his creator and what else? And what else?
Accountability
and Judgment Day. So what you're saying is essentially, because we don't agree that your religion is moral. Just take this into account. So you're saying though that
was completely unnecessary.
No, but listen. Essentially, you could be under duress, forced to be immoral in your system. In your system, you're forced to be immoral. Yeah, you could be incentivized to be immoral. Where in the other one, if someone didn't know.
No, I couldn't be incentivized to be immoral, because then we wouldn't believe in it. We wouldn't believe in the book. The whole reason we believe in it is because it coincides with our conscience.
We believe.
But you're playing a lot of whataboutery, James.
Don't try that, because that's unquantifiable. We're saying we can.
What are you talking about? So what you're saying is unquantifiable too.
It's right. So in exactly the same way it can be used for good, in that sense, it can be abused. Because
no, it's not the same way, because our claim is verifiable. Yours is just a theory.
He makes it up as he goes along, bro.
James just argues for anything, literally anything.
No,
man.
it's not. It's not. He's actually.
I've never seen someone argue anything.
No. He's trying to extrapolate meaning from his knowledge. That he's actually trying.
No, not only that, yeah, he's genuinely like impressed by himself. If he just listened to conversations, if he just listened to conversations, he would think about.
Hey, listen, I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you. Last point, Con. I'm sorry, this is the last one. I'm literally explaining to you that in you said that two people can be moral, correct? Yeah, you said two people can be moral, and you said that those people that are moral can be immoral because no one's perfect, even in religion. And you said the only difference between the two of them being immoral is at the point of immorality, you can point to the Muslim and say, brother, you've got a creator. This is what your creator has said. Fear judgment day, fear Allah. Right? So do this. The way you've been doing that is wrong.
Yes, that is our accountability.
This is what I'm saying. The difference is that atheist doesn't have that, but that atheist cannot be forced into doing something which is immoral by his own standard. And let's say, hold on. Oh, bro, there's something wrong with you, G.
No, but you're changing the premise. You're changing the discussion, bro.
Listen and wait till it finishes so you can understand it.
Listen
to what I'm saying, yeah? That atheist, right? He's only got him, so he's decided this is immoral, right? This is what I'm doing is immoral. Afterwards, he's only got himself to blame for doing the immorality. You agreed he can be moral, so you know that he knows what he did is immoral. Fine. The Muslim has done something is immoral and believes in morality as well, so he knows what he's done is immoral. The only difference being is you said someone else, a third party, can come to the Muslim and say, oh, what you're doing is immoral. Fear your creator, fear the judgment day, fear Allah. You will not get into heaven acting like this. You will go to hell acting like this. But if in that moral framework, the religious one, if there's something like, I don't know, condoning slavery, I don't know, beating your wife, if any of these things can make an objective case, you can make a moral case for them being justified, then you can force somebody who believes hitting a woman is wrong into thinking it's right because of incentive. You can force.
Okay, Canito,
immoral.
Are you done though?
Immoral practice and system.
He's strawmanning you.
Wait, he's trying to strawman hard. Canito, I was just gonna say, don't bite the bullet. He's trying to strawman hard, bro.
I wanted to ask.
You man are Catholic.
1 minute, guys. Can I ask Rob a question?
Most Muslims think you're Catholic, so just know the thing. You get me?
See what he's doing? He's basically got nothing. Because he's got nothing. There's James for you, bro. He's got nothing, literally. When he couldn't listen, when he couldn't defend his position, he went, "Oh, what about you lot? You lot do this. Oh, this could happen. Oh my God, what was that? Was that an argument?" And then he goes, and then he goes, "Oh no, let me play divide and conquer. Muslims don't like you. Muslims don't like you." It's like talking to little teens, bro.
Rob, are you still there?
It's literally talking to little teens.
I want to find out if Rob's still there. Rob, are you there? Is Rob still there? Roberto,
you know.
Roberto.
I'm going to have lunch, but go ahead very quickly, and then I need to pop downstairs.
So Rob, remember I was talking to you about your way of deriving ethics using what I called your recipe of 3 ingredients. One of them being a scientific method, the other one being you said empathy. Can you highlight to me?
Can't. Before you go on, I don't derive my morals using the scientific method. I derive my morals using reason, and I use the scientific method as the methodology to reach my goal, which I've used. How I've come about the goal is through my reason.
Okay. So it was reason, the scientific method, and empathy, you said.
Yeah, that's the methodology to reach the goal, which I've in my case is the well-being of conscious creatures. That's my goal. Whatever I say is right. Hang on a second. Whatever I say is right or wrong. What I mean by right or wrong is in relation to the well-being of creatures or conscious creatures in this case. And then I use the methodology of science.
No, it makes sense. Okay, so
thank you.
Could you quickly explain briefly what you mean by empathy and how it relates to this? to this subject?
Yeah, we'd employ empathy. So if we were making a moral decision, it wouldn't just be scientific and reason. I would employ empathy in the sense of, okay, we are human beings, we feel things. In this difficult moral dilemma, for example, I would employ empathy and go, okay, in this, it seems to me 50-50 with a scientific method or my reason. I'm going to employ empathy, and what would I additionally do, as well as using my reason and science? I would also employ empathy in a particular scenario, and go, okay, I'm going to use empathy to reach my goal, which is the well-being of conscious creatures.
Okay, so when you're saying empathy, would you therefore then take people's emotions into
Of course,
consideration?
that's part of well-being. Yeah, that's part of well-being. Emotions, psychology, physiology, all
So
of that
if
incorporates
people's
well-being.
understanding of, let's say, what right or wrong is, or what's good or bad, is derived from their emotions, would you
No.
be
Yeah,
like
that
some
wouldn't be a
people, for
consistent point.
example,
Yeah.
might strictly use emotions without reason?
No, but then I think then they would be, by almost definitionally, unreasonable. And that's kind of what Freddie was saying, and I pointed out to him, and I showed him with what's called the reductio ad absurdum, showing it that if I present a counterexample, what you've just said kind of reduces to absurdity in a sense. So if you just use your feelings, no, that would not be a consistent, reliable method or reasonable method to employ or to come by a moral system, because somebody else could have other feelings. And then how do you determine which one is correct? Well, you can't use feelings, right? Because you both have feelings. So then you're in a quandary. So that wouldn't work. So you have to employ some other standard. So I've been clear on mine, and I've asked you guys. I'm quite happy to answer further, but I want to hear why you think yours is objective, and B, why it's better. That's what I'm interested in to hear at some point. But I'm happy to answer questions on my one.
What's better?
When you say atheist and theist, are you guys?
I'll just mute. I've got to eat, and I'm sure James can carry the banner. Go for it.
Yeah, I would. Try
I wouldn't say that, Bonju.
But no, because this was interesting. Yeah, when you say let me mute this shit. Yeah, when you say atheistic and theistic, I imagine, especially someone like you, Ahmed, yeah, you're not arguing for all theists. Right? You're not saying all theists have sort of a better framework to sort of hold them to a better moral standard, right? You don't agree. You mean yourself, right?
That was a pretty good one. I can't even lie. Hold on, let me think about this one. You see, when you say theist, unfortunately, there's too many
Very
groups
general,
that are.
It's a bit general.
Yeah, it's too general. There's too many groups that are apparently part of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's
go on, tell me.
It's quite a struggle, that one, to be honest with you. Okay, I would say this. I would argue for anyone who believes in monotheism and believes in Judgment Day. Those are my two conditions for morality.
Okay, but then, Ahmed, by your own standards, yeah, you literally saw how many Muslims come on and justify slavery in the Quran. You see Muslims regularly justify beating your wife with a miswak. So those.
Yeah, but I don't.
No, but listen to this.
Can I respond to that?
No, but let me.
I'll make you laugh.
That's a truism. That's not. I'm not trying to argue that point.
I agree. I'll make you laugh.
Go on.
I'll be dead straight with you. Oh fuck! It's so dangerous. You had to put me in this position, innit? You have to play that divide and conquer.
I'm not asking you to speak on that. I'm just saying. I just put that as a premise to say. I was going to speak on top of that and say. So those people, is it not more dangerous that they are incentivized to that form of morality versus if they had their own choice? They could consider themselves.
Okay, you know what?
No, but
I gotta say this. I'm gonna respond to you. I gotta say this. I don't consider most Muslims as monotheists. I don't think most Muslims are monotheists.
But by definition, they are though. They believe in one.
No, they claim to be. But if you're basically saying, if you're associating the Prophet all the time with God, like literally all the time with God, I don't see how you're a monotheist.
Yeah, but that's fine. All right, listen, I don't mind you making that distinction. What I'm trying to prove to you is the flaw in this incentivized morality. I'm saying that.
No, but the example you used is a wrong example, though. You can't use them as an example.
No, but you missed that. You missed the argument I was making before. I'm not saying it is a fact that you're being pointed in the wrong direction. I can't make that judgment ultimately.
Can you just change incentivized morality to imposed morality?
No, incentivize. I've chosen my words carefully. Thank you. Yeah. What I'm saying is that incentivized morality, yeah, that I was speaking about before. I'm saying it is bad, like structurally, or it produces more negative results net. Because ultimately, what you're saying is if my understanding of morality, i.e., subjective, but that derives objective truths, yeah. So it's like, you know, we all find the X more pleasurable, and we all find, you know, Y less pleasurable. Therefore, it makes sense to, within the sort of gray area between those two, to see what we can agree upon is right and wrong. Therefore, that is objective. For example, that might be a loose framework for form of objectivity. Different. This gets you into heaven. This gets you into hell. Well, when it's wrong, yeah, when your system goes wrong, guess what it does? It forces people into enslaving other people, which you can agree on. It forces people to necessarily undertake, you know, the practice of marrying children, or fucking what do you call it, or beating their spouses and all other type of shit. Therefore, that kind of, as far as you, I don't think you should search for that as the standard. To hold someone to a higher morality, i.e., well, you know what, you may be moral, but I trust you less because you can't be forced into a moral act. But it's like, but then someone could equally be being forced into an immoral act by that exact same logic. You understand?
No.
Okay, well, I tried to flesh it out as best I could. What's wrong? Why don't you understand? Explain to me why I've gone wrong. Explain.
Because you're somehow insinuating that people are being muscled into adhering to a list of agreed morality or agreed viewpoints that they don't really share. They're just like sort of pretending to agree to it.
So do you agree? So then ISIS, yeah. If ISIS has a sheikh, yeah, and that sheikh saying this is how you get into heaven, yeah. This is how you get into heaven. You agree that that's a better standard than an atheist having a discussion with somebody else about what's right and wrong. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is this.
Stop. I'm working with, answer my question. Is that what you're saying? Just tell me yes or no, please, because I just want to know.
Say it again.
So you're saying ISIS, yeah, being told by a sheikh, this is Ahi, you shouldn't have let that kafir rat live. Yeah, you should have killed him. Allah would reward you in heaven. You're saying that is better than an atheist saying what you did there was wrong, mate, and the other atheist going, why? And him explaining why it's wrong.
An atheist can never utter the word that is wrong.
Answering that.
There's no wrong in your world.
Stop. I'm asking Khan because he said he didn't agree. So answer, please.
I can't answer that.
Why can't you answer that? You are a terrorist.
How was that?
You can't answer that. You're a terrorist. All right.
With what we're talking about.
Say no more. All right, say no more. Say no more. It's done. All right, don't worry. It's fine. You don't have to answer. It's fine.
All I'm saying is this.
Disappointed in you.
All I'm saying
in you. You literally just agreed that
look, give me a sec, please. Give me a sec.
That's mad.
Let's say, for example, right, me and you both have faculties that we can use to derive right or wrong from individually for our self-interest. We also can come together and agree with each other subjectively on any current situation. For example, we found a bag with £100,000 in it and an ID, and me and you are both looking at it, deciding what we should do, what's the right thing to do. You know, you're like, my brother's got, God forbid, cancer. I could use 50 grand of this to treat him and whatever. There's also a list of rules that we agree to, yeah, on a wider level. Let's say, for example, when we're walking through the ends, yeah, man them know what's right and wrong and not to violate each other, right? Now, these things that are agreed to are there for a reason. They're objective truths that we all agree to, yeah? And having them is better than not having them. Yeah. Having them does not take away from any other thought process.
Yeah.
Khan, did you see that?
Mav, you heard how he answered that question before, yeah? How would you have answered it?
Honestly, I kind of switched off. I didn't hear nothing. What were you lot talking about?
What?
Listen to what your boy Khan said, yeah? I said to Khan, I said, I said an ISIS sheikh, yeah, telling them man you have to kill the believers, Aki, yeah, to get into heaven.
Kill the believers.
So you have to kill the disbelievers, Aki. You have to kill the Shia, Aki. You have to kill the Alawite, Aki. Yeah, telling that to get into heaven, to get your virgins or whatever it is. Yeah, that sheikh doing that, or an atheist who has been immoral, either having some Socratic dialogue by himself, like telling himself, oh, this was, this is why this is wrong, or another atheist, or, another non-theist telling him, that was wrong, by the way, like, so having that kind of discourse in which he may not agree, he may say, fuck you, you're wrong, or he may agree, whatever, just that kind of discourse, that scenario, which one would produce better results? And Khan said, I don't know.
I said, I'm not answering it.
I guess I'm gonna have to agree with you on this one.
MashaAllah.
I just wanted to hear him say that.
Maverick's a true Muslim. One second.
Hey, Khan, did you hear what's it called? Sabor and that white guy, the atheist, I forgot his name. They were debating, and Sabor asked him, "Is rape immoral?" Did you hear that one?
What happened? No.
Okay, basically, Sabor must have asked this atheist guy that in his paradigm, basically, can he prove, according to atheism and whatnot, that rape is immoral? And I swear, my man couldn't answer that. Should I play that one for you? He could not answer that, bro. He literally could not answer that.
Put it on your screen so we can see it.
I'm not computer literate like that, bro. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Have you got two devices, one to play it on?
I've got two phones right now.
Yeah, if you put YouTube on your phone and play the video, and then on the other one that you're talking to me on, press camera, the camera will open, and then flip the camera so it's pointing towards the other phone.
Oh, all that level.
Yeah, it works good.
Say no more. What's the channel called? Sabor. I swear he could not answer that. You know what's it called? You know, in the academic arena, yeah, people that talk about theism and atheism, especially in relating to morality and stuff like that. This is why this panel really, really amazes me, is because this panel makes arguments that the professionals do not. You know where I'm coming from? Like atheist academics don't argue that morality is, that atheism can account for morality. They literally, they know they can't argue that. Do you see what I mean? So this place is not a mess, bro.
No.
This place is something else. 1 second, I'm looking for it.
What cracks me up is they always point the finger, but yet when you scrutinize them, they can't hold up. So like Rob will say, oh, you derive ethics by using reason, right?
Yeah.
Empathy and scientific method. But he actually has no reading done, no research done, no understanding of ethics at all. He doesn't understand about ethical frameworks. Like I'm talking to him about ethical framework. You can't. No, but the thing is, he's on here every day debating people, and all they do is point the finger. Oh, what do you think? If a sheikh told you to kill a Shia, do you think that's right? Like, come on, bruv. Like, what is this?
No, do you know what it is? Atheism is based. A lot of atheists, their only argument is basically ridiculing religion. That's their only. They have nothing else. Do you see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
How do I?
It's a joke thing, though, man. It's a joke thing. Like, if you don't stand for nothing, if you can't tell me who are the scientists and the visionaries that come up with this method of coming up with ethics and morality separate from religion, yeah, you could do that. Now, all these things that James is saying is true, that, back in the day, people fell out with religion because religion was telling them things like slavery is okay and this, that, and the other. So they went off and come up with their own version of ethics and their own version of objective morality, separate from religion. But the thing is, these people like Kant, Immanuel Kant, and people like this, they don't even bother reading up on them. They can't tell me nothing about these people. All they can do is point the finger.
That's what I'm saying. No, seriously, the academic field is way different from this panel. Way
boring,
different.
man. It's boring.
So what are you saying, Ahmed? G Block is the hardest, yeah?
No, unfortunately, like there's got to be some level. No, one second. Ultra's my boy. Check this out. Do you know what it is? There's got to be a level of intellectual sincerity. There's got to be a level of like intellectual accountability. Unfortunately, in this panel, it's gone radical atheists. Like radical. I mean that. No, extreme radicalists. As far as I'm concerned,
Wait. Just so we're on the same page, just define what you mean by radical atheist. Just so we're on the same page.
Oh, well, okay, cool. What I mean by radical atheist is literally the same thing people mean when they say radical Islam, radical Christianity, whatever. The way as far as I'm concerned, atheists are like the polar opposite of Salafis. They're like the same, but for different teams. You know what I'm saying? Like Wahhabis.
Wait. So are you saying, wait, just to clarify, I'm going to put you in the hot seat for now. Are you saying Salafis are scumbags?
Oh, Salafis are scumbags. There's no question about that.
Oh, man! There's no question about that. You make me laugh. You make me laugh.
Ultra, did you hear Khan? Your boy.
Bro, I heard Khan, and in the comments, I read, you see if Khan can't answer that, he's fucking morally bankrupt, and he's done out here.
A man said a man telling man to kill Shias, is not worse than will produce better results than an atheist having some kind of Socratic dialogue.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know what Socratic means.
Man's lost his mind, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't know what when I heard that, check the comments. I read Khan is done out here with the vomit face. With the vomit face as well.
Forget pray for France, yeah.
Let me tell you why I put the vomit face, yeah. It's because that means he's morally bankrupt. And
what are you on about? If I don't answer the question, how am I going to answer it?
Why are you not answering it?
Because I don't understand
one second. Here's that clip.
No, James. No, wait, James. He was honest. No, James. He was honest. He said, "I didn't understand." I think it's on you, James, to phrase the question in a way where he does understand. You've got to give him a chance now. Now, Khan, because you didn't understand the question, I retract my statement that you're morally bankrupt. Now, James, phrase the question.
You have to rate Ahmed, yeah, because Ahmed is notorious for not answering questions, and even
no, Ahmed's the king. Ahmed is the king.
I gotta agree with you. That's a mad thing. No, the question is as follows, Khan. Yeah, I'm saying that because. Oh, hold on, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, you lot. 1 second, please. Yeah, here's an atheist being asked if rape is wrong. Watch, he can't answer it.
Objectively, past, present, future, yes or no?
Wait, Ahmed, I can't hear anything.
Okay, wait, let me turn it up. Please listen to
Ahmed.
this.
Wait, Ahmed, before you play it, just hold on 1 second. Are you saying that this atheist views is like that means all atheists believe this?
No, I'm not saying that. As a matter of fact, what I am saying is that no atheist can actually answer this question morally. None.
Wait, hold on. That rape is wrong.
Yeah, you can't actually answer that. But there's no way of justifying it with your ideology. No, but hear me out.
Hear me out. Ahmed, listen, I'm not having you say that. Don't fall for that.
No, but hear me out. Okay, but hear me out, bro. Okay, bro, hear me out. I'm saying, check this out, yeah. It's very simple. I think rape is wrong because I think everybody was. Listen. I think rape is wrong because everybody was created by God, and I have no right to transgress on anyone. That's the reason I believe rape is wrong. As an atheist, you just don't have a basis.
Wait, Ahmed, hold on. You think rape is wrong because your God says so?
No, I believe God created everyone, so that makes me not have a right to transgress against anyone because no one belongs to me. They all belong to God, so I can't transgress against no one.
Bro, do you think rape is about belonging?
No, rape is about knowing whether you have a right to or whether you don't have a right to. I know I don't have a right to, whereas you don't.
So are you saying because I don't have a God, there's no way I can tell you that rape is wrong? Is that your argument?
I'll tell you what you could do.
No, wait. Because I'm not a professional debater, bro. I'm not fucking well versed in apologetics. I just want to know on a simple level, if you're saying, like, in any way, shape, or form, that because I don't have a God belief, that I cannot justify rape being wrong. Is that what you say?
Yes, intellectually you can't. No, hear what I said. Intellectually, Ultra. Intellectually, you can't. You can tell me subjectively. You can tell me subjectively that you feel that rape is wrong. Listen. Yeah. You can tell me that subjectively you feel that rape is wrong, and I'm sure you feel that way. But intellectually, you won't have a basis to respond to that question on a rational point. Oh, you can prove me wrong.
Ahmed, just give me 2 seconds. I'm just unpacking the shopping. 1 second.
No worries.
No, but really, Ahmed, he could though.
How? Go ahead, play the devil's advocate. How?
Just because he doesn't believe in God doesn't mean he can't have universal truths. So, for example, if he's saying that I believe that rape is wrong and everyone should agree with me and that should be unquestionable, then that's an
I agree with you. No, I agree with you that he has universal truths.
So
but the question is,
it could be strictly based on his feelings. He could say, I feel that rape
feelings
is disgusting. Yeah, I feel that rape is disgusting and it should be banned.
Yeah, but I acknowledge that part. I said, yes, there are universal truths. Yes, he could tell me that he feels that rape is wrong, but he wouldn't be able to justify that purely on a rational perspective.
You could say that it's unjust.
Okay.
And justice
based on what?
Justice is part of a society, isn't it? So you can have a society that's based on justice and say that rape is wrong because of that. So for the greater good,
who's to say a society is based on justice? How do you prove that?
Of course, justice is what do you think the scales are for? When you see like the statue, what's it called? The American one that's in the middle of the sea.
No, I understand.
Statue of Liberty with the scales of justice.
Yeah, but scales don't equal justice necessarily. Scales don't equal justice. Scales equal.
It's a symbol for justice.
Yeah, but can't let me talk. Scales equal balance, not necessarily justice. Justice doesn't have to be balance, and balance is not always justice.
You don't have to believe in God to believe in justice.
Yeah, but it's easy to make the statement. I need you to back it up.
It's unjust. It's unjust.
Bro, we understand. All you're doing is making statements. I'm talking about backing it up.
No. Do you believe that people have inherent understanding of what is justice?
Sorry?
Do people have an inherent, built-in understanding of what is justice?
I've already accepted that, bro. I've already told you people have universal truths and universal justice and all of that. It's the question. Right. Listen to the question, Khan. The question is, how do you justify it? We justify it because of God. They have no way of justifying it. Go ahead, prove me wrong. How would they justify it?
What have I missed? Go on. How do I?
Okay, I'll tell you what you've missed. There's been a discussion, an academic discussion.
Yeah,
between a theist
and the kid.
Between a theist. So you asked me a question. Hey, Matt James. Between a theist and an atheist, and the atheist was asked, and basically, is rape wrong?
The rape question.
Is rape wrong? Yeah, and how would you justify it rationally?
No, he said, is it objectively wrong? That's what he asked.
Okay, fine. Yes, is it objectively wrong?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would agree. I heard the kid's answer, and I would agree with the kid's answer in that I think he used the example about a town, you know, about painting a town blue, and one person, you know, essentially aberrantly requesting to paint the town yellow. The reality is, and I would agree with this, yeah, all objectivity, as like, I would make the same claim about you, but just for the moment, I'll make it about myself so you don't get upset. All objectivity is objectively has a subjective basis, but it derives objective rules. So, for example, I believe this already, like you said, you know, I innately believe this. Then I read the Quran and the Quran agrees with me. Just change that Quran, in my opinion, to another human being or to the majority of human beings I've interacted with. Therefore, in this place where the majority of human beings agree rape is wrong, the principle that we all feel, yeah, is subjective. You have to agree it's subjective, because one rapist who comes in and says, you know, I think rape is right, well, then that innate feeling doesn't count for as much. But the rule that we derive.
No, but what if there's more of them?
The rule.
So you're basically you're relying on numbers.
Hold on, no. See, this is the difference, because that agreement doesn't come from, oh, do you think rape's wrong? Yeah, I think rape's wrong. It's the why, and it's really interesting to that kid, the way that man was sort of scoffed at for actually intellectualizing the proposition of objectivity, because it's not just do you think rape's wrong. Because if I ask you, do you think rape's wrong, and you say yeah, it's wrong, then we haven't really understood any reasoning behind. He said, do you think rape's wrong objectively? And I think that you took a pause or something, and the man like, you know, scoffed at him, or there was like a, you know, some kind of jocular response. But the reality is,
okay, go ahead. What did you find reasonable in that response? Tell us.
I just like, maybe you don't understand. I'll say it quick in a sentence. Subjective basis for everything you believe is right and wrong. Objective rule. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I'm on hold 1 second.
Maverick, where was it?
But if my basis is in accordance with reality, what makes it subjective?
Maverick, where in the video was it? What timestamp?
Let me go back to the video.
All right, just quickly, yeah, Ahmed. This is going to sound facetious, but I think I need to ask it. If you, Ahmed, if you personally apostated for 48 hours, so you've abandoned all the principles in Islam that you follow, would you rape?
Would you?
Would I rape? Would I rape? Nah, not necessarily. No, I don't need to.
Not necessarily.
I don't need to.
Would you say? But what I mean is, Ahmed, wait. The thing I'm trying to get to is, like, because it's just a thought experiment. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you apostated for 48 hours and then you completely abandon everything, all the morality, everything that comes with Islam, yeah, what then would stop you from raping?
Oh, really?
I personally, wait. I personally wouldn't rape because I'm not built like that. But there would be morals who I wouldn't necessarily pay attention to because I would feel as though, you know, I could benefit by ignoring them.
Is rape one of them?
No, I'm not built like
so
that.
in our thought experiment, you've apostated from Islam. It's just a thought experiment, people. For fuck's sake, he's not leaving Islam. In this thought experiment, you've apostated. Oh shit, who's that? Oh, it's fucking James. Yeah,
I can tell you this. I would definitely rub some shit.
Yeah, all right. You've apostated. You completely abandoned the principles of Islam, right? But you're now an atheist, but you won't rape, right? Now, I just need you to let that sink in for a second.
What did you say?
Ultra, if you gave up on heterosexuality and you become a homosexual, would you rather take cock or give cock?
No. If I gave up on heterosexuality, there's a good chance I'll become asexual because I don't like men.
But it's
Mashallah.
Can I say something real quick?
Can you post that timestamp, Maverick, please? I can have a listen to that part you were referring to.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to give you a different clip because my clip is a very short one.
Cosmic Skeptic. On Cosmic Skeptic, if you just type that in, Cosmic Skeptic's got the whole video. It's on his website. Cosmic as in COS.
I'm gonna give you a simpler one. I can give you a simpler one so you know where exactly is at. If you go to Muhammad Hijab's one, he's got a 3 minute 27 seconds, which is basically just this part.
I'm surprised Rob can go and watch this Boer video. I thought he'd have PTSD.
Why would I have that? That makes ridiculous. Refuted. I appreciate you trying. Get an A for effort. Right, let's find this.
Veli, I hope everybody's doing good. Veli, I think Amy is backstage. I don't know if they said they wanted to join the panel.
Amy,
So,
where's Amy?
Yo, Veli, listen, I've got to do this thing real quick. Yeah, so just dash me into the back chat. I'm still gonna stick around, but yeah, just dash me because other people want to get on.
You
innit?
don't,
All right, cool.
you don't want to stay?
No, but wait. I just want to
but
clarify
other
one
people
thing.
want to
Yeah?
jump on.
I just want to clarify
Yeah, I
one
could be
thing.
in the backstage
James's
also.
argument earlier on. Let me just clarify one thing. James's argument earlier on was basically saying morality is according to numbers.
No,
So if 10 people say
yeah, okay. I mean, to be honest with you, so because we're talking about abstraction, like morality isn't tangible, innit? So it's not like me by myself alone in a room. I can just decide something's objectively moral. It requires other human beings, and the way that
no, it doesn't require other human beings.
That's what I'm saying. It does. I don't believe in a magical dimension with magical people.
Magical dimension or not. Let me give you an example. If you're by yourself.
Hold on. It requires. Hold on. Sorry. On a serious level, just the last one. It requires sentience or consciousness or something in which to be moral to, or something which can be moral to me, in my opinion, right? For me to derive a moral principle. So, if, for example, you can say it's morality, a majority, but the reality is a majority of people could have a poor explanation for morality. A majority of sadists, in my opinion, right, wouldn't be moral, right? Like the fact that they all, a majority of people that enjoyed abusing each other, some of them being sadomasochists, some of them being pure sadists, and them enjoying abusing me and what I consider to be abusive, the majority of them would not be moral to me. I wouldn't argue they're moral. But in that moment, what most people would argue is that my morality was subjective. Do you understand? So then that's what I'm always more comfortable saying that morality always begins in a subjective place. And because you're not being intellectually honest and you have something to defend it, you're going to say morality is innate in human beings. But that innateness, describes subjectivity, because you're saying that from an empirical, from their own perspective, this is moral. Well, that is subjective. The only reason it's not subjective is because you've achieved a consensus, and then you have an objective criteria in a book. So you have a book that's written that exists.
Okay. I'm going to come. I'm not finished yet, but I'm going to come and do this. Otherwise, we're going to keep coming up here.
You want to jump in, Rob? Is that what you're saying? Rob, you talking to me?
Sorry, no. I was speaking to my child here. No, that's fine. I did listen to the thing with.
Rob, you mean
I did listen. Hang on one sec. I did listen with the cosmic skeptic thing, and I agree with his position. The reason he's paused is because Sabur asked the question: is it objectively wrong to rape past, present, and future? That part was irrelevant, and I think that's what threw him off. If he had just said, is it objectively wrong, a cosmic skeptic, as he did eventually say,
that's not irrelevant,
in my
though,
framework, it is objectively wrong, given that I have a subjective goal, but then I can use objective standards. So it's objectively wrong in my framework based on my view. You might disagree with that, and that's kind of what he said anyway. So I agree with his position, and his answer was spot on.
But Rob, Mav kind of agrees with it in that he believes that all morality is intrinsic. So then ultimately, before you sort of reconcile it with objective reality, it is ultimately a subjective perspective that you hold. When it's not a consensus or majority, it's the decision made, the rule that is derived by the majority. It was what makes you understand that it is objective and it is in accordance with the reality of, be it sentience, consciousness, whatever. You understand? So you and I speaking now, we can understand why our morals are objective. But if I never get a chance to speak to you about it, it is ultimately a subjective moral framework I have. Does that help you, Mav? So why it's not just morality by numbers. Mav,
sorry, bro. There was so much talk going on. I kind of switched off.
It's kind of unfair. You know, it's unfair to do this though. Like every time.
No, but because you waffle, bro. You waffle too long.
Right, well, then I'm not the person to speak to. Then you shouldn't want to speak to me about anything, because then.
I would love to speak to you, but it's not speaking to you if you're speaking at people.
You just
said what are you actually saying?
Numbers. You said it's morality by numbers, and I tried to explain to you why it's not. If every time someone tries to explain why you've got something wrong, you switch your ears off, then you're going to be allowed to be ignorant for the rest of your life.
Bro, if you're waffling, I ain't got time for waffle, fam. If you can answer the question, you can answer the question. Waffle, I ain't got time for. Especially, come on, James, man. Don't act like you don't just make on-the-spot waffles that you just think about and you expect us to entertain any thought that you have. It's got to make sense, bro. What are you saying?
Hey, what? Who is it that's trying to put religion with morals? Because
all of them, apart from me.
I don't understand that. With your morals, it's not just religion that obviously has some sort of impact on the morals that you believe, because you're told what to do by a God. So you follow what that God tells you to do.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You read a book. You read a book and you say, right, this God wants me to do this, so that's what I need to do. That's what you choose.
Where'd you
to
get
do.
that from?
Me, I choose to do what I want to do. So if I believe rape is wrong, I believe that because I'm telling myself that, or I've been brought up to believe that. Not because it's in the Bible or it's in the Quran or it's in anywhere else. It's nothing to do with religion.
No, but what your argument is basically you follow. Hold on. Let me respond. Your argument is you're saying you follow the religion. You follow the religion of your upbringing and the religion of your ego and feelings. You think that's our argument?
That's not a religion.
Well,
is
it might as well be a religion. Wait.
Any
It might as
God-
well be a religion because you're following a dogma. You're just saying this is how I was raised. So that's meant to mean anything to us? Your upbringing?
So
Yeah.
That's immoral.
Ridiculous. My upbringing.
You
you follow a book, but I've got an upbringing.
Because
you follow a book, but I've got an upbringing.
Why don't you answer the question? Because you're being told by whatever God you believe in that rape is wrong. Is that why you think it is wrong?
Where have we been told anything? Where did you get that from?
You're the one that is saying that.
No, you are the one saying. You're saying that apparently we read books to be told what to do as if we don't know anything. So where do you get that notion from?
So why are you putting religion and rape being wrong together?
No one used the word religion. We're only discussing God. Can you not separate the two?
So God isn't a religion then, no?
No, not necessarily.
Show me God that's telling you that rape's wrong. Show me the God that is telling you that rape is wrong.
He doesn't need to.
No,
it doesn't need to tell us.
Exactly. So it's your brain.
So but you're the one assuming that we need to be told that. The argument that you're making is apparently we need to be told that in order for us to have morals. Like you're making up a premise that don't exist.
You are making out like it's a religion that is making out rape is wrong. Is there Muslim?
No, believe in God is what
rape gangs? Is there Muslim rape gangs? Do they follow the Quran and they still rape people? So it's nothing to do with a religion. It's people telling themselves this is wrong because I've either seen it in the Bible or the Quran, or I've grown up being told that that is wrong. It's nothing
You're repeating
to do with
yourself. Have you ever read the
listening.
Quran?
You're not listening.
Have you ever read the Quran? Have you ever read the
I don't
Quran?
give a fuck about it.
So why are you making claims? Why are you making claims about the Quran then? Why are you making claims about the Quran if you've never read
I said
it?
the Bible as well, but you clearly didn't listen to that.
I don't. But the point is, don't make claims about the Quran if you've never read it.
You're just so in your religion that you're not listening to anyone else.
I think you're so in your ego. I think you're so full of yourself. I think you're so full of yourself. You have to be right. You are full of yourself.
Well done.
Exactly.
So, is there Muslim rape gangs? And are there morals from the Quran if they're going around raping people?
The last person, and I'll tell this to everyone here. The last people I will speak to about morals is white folks. I tell you that right now. It's an offense for you to even. It's an offense for you to even come and talk to me about morals, knowing what you and your ancestors have done throughout history. Get the fuck out of here.
Shot fired. Official shots fired.
No, I say that loud and proud. No white folk is coming to me with anything to do with morals. None.
Hey, you know what's funny though? Can I just say, yeah, you like,
bruv, most of the pedophiles are white. Most of the faggots are white. Most of the people that committed genocide are white. Every fucked up thing in history, has been committed by white folks. And now you want to talk about morals? Get the fuck out of here.
Right, hold on. Can I just say, Ahmed? Yeah,
man, but not, you said most, not all of them.
You had the opportunity, yeah, to have like quite a nuanced and esoteric discussion on morality. You chose to react petulantly and now this lady has come on and has given you has given it to you kind of on your level, and you're reacting petulantly to this too.
Oh, what a surprise that you're being biased, James. What a bloody surprise.
I'm just saying.
What a shock, James. What a shock.
I'm just saying
I'm entirely shocked. Bro, she made all sorts of claims about religious people and how we get our morals from the Quran and etc. etc. And she tried to speak down on us. Listen. She tried to speak down on us. Apparently, she tried to speak down on you. You're not the only person. You're not the only person on the panel. You can't just come in. You can't just come in on the panel and just literally interrupt everyone. Like, we were having a normal conversation before you come in, and we would like to.
Not really. Did I interrupt anyone? Did I interrupt anyone other than you?
As I was saying,
religion is what makes morals.
You came and tried to ridicule people of faith and say, "Oh, you get your religions from books," as though we're idiots. Unless God tells us what to do and what not to do, we don't understand nothing.
You are a racist idiot.
And the reason, no. And the reason, listen. The reason I got offended by that, and call me racist as much as you want. The reason I got offended by that, there is nothing in the history of your entire ancestors, your entire history, nothing, including no philosopher, you don't follow no Bible, nothing. There's nothing about you or your parents or your entire history that suggests that you have any idea what morality is. That's why I'm saying you can't talk to me about morality.
This is my point. You are saying that morality comes from a book. It doesn't.
I'm not going to talk to you about morality
or anything like that. It is. Everyone has their own morals. Everyone has a set of morals.
I'm not gonna entertain.
You're wrong, and you know you are. So now you don't like
because what is your basis? What is your basis? What is your basis? What is your basis to talk about morality? What is your basis to talk about morality? I bet you were born out of wedlock. You were born out of wedlock, weren't you? You were born out of wedlock, weren't you? Talking about morality. Get out of there, bro. No, they have no basis to talk about morality, bro. What basis are you going to talk about morality? I bet your dad's a drunk about morality.
Why do my morals have to be the same as yours?
What did you say? You said
you have none.
You said you're drunk. Is that what you just said?
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised one bit if her dad was a drunk and she was born out of wedlock. I'm not speaking to no white folks about morality. If you're gonna come to me, listen. If you come to me, if you come on a humble tip, we can have a conversation. But you're not speaking as though you have any idea what morality are, as though we don't know your history. Get the hell out.
Nor are you, though, to be fair. Like, you're both being rude to each other. She just said your dad married your auntie. You just said her dad was
I didn't say auntie. Don't misquote me. I didn't say auntie.
She said that to you. She just said that your dad probably married your auntie. You said
that's just her being racist. It's based on nothing. It's based on nothing. Because if we talk about wait, hold on. If we talk, because what she's trying to say is that basically brown and black people, they intermarry their cousins and whatnot. Guess who is most known for marrying their black cousins and nephews and whatnot?
What you're trying to do is you're trying to put morals and religion together. Like, just because I'm not religious, I have no morals. So you've gone and you've said you will not speak to white people about morals because they apparently don't have any. So
you're not in a position.
You've told me you're a Muslim. So do you think it's okay for Muslim gangs to rape people? Because they've got the same morals of you. So why is that okay for them to do that?
I refuse. Listen to this. I refuse. Wait. Let me respond to her, please. I refuse to entertain the idea of quote unquote Muslim gangs while you have so many white folks, so many flipping dudes going to Gambia to rape little kids. You are not in a position to talk about morals. Are you mad?
I'm not.
Do you know how many white pedophiles there are? Wait, do you know how many white people? Listen. Wait. Listen. Where are most pedophiles on earth? Where are they found? Listen. Where are they found?
You would do that.
Okay. All right. You want to talk about rape? Wait. You want to talk about rape? Listen. You want to talk about rape? Let's talk about two statistics. If we talk about who's committed rape the most, it will be a white man. If we talk about pedophilia, it will be a white man. If we talk about genocide, it will be a white man. any filthy, immoral thing that you can think of. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, no man. Listen. I guarantee you, no man is above the white man when it comes to the filth that happened in this world.
That's because people like you believe that. You put us on this high thing. Where I know there's white rapists. I know there's white people that do bad things. But you're saying Muslims don't do
why are you trying to swap
they
me for
have
yourself?
morals. So why?
Man, I'm not talking to no whitey about morals, man. Go have your little ham breakfast and whatnot.
Well, Veli, Issa, the Black Telek is trying to take my spot. But before I jump back, I would like to apologize for something I said last week.
Go eat some shit-eating pork. That's what you're good for. Go eat some shit-eating pig.
1 second. I said something about the Christians and Muslims last week, and it was kind of wrong. I hope the Christians and Muslims will forgive me, and I hope the Most High will also forgive me. So let me clear that off my moral mind before I jump in the backstage.
Hey, hold on, can I just ask though, Miss is your name Amy? Yeah?
I think that's Jupiter.
You know
I
my
don't know.
name.
Huh?
Was it
That's
Khan?
Jupiter.
Don't disrespect me like that. No, it was not.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck off, man.
You sound like Khan.
It's the immoral James Jones.
He sounds like Khan, but he looks like a fucking.
Yo.
God. Hey, young man, you better watch your mouth.
Guys, by the way, I apologize. I just hate arrogance, bro. Like, I can't imagine why they talking about morals. Like, please, come on a humble tip, man. Come on a humble tip, bro.
You know how you're chatting shit though, yeah? Because you're talking to a white person about morals for about a whole fucking 2 hours. Rob's white,
but it's his approach. His approach was different. She talked as though she talked as though she has. Wait.
You know what?
Rob's approach. Rob's approach. One second. Rob's approach was academic. She tried to come in on a self-righteous tip. Imagine a white girl coming in on a self-righteous tip. Are you having a laugh?
Listen, you don't have the right to make that kind of distinction, because when somebody is attempting to approach you academic, I can count on 3 or 4 occasions when both I were speaking and you said I didn't hear that, I didn't listen. So what? So I've only said
that to you, James. I haven't said that to Rob. Listen. I've only said that to you. Me and Rob is an atheist. We've managed to have a conversation. He's white. We've managed to have a conversation because he comes correct. Come correct, man.
Why do you put all white people in one bracket? Why do because white people can be Muslim, white people can be Christians, white
let me
people
tell you why.
I am not.
Wait. Let me respond. Let me respond. Because you decided to wait. Someone, 1 second, man. Because you decided to put all Muslims in one bracket when you asked me Muslim rape gangs. Why did you quote that term, Muslim rape gangs? Do you hear me saying white gangs?
I don't put Muslims in race. I say Muslims. That can be white, black.
No.
Did I give you a color?
It doesn't matter. So what are you saying? So what are you saying?
You're being racist.
Hold on. So wait. So it's okay. So wait. So it's okay. So it's okay for you to generalize Muslims, but it's not okay to generalize white people. You race. Look at this egotistical nonsense, bro.
Muslims are not a race, you idiot. It
doesn't matter. You can't speak.
Race, so I'm not being racist.
You can't speak about all Muslims. You can't speak about
and do that.
No, you cannot. You
know
about all Muslims
gangs that have raped people. I can find an article within 5 seconds.
1 minute, James, please.
James,
you cannot. Why did you decide? 1 minute, Malik, man. You cannot generalize. You cannot generalize all Muslims, or you cannot generalize all Muslims by the actions of the few. You can't do that.
Saying to do. You're saying that you started it because they started it and it tells them that. That's what you're saying.
You started it.
That is your point. Muslims, so exactly Muslims are the same. So they can rape people as well. So your point is invalid. People that also have a religion or have the God rape people.
You started it.
Can you relax for a second, Ahmed, please? Yeah, it's getting a bit intense.
Why are you just telling me to relax and not her? Bruv, your bias is pathetic, man. Have some swagger at least.
Because you're screaming.
Have some swagger.
You're screaming. So just stop screaming. You do this all the time. It's not the first time.
Bruv, it's because she's interrupting me. I'm gonna have to get my flipping voice across somehow, won't I?
You legit
like stop being so James. I know you have no morals, yeah, but try and have some flipping swagger and try to be a little less biased. Try and have some flipping, some class about you, innit? Like, don't be a cheerleader, bruv. You're not a girl, fam.
Shut up for a minute.
Nah, James is 50% moral and 50% immoral.
Fine, all right, man. The point here is the point here that needs to be addressed here is, hold on. There was two types of generalizations, but I would argue that it's far more fair to say somebody to create a rule ideologically than to create a rule arguably racially or ethnically. Therefore, everybody from this ethnic background is like this. It is more logical to say everybody from this ideological perspective is like that. That's just more logical.
What do you base that on? Are we your students? Like, just releasing statements.
You cannot choose. The fact that you cannot choose one. That's
the fact that you cannot choose what?
There's a simple distinction. So can you stop being a Muslim tomorrow?
Yeah,
you stop being a Muslim. Stop. Everyone stop. Let him respond.
But
can you?
Okay, listen.
Can you?
Okay, listen. The point. No. Don't try and dictate for me, fam. The point is, James. The point is, James. No, you're trying it. You think you're so clever. I can't stand this shit, bro. Listen, James. You're trying, James. Listen. The point you tried to make. Are you gonna let people respond?
You're moving.
The point you tried to make was that you can say something about people ideologically, but not racially.
No, I didn't say that.
There's an assumption. Listen, there's an assumption behind your question. There's an assumption behind your question, and the assumption behind your question. The assumption behind your question. The assumption behind your question. The assumption behind you. You're interrupting me, bro.
Yo, wait.
James, on the level, yeah. Bruv, James, have you got a girlfriend? Bro?
No, calm down.
Because I swear to you, like, your personality is the same of a female, fam. There's no who's gonna win. How do you have a conversation with your girl if you want to act like a girl?
You sound like you're sweating. Just calm down.
I would be very calm if you stop
you're the only
interrupting
one
me.
acting like a woman right
Listen,
now. That's the only person acting like a woman.
I would be very calm if you stop interrupting me. How about that?
You got it wrong, is what I'm saying. So
how about you tell me I got it wrong once I finish? Can you do that, James?
Why would you respond?
Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish, James?
Why would you?
Because you don't know what I'm gonna say. Are you gonna let me finish? So 1 minute you want to interrupt me, and the next minute you want to say it's about my turn. See how manipulative you are. You've got female tendencies, bro. Like, you rely on manipulating people.
Hold on.
Are you gonna let me speak? You do me
the biggest favor.
Are you gonna let me speak? Are you on this panel? To dictate to people, James? Is that what you do?
I'm requesting a favor.
I would be done by now if you just let me finish. I would be completely done.
Is there any way?
So do you see who's making it difficult?
Is there any way you can?
Do you see who's making it difficult?
I'm asking you.
You're making it difficult, James. You're making it difficult for everyone. No one in this panel.
James, I beg you to let the bitch finish. Just let the bitch talk, please.
Who are you calling a bitch? Who are you calling a bitch? I bet you had an orgy last week, Emma. Get the fuck out of here. Calling me a bitch. Emma. I bet you had an orgy last week. I bet they ran a train on you last week. You little fucking hoe. Who are you calling a bitch?
Emma.
You dumb chick.
Or not, Aki.
I bet you take it up the ass about calling me a hoe. You dumb.
Stop being racist.
I bet you take it up the ass, babe, and that is a sin. So what? I'm not sinning. I'm not
Go get raped by your uncle.
Say what?
Go sleep with your uncle, Emma. Listen, as I was saying,
that's not what you would do.
Go sleep with. I bet you slept with your dad too. Get out of there, man.
You bet. How much
anyways,
you betting?
James. Anyways, as I was saying, fuck, the whole conversation's going on.
I'll be honest with you.
Hold up, can I just ask a question? One sec. So, I just want to point out certain things I've been seeing here. Basically, from what it seems that Amy was saying, is that she was pointing out an ideology as opposed to a race, and Maverick is pointing out that there is an ideology behind race as well today.
No, he wasn't. Don't do that.
No. Wait, James. Wait. I'm not, James. Let me finish. I'm saying he didn't say that.
but I could see that was behind what he was saying.
Issa, he made it. It's easier. So if they're both wrong for generalizing, yeah, they're both being sort of afactual. But if one generalizes from an ideological perspective, and
it makes sense. No, I was going to come to yours, James. I was
right,
exactly. But hold on, James. Hold on, one sec, bruv. One sec. So we can. One sec, bruv. I'm just coming to that. What my point was is that what you brought into it when you're making a distinction is when it comes to ideology, you can very easily look at the basic teachings and where they may contradict and inspire people, incite people, and incentivize, as you say, people to do what we would say is wicked actions. That's the difference between when it comes to race, because you generally do not have any race where everyone holds on to the same principles and whatever else. So obviously, when it comes to the ideology, you have something much different than you do when you have race. So, yes.
What do you know about race, Ethan? If it doesn't come out of the desert, what do you know about race?
Hey, listen, bro. Get back in your hole, blood. Get back in your stinking hole, bro.
Listen. Mab, yeah? Mab. Hey, listen, Mab, you there still, yeah? Mab.
Notice how I won't interrupt you.
I know, but Mab, the question I asked you that you didn't even attempt
to
answer.
But Maverick.
Well, I can't.
Where did you get Emma? Where did you get Emma from?
Come, please, man. Don't make it.
Sorry.
The question is,
big up, Khan.
You can agree that you cannot change in the same way you cannot change your ethnic identity / racial identity in the same way you can switch ideologically. So for someone,
you're not dictating the conversation to me, James. You're not setting up a premise that I don't accept.
I don't get why you're so. All right, go on.
I'm not emotional. I disagree with you. So if I disagree with you, I'm emotional. Like you're trying to set up a premise that doesn't exist.
I won't address you. Don't worry. I won't address you.
Good, don't. You can't set up a premise that doesn't exist and expect me to flipping go along with your bullshit story. Get out of here.
Hold on, Maverick, let me ask you something. Are you saying, Maverick, was your point, yeah? That not religion,
except for Kushite, make themselves.
One sec, James. Wait. I'm just trying to.
Keep Somali out your mouth, bro. I'm the one talking to you. Keep Somali out your mouth, fam. I'm to you, James, bro.
We got K Cola and that. You get me? Come on.
Don't ever have Somali in your mouth, bro. It ain't nothing to do with you. Speaking about an entire nation like that.
One sec. It's a subject. Is Maverick's point? Is Ahmed's point that it's not religion, but it's the belief in a God properly, i.e. a one God, which is linked to morality?
Yes, that's my argument.
Religion. Yeah?
Yes, that's my argument.
So
they know it, bro.
Hold on. So people are getting it confused possibly with religion, but I think Amy asked a very intelligent question when she was saying...
Emma. Her new name's Emma.
Wait, it says Amy on there. So she's asked an intelligent question.
You can read a whole book.
I can't. You think?
How would you know?
Get that wrong.
Wait. Let's get back. Hold on. So it's what Amy seems to be saying is, okay, if you believe in this God, what is the connection between believing in the God and having the morals? I.e., there are people that believe in this one God and they commit atrocious acts, and there are people that believe in the God and they have good actions, and there are people that don't believe in the God and they have good actions and bad actions, etc.
There's people that believe in God that scream at people and racially abuse them on panels, isn't it?
Give yourself a pat on the back, James. Give yourself a pat on the back. You're like a girl, bro. I swear down.
No, because
my wife's got more masculine qualities than you do.
Don't bring her in.
He's got to pick up for your qualities. That's why he's got to pick up for your qualities. So be careful, babe.
Wait, is that haram?
Emma, be quiet, Emma. No one wants to run a train on you. That's the only time you're worth anything.
You know, Ahmed's gonna remix the Quran verse, innit? You know, he's gonna hit.
I beg of you.
Someone give James some attention, bro. I'm telling you, he needs it.
James, is it haram?
I'm gonna call you Jamie from now on. You're Jamie from now on, James. That's what you are.
Go on, Brad.
Yeah, is it haram for a woman to be more masculine than a man?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, probably. You know what it is? It depends, innit? As long as she stays 10.
Where did you get that from?
Maverick is singing all the time.
Oh, but like, as long as she stays 10 feet behind, she should be fine.
Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
Can I be honest with you? Yeah, only Ahmed would think it was a diss to me by him saying that his wife is more masculine than me.
I said more masculine qualities.
He got that
I
from
specifically
the
said
that you got your
more
morals.
masculine
Where he
qualities.
got that from? So you tell us
Specifically,
where you got your morals from, and that's where we got that same comment.
Can your wife
Emma, go run a train, Emma. I ain't speaking
If
to
you
you about
can't, if you
morals.
can't even read my
Go
name,
run
how
a
are you
train.
reading a whole book? How are you
Go
reading a
run
whole
a
book?
go
You
run
can't
a
even read
go
my
run a
name.
train with your cousin, Emma. Emma, go run a train with your cousin.
He didn't want
Go
You
get your
are a
cousins to
very
run a
bitter
train on you,
man.
babe.
You are a very, very bitter man.
Go get your
Is it
cousins to run a
because
train
a
on you.
woman is telling you how it is? Is that why
No,
you're upset?
no, I'm
Is that
upset
what it
because a
is?
white. No, let me respond to you. I'm
Go on.
upset because a white person is attempting to speak down to me about morality. Are you
Oh,
having a
okay.
laugh? Are
Okay.
you having a laugh? You can't speak down to
you
me
haven't
about
actually
morality.
answered my question. Is there Muslims that commit all of them crimes that you're
Bruv,
saying that white people commit the most of?
Have you got a pedophile family member? I guarantee you do.
No, I don't.
Guarantee you do. I guarantee you do.
Listen, babe, assumptions are the mother of all
guarantee
fuck-ups, and
you
you
do.
just fucked up. So
Have
maybe
you
you
got? Have
should
you got?
stop
Have you got?
assuming.
Have you got?
Maybe you should
Have
listen
you got?
to your God.
Have you, was you born out of wedlock? Was you
You
born
are
out
a
of wedlock?
very
Answer the question.
judgmental man,
Was
and
you
that isn't.
born? Answer the
Yeah,
question. Was you
I was
born out of wedlock?
Yeah.
You was born out of wedlock.
Yeah.
Don't say your dad fucked your mom. He couldn't even bother to marry her. That's how much you were worth.
You do
That's
know
how
that
mum your
not
mum
all
was worth.
Muslims get
That's how
married.
mum was
Have you
worth.
seen
That's how
hundreds
mum
of
your
other
mum was
Muslim
worth.
girls that walk
Your
around
dad was
now
trying to get a
with their
nut.
short
Your dad was
skirts
trying to
on
get a nut.
and
He
their
didn't even want to
hijab?
take your
Have you
mother
seen
out.
that?
He didn't
Have
want
you
to take your
seen
mother
that?
out.
Have
He didn't
you
want to
seen
look
how
after her.
Muslim
He didn't
women
want to
walk
build a
around now?
relationship with her. He was
Have
trying to
you
bust a
seen that?
nut. And now this nut is trying to speak to me about
You
morals.
can't actually have
You're
a
a nut.
conversation, can you?
I'm not speaking about morals to a nut. Get out of here, fam.
Shit. You assume shit.
You are a nut.
You
I'm not
can't.
speaking to a nut about
Islam
morals.
is not
man.
this man. They do not speak
I'm
to
not
women like
speaking
that.
to
For
a
one.
nut. I'm not speaking. Do you even know your dad?
Muslims
Is your
do
dad
not
about?
speak to women like that.
Do
Do
you
you know
even
what
know
I
your
used to
dad?
do?
Is your dad about?
I used
Is
to
your dad
fundraise
about?
for charity, and
You
I
got a
met so many
stepdad, don't you? You got a
Muslims,
stepdad,
and they are
don't you?
nothing like you. They are nothing like you at all.
Get out of
You
here!
are
I'm telling you.
very, very,
I
very
don't
small-minded
care.
man.
Because
You don't like
and you're
when
not
people have
small-minded.
different
You're trying to
opinions.
you're trying to label the actions. You're trying to label the actions of a few men. You're trying to label the actions of a few men, and you're trying to associate that with Islam. And you're going to speak to me about morality. Get the fuck out
Have
of
you
here.
ever been arrested?
I'm not.
Have you ever been arrested for anything?
Do you know your dad?
Answer
Do
the
you know your dad?
question.
Do you know your dad? Answer the
You can
question.
tell
Have you met your dad? Have you met your dad? Answer the question. Have you met your
Have you
father?
ever been arrested?
Have you met your
Yes, yes, I
father? Have you been introduced?
Yes, I have.
Have you met your
Answer that
father?
question. Do you want to answer mine?
Are
Do
you
want to
sure
answer
that
mine?
that's
I'll
your
take that as a
father?
yes.
Are
You
you
have been
wait?
arrested.
Are you
have
sure
been
that's your
arrested.
father?
So
Are you sure?
Guess what? I'm a white
What
dad and
evidence?
I've never been arrested. My dad
What
has never
evidence?
been arrested in
What
his
evidence?
life. He is 40 odd.
Look,
So
wait. Did you ask?
where's
Did you
your
ask your
evidence I've
dad?
never met
Did you
my
ask your
dad?
dad why he couldn't bother to marry your? Did you ask? Did you ask your dad why he couldn't bother to marry your
Quite
mom?
honest, probably because she's a pain
Did
in
you
the ass
ask?
like I am.
Did you
Probably
ask?
because
Did
she's
you
a pain
ask
in
your
the ass
dad?
like I am.
Did you ask your dad
Look,
why he couldn't bother to
what
marry
you
your
don't
mom? Did you ask him?
understand is that's
Did
your
you ask your
morals.
dad if he
I
wanted
don't
you?
have to get married
Did you
to
ask your
someone
dad if he wanted
they
you?
love me.
Did you did you ask your dad?
That's your thing. That's
Did
not
you
my
ask
thing.
your dad if he wanted you? Did you ask your dad if he wanted
They
you?
didn't abort me, did they? I'm here,
Was
so clearly they
oh
wanted me enough to bring me into
no,
the world.
hold on.
So,
Just because they couldn't abort you does not mean they wanted you, darling.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't mean they wanted you. I mean, if they wanted you, wait. If they wanted you, one second. If they wanted you, yeah, don't you think your dad would have married your mom?
My mum can
If
actually
they
feel her
wanted you,
clit,
don't you
so
think your
my
dad
mum
would have
can
married
get
your mom?
enjoyment from it as well. Your
If
women
they
can't feel
wanted
their
you,
clit, so they are only
if they
using
wanted you,
They are using your pregnancies.
What did I
Then
miss?
what now, babe? What now? Where are you going now?
What did I miss?
James Jones, what did you? Oh no!
Where are you going now? You say that we can't have sex before marriage. You cut your women's clit off so they can't even.
Where did you get that from? Where did you get that? Notice, wait. Khan. No, notice. Watch what she does. Khan. I'm gonna show you. Khan, watch what she does. Yeah, she will pick up every single media bullshit, every single media propaganda about Islam, and she's gonna associate it with Islam, and then she's gonna call me a racist. I know these people, bro. I can see through these
mad
people,
because
fam.
I have met
What
many
do you-
Muslims and they are nothing like you.
Have you ever read
Nothing
Emma?
like you,
Emma,
Daniel.
have
They
you ever?
don't
Emma,
like
have you ever
you.
read the Quran?
Amy,
Emma, have you ever read the Quran? Emma, have you ever read the Quran, Emma?
Listen,
Have you ever read the Quran, Emma?
Hey, enough.
I'll be relaxed. Tell this nut to shut up, man. Tell this nut to shut up. Children that were wanted are speaking, you bastard.
Hey, James, me and you talk.
Children that were wanted are speaking, you bastard. Remember that.
Shout out. Yo, shout out to Maverick showing how Muslims speak to people. I love it.
No, I'm showing how I speak to people. I'm showing how I speak to people. You see what I'm saying? You're trying to associate that with Islam, yeah?
5 minutes in this, you know, this thing.
He's muted, man. You haven't muted. Just mute the Rustbelt mic, yeah? Hey, it's Belly. Zabida. Hey, Belly. Hold on. Hey, brother, one second, my brother.
Go ahead.
Zabida says she wants to come on to say one thing, then she's off, and then Issa go through. My guys, it's not Belly Cow. It's not Belly Cow today, so everyone's got it out of the system. Back to the
let's try and keep it civil. Yeah, Amy. I'm in that last shot. I think that was So let me just say this.
Do you understand what I mean, though?
No. This is what I'm saying. No, I hear you. What? Let me say this first. I do believe, Amy, that you may have misunderstood the premise, but I don't believe the response to you has been fair and just. I think it's been, more of an attack than it should have been. Do you get me? So, there's been a lot of things, like, for instance, me coming from a family where my parents are married, but a lot of Afro-Caribbeans do not come from families that are married. So is Maverick now dissing them as well? Is he saying the other Afro-Caribbeans and other blacks whose fathers didn't marry their mums, are they also, they live with them and whatever else, and they've got kids left, right, and centre all over the place? Does that mean they didn't care about their kids as well? Because it's not just white people that have that situation; it's blacks too.
Does that mean they don't know their dads?
No, wait. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Okay, let me respond to that. Yeah. Okay, this is not a matter of identity politics. This is not a matter of identity politics. It's a matter of understanding what marriage is for. Marriage is a contract. That's what marriage is. If a man and a wife have children without having had that contract, that man did not find that woman worthy of giving a contract, and that woman was stupid enough to flipping sleep with that man without having security. That's what marriage is. Marriage is security, bro. So I don't care. I'm not playing identity politics. Any woman that has a child, listen, let me clarify this. Any woman that has a child without securing herself and getting that marital contract is stupid, bro. Simple. And any man that has a child outside of marriage is simply trying to bust a nut. Period.
Okay. So let's examine that point you're putting across, because that's a good point to stand on with morals. Now the problem with that statement. Now I can probably both say, okay, my parents married and so on and so forth with me and my lot. But the thing is, I identify with the other Afro-Caribbeans who have a messed up culture where, for instance, the Rasta community, although they had their queens, they did not believe in the official Babylon system of marriage, but they still considered their women as their queens. So when you're saying this, Ahmed, it really doesn't make much sense. But also on the point of marriage, hold on, let me say.
Can I just say one thing though? You're talking about what people. You said, check this out. They see their wives as queens, blah blah blah. You're making. Wait. Hold on. You're talking about some romantic waffle. I'm talking about a contract here. Understand the difference between a romantic waffle and a contract. Marriage is a contract.
Hold on. You have to listen to what I should say. I'm saying to you, I was going to deal with that right now. So, for instance, there's a lot of contracts amongst your people, okay, where the girl is too young to even know what the hell contract she's getting into. Okay, so you can say
when you say your people, I don't know who you're referring to, and we're not going to change, and we're not going to play what about to me.
Let me finish. I'm saying there's a lot of your people. The women are so blooming young, they don't even know what the hell a contract is. They don't even know whether they want to have sex or not. And also,
you're just playing what about to me. All right, fine. If anyone is having listen, child marriage is wrong. Why are you playing what about to me?
Why?
Okay, hold on. So are you saying, Maverick, hold on. Are you saying
you're just saying what about this? That's not an argument, is it?
Hold on. Are you saying then all of those women that didn't know, so for instance, they were coerced to a degree into marriage. They didn't really know what the hell they were doing. In your culture, in your religion, right? Are you saying the children born from them are from a fornicacious, adulterous relationship?
Okay, for some odd reason, you seem to want to associate particular things with my culture or my deen, and I don't know where you get that from. But I will generalize it for you, because I'm not gonna accept that notion. What I will say to you is that any contract, whether it be marriage or otherwise, which someone engages in without having the knowledge of said contract, is void.
Okay, brilliant. Okay,
void.
So that would mean probably more than 50% of the people that you might consider your Muslim brothers and sisters are born out of.
Why are you focusing on one particular audience? Is that going to justify having bastards in your culture and white people's culture? Is that what it's going to do?
Yeah, can I just
having bastards is wrong.
Please, yeah?
Guys, Zabina wants to ask something. She's been waiting.
Obviously, since we're discussing morality, and Amy here has perfect standards for morality, I just wanted to ask her, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think by her own admission, she admitted that she used to work as a prostitute and escort. So just want to know what sort of morality.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Then
I'm just asking her because by her own admission, previously she openly came out and said previously she used to work as a prostitute and escort. So I just wanted to know what sort of moral standards you were living by, if that is true.
Thank you, Zubaida. Oh my, thank you for that, boy.
No, relax, bro.
I don't know.
Hello, is anyone there?
She's got
I am here.
Yeah, so I just want to know what sort of moral standard you were living by if you did work as a prostitute by your own admission.
My moral standards, that's my point. Everyone has their own moral standards. So you're just playing into my point.
True,
so thank you. Everyone has their own. I did that, when I was 18. I'm now 23. So yeah, that is something I've done in my past, which I have owned up to. So that is.
So do you think that is morally correct to sell yourself? I just want to know what sort of morality comes out of selling your body for sex. I just want to know.
And when did she get to a position where she talks about morality?
I wouldn't personally advise any other woman to do what I done. So that is where my morals stand. I done what I chose to do at that time.
Do you think?
Imagine she called me a bitch.
To go and do that.
She's an actual bitch.
Amy, do you think it's wrong now? Amy, yeah? In your viewpoint now, would you say that's something that's immoral, or would you say, well, it's still a choice?
I would say I learned a lot of life lessons from it. I grew up a lot. I wouldn't say it's morally right, but it taught me a lot from doing that.
Amy, would you say
I would say it depends on the person. Like some people make a lifelong decision to do that for life. So if that's what they choose to do,
this is the same person that wanted to discuss morality.
Amy, the point is whether they do it for their long life or whether they do it even once. The point being made. I'm not judging you or anything like that. I'm just saying in relation to someone, let's say, getting money for that thing. Now the problem. Let me just say this as well. The problem with that is there are a lot of women who. It's not called prostitution, but the way that they behave, it's a lot worse. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying, would you agree, regardless of how long a person does it for, that being paid for it, as opposed to, getting something? For instance, there are women that go for men that they find attractive and have got money, but they maybe they're not sure about having sex with them, but they do allow the sex to go on because
it's more moral.
Having a good car and so on. Do you get what I'm saying?
Can I just say,
he says that Jada, bro.
Can I just say quickly though? Yeah, that's hilarious. By the way, sorry, he does Jada reference, but quickly,
I mean, for me, I was just asking the question because Amy, I hear you questioning other people's morality, which is absolutely fine. But we have to also look at your standards of morality. Do you understand?
Yeah,
guys, quickly, can I just explore this real quick? Yeah. Most men would say we definitely wouldn't want our daughters, mothers, sisters, whatever, being prostitutes. But then, actual point of morality, because arguably one of the main reasons you don't want that too is one, we're men, right? So we don't want to see our our relatives like that in any sort of objectified position. And number two, it's the danger surrounding the work, innit? The fact that sex industry, sex workers are exposed to a lot of danger or whatever. But the actual it being moral or immoral, there's varying degrees of morality in it. So to say someone can't discuss morality because they themselves engaged in what is arguably, let's say honest work.
Exchanging something for sex.
Yeah, like I don't want my daughter to be a masseuse, but is a masseuse being immoral?
It's the same with anything. People take drugs, they sell drugs, they have sex out of marriage, they have sex in marriage. My morals then were put to one side because I had to do something at that time. So now I wouldn't want my daughter doing that. I wouldn't want my mum doing that. But I done that, and I will own that I done that.
So Amy, would you agree, based upon what you just said, that because the thing is, although Ahmed, I would say, went off to left and right, whatever, he is correct when he says there is something within having a contract, but to be honest, that's within a knowledgeable society where you know what the contract is. Because remember, marriage was sort of thrown out the window in this country because it was something where the man owned and controlled the woman. So it wasn't rejected. It wasn't rejected on the basis of, oh, me and this person have a contract to be kind to each other and live, in a balanced life. It was rejected and pushed out by women specifically because it was her way of saying, you're not going to control me, beat me up and do this stuff and get away with it.
Can I ask a panel a question? Guys,
the contracts where people could have got into at that time generally was only recognized as the man having that authority over the woman. However, if it was something where two people have a contract where they agree to live together, it may not be signed, it may not be on paper, we have to ask Ahmed, would that be a recognized contract? If two people say they're going to have a family, they're going to buy a house together and so on, but they're not going to get officially married, is that still a marriage according to Ahmed if he wants to answer?
Contract between a man and a woman is marriage. What do you think the contract is for? You think it's a phone contract?
Well, that's disrespectful.
What do you think the contract is?
No, he means you have to get married.
But I'm not being disrespectful, but we can go.
Go on.
What are you not on about?
No, but can I just ask one question? Yeah, going by Eastern standards. Hold on, Jace. Going by Eastern standards now. Yeah, he was a Shia. Yeah, I'm sure you guys practice Mut'a, right? Yeah. So I just wanted to know, like, sorry.
Zubaydah just hotting people out.
Go on. Yeah.
No, I'm just asking it because you're speaking about marriage, right? And according to Shiism, marriage can be temporary, it can be long term, it could be set for a minimal amount of time. What is very honorable about marrying a woman for a week or 2 weeks? Like, I don't understand what that means.
I'll tell you. When Allah told the Prophet to tell the Sahaba to do it,
you're gonna change the convo, man.
Oh no, hold on, because
I'm just speaking on marriage.
I'm getting there. I'm saying within Islam, so for instance, you as an example, you wouldn't need to do zina if your Sunnis let you know that Mut'a was lawful. So this is the thing. So it's very straightforward. When Allah,
let's not go that route, please.
No, because it's part of the same conversation. Because it deals with contracts, Maverick. Because we know that Sahaba didn't write down their contracts of marriage. You understand? In the time of the Prophet, there's nothing that says, "Oh, we wrote this down." They asked the woman a question, and either she answered or a silence, apparently according to culture, was a way of her saying yes. Whether it says
so now you follow the teaching of the Sahaba. I thought that you weren't.
No. I said the Sahaba done it under the authority of Allah. Listen to what it said. Allah told the Prophet, and the Prophet told Sahaba. If Allah legislated something, therefore it's lawful unless it's clearly been made unlawful.
All right, let's move away from the Islamic angle, please, because people are going to get bored.
We're bringing it straight back. So the point is, as I asked you, Maverick, in Islam, does it say, the Islam of the Quran that you're saying you follow, does it say in a marriage contract that it has to be written down?
Does the marriage contract have to be written down?
Yeah. I'm saying. All right. Let me ask you this: Can you ask a woman, do you want to, be in a contract with me based upon these rules? She either says yes, or a silence is seen as an answer of yes, and that's it. You're married.
Okay. All right. Yeah? When you say the word silence is seen as an answer, you're talking about a particular sect right now. You're not talking about
culture. All right. Let's put out. All right. Go.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All I'm saying to you is this. I think people, I don't know, get mesmerized by the term marriage or wedding, but this is the way I see it. This is merely a contract between two people. And the reason for that contract is so that if anything comes around tomorrow, whether it be children, whether it's abuse, anything of the sort, there is someone to hold accountable. That's it. That's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of the contract.
100%. Well,
holding someone accountable.
That's the main thing. So you've got, for instance, inheritance. You've got, you know, somebody, let's say a father who has to pay for the kids. The woman can say, right, he's the father. I married him. Da 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 da. I hear.
There you go.
No,
that's literally all it's for.
This is the thing that I liked about everything you said is you ripped what conceive of marriage down to what it actually is, which is an agreement or contract. That is it.
That's it.
You don't have to love them. You don't have to be in love. None of this stuff is relevant when it comes to what a marriage is. So this is where I commend you on actually pointing out what the hell it is. All I'm saying is in this day and time, where we're living in the Christian West, or let's say what is based upon the Christian West, I'm saying, would you, Ahmed, regard the two people that got together without getting married officially in the system as married if they had an agreement between them two? Do you understand my point? So,
I would regard that stupid because it can be broken and there is no witnesses. There is no mechanisms to either confirm that they had a contract, and if one broke the contract, what are the following punishments? There's no measurements.
I know. I think basically what you're saying is there's not clear stipulations of what you're getting into. That's basically what you're saying.
I'll give you an example. Let's say in that scenario you have a couple who are in love and whatever, and they think they have a contract as far as they are concerned, but then they haven't put that in the public sphere. Let's say that couple, the woman gets pregnant and she now has a child, and the man decides to chip, and then that woman comes to us and tells us, oh yeah, this man, we had a contract. How are we gonna hold that man accountable? What evidence do we have?
I totally agree, and this is why I suggest to you that marriage, although I agree it's a contract, the reason for having the celebration of witnesses is exactly what you said. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying the reason why you have that. But I would just say I wouldn't suggest you be too harsh on people like Amy, who's coming from a Western background where.
No, I wouldn't be. The only reason I was harsh, I'll be honest with you. The only reason I was harsh, and I'll say this out loudly. A lot of white folks, when they are speaking to people that are not white, they tend to speak in a patronizing manner, as though they know something that you don't, as though they have a quality that you don't.
They do have qualities that you don't.
This woman, hear this out. No, but hear this out. When she came in, she came with a particular confidence, number one. Number two, she decided to associate the actions of 10 teenagers with Islam, and then tried to make me responsible for it.
Teenagers.
And wait. Well, and then decided to make me 1 minute, man. 1 minute, man. Chill out. And then decided to make me responsible for it and tell me that I should respond for it. That is equivalent to me. That is equivalent to saying, hold on. That is equivalent to saying that, you know what? There's been a lot of crimes and a lot of immorality. As a matter of fact, the kings of immorality in this world happen to have been white folks. So should I associate the actions? Should I associate? Let me finish. Should I associate?
And so should I associate?
See what he's doing. See what he's doing. You see what he's doing. Let me finish, man.
Ahmed,
listen, as I was saying, that's equivalent to me saying I should simply associate every evil crime that white folks has done with all white people and say it's a white people thing. Why is that not the same?
Because it's a lie, and white people don't need to apologize for it, but you do have to answer for the grooming gangs of your ilk and those of your religion.
You have to answer for the slavery of your ilk. You have to answer for the genocide of your ilk.
And if those people are deported, those people should be removed from our society.
Can I just say something here? This Bantu guy has no leg to stand on.
You live in a society that is 1,000 times more moral than any Islamic society ever conceived of by Muhammad and his
children when he himself admitted that he would masturbate over a child's picture. This man, Banksy.
Zabida,
So you can't come here and talk about
Exactly. Hold on. Wait. Banksy's the man that said he would masturbate over a child's picture. Get the fuck off the panel. Get off the panel, you
Any society can
you would wank over a child, you fucking dickhead. Why are you not talking to this fucking pedophile?
On any level.
But it's fat ugly self.
One minute. Now watch this. No, Isa, watch this. Earlier on. You are a
women were slaves. Women
I got you, Zabida. Trust me. Zabida, I got you on this one. 1 second, yeah? 1 minute.
He apologized for slavery across the world.
Well, listen to this. 1 minute. And he was 1 minute. 1 minute.
You're pedophile. You worship a nun.
Dirty pedophile.
You are dirty and consummated at night.
You dirty nonce. Who are you to call it?
You worship a pedophile. You follow the pedophile as the greatest example of mankind. Let's not talk about pedophilia here, because the Muslims can't even begin to apologize for Muhammad. Muslims have no leg to stand on when it comes to pedophilia. Muslims have no leg to stand on when it comes to pedophilia. Muslims literally consider a pedophile as the greatest man who ever lived. No man in the West considers Jimmy Savile the greatest man who ever lived.
Why is he not letting no one chat?
Lads, you want to? Guys, should we bring it down a notch? Yeah, because obviously it's not very.
I just want to say one thing.
Everybody. All right, listen.
I just want to say one thing, yeah, and I'm off, yeah. I swear down. I don't want to share a panel with this filthy nonce, yeah. People like this.
I don't want to share the planet with a prophet that's a nonce.
I'm talking.
I don't want to share a planet.
Let her talk. Dirty nonce.
I don't want to share a world with people who think pedophile is the greatest man who ever lived. A 9-year-old. Shut up, a 9-year-old child. That is not a world.
Anyway,
and no son, you can never say that a white man's morality
Shut up,
is lower than an Arab pedophile worshiper's morality.
Stop.
Yo, this how you know this guy's like. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, like this person has no leg to stand on when it's about the abuse of children or the sort of abuse of females, because he himself admittedly, openly said that he would masturbate over a 5-year-old. You're being very specific here. Over a 5-year-old child.
Why have you got nonce on the panel?
You literally worship a man who fucked a 9-year-old. You literally praise a man who fucked a 9-year-old. You want to talk about pedophilia. You consider a pedophile to be the greatest man who ever lived. I don't worship Jimmy Savile. I don't worship Jimmy Savile.
No one can.
1 second. James. 1 second. James. Are you gonna speak to us about morality with an actual bitch that tried to call me a bitch in a pedo as your sidekicks? You're gonna speak to me about morality? A pedo in a hole.
You're a bitch, and your morality is 1,000 times beneath an Englishman's morality. You should be on your knees begging and thanking the white man who's sitting here on a white man's microphone, on a white man's internet, on a white man's computer, eating a white man's food.
Did you not try to justify
white man suck my dick, bitch? Where do you think these materials come from? The materials are all African materials, bitch.
Every day
about white man's life. You would have had nothing but fish and chips without us.
James, I'm gonna ask James a question. I just want to speak to James here. James, do you remember? Was you there? No, hold on, James. Yeah.
No. Listen. Before all you man come, yeah, Maverick, all you man. There was people were attempting to have discussions, right? and I beg that continue now. So everybody has something to say. That listen, if you're about to be insulted, I'm gonna
James, you're gonna mention Maverick, but you're not gonna mention Banksy.
Everyone, Banksy is obviously Banksy always brings this.
No, but you highlighted Maverick, but not Banksy. Like your bias is James. I swear, James, your personality I don't mind, but your character is so filthy. It's amazing, bro. It's so filthy. It's amazing, man. You've got no qualities whatsoever.
Maverick, don't worship.
Man mentioned Maverick over Banksy. Imagine that.
Worship a man who made
he decided to mention me over Banksy.
Millions of young girls at ages of 9 have been raped across the Muslim world because of one man.
Where's the man in Iran, fam, where they're the biggest
One man has been responsible for the rape and child marriages of millions of people in 1,500 years.
Yo, Isa, can you mute yourself?
1,500 years of raping 9-year-olds because of one pedophile prophet.
Stop talking. And Banksy, please. No one's gonna come on Friday to do this thing. So you're taking the piss to come on a random day when we're having a discussion.
I don't freaking pick a day for these things. I come here fucking own these little Muslim bitches at any given
what's your
time.
purpose? Why have you come here? What's your point? What's your comment? What are you going to contribute?
I came here to point out, whilst you fuckers rag on Amy for her morality or lack thereof, you don't realize that the filthiest of people come from that Muslim religion. The filthiest of immorality comes from that religion.
Let him just
and
rant.
comes from the Quran. It would be a whole
No one's gonna listen to you. Your
and it wouldn't
credibility is
come
done.
close to the filthy degeneracy that comes out of the Quran.
This nonsense has got credibility.
Yeah, you are a pedophile. You need to be arrested for pedophilia and child
And so does every Muslim that worships Muhammad. Every Muslim that worships and praises Muhammad should be immediately arrested for pedophilic tendencies.
Even then, she's going to hesitate.
Wait. Guys, one second.
This is
1 minute.
You lot should all hold the ban for this. This is actually a joke, bro. Like, are you lot all not
Muhammad.
Isa, stop it for a sec. You man,
Let me talk, guys.
problems in real life.
I've been waiting to talk. Me and Maverick were having a civilized conversation, and then certain
Until
people
Banksy
started-
came in.
Yeah, no, I'll agree.
One sec.
Banksy always does this. You have to accept that that's what he's gonna do. So just be smart enough. Let him get off his chest and have a discussion, bro. Come on, like Buddha and Maverick, I expect better from you two because you two.
I actually agree with James on this one. I agree with you. Just be just. That's it.
Maverick,
wait. Come on, you're my boy, bro. Come on, like obviously I don't rate this guy at all, but at the end of the day, Veli wants people to have discussions that of different opinions in it on the panel.
No, I agree. Just be just. That's it. I agree with you. Just be just. That's it.
Yo, let me, man. I'll let you that wine out for a little bit. But to get back to the discussion now, you get me? Like,
right.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do, goddammit.
Yeah, like James was saying, on Friday, we had people just talk about put in the jump to just let it roll, however it goes. Yeah. On Monday to Thursday, we're gonna have a discussion to try and stick to the actual sort of thing there. Although it's funny, some people are laughing at how it went, blah blah blah. Most people can't even understand what anyone was even saying. Like James is the moderator, because I'm not on the panel with it. I'm gonna let Amy on.
Nah, you got Belly. You gotta have one on each side though. You can't just have one atheist. Have a theist as well.
It's not a moderator on each side. James is G block, innit? This is G block, and he's gonna be fair. He's gonna let everyone finish their sentence. He knows how it runs around there, innit?
Alright, as long as he keeps it fair, I don't care.
Right.
Before you guys start, can I just say one thing, please? Just one thing. Just one thing, please. Let me just say one thing, Please, no hoe or a nonce come speak to me about morality. That's it. That's all I ask for. A hose and nonsense can't come speak to me about morality.
No one who worships a prophet that's a pedophile can speak to me about morality. Not a single person who praises a pedophile as a prophet can ever tell me about morality, can never tell me about what is ethical and what is righteous. Not a single fucking man who considers a pedophile as the greatest man who ever lived can ever tell me about morality.
All right. To be honest,
You're still a nonce, though. Like, how's a nonce pointing fingers at other people saying they're nonces? You're a nonce.
I don't.
Is that gonna change?
I don't worship Jimmy
he's
Savile.
damned, innit? He's damned.
It doesn't matter. You still want to write over children. You dirty cunts.
Yo, listen, what you doing, man? Well, like, I'm still here, you know. Allow it, man. You might have got to try and actually, actually, you see the question of the day? Yeah? Everyone on the panel, take a turn and give your reason why the question is a yeah or no.
Veli, can I ask you a question?
Veli,
can I ask you a
We
question?
didn't even finish our conversation, man. 30 seconds. We're 30 seconds.
No, because forget about all this extra trying to get this one, that one, and the other. Yeah.
Exactly.
On Friday,
Veli.
Okay,
Veli, just Veli, just a question.
Wait. Let me finish, man. You can ask me after. Yeah. Let me finish though. Yeah. Everyone that's listening, yeah, is trying to hear what people are saying. You hear me? Like, I can't hear what you are saying when you talk over each other. Get to the end of your sentence, so interviews can be heard. Yeah. So, Maverick wanted to ask me the question. I don't know if it's reception.
No,
Billy. Wait, come on, bro. He specifically mentioned my name, man. 1 second.
Yeah, because he
Veli,
didn't know it was me. But go on.
Veli, the question I wanted to ask you was, if someone says that they would wank over a 5-year-old, how do you expect us to have a conversation about morality with them? Like how at least I gotta take them seriously.
Can I respond to that, Veli? Can I respond?
Yeah. Let back it up.
I asked Veli.
Okay. When I talk about a hypothetical situation or versus someone who actually married a 6-year-old and then consummated that marriage at 9, do you consider that person to be the greatest example of humanity who ever lived? How can I discuss morality when someone who comes to me with that?
Banksy, Ahmed is not a Sunni though. He don't believe that anyway.
Notice exactly. Thank you. Not only that, I don't believe that anyway. Not only that, there's a lot of Sunnis and Shias that don't believe that. So you're forcing a narrative.
Shit whether you believe it or not. It is your hadiths. It is the Sunni hadiths that say this. And I don't care whether you choose to believe it or not. It is a fact of life. And what you got to recognize, wait, Maverick.
What do you mean it's a fact of life?
He's hugging the mic already.
Recognize. That's not the point.
Really,
the point
he's hugging the mic already, bro.
Hold on. Let me just finish this one and then I'll mute up and you can talk forever. The point is that even whether you choose to believe it or not, millions of Muslims over the centuries have believed this, and child marriage, and it has caused the abuse and rape of millions of little girls across the Muslim world for this one reason.
But Banksy, he agrees it's wrong. He agrees with you that was wrong. So that you telling that you throwing at Ahmed don't make any sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not only that, Isa. Wait. Not only that.
Millions of Muslims believe Muhammad did this.
Banksy, we heard you. Let people respond. 1 second, Isa. Yeah, let me respond to this, bro. Yeah. First and foremost, like there's so many atheists and whatnot that want to speak about what it says in Islam without having any knowledge about Islam whatsoever. First and foremost, this hadith that he speaks about, not every Sunni or Shia accepts this. As a matter of fact, you have no idea how the so-called quote-unquote authentication of a hadith works. So you cannot insist that hadith is accurate. You really can't. You're not in that position. And secondly, hold on. I'm not done. I didn't talk to you. Let me finish. And the other thing that you can't do, I want everyone to notice that he admitted himself that he thinks it's an excuse by saying that he was talking about a quote unquote hypothetical situation. No one on this panel, I think I can comfortably say this, could think of a hypothetical situation or would even think of imagining such a scenario where they would quote unquote wank on a 5-year-old. So that's not an excuse, bro. You're not gonna go, what about this? When you have proven that you are a bloody nonce. No one else could think of that.
Okay. Can I respond to the accusations and the slanderous lie that he actually posed? The conversation was about drawings
And it was about whether I can draw something and if I have the right to draw what I wish to draw. So first of all, we're talking about drawings, not a
Call it what you
5-year-old.
like. No one could think of it.
Then we're talking about drawings that I draw of whatever I wish to draw. This was the hypothetical conversation of a drawing.
All right.
Now
Okay.
take that. Now take that. Wait. Now take that and translate that hypothetical to the real rape and abuse of 9-year-old children across the Muslim world for
Fancy,
1,500 years of
He's
real
forcing it.
rapes, real abuses,
Banksy,
real
Ahmed
child
agrees with
marriage.
you. So
Real
He has
child
to-
marriages
Ahmed,
that happened because of this prophet, because of this man that you guys consider to be the greatest man who ever lived. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Hold on, I haven't finished. I let you finish. I let you finish.
Hold on, everyone. Everyone, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Yo, EC, you can come in next. Yeah, hold on a sec, though. Yeah, hold on.
Can I just finish? I'll be finishing less than a minute.
Yeah, back. You can finish in a sec. Yeah, you can finish. Yeah, then EC can come in. Then Maverick's gonna go after.
No, I've got to respond to him.
Hold on.
Let me come in
You're
next.
gonna respond, but let
Wait
him
for
go
time,
in next.
though.
It's
Okay.
true. He's been waiting for long, and he's waited in silence. Yeah. So,
Issa can go next.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Let Banks is gonna finish first of all. Then Issa's gonna go next. Yeah. But I'm calling out for James or Ultra or it's gotta be James or Ultra, Rob or someone answer someone that's not involved in the religion, so that can moderate the chat between the two sides, innit? Because it's obviously if it just needs to get moderated, innit? So the people then can get their voices heard. Everyone's chatting over each other, and man, start letting.
But Veli, why do you think that is? Veli, what
it's a hot topic, innit, man? It's one of them.
No, it's not that though. I'm saying once it gets personal, this is what I'm saying to you. Because it's becoming personal, we're not getting down to the meat of the subject. So obviously that's where emotions come in now, yeah? Right. And therefore people don't care about rules and who's talking, you know what I mean? So I'm saying try and keep to the subject matter without it being personal attacks. Do you get what I'm saying?
This is not personal. I've never attacked anyone individually. By the way, people have attacked me individually.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Victim.
No, I'm just saying, I never made it personal.
No, you attacked me in the back chat, pussy. I never even addressed you. So
I
shut your mouth.
attacked Muhammad and Muhammad's teachings.
One sec.
Banksy, we already heard you. Let other people speak, man. Stop it.
I haven't finished. I was supposed to finish.
You have finished. Stop hugging the mic, man.
I haven't finished.
You know what?
Really, can I finish?
Veli, I'm gonna jump off here because I can't be on panel with this guy. Yeah, big up yourself, Veli. I'm gonna leave. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, bless up, Zubaydah. Bless.
All right.
Yeah. Go look after your child a bit.
One of the man them needs to jump on to try and moderate
Shift
the
my
thing
dick.
or try. Yeah, I tell you what. Actually, DC's in the back here. DC's gonna take my place here. He's gonna be the.
Are you mad?
You have to. Yeah, DC's gonna be the moderator, fam. You have to listen to what man this man.
I don't mind moderating, you know.
Veli, as long as you let me finish.
Nah, you're gonna be involved in it, man. You're gonna be involved in the.
No, I'm directly not involved. I'm directly not involved.
Veli, can I just finish this final point?
Yeah.
On this.
On
this.
Well, how many times are we gonna listen?
Hold on a sec. Finish your point. I'm gonna add DC in there. DC is gonna be the moderator. You man, just take your turn.
Well, it was going to be me, and then it was going to be Issa.
It's going to be Issa.
No, it was going to be Issa.
Maverick after. Yeah, it's going to be you. It's going to be Issa. Then it's going to be Maverick. Yeah. So.
Okay. That's fair enough. Literally 30 seconds and I'll be done. As far as the morality of a pedophile prophet is concerned, I have there is no moral ground in which anyone can tell me that I should follow someone that is that morally depraved and morally bankrupt. Now, you can go ahead and tell me you don't believe in those hadiths, but you have to then tell me that are the Sahih system, the system of determining what is a Sahih hadith and not a Sahih hadith, is that incorrect? That means we no longer hold to that because these come from Sahih hadiths. These don't come from nobody pulled this out of their ass. And if you don't believe in the Sahih system, which determines what is a Sahih hadith and not, then how can you determine whether you should pray 5 times a day or not?
You've got the wrong guy today.
I think it's only right that Ahmed responds because that should be very easy. Ahmed, can you sum it up in 60 seconds?
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost, the authenticating of Sahih Hadith just like science, once there is new information, things can change. So Sahih Hadith has changed in the past, and I'm sure it will change in the future. So what you think is authentic today might not be authentic tomorrow. That's number one. And number two, in terms of this whole 5-day prayer, blah 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 blah, you're barking up the wrong tree, because I don't do that. So that's
so
that.
You don't
really.
believe in the hadith, so you're not really a Muslim.
Oh,
You're
whatever,
you're
man.
not really
What's
Muslim.
it? It's my go.
No,
Yeah,
wait. Sunni, hush. 1 second.
No, it was Easter's turn.
Yeah, it was Easter's turn.
That's what I'm saying, Brad. You don't even know your glass is full. Anyway, as I was saying, Shush. Anyway, as I was saying.
Shut up. Issa,
I'm gonna box you in. Listen.
Issa, you get more. Shut up.
Brad, shut your skin, you dunce.
No, shut up and eat your chicken. All right, so shut.
Actually, my chicken might be burning. I have to go. Actually, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. You know, my chicken's gonna burn. Let me quickly say this. Yeah. So, Banksy, in case you didn't know, Ahmed is what is considered a Quranist or a Quran alone, etc. So they do reject hadiths as being information through which you can follow religion. So they might accept it as
history.
He's not a Muslim, then. He's not
Banksy, no one interrupted you. You better shut the fuck up. No one interrupted you. Shut up.
Banksy, wait.
I got this. You ain't gotta worry. Yo, Begsy, don't yourself.
I've actually only been waiting for me and Ahmed to finish off that last.
Jada, you're good. Go ahead, continue.
I'm gonna box you in your mouth. Idiot. He's stupid idiot. But yeah, so basically it's seen as things like history rather than things which instruct what you do as commentaries of the Quran or religion. So from the perspective of Ahmed and others, the Quran is commentary on itself, and you don't need any other information. This is in regards to practicing Islam. This is the belief of a Quranist, etc. Ahmed, do you remember what we were saying before someone came in? I just wanted to finish that last point. Do you remember what we were saying?
About the contracts?
It was about contracts, but we went slightly away from it, and then we got to a point, and then I can't remember what we were saying. I think it was, so we agreed on the point that if two people don't actually state what they've agreed upon, then obviously, then it can't be really seen as a contract as such, or it's a loose contract for which someone cannot. I think actually, let me just say this. My point was that society in general is something where, or the site we're living in, where things are not clarified. Whereas in other cultures, if marriage is the norm and there are strict punishments for having relations outside of marriage, then obviously the people that live in a society where you grow up and you don't, marriage is just seen as something where men control women, rather, as bigger contracts in relation to the fathers and what somebody might inherit, etc. I would suggest that there may be another way of looking at what marriage is or judging someone's morality. I just remember what it was. Okay, here's what I was saying to you. You mentioned, Ahmed, that Amy came in and she had these judgments as, let's say, from a white supremacist mentality, at least subconsciously. I believe that's what you're saying. So
absolutely.
From that basis, I'm saying, would you agree then to have a conversation? If you join the conversation again, to start again and say, well, boom, start off, a new page with that conversation. Because I personally believe that from what she said, she does have something to add to the conversation, as opposed to just throwing, hatred and so on. So I'm just saying,
no problem. As long as she doesn't come on a tip of I'm I'm bigger than you. If she doesn't come with that white supremacy talk, I swear we can talk. No problem. I just can't handle white supremacy.
Amy,
go
ahead. So white supremacy and all of that is something that you're thinking about. I don't think about that. So that's what's on your brain, is that I'm coming with that. I will come with this energy at anyone that I disagree with what they think. Whether you're white, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Sikh, whether it doesn't bother me. I will say what I think to a white man, to you. It doesn't bother me, because. But
Amy, do you understand why somebody would come back at you?
Yeah.
And bring race.
Let me explain to you what white supremacy is. Issa, let me explain to you.
That doesn't.
Issa, 1 second, please.
That shows you that you just think that it's because I'm white that I'm like this.
No, one second. Wait, 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. This is proof of what I'm saying, yeah? the only community, as far as I am concerned, from my experience, where you will find a hoe or an ex-hoe try to speak to people about morality. Wait, let me finish. I cannot imagine an African woman or Asian woman or any other woman who's been a prostitute proudly speak to people about, oh, you guys are immoral. I honestly can't imagine that. The only reason she's doing that stems from white supremacy. 100%.
First of all, a lot of people do that. No, but the thing is, Amy, what you got to realize is you are right. That's the number one thing is, Amy, you are actually right. Your morality doesn't matter if you were the whore of Babylon.
I don't agree with what you're saying, though, so I don't. Your opinion doesn't matter to me. I think
I don't care. I don't care.
You are what's making white people look bad. People like you. There's people.
I'm not a white person.
And what do you think a hoe like you does?
You're trying to make yourself look white then, either way.
Amy, that's not the point.
Maverick, I'll let you respond to that. Let me say my piece, man. Come on, bro.
The point is, Amy is right. She does come from a culture that is morally superior.
Hold on, wait.
That's the point. It is far more superior than the Middle Easterners.
One sec. I can agree that within the country we live in called England, yeah, there may be certain things that are more moral, the age of marriage and all these other different things that we've got in relation to no slavery and certain laws and so on. However, to separate the system and culture of England from what it does in other countries and benefits from oppressing those other countries is absolutely ridiculous. So that's, and especially the history of which it used or where it got the power and control over these other countries, all of that is part of the legacy and support network of what we're living at now. But I do agree with you. What it promotes in the culture and society, yes. However, all I'm saying is this, is that a lot of black and non-black people do not understand how somebody can come with a white supremacist narrative unknowingly. And this was the point I was trying to get over to Ahmed, how sometimes people just think they're talking from themselves, but they don't realize where they're coming from has been influenced from so many different eras. And I'm saying it might be possible to bridge that gap with Amy and explain without arguing and this and that for our past, etc. And just say, look,
Issa, between me and you, Issa, yeah, between me and you, please answer this honestly. Can you imagine a black woman that used to be a prostitute speak as confident and comfortable about morality as Emma is doing here?
Yes, you should.
That doesn't make any difference. Your name is not Issa. Your name is not Issa.
Banks, unfortunately, Ahmed, yeah, black Americans, yeah, and I can't remember this woman, yeah, she had the what was it, slut walk or something like that. So yeah, I've seen.
Okay, all right.
They had a slut walk.
Okay, hold on.
Regular
Wait. When you say black Americans, one second. When you say black Americans, yeah, you use the black American example, but you got to remember, black Americans are like what, 13-4% in a nation full of white folks. You think they haven't been influenced?
No, of course.
So it's the white man's degeneracy that's inflicted upon them.
on that same principle, then we can say that if Amy grew up in a Muslim nation, she would have different rules and different values and the way to look at something.
If she grew up in a Muslim household, I guarantee you she wouldn't be a prostitute, at least.
I guarantee you she would. I can show you millions. You want me to take you to Dubai? You want me to take you to Saudi Arabia and show you the scores of prostitutes?
Hold on. One minute. Issa, earlier on we had a structure. 1 minute. We had a structure. You spoke afterwards. Now let me speak. There's one thing I really want to address. I want everyone to notice on the panel that Banksy tried to use as an excuse that it was a hypothetical situation, and then he tried to come up with they tried to come up with pictures and blah 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 blah.
Look, I'm not gonna listen to a Mu'tadeen.
No, Banks, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you, Pedo. DC, control the panel.
Pedophile who married a 6-year-old.
DC, control the panel, please.
Maverick, let me
control the panel, DC.
Let
me finish, yeah. As I was saying, can anyone in this panel imagine a hypothetical situation of any kind where they could utter what Banksy has uttered.
Yes.
Can anyone justify that?
Because I explained it. Now you go fuck yourself.
But we're not speaking to Islam. I'm not speaking to you.
Islam, the religion you don't know.
Let other people
I will say this.
Let other people speak.
Of Islam,
let other people. DC, can you control this guy, man?
You know, I really want to address this subject. You know what? Let me try to answer this.
He just slandered me, and
can you not control this guy?
Hold on, let me try to answer the question. You know,
and he doesn't want me to respond to that.
I didn't ask you.
All I'm saying
is,
Prophet of Islam.
The question was not. You're not going to play what about. What about is not going to work.
This munafiq.
What about is not going to work. There is no distractions.
He doesn't even believe in Islam. Has the right to say that the Prophet of Islam.
We're not going to be distracted from this question. We're not going to be distracted from this question. Believe it or not, we're not going to be distracted.
Hold on. Let me just deal with this point. As long as it's personal, yeah. As long as you bring up anything personal, he's not going to care about the rules. He's going to fire out and say whatever it is. So we're going to have to leave that aside. What I was saying back.
Hold on, but he wants to talk about Prophet Muhammad and pedophilia when he's a pedophile.
I'm addressing that.
I'm talking about someone who actually fucked a 9-year-old. Actually,
he cannot talk. I don't even know why he's on this panel.
Not hypothetically, someone who actually fucked a 9-year-old.
You lot brought a hoe and a nonce to the panel. Are we going that desperate? A hoe and a nonce.
Hold on, let me deal with this.
We got 2 Muslims on the panel.
And you worship a nonce.
One sec. Banksy. What I'm saying is, for there to be any constructive conversation here, at the very least, Banksy, you've got to accept that there are certain people who do not accept that narrative, and they don't have to as part of Islam. So I agree, Banksy.
I don't care because he's lying about me and slandering me. I hear that. Whatever I want in regards to, he's not even a Muslim. He would be burnt at the stake in a Muslim country. He's a kafir. He's a munafiq.
Let me just finish.
I promise I will end you. I promise I will end you, Banksy. I promise that. Remember that, yeah? I promise I will end you, Banksy.
Come and end me, bitch.
That's a promise. You're a fucking pedophile. You're a nonce. I promise I will end you.
You're not a Muslim.
I promise I will end you.
On behalf of Islam. On behalf of Islam. You're not a fucking Muslim. They will burn you in Saudi Arabia. Burn you a fucking alive.
One sec. Hold on. Listen what I'm saying.
Be quiet, please. Be quiet,
man. Every time I'm trying to talk, you there, bloody. Now I've got the people. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Order here, okay?
Yeah, well, let me finish. Quick. Now it's quiet. Now it's quiet. Banksy,
you're about to go, Issa. Be quiet. God damn it. Okay, Maverick, mute up. You see what Shifa has done? You see what Amy has done? It's funny how the hoe that's being shamed, he knows how to keep quiet. Now, nonce, be quiet. Issa, go ahead. Okay, damn it. Do this.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. So Banksy, all I'm saying is this.
Shout out to Shifa for not even talking. Gracious. Usually he's just
okay. Banksy, all I'm saying is this. I agree from your perspective. You're saying the guy is slandering you. You're saying he's slandering you, therefore you're defending yourself. All I'm saying is even if you want to throw out, that yes, there are millions and have been billions of people that claim to be Muslims that have believed that Prophet Muhammad had a wife of a young age and consummated, etc., at 9, whatever, and therefore that has caused the most amount of abuse of girls and children over so many years. Yes, but I suggest you also come in to the arena with the fact that there are many others who do not also accept that narrative, and there is nothing in Islam of the Quran that says they should accept that narrative. That's all I want to say on that. So hopefully we can get back to this.
And if I may add, yeah, this whole thing about the Prophet is a distraction, because we can't avoid the fact that man said on the panel. Wait. Straight away. Let me finish. live in front of everyone, in front of you lot. He said, as an excuse, as though it's an acceptable excuse. Oh, it was a hypothetical situation where I was just talking about. Well, no, bro, no.
Having debate,
no.
Wait. I didn't even finish.
You gotta let me finish. Issa, how are you gonna stop me out of all people? Issa, let me finish, bro. Don't give him an excuse. Don't give him an excuse. Listen, Issa, listen. Issa, listen. You gotta let me finish. Like, what is this guy, man? Let me finish, bro. Listen, the point is this, Issa. Issa, the point is this. I am willing to have that conversation with any upright human being. What I'm not willing to have that conversation with is an actual pedophile. That's stupidity. How am I going to have that conversation with an actual pedophile?
Worship a pedophile prophet. Nobody cares. You want to have that conversation?
Let me just respond. One of the things is, Ahmed, is I hear things thrown around about people so many times. I've not heard, what he actually said. He's saying bits and pieces of what he said, then he gets interrupted. To be honest, I personally don't believe he is of that way of thinking. And to be honest,
he just said it.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on. He got to explain. What I heard him say was they were talking about paintings or drawings or something else, and then it went back to screaming and shouting. So what my point is that for me, either we're going to play what he said. If we're not going to do that, then just leave it. Because for me, this thing is all, as long as you attack him personally, attack her personally, it's just going to come a shouting match and no one's going to care about the rules and being quiet. And that's been happening for the last
Issa, I agree with you, but you got to respect that my request is reasonable. I have no problem having this discussion. Listen. I have no problem having this discussion with anybody else. How do you expect me to have this discussion with someone who acknowledged that there is, as though there could be, as though Issa, could there be a scenario? Issa, could there be a scenario? Could there be a scenario, a hypothetical scenario where you could utter wanking over a 5-year-old? Could you ever utter that in any scenario?
Issa,
he did.
Can I respond?
There's no excuse for it.
Can I respond? Issa, can I respond now? Hold on. I just want to simply say that I will never ever take the morality of a Kunafek kafir who doesn't actually even believe in Islam and then tries to tell me that Muhammad didn't actually have sex with a 9-year-old.
Notice how he avoids what he did. He's avoiding what he did. He's not even denying what he said because he knows there's no way out.
Maverick and Banks.
Word of a non-Muslim any more than I would a Buddhist on what Islam is. So this man is not a Muslim. This Maverick is not a Muslim. His opinion be correct on Islam. So when I say Muhammad married a 9-year-old, when I say Muhammad married a 6-year-old and consummated it at the age of 9, that is agreed upon by the vast majority of the Sunni Muslim world. You yourself as a Shiite.
There is no way anyone's going to listen to a pedophile. No way, Banksy. No way.
As a Shiite, you have a group.
No one's going to listen to you, fam.
I agree with you. It is law in Iran, so I can't.
This man is a munafiq.
No one is going to listen to a pedophile.
It would be nobody alive.
You have no credibility, bro.
He's not a Muslim. His opinion on Islam.
Apparently, you hang around playgrounds with a packet of Haribo. Pedophile.
Your opinion on Islam doesn't count.
No one's gonna listen to you, Banks. I promise I will destroy you. I promise that. Remember me, yeah? Remember me,
Muhammad married a 9-year-old, fucked a 9-year-old, and married her at 6.
Yeah, keep repeating that.
Every Muslim considers him.
Keep repeating that to try and deflect from what you said.
Hold on, subject to the
Keep repeating that to deflect from what you said.
The question is, can you have morals without a God? So I want to ask
Not if that God is Allah.
If I want to ask, right?
Issa, when you're done, I have something to say.
Can we just get yes or no? Because I'm really trying to stick this back to the subject.
No. We just change the subject, please, okay? Because this is retarded. This is.
I agree. Change the subject. No way I'm speaking to a pedophile about morality. No way.
Hold on.
Mute up.
Hey, Brad. The subject is can you have
never listening to a kuffar about Islam.
Hold on, wait. Hey, Brad, we change the subject or not?
1 second. We need to change the subject. We have two grown men here. One who cannot stay mute up after another. One who considers the other to be a nonce, the other considers to be a kafar, and they can't simply like mute up and have a conversation like grown men who most likely have children who are father age, but can't act like, you know, grown men on a panel on the internet. So we're going to change the subject completely because he says, I love how
what do you think?
Okay, people who join the chat who won't make personal threats or attacks. Since we can't, you know, they can go to Real. Is good for that. You can go to Real. Both Maverick and Bugsy can go to Real and do that. But here we don't do that. So
what do you suggest the subject matter is then, Brad?
Actually, you know what I want to do? Just because I feel like this is an emergency situation, let's open the brain of Shifa Dawn and just see where Shifa's brain takes it.
All right. Well, when we come back to, I'm going to jump off. When we come back to this subject, I want to discuss: can you have morals without God? And what's his name? Speaker's Corner. What's his name? Rob. I want to have that conversation with Rob.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
And Maverick, actually.
I don't know if you lot noticed, but Brady sounded like such a typical Yank. Like his entire.
I'll be back in a
guys,
second.
we need to move on from this, guys. All right, thank you, guys.
Fine. And thank you for showing me how a Muslim behaves. Next, goodness. Go ahead.
It's how I behave. You see how?
Maverick isn't a Muslim, so you don't have to worry about him behaving anyway. A non-Muslim can behave any way he wants. This kafir, this mu'tadeen, doesn't need to worry about how he behaves.
Wanking on 5-year-olds is what you think of, yeah? You dirty cunt.
If you are
dirty nonce,
Ahmed, I would ask you to employ it. Ignore Banksy for like 12 minutes. Let's bring this back down. I'll tell you why. Yeah. All of you,
no problem. I agree.
You are being big fucking babies, right? I get it. We don't like each other. This person annoys us. This person says horrible things. We think these people are cunts. We think these people are ugly. We hate this one. We hate this one. All right, cool. We get it. Now, grow the fuck up, all of you. Huh.
Thank you. Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
I agree. Grown up of you, Ultra. Very grown up, brother. You need to be acting like men, not like kids.
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, listen, you. All I've heard for the last like ground bullshit. I don't like you. I don't like you. You said this horrible thing about me. But you said this horrible thing about me. Oh, but you do this immoral thing. But you do this immoral thing. Sound like
Ultra, you can see it. You can see it from the conversation me, you, Velli, and James Jones was having yesterday. A lot of banter. Yeah, we was going at each other in banter and having a laugh. But no one's taking it seriously like that. And like I said to Benji, do you know what? I may have said in conversation, in banter, you know what? I'm not going to pray for you now because you're acting like a demon or whatever. But then at the end of the conversation, I make sure to atone for my actions and say, do you know what, really, you know, you're still my people, them. Ultra's still my people. James Jones, you're still my people, them. I'm still going to pray for you because I don't mean no one no harm. I mean everyone well.
Yeah,
so if you're promoting harm and you're promoting unwellness to people, you know, you have to look at yourself. We all have to be grown-ups about this stuff, man. And if you can't take the heat,
I'm sorry, Shifa. I'm sorry. It's kind of difficult to not take it personally when someone calls you a pedophile.
I agree with you.
So
I agree.
What do you expect when you say you're going to wank over 5-year-olds?
To someone who calls
what
you
do you
a
expect when you say you're
pedophile?
going to wank over 5-year-olds? What do you expect?
Why are people struggling to grow up?
You think that there's a scenario where that is acceptable? Just because you call that hypothetical?
Wrong, bro.
You uttered that you would rank over a 5-year-old, bro. The only reason these people are not feeling the type of way is because they have no morals. They're a bunch of idiots. They have no morals. That's why they don't care.
You're a bloody Muslim. You don't have any morals because you're not a Muslim.
Ahmed and Banksy, check this out. Check this out. We've heard this.
You it in a humble way, innit? Sometimes.
Can I say something real quick? We've heard this a whole bunch of times. Let's just move into a new chapter, and both of y'all should just not speak to each other. If that's the best way to do it, that's the best way to do it. Because I see both of y'all just calling each other same name for the past 20 minutes. We tired of hearing this.
Fine, you won't hear me speak to him, but tell him to stop speaking about the prophet.
I have no problem as long as somebody doesn't worship a pedophile prophet. I don't care.
You see, he did it straight away. You're gonna try to make me out to be the same as him.
Same shit again.
See, I didn't say nothing, and he just did. You want me to let it go?
Because he specifically said, don't talk about the prophet. So immediately I'm going to tell him to go fuck himself.
Listen.
Ahmed,
I heard what you said, and I didn't say anything. Listen.
Right,
I heard what you said, and I didn't say anything. And straight after that, straight after saying what you said, he immediately used the pedophile word. And you're not gonna check him.
No, I wouldn't check him because I already told you. You started it. You don't have to speak.
I'm the one that started it.
4 people. Yes, 4 people
I'm the one
on the
that started
panel.
it.
You could. Listen, I'm not talking about before. I'm talking about now. Can you just leave him alone? Because if you keep saying about Banksy, he's gonna go back to the prophet, and that's not cool.
Bro, listen. Where did you get that I started it? When the moment you said guys leave each other, he's like, okay, I will leave it as long as someone go pedophile, blah 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 blah. You just heard him start straight away.
No, you said something about him, and then he went.
No, I didn't. I said as long as he doesn't talk about the prophet.
He said as long as
the same as
immediately you put me rules on me. Fuck yourself,
Banksy. You guys listen.
Banksy, I will tell you to go fuck yourself.
Banksy, listen, yeah. Stop attacking people's prophets and their religion, because that is an attack.
Thank you. I will attack anyone's fucking prophets,
and
I will attack you shit about people's prophets,
and I will attack you names. Here on a Monday, we're not on Friday, so stop attacking Banksy's personality. If Banksy said something and he meant it in jest, he meant it in jest. Let's not take it so seriously and use it as an opportunity to attack someone's personality. And let's stop directly attacking people's religion, their beliefs, and their personalities, because that is.
Watch him do it straight away. Watch him do it straight away. I won't say nothing. Watch him do it straight away, and then watch these biased atheists go.
Shut your mouth and say nothing, and then we'll see.
Well, the thing is, I just want y'all to know that Veli said he's gonna kick somebody out as long as they keep, doing this personal attacks, and it's not fair. Let's just talk about something else. We have 3 or 4 people in the panel that y'all could address. Y'all don't have to talk to each other. It's not fair. We've been having a good day, not until both of y'all started going back and forth with the same thing.
That's right. And I don't just say this to you guys, I said to Veli and them yesterday, I said, listen,
just start another topic.
Whatever Schiffer might say and whatever question Schiffer might ask, I still don't attack the prophets. I don't attack people's religion because I respect people and I respect
Let's just talk about Corona for a little bit. Maybe that'll cool our nerves out.
Nah, that's the last thing, please. Anything but Corona, man.
Okay, cool.
Anything but Corona.
Pick another.
I don't know, but
pick whatever you like.
Okay, cool, but whatever y'all I'm enjoying the show, but every time let's just talk. Basically, that's done. So let's just whoever got something better.
We have Raj in the house.
How's it going, okay, so Raj, let's go with Raj.
Yeah. What's up?
So what's happening, Raj?
Yeah, just loving the angry show today. Good.
I know. I was Raj.
Woke up.
I was loving it too,
and I was like, "Let me come on."
I was loving it too, but it got so annoying now. So let's just talk about something else.
Yeah, I don't. I'm kind of like I want the continuation of the argument. Though I'm not gonna lie. So.
No,
Raj I've only joined like 3 minutes ago, so I haven't had like.
He's a fight hole.
I've only joined though. Like it's not like I've been listening for like hours. I just literally turned on. And I was like, all right, why is there so many viewers? And I was like, okay, all right, good topic. Can you have morals without a God? Of course you can. Cool. Some of the
we're going back to that.
Yeah, I mean it's the question of the day. So yeah, I mean some of the most immoral people I've met, and I'm not going to lie, have been people of religious faiths. Yeah, and that's hard to say because obviously I believe in God, and some of the best people I've met, some of them have been atheists. So it's a mixed bag. But I will say that there are some real demon atheists, though, like James Jones, Devils.
Hey, Raj, let's allow the person.
No, it's true. The shape-shifting demon.
Let me ask you a question. Raj.
Oh, we got Schiffer, man.
You're a Sikh, innit?
Yeah.
The Sikhs believe in one God.
Yeah.
Okay. What name do you subscribe to? What is the name of God?
Yeah, we say Waheguru.
I'll say it again.
But in our holy scriptures, we're not really fixed on names though. So we could, in our holy scriptures, it's God's referred to as Allah, God's referred to as Ram. Do you understand? So the Hindu, so we don't get fixed upon the name though. The creator is the creator, like whether he's called Waheguru.
So it's not like the Hindu religion where there's multiple deities then.
No. We're monotheistic. So that's one of the things that Sikhism, when it come about, believe in. So I mean, one of the first things in our holy scripture.
Monotheism where? Don't you guys believe in demigods?
No, we don't believe in demigods. Who's that?
Just a question. Continue.
That's what I mean by
the thing is, Shifa.
Objectively, he asked. He's not suggesting. He's asking.
One at a time. One at a time.
So one of the first kind of like words in our holy scriptures is "ik on God," meaning one God. Yeah, that's the one of the first.
But the thing is, Shifa, the Hindus don't actually believe in a polytheistic system. If you actually look into it, all the different gods, the Vishnu, Krishna, Ganesh, they are the representation of a single entity. So they are just different representations of a singular entity. So they if you boil it down, they are monotheistic, but they have multiple representations for God. It's not as cut clean.
I kind of agree with you. I do kind of agree with you. I mean, we're more pantheistic rather than monotheistic, if I'm being honest with you, because we believe God is everywhere. So, I mean, Ultra.
Would you look at the Egyptian culture in the same way then?
Wait, hold on, Shifa, my brother. I apologize for interrupting you. Let me just ask Raj a question. He's a theist, yeah. He's not of the Abrahamic faith, but he believes in one God. And I want to ask Raj, like all joking aside, seriously, right?
Yeah.
In your subjective opinion, can somebody who is without a God belief have morals?
Yeah, I've said it before. Yeah, 100%. I think it's the most stupidest argument to put across. As soon as someone brings that argument, but then again, I have met James Jones, who's a demon. So maybe, I mean, he kind of breaks that thing,
Hey, Raj, can I be honest? Yeah, I'm being diversive right now, and I'll be honest. I've already asked you these questions, but I just wanted to switch it up a little bit. You know, like that. Tone of conversation.
I think introducing you into it was just what we needed to try and mix this down because it was getting too out of control.
Yeah, but that's why I jumped on for the out of controlness, and then it all went normal. So I'm kind of disappointed.
No, don't worry.
I'm glad you came in because when you came in, everything become peaceful. So maybe
Raj the peacemaker. I never thought I'd hear that.
Raj, check this out. Maybe tomorrow I'll become one of your. I'll switch to your faith.
Oh, you never know, man. But
hold on a second, Malik. Is that Malik?
Right.
Yeah, he's gonna come over, man. We'll accept you with open arms, man.
So when you lot say God is everywhere, does that mean? When you lot say God is everywhere, does that mean God resides in space?
God resides everywhere. Like God is everywhere. So
Ahmed, cool it down.
But does that mean he occupies space though?
I look here. I'm going to be honest. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I don't try and think about it too. My brain can't compute that kind of stuff. It's like an ant trying to figure out nuclear physics. Just forget about it. Just accept there's gods everywhere, and that's it. Move on.
So you're not really a Sikh. You're just following your culture, really.
Oh, what? How dare you say that you're Quranic? You don't even fast. Are you fasting right now?
Well, because you don't understand what you believe in.
Are you fasting? Do you pray?
But Ahmed,
Quran is telling me I'm not a Sikh when he doesn't do nothing of Islam.
No, he's not a Muslim.
I'm not talking about me right now.
Don't talk about Raj. Don't talk to him about Islam. He's not a Muslim. You might as well be talking to him about Hinduism.
Raj, can we not have
closer to Hinduism than Islam?
Without getting excited? No, but can we not have a conversation without getting excited?
You always get me riled up because of how un-Muslim you are, and then you're telling everyone about.
But there's no But Raj, you see, I don't do personal stuff, bro. I'm only here to debate ideas.
Raj, what I would say is, don't answer a question to a non-theist, because if he's not a God believer,
you gotta learn to stop.
Don't reply to a non-God believer.
You gotta learn to stop interrupting people.
He's just baiting you. That's
all people are bored. People are bored of me and you going back and forth. So do you want to take a break?
I'm not.
I'm talking to Raj. I'm not even talking to anyone else.
You're trying to stop it.
To someone who doesn't actually even believe in a religion.
All right, hold on. One second. The people that were trying to equate me and Banksy, can you lot control this guy?
Cool. But Ahmed, can you
Ahmed, listen, bro. Ahmed, this is the thing, yeah. Remember, you are of objective morality, and I need you to be the bigger person here. I know why it's not difficult to understand why you can't stand Banksy, and I get it, bro. But I need you to help run this panel productively, bro. Because every time you sidebar with fucking Banksy, it's just personal and it's dumb. It don't get us anywhere.
Okay, Ultra, you're talking
I'm not
to the wrong
chastising
person.
you. I was Ahmed. I'm not
I
chastising
know, but hear me out. Hear me out, Ultra. Listen. I was saying the exact same thing to Banksy. I was trying to talk to Raj, and he tried to cause something here, and I was saying exactly what you're saying to him.
Go now, but you're gonna say sorry, man. I can't help.
Raj, don't talk to a non-Muslim about religion.
He's doing it again.
Banksy, no, see, Banksy, you're taking the piss. Banksy, listen, now you're taking the piss. Ahmed, chill.
I'm talking to Raj. I'm not even discussing that. I get it.
But listen, Banksy, what we need is no sly shots. We get it. It's personal. You don't get on with this. You don't agree with that. You think this about this. We get it, bro. But we need the panel to be conducive. We need it to flow now. Like,
and I'm telling Raj not to be baited into a conversation with someone who doesn't actually believe in these things that he claims he believes in.
I was asking Raj a question. Do you mind, Banksy?
Yeah, and Raj, I'm telling you, don't answer it.
He won't stop
because he is not worthy of your answer.
Go. I'll do it. Go. Let me just answer it. Though. Let me see what you say.
Let me try again. Bloody hell, Raj, we're on a panel. We're on this panel to discuss. You understand what I'm saying to you? I'm simply asking you the question because this is your position. If you believe in pantheism and that God is everywhere, I'm simply saying, does that then mean that God occupies space? It's just a question.
Yeah, from my understanding, God occupies space. Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, I'm not like the most learned person about it, but yeah.
Yo, Raj, can I ask my question?
That was it.
Oh, is that
my
it?
question to Raj is this. Raj, what does Sikhism actually mean?
What does Sikhism actually mean? It means a follower, basically. You're seeking the truth, basically. Like, you're a follower of the group.
So that's why you're called Sikhs, because you're seeking the truth.
No. That's not the actual meaning of like. It's not
Raj, do you need my help with answering the question about what Sikhi is? Do you need my help?
Don't you dare say that, man. Don't you dare.
Someone who's sick.
I didn't say it. You said it, Raj. I didn't say it.
No, but yeah, I mean, that's basically it. I mean, we're basically like, trying to become one with God. So we're trying to find the truth, basically. So, yeah.
To that extent, I might be a little bit of a Sikh because you know what? I'm a seeker of the truth. And, when I really read these religious books, and when I look at history and when I look at certain things, I piece them together like pieces of a puzzle. So I'm always seeking the Most High. So to that extent, we might have some similarities.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, so just seeking the truth, like being like.
Do you know what? I have some similarities with the philosophies of the first Guru.
Dude, man, you goddamn atheist demon, man. Stop your.
No personal attack. No.
Let me tell you something. There's a trinity of the what they call again?
The unholy trinity.
Yeah. So let me explain the difference. Like, I like Ultra. I think he's probably one of the most moral people I've met, but he's still a demon in the sense that he will keep.
100%.
Morality. To say, okay, I'm the best person out here. I'm the most moral because I'm an atheist. Now, Veli is a bit.
It's
more
not because I'm an atheist. I'm the most moral, and I just happen to be an atheist.
Veli is a bit more because he does do things that he doesn't keep pushing it down your throat. But that James Jones is a shape-shifting demon. Like, he's the one that's ruining your Holy Trinity. You need to get rid of him.
One thing I will say, Raj,
get rid of him.
One thing I can commend you is that Guru Nanak never fucked a 9-year-old, and that is the number one.
And then you lot are going to blame
example.
Ahmed. Watch this.
The number one example that I can say that Guru Nanak at least.
No one's going to check him, yeah. No one's going to check him. If I check him, you're going to be like,
I'm praising Guru Nanak. I think I have the right to praise the gurus as I wish.
I thought we agreed.
Any guru that doesn't sleep with 9-year-olds,
I thought we agreed that he was going to lay off the
Prophet.
Prophet.
I should worship, that I should consider an honorable
Did we not agree
man.
that he was going to lay off the Prophet? No one's going to say anything.
Could you consider that
No
to
one's
be
gonna say
a
anything.
great example for mankind?
Unfair. You are so unfair because we agreed that we wasn't talking about this stupid
I'm
shit,
talking about Guru Nanak.
It doesn't matter. We know what you're talking about.
Talking
Just
about
stay
Guru
away
Nanak.
from it. Just stay away from it. It's not really funny.
I'm saying
that
my criteria. Look, I'm saying that my criteria for considering someone the greatest example for mankind is one
You're still
that
continuing.
doesn't sleep with 9-year-olds.
And then you lot are going to say something about me.
Guru
Now
Nanak
you're not going to
is
say
that
something about
example
me.
for me.
Where's Ultra? Where's the panel? Why don't you not check it?
Banksy, I'm checking. Ahmed, I'm checking. But Banksy, you're gonna start up the same thing that we stopped.
I'm talking about Guru Nanak. I can't even talk about Guru Nanak anymore.
Yes, you can.
What is going on?
Yes, you can, but we don't know what you're talking about.
I'm
and
setting
it's not
my
fair.
criterias for what
It's
I
just
consider
not
to
fair.
be
Let me tell
the
you
greatest
something.
man
It's just
who ever
not,
lived.
Yes, we know, but it's just not fair because we had an agreement not to talk about this topic no more, and you're still sidetracking and you're going by it again.
Yeah, but Ahmed, can I say something? Like you don't believe that though, so I don't know why you get upset. Like you don't believe.
No,
that.
hold on a second. Breaking news. Guys, stop being pricks. Hold on a second. Breaking news. 10 public transport workers have now caught corona and died.
Oh my God, man! Really?
Right,
Shit,
and
man.
I'm just saying. Listen, we're taking nurses and doctors to and from work to keep this nation alive, and we're
big up to
fucking
everyone,
dying
man.
out here.
Yeah,
Right,
big
so
up to you guys,
if you
man.
just like let that surely that has to be sobering. Like, if you could just put your petty differences aside for a minute and really focus on what the fuck is important, and it will just make you easy and calm and cool. Be like Ultra. Hashtag.
Ultra.
Continue.
Hold on. Ultra. On the transport workers wearing masks and gloves.
Well, to be honest with you, we weren't provided with any personal protection equipment at all. And if you no, wait, don't be surprised because remember, the government couldn't procure any themselves for the NHS. What fucking chance did we have?
But
Yeah,
people buy this stuff for themselves?
Banksy, the masks don't make no difference unless you have one of those really kind of top end masks. Even if Banksy was to wear a mask and someone comes in and coughs,
can I ask Banksy a question?
It's
some barrier.
No, it stops you from coughing and nervous. So if everyone wore it, then it would help everybody. But if only one person's wearing it, all they're doing is protecting others.
Yeah, but come on, you're telling me that having even a shitty mask or a bandana is worse than not having anything at all?
No, it will make a little bit. But what it does, like, so imagine if everybody wore a mask, you would be able to contain it a lot better because people are not coughing all over the place. Now,
but
the problem
even if you're wearing one, it's still better than not having it.
It depends on the mask, though. It depends on the mask.
Covering your nose with anything is better than exposing your nose. Period.
Nose and mouth, they're just open air.
Hey, Banksy, can I ask you a question, please? Yo, Banksy, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, sure.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I think the label fits.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that because through some of the things you said, obviously I understand that your heritage and where you come from. There's a lot of Muslim people, but you seem to have an issue with Islam, so that's why I wanted to ask that. So you as an atheist. You as an atheist, what do you believe in? Do you follow the likes of Einstein and Tesla and those types of people? Is that what you believe in?
Well, I mean, I believe in a lot of things, but I mean, okay, let me try and condense this. First of all, people where I come from, there are many people from where I come from who are exceedingly hostile to Islam, because we've actually lived in an Islamic theocracy. We know what Islam is about, so our hostility towards Islam is very well justified. But as far as
by that he means Shiaism. Islam and Shiaism are two different things.
Yeah. You go talk to Isa, you kafir.
You've never read the Quran.
You're not even a Muslim. Why would I care what a non-Muslim says?
Because you're trying to have opinion. You're trying to have opinion on Islam.
I don't care. I don't care to hear it from a non-Muslim.
Listen.
Your opinion means fuck all.
You understand you're Islamic, innit, and you don't like attacks on Islam. But I'm trying to understand who Banksy is. So let the man speak.
No, Shifa.
Yeah.
No, Shifa. It's not that I don't like attacks on Islam. It's that I respect everybody's intellect here. The man wants to have an opinion about Islam. Listen. Exactly. Thank you. The man wants to have an opinion about Islam, yet he's never read the Quran in his life. I promise you that. So when he talks about his issues with quote unquote what he calls Islam, he's talking about his issues with his community and his culture. It's not coming from academic.
Yeah. This
Malik,
is the
you're
Muslim.
saying it's not coming from an academic, but Shifa voiced a similar kind of opinion with all religions, that I don't believe no man should be taking dominion over another.
And a lot of these systems of control are backed up by religious communities. So I think it's imperative that we let Banksy have his say also.
No,
Otherwise,
he can
we're not
have his
really
say,
being
but I
fair.
think you just made a claim that's not justifiable either.
What I'm saying-
Unless
I know
you
you-
read
I
the
know you don't
Quran,
think
I
it's
don't think
justifiable.
you could say the Quran applies to that theory
Shifra,
as well.
Number one, I would never take religious advice from someone who's not of that religion. So first, go find a Muslim and then find out what Muslims think. Second of all, as far as my atheistic or my beliefs in like non-belief, if you like, it's not that I followed Tesla or I don't know anyone else. I mean, in fact, I'm not even entirely sure if Nikola Tesla was an atheist. I know Isaac Newton wasn't. Isaac Newton was a Christian, and even Darwin wasn't necessarily an atheist. I wouldn't put him as an atheist. He may have a loose affiliation with religion, but my thoughts about the lack of belief in God is simply that I don't know whether there is an overall creator of the universe. No one knows that. No one can claim knowledge to that. That would
No
be,
one's speaking
that would
about
be-
knowledge.
That would be arrogant. But what I can say is that I can, with high probability, tell you that the God of Abraham definitely doesn't exist, and whether the
Have
God
you read
of
the Quran or the Bible to say
whether
so?
the God of whether the God of
you can say your bit.
whether the God of the gurus of the Sikhs or the Hindus or the Buddhists, or when some pantheistic entity created everything, again, it would be arrogant to say that I would know such a thing. But the reason I can say with high probability that the God of the Quran or the Bible or the Abrahamic religions doesn't exist is because of the character of that creature, the character of and the hubris and the anthropological aspects of that God is the handwork of men betrays itself. It is
All right, are you done?
demonstrated in the text that these are
One
man-made
second, before
things.
you lot go, I just want to say one thing.
No,
to
Super,
Banksy,
you said I was next, man.
No, you are next, but I just want to finish that. The reason I'm saying this to Banksy, I just want to give him the reasoning behind my question, because I just want to show Banksy something, just like Schiffer, you don't have to be religious to believe in one God. You don't have to subscribe to a particular religion to believe in one God. You can still subscribe to your indigenous culture and still believe in one God. And also, Banksy, I'd say this to you, Banksy, to put in comparison to what you just said. At the end of the day, you saying that it's unlikely that the God of Abraham or the God of the Muslims exists, it's only unlikely to you. You can't put that on everyone else. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean other people can't.
I agree with you. So,
It's my turn. 1 second. No. I was waiting, man. My turn, man. 1 second.
Ahmed, go ahead.
Let's remember this. Let's remember
Ahmed,
this.
It's your turn, bro. Go through, Ahmed. Your turn now.
Let's just state the fact. Yeah, I'm here. You're not listening to me. What?
Ahmed, are you there?
Yeah, I'm talking. Ultra,
Yeah,
stop
no,
playing,
sorry.
man.
I was just taking the piss, man. Sorry.
I know.
Go.
All right, cool. But check this out, yeah. You had me there for a second. Watch this, yeah. Okay. Basically, if you're going to have an opinion, if I'm going to have an opinion about any subject, any topic whatsoever, you would expect me to have some knowledge about said subject.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense for me. It doesn't make sense for me to have an opinion about a subject I have zero knowledge in. See what I'm saying to you? Let's give you the first fact. The first fact is, I guarantee you, I'll put my life to it, and I don't think Banksy will even try and deny it. He's never read the Quran from beginning to end.
You're
He
a
has no
liar,
idea.
and I have.
He has no idea. Let me finish. Thank you.
You are now going to lose your life because you're a categorical liar.
Remember, I did not interrupt him. Remember, I did not interrupt him.
Banksy, be fair, man. Let the man speak.
All right, cool. As I was saying, I guarantee he's never read the book from beginning to end. That's number one. And number two, the other thing that he's really putting his hat on, heavily, is something that has been attributed to the Prophet. So let's not escape the facts. The facts are that this supposed narration that the Prophet supposedly married a 9-year-old and whatnot was narrated by an individual who's never ever met the Prophet in his life. Let's acknowledge that fact. So when you run around with, oh, this is a fact, he did marry a 9-year-old girl. It's literally based on you trusting an individual who, to kill it off, has never met the Prophet in his life. Like, you got to understand that fact. It is literally equivalent to me going to court and saying, oh, this and this is true because so and so said so. Or imagine your friend coming to you with, oh, so and so said so and so did this. Are you just gonna take their word for it without any evidence whatsoever? And then the individual that he's talking about, he's never met him.
Please,
that's a very strong argument. That's a very strong argument.
He's telling. Wait. Let me finish. But yet he's telling you about that individual. You would never accept it.
So, Ahmed, just to put this out there, if I ever become a Muslim, I'll either be a Shia or a Quranist, because that argument you just made is strong.
Yeah, it's a very strong argument.
No, it's
and
not.
Also, I'd say this to you, Malik.
Guys,
if someone came to me with that kind of argument, it would depend on how much I trust that person and trust their integrity also, whether I believe.
You're just proving my point. You're proving my point. So the people that run around saying, oh, this hadith says that, this hadith said that, they are trusting the individual saying so. Nothing to do with the Prophet. It's about trusting the individual telling you the story. And you have to also acknowledge the fact that the individual telling you the story has never met the Prophet. So you're trusting someone telling you about a story he has no knowledge of. He's going by hearsay. So you can't run around with this is a fact. We know it. Like, would you ever accept that as a fact? If someone told you, oh, so-and-so said this because they heard so-and-so said this, so therefore so-and-so did this. Would you accept that?
Schiffer personally would always investigate further, because I believe sometimes people might just not like a particular person.
So what do you exactly, Schiffer? Right, Thank you. So what do you say, Schiffer? What do you say, Schiffer, that your way of dealing with such a thing is quite a rational way to investigate things? Is a rational thing to do.
Can I
would you say that, Schiffer?
Yeah,
I'm not done. I'm not done.
How many hours does this man need to be done?
I'm not done. You keep interrupting, man, fam.
Banksy, let him finish.
Schiffer.
Just give him 60 seconds.
Schiffer, is that correct? Would you say that it's common sense to investigate things? You don't just accept claims.
Yeah, I would say I'd go beyond common sense, and I'd say it's being objective and it's also being fair.
Thank you.
To investigate
now,
further.
Thank you. Okay. The second thing that he's doing here is, watch this. You know, for example, if you have an argument, if this is a proper ad hominem, and I'll prove it to you. You know, if you have an argument, and if I can't refute your argument, what's the best thing I can do? If I can't refute your argument, isn't that the time when people go for the individual's character because they can't handle the argument?
100%. I'd agree with that.
Okay, so like notice this. What we have. Wait. So what we have is a man that claimed to be a messenger of God. He claimed that the message he's got is from God. So what you're supposed to investigate is the message. But the message is so flawless that they always try and attack the man. And not only do they try and attack the man, they try and attack the man based on the claims of men that has never met the man. How desperate is that?
Well, my brother, you know what? I've been accused of doing this same thing, yeah, because I was asking Shemzi at the park, how do we establish Muhammad as a prophet? But at no point did I say to Shemzi that Muhammad's not a prophet. At no point did they attack the prophet's character and start using arguments that I can't substantiate.
Thank you. But did you notice? But I want you to notice what people like Banksy do.
Maverick, you've had enough. Number one, Schiffer, what you have to recognize is that religions are canonized, and religions are formed, and when it comes to its actual, when it came to the canonization of Islam, and by the way, Muhammad himself is quoted saying that I leave you with my book and my Sahaba. He didn't just say
again another narration.
Did I interrupt you? You fucking went on for an hour. So you have to recognize when these religions are canonized, they are actually put into certain forms, and they have pillars. And Islam in particular has 5 pillars, and these pillars matter. And if you start chucking them away and picking and choosing, it's not a buffet. Islam is not a buffet that you pick and choose what you like. It is a package deal. And so when you do not pick the package, you are considered outside of that religion. So when this gentleman here picks and chooses like it's a buffet, what he wants and what he rejects, he is no longer in the fold of Islam. He's just doing his own thing.
He can call himself.
Notice he's attacking. Notice he's attacking him, but not dealing
I'm
with
not
the
attacking you. I'm
finish
saying
it.
that whoever does this, you can go ahead and make your own sect of Islam. You can go ahead and call yourself whatever you want. You are not part of the Ummah. You're no longer part of the Islamic Ummah, because the Islamic Ummah has two main sects: Shia, Sunni. The Sunnis don't even consider the Shiites as Muslim. And you could say that even the Shiites would argue the same for the Sunnis. So these two groups do not even agree. So a Quranic or someone who wants to cherry pick whatever the hell he wants from Islam, he's not even counted, even in these two main sects. That's why the Ahmadiyas
let me say something before you say.
Wait. I want everyone to notice. I want everyone to notice.
Are rejected.
I want everyone to notice, yeah, that he spent his entire moment by trying to discredit me. He could not deal with the argument. All he did was ad hominem. All he did was ad hominem.
It's not ad
Respect
hominem.
your intellect, people.
It's nothing to do with ad hominem. It's to do
Ahmed,
with
let him finish.
anyone.
I'll say something and then you continue.
No,
Go
but
ahead,
look,
man.
anyone who's a Quranic is not considered Muslim. It's not just him. It's not just Maverick. Any one of these idiots who thinks that they can cherry pick Islam in whichever way they want. They think they can approach Islam like it's an open buffet. Islam is not an open buffet. Islam is a canonized religion prescribed in certain steps. And if you're a Sunni, the Sahih Hadiths matter. You abide by them. They matter to you as much as the Quran does. And if you're not a Muslim, if you're not a Sunni, then you either subscribe to Shia or you're outside the fold of Islam. You're off on your own at that point.
Okay,
You're
how
making
often are
up
you
your
going
own
to repeat the
shit.
same thing?
Cool.
You're just
So
repeating the same thing.
Let me
Go
say
ahead.
something real quick. Let's say I'm a Muslim and not subscribe to I'm a Shia, and I believe that the Sunnis are Muslims. I take them as my brothers. I believe the Quran is, especially Ahmed right here, I take him as a Muslim and I take him as my brother. But the thing I want you to know, Banksy, is you can base all your arguments on the fact that you have certain people who follow certain doctrine or certain understanding of the of the. Well, let me finish. No,
we heard you. Let other people speak.
Let me finish. If they take the knowledge from other people and that's what they believe in, you don't have to blame them for that. I'm a Muslim, like I said, and I believe Ahmed is also a Muslim. So you can't say certain people are saying he's not a Muslim. You know for a fact that some people will agree to what you're saying, while some people wouldn't agree to what you're saying. I think the best thing for you is to look at Islam from those who practice it fairly, and other religions also, because you have good Christians, you have bad Christians. I could go ahead and talk about bad Christians or Muslims all day, but the fact is, if I wanted to be a Christian, I should look at Christianity from those who practice it fairly. So if you continue to look at religious people from the bad ones or those who practice it in the extreme way, trust me, you will also be an extremist.
Malik.
Wait, no, I'm next. I'm next, man.
Let me just get this to
I'm
Malik.
next. Wait, I'm next, bro. Malik was next, and then it was me. Don't try that, Banksy, bro. You don't own the show, you know. Shifa, I want you to notice, yeah, that he spent his entire time of speaking by trying to discredit me and attack me, the individual. At no point did he disprove my point, which proves my point. All they have is ad hominem because they can't deal with the actual information at hand. That's the point here.
Shifa,
Malik,
Malik, first of all, sorry, hold on. Can I just say this, because this was a lie that he posed on the bane of his life. He said, "On my life, I will promise you." You said I haven't read the Quran. Now prove it, you lying asshole. Because I've read it more than once from start to finish. Now I want you to put money on it. I'm willing to bet you £1,000 right now, Malik, that I have read the Quran. Go ahead and prove me wrong.
I will swear on anything. I'll bet anything. You've never read the Quran from beginning to end.
I have the Quran right here. I have the Quran right here in Arabic and in English narrated.
I didn't say you can't access the Quran. I didn't say you can't access the Quran, but you won't read it.
We can only prove that by actually knowing Banksy personally. So let's get off of that subject for a minute. And I want to ask the Muslims a question, yeah? The same way
Shifa, you wanted to ask me a question, yeah?
Yeah, I want to ask you and Malik a question, yeah? And this is my question to you guys, yeah? Now, I've heard the Christians admit that systems of control, i.e., like the British government, the backbone of it is Christianity. Now, would you say that there are no systems of control, no governments where the backbone of that government, that state, is actually Islam?
Yes, it is.
There is.
Yes, there is. Just like I said earlier, you cannot you can't base your argument on just like a certain group of people, because you always have the other side of the story also. That's why I said if you have to practice a religion, you can't take it from people who's so extreme. You have to look for people who's not extreme and see what kind of understanding they give about their scriptures. Because me personally, I believe all religion never spoke about killing or raping people or destroying other people's property. But you have people who would tell you the otherwise. So should I? Yeah, but from my common from my common sense, should I go by the people who would tell me to destroy other people's property according to their religion, or should I follow the same people who would tell me don't destroy other people's property according to their understanding?
You should do the right thing. If you're asking me, you should always do the right thing. But the reason I asked you guys the question is for this reason, At the end of the day, if Islam, itself, and just reading the Quran is about peace and about promoting peace, then I don't understand why we have to create these societies which enforce these rules and laws that are man-made on people. Because
interesting. Wait. I can answer that one for you. It's easy, Shifa. Because interested parties want to create religion so they can control people. It's that simple, bro. The Quran, there is no. Oh wait, I'm gonna be blunt with you. There is no religion in the Quran. To create the religion, that's why they had to create the hadiths. There it is.
Yeah. And you know what? You see the fact that you said that, I respect you even more as a Quranic Muslim, because I heard someone say this.
It's not Islam. You can't call him a Muslim. He doesn't fit the criteria of Islam. I can't call. Yes, Malik. I wanted to reply to that. No, Malik. You can call him whatever you want. You can call him Humpty Dumpty. That doesn't make it so. That's the point.
It makes it so because you say so.
No, because it doesn't. It's not because I make it so. Because Islam makes it so. Because the religion of Islam is prescribed to you. There is a canon. There is a canon of Islam. The Sunnah.
Where does it make it so?
The Sunnah of the Prophet makes it so.
Where does it make it so?
The pillars of Islam makes it so. You have to follow these things. The Shahada makes it so. These are the things that make Islam.
Well, from what I've heard, not all Muslims believe in these systems
I'm gonna make you laugh.
And there are some Muslims out there that are like Shifa, anti-establishment. So
Shifa, I'm gonna make you laugh.
I don't have a problem with Islam.
Look,
Shifa, I'm gonna make you laugh, bro. Watch this, Watch this,
Hold on.
Watch this, Watch this, Banksy tried to make the argument that Islam basically says you have to follow the hadiths, etc., etc. He also made the argument that the Shahada, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, that makes it a must for you to follow the hadiths. Watch this. Watch how easy. Watch how easy. Wait. Let me finish. Wait.
Let him finish.
Anyways, watch this. Watch how easily I'll deal with him. You said that you claimed you read the Quran, and I told you early on that I can guarantee you this bear has never read the Quran. Show me where in the Quran I can find the Shahada. Show me a single place in the Quran I can find the Shahada.
How can you prove you're not a Muslim? Because
when you keep saying that you can prove that he's never read the Quran, how can you do this though? Because he's saying he has.
I just did. He claimed that there is. What's this? Raj, listen. He claimed that Shahada. Watch this. He claimed that Shahada is in the Quran. Find it.
I never did. I never said
so why are you using it then? How are you using it as an example?
The pillars of Islam. It is these elements that make you a Muslim.
Where do you get these 5 pillars from? Where?
Look, Malik.
Answer the question. Where do you get the 5 pillars
from the totality, the canonization
of the religion of Islam? Bro, where do you get them from? Is the 5 pillars in the Quran?
Let him finish.
Malik.
But he's not answering. He thinks he can insult my intellect.
I agree. It's very annoying. This is, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Let him finish, and then you or me.
Let me just say this. I claim to be a fisherman. Okay, I say to you, I'm a fisherman, but I don't have a rod. I don't have a hook. I don't have a bait. I don't even go to the lake. But I'm a fisherman. Am I still a fisherman? What makes me a fisherman?
Oh no, Ahmed, that sounds like you as a Muslim. Oh no.
What is he even saying, bruv? Like, are you? I don't know. Are you giving us a bit of wisdom? Are you teaching us something? Do we look like your children?
Let me
What's that supposed to mean?
Let me try and explain what he's trying to say. That look, you don't have any of the essential equipment, like to be a fisherman, and you haven't got the essential equipment to be a Muslim either. Like you don't
See
have
this equipment. You don't follow the things that make you a Muslim. Hence, you're not a Muslim.
Right.
You're not a Muslim any more than I'm a fisherman.
You said, quote unquote, essential tools. Who has the authority to decide what is Islam and what is Islam? Last time I checked.
Ahmed, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what he's saying. I'm not saying. I'm saying that's what.
And the authority, Raj, comes
but the point is, the
establishment of Islam.
Okay, Banksy, let me know when you're done, bruv. Let me know when you're done.
I'll let you know. When a Catholic, if a Catholic doesn't actually follow the Pope, if a Catholic doesn't actually go to church, if a Catholic doesn't believe in a cross, is he considered a Catholic? At what point? How many elements do you have to take away? No, I'm not done. I told you. I'll tell you.
Are you going to repeat the same thing?
I told you when I'm done. If you take away all the elements,
you're going to repeat the same thing.
A thing. You're no longer that thing.
You're just repeating
away all the elements that makes a Muslim a Muslim. You cannot claim. If you take away all the elements that make a Muslim, you cannot claim you're a Muslim anymore. You have
okay. Are you done? All right, are you done? Okay, wait, let me respond. Please. Is he done yet? Now watch this here. Watch this. I'm going to show you the arrogance of atheists, yeah? Number one, he said essential tools. Number two, he spoke as though this is a must. You have to do this, you have to do that, etc., etc. Now, justify it from the Quran. Is God the authority or you are the authority all of a sudden? Where in the Quran does it say to follow other books? Especially, I'm going to be blunt today. Bukhari was supposedly written 250 years after the Prophet's death. 250 years after the Prophet's death. That is what he's trying to give authority to. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Bukhari's original manuscript is nowhere to be found. The books that we call Bukhari today are written not by Bukhari's students, but Bukhari's students. So in a nutshell, the Bukhari that we have today is written between 400 and 600 years after the Prophet's death. That is what he's trying to give legitimacy to. Stupid, bruh.
Okay. For me, according to me, I believe in certain things in the book, but I don't believe in everything in the book.
Oh, so
but he wants to act as though this is a verse from the Quran.
You just said. You just made your point, Maverick. Now, first of all, the Quran itself wasn't written at the time of the Muhammad either.
How do you know that?
Because we have evidence. Because there is.
What evidence do you have?
Where is your first Quran? Where is the Quran
what
of Muhammad?
Evidence do you have? You made a claim.
We have parchments. We have what's called the Birmingham parchments, which
what about
parchment itself is dated something like 50 years before Muhammad's birth and 150 years, something like that, after Muhammad's birth.
What did you say?
The parchment was carbon dated before Muhammad was born. The range goes between.
How does that help your argument then?
The fact is,
if the parchment was written before Muhammad was born, how does that help your argument that no Quran was written?
That's exactly it. No, because we don't have anything of the time of Muhammad. We don't have a Muhammad's Quran. We have Muhammad's Quran. Because Islamic history, moron. Islamic history.
Oh, so you're wait. Islamic history. So you're coming from a particular narrative. How do you know that narrative is true?
The fact is that this is what Islam is built upon.
Are you no. Are you talking about?
Hold on. When you're look, I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm the worst at it as well. When you're having this debate, can you not please allow each other to at least finish 20 to 30 seconds before you start interrupting.
Well, that's the thing. Not only that. Can you wait? I agree with you, Raj. But can you please justify your claims? Because like you act as though you just release statements to us.
It's an interesting conversation, but it totally it just makes no sense because we cannot understand anything because you keep interrupting him, and even Banksy, you got to let him finish as well to a certain degree. But you're definitely Ahmed. Just let him finish 30 seconds, yeah. And when he's done, just say Banksy, I'm finished, yeah. And then you start, and then you don't say nothing when he talks. Please go on.
Yeah, let me say something before I leave. Shifa and one second, Banksy. Shifa and Raj, please hold both of them down. Don't let nobody get over each other, and don't let nobody curse at each other, please.
No worries. Shifa, I'll control Banksy, and you control Ahmed.
Cool.
Guys,
This is both of y'all anyway.
This is the Birmingham parchment. This is the Birmingham manuscript, the oldest known manuscript that we can carbon date of the Quran, and it was dated between 586 BC to 645 BC. Muhammad wasn't born at 568 BC, so we know that this parchment is older than Muhammad was even born. But because we can only carbon date the material, we can't carbon date the ink that is written on. We don't even know when this parchment was actually scribed upon. The earliest Quran that we actually have in full was written 50 years after Muhammad's death. And this was when Uthman compiled the Quran. So what you're getting isn't Muhammad. You're getting what 50 years after Muhammad died, whoever collected whatever they collected and put together and called it the Quran. So you can't even verify that your Quran is actually what Muhammad told you to, and the words of Muhammad. It is 50 years after Muhammad died. So don't go to
that
Bukhari. But again, all of these things, you can reject them all, but eventually you are no longer a Muslim. You are just
okay. Fine. Are you done?
All right, let Ahmed speak, man. Let Ahmed speak.
All right, well done, Banksy. Let Malik speak. Let Malik speak.
All right, first and foremost, yeah, I want everybody to notice that what he said was that there was no Quran written during the Prophet's time. And then what he thought would be an argument to back that up is that supposedly there is a Quran found that has been carbon dated or whatever, that he says, I don't even know, like you said, you can't carbon date the ink. So that he calls 50 years after the Prophet's death. Now, if you find a particular book that is 50 years after the Prophet's death, for the sake of argument, that does not mean, no way in hell does it mean that nothing was written until then. All it means is that's all you found. So that's not evidence. Number one, you're trying to insult people's intellect. Number one. Number two, I don't see how that is any way, how that is supposed to distract us from the fact that you are trying to quote hadiths that were written, if we're going to be frank, that were written 600 years after the Prophet's death. Now, the book itself can claim, oh no, this was Bukhari, I got it from this student, that student, this student, but we don't have evidence for that. We only have the book written 600 years after the Prophet's death. Number two. And number three, this thing about trying to equate the hadiths with the Quran is really stupid, because the hadiths depend on proving that what you're narrating is actually from the Prophet. That is what the hadiths depend on. The Quran does not depend on that. The Quran depends on its own arguments. If you are not convinced by the arguments of the Quran, you're not going to be convinced just by having Muhammad in front of you. So completely different criteria for the both of you. Over to you lot.
Okay, go on, Banksy.
Now you lot, I'll be honest. I think you lot have done well to this side of this argument, and we're going to let the people decide on that note. So people decide for yourselves. But I want to say one thing. I want to ask Banksy a couple of questions, because I think up until this point, I may have had the wrong impression of Banksy. And from some of the things Banksy has said today, I'm building up a different impression of Banksy. Now, Banksy, my question to you, my brother, is this year. Like, we've heard a lot of controversy about this statement about a picture, and you know the statement I'm talking about. We're not going to go too much into it, but what I've taken from you today is Banksy is that this is Banksy talking in maybe a witty kind of banterish kind of conversation. It wasn't something that he thought seriously, and maybe people have taken Banksy a bit out of context with this statement, because
big
I've
up
heard
Shipper,
Banksy
big
say
up
things
Shipper,
today
man.
like Banksy is against paedophilia, he's against certain things. So why would he promote certain things? Now, if you said something out of banter, sometimes Banksy, yeah, what I'd say is it's good to be able to say, do you know what, I've made a mistake.
Bro,
here.
wanking
Maybe I
over
shouldn't have
children
said
can't
that.
be banter, fam.
Wanking
over children can't be
No,
banter.
maybe it can't be. No, but maybe it can't be. But I'm talking to Banksy, so please, Malik, give us a moment, yeah, because I honestly think that maybe Banksy was trying to do banter and it just went the wrong way. And Banksy is the type, he might be a bit like me. I don't take back talk, innit? So Banksy might be a little bit like me, where he don't take back talk. I want to hear what Banksy.
Don't you, Shifa, one second. Don't you think certain things are unforgivable?
I don't give a shit. I don't follow your morality. I don't follow the morality.
Don't you think certain things are inexcusable?
I don't follow your morality.
My brother.
That means
Inexcusable, I would more accept.
Do you think this is excusable?
If we're not going to
Do you think this is excusable?
If we're not going to be forgiving, my brother, I would say it's inexcusable. So I have to address it. But when you say unforgivable, if I don't practice forgiveness, how can I?
I accept that, Shifa. 1 minute, Shifa. Okay, Shifa, I accept that. But do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that it's inexcusable, though? Will you at least acknowledge that?
I did say that. I did say that. Which is why I'm addressing it with Banksy right now.
He doesn't give a shit. He's a pedo, fam.
1 minute, can I just go and say one thing? Look here, I think Shipper, you've hit the nail on the head. I've known Banksy for a while now. Now, what he said was totally stupid. I've told Banksy you should just like say, look, I made a mistake.
I don't.
I know, but that's my advice to you, yeah, because I think
I will never. I will apologize for a single word that I uttered.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but Banksy, you don't take back talk, do you? Banksy, you don't take things back,
I can
do you?
explain to you the
Right, so
situation.
let me finish. So what I'm saying is that at no point do I ever think Banksy's a nonce or a paedophile. What I think sometimes what he does in terms of his humor to push free speech, he says certain things that is right on the edge, and sometimes he's gone like in that particular time I think he went over the edge. Yeah,
well over the edge.
A little bit over the edge. So,
I don't apologize for a single thing.
But the thing is, I can only say to him what I believe. But if he doesn't want to practice, that's up to him. Does that make him a nonce? No, it just makes him a little bit of a prick.
No, it don't make him a nonce. No, I'd agree with you on that, Raj. And I would just say maybe Banksy is a bit headstrong, like Shifa. On a lot of occasions, Shifa don't take back talk. Now, if a man don't take back talk, and he said what he said, and he knows he didn't have malicious intent, maybe he's not going to take it back. So I'd like to hear from Banksy. What is your reason for not taking it back? And what is your reason for being unapologetic?
Because what I said was perfectly legitimate and legal in 2009 in Britain, and legal to this very day in America and all around the world. The conversation I was having was about freedom of expression and freedom of thought. I was having a discussion with a fascist who does not wish to have freedom of expression or freedom of thought, and I said to him, I can draw whatever I like, whenever I like, and of whoever I like, and this is my freedom and my freedom of expression, which was up until 2009 perfectly legal. There was nothing illegal about it. It became illegal from 2009 onwards because they changed the law on this, and at the time, I was under the impression that this was illegal.
I understand what you just said. Banksy, you don't need to explain any further. I want one more question to ask you, Banksy. Are you saying that you could, in theory, and not saying that this is something that you do in practice?
This was a hypothetical conversation about my freedom of expression. And I said, I can draw whatever I want. I can draw a picture of you. This was a guy called Phil. I said, I can draw a picture of you, Phil. I can draw a stick man. And I can say that this label this picture a 50-year-old or a 5-year-old, and I will masturbate over it at my will, and there's not a thing you can do about it, Phil. And people took that to say that I'm going to masturbate over a 5-year-old.
Now, Banksy, are you saying that you could do that, or are you saying that's something that you are actually going to do?
No. At the time, it was an argument about freedom of expression, and I said it is legal for me to do this. Okay. Later on, we found out that actually, since 2009, in the United Kingdom, they made it illegal to draw any picture of what we would be considered a child.
and for sex in sexual context. But in America, it's still legal. But in Europe, it's still legal.
Banksy, me and you've kind of had this conversation before, and you know that Schiffer don't agree with that type of behavior, full stop. But I now understand your narrative in the sense that you're speaking hypothetically. It's not something that Banksy does in his spare time. He doesn't draw pictures of 5-year-olds and wank over them. He wouldn't draw pictures of 5-year-olds because he finds that, I'd imagine you find that behavior repulsive, but hypothetically, you're saying it's something that can be done.
No, it was about the legality of freedom of expression. Am I legally allowed to do it or not? And at the time, I was under the impression that I was legally allowed to do it, and there was nothing this fascist could do about it. But actually, later on, we found out during that, because of that conversation, that actually, no, the law had changed on these things. The law in Britain had changed.
Can we make it clear? Is this something that you would do in practice, or
dude,
is
what
this
the
not
fuck is wrong with you? I mean, how is this even a fucking question?
You wouldn't do it.
No, I don't do shit.
No, just to clear it up for people, because people are trying to promote Banksy like this is something Banksy
that I would to fuck with him. Yes.
All right. So it was banter then. Now, what I'm trying to say to you, Banksy,
it was antagonizing.
Now we've cleared the airwaves. All right. So now we've cleared the airwaves, and people know this is not the kind of thing that Banksy would do. He doesn't agree with that type of behavior. Same way. I was trying to wind up Melly yesterday, and I've got you, Banksy. I know you're saying it doesn't matter. No, he has said it a million times, but sometimes we need to clarify what he's saying.
But Schiffer, you're coming from a point of view here where you're a reasonable guy here. You make what I've realized about you. And I don't want to seem like I'm brown nosing you, but the thing is that when you meet someone and you've heard a billion things about them, you don't automatically believe what the herd is saying. You'll make your own decision about it. But
right. The same way, my brother, when people say things about Islam, or Christianity or any other religion, I don't just take it as verbatim and just like start acting like what they're saying is gospel. I go and find out. Like I spoke to Malik, and Malik said some wonderful stuff to me today, which authenticates that within Islam, that practice Islam, that can also be like Schiffer, anti-establishment. We don't want dominion over others. We don't want to force man-made laws onto people. And you know, we're trying to actually be peaceful. You know, like I've heard Issa say some stuff as well that I totally agree with. So sometimes we need to get the information from the actual source rather than just going by what someone else said. And Malik is the person who pointed that out. I'm listening to both of these brothers, and I think at the end of the day, we as people, we have to learn to be before we're going to end each other.
Yeah, like I said, like you're like that, but most if you know what people are like here, and this is why I'm a bit of a misanthrope. Like most people don't think like that. They'll hear something and they don't want to know anything else. If 50 people are saying something, they'll just agree with it because they don't want to put their head above the parapet. So if they're calling Banksy a pedo, instead of saying no, he's not, he's just a bit of a prick for what he said, they'll go, no, he's a pedo.
The thing is, Raj, the people who use this, it's not that they're misunderstanding the situation. Don't mix it up at all. These people are not misunderstanding the situation. They knew this video has been up on Real's channel, and I have explained this more than once. This isn't something that they don't know, or they absolutely know what it is. They will use it in order to slander people. This is intentional. This isn't accidental.
Let me just say something. When I first remember, I've known you for a while, when I first heard, because they clipped it, so I only heard one part of the conversation, and so I heard, I was like, this is inexcusable. Like I even said to myself, like, this is just like way above everything, and I was going to distance myself from you. But then, luckily, I heard the full context, and then it made sense to me. Even though I still disagree with you. But most people who heard the full context still went with the narrative that you're a pedo, even though they know they're not.
But I don't really give a shit. I mean, do you honestly think that I stay awake at night worrying about whether Maverick or Zabida approves of me? Holy fucking God. I mean, if a thought like that, if I find myself in a situation where a thought like that is approving of me, I think I'm doing something wrong.
Come on, let's leave the
but Banksy, do you know it's what Schiffer said? Schiffer said, I still don't agree with the statement. I still think it was the wrong thing to say, but I understand now the context, and I'm not going to be going around calling Banksy a paedophile because I understand what he was trying to do. So we don't have to always agree on something.
Can I ask you, do you know you're referring to yourself in the third person? I don't remember that before.
I know. It's just Schiffer says.
I think you like that one, innit? You like that one, yeah?
I say that.
Sometimes it's good to do that, man. Look, take yourself outside of the box for a moment and look at yourself also. Take the plank out of your own eye. Schiffer practices that. That's why sometimes, I speak about Schiffer in the third person and I say, you know what? Schiffer ain't perfect, you know? Schiffer definitely ain't perfect. And this is Terry Weezy speaking now. Because Schiffer ain't my real name.
Oh, yeah, Terry. All right, yeah. Let's all call ourselves. I actually call myself in the third person as well. I'm not even going to do it because I'm pretty sure I do. I say Dadaj. That's really kind of like, yeah, you got your sticker as well. Oh, where's that armored gunman? He's disappeared.
Yeah, the conversation became less contentious. One thing I will say, guys, for those of you who haven't seen it or you don't know about him, Louis C.K. released a new special just a few days ago. It is $7.99 or £6.80, I think, from his website. If you want to download it, but it is so worth it. I am still pissing myself, and I want to see it at least another couple of times. It is amazingly good.
He's the guy that was done for sexual harassment for masturbation.
No, he wasn't. It wasn't done for it. He was outed for having a weird masturbatory habit.
Well, I mean, when people are walking into a room and he's got his little lulla,
it was all over Twitter. It wasn't like he was legally. He didn't do anything legally wrong.
Yeah, no.
You know, everybody was like, basically, everybody had to go at him because he asked. But this is the thing: he asked women, "Is it okay if I do this?" And they said yes, and they still fucking cut him down for it. So there you go. So sometimes when you ask a girl, "May I place my penis inside you?" and they say yes, they may not mean that.
Oh no.
Apparently, sometimes women just say yes and don't actually mean the shit they say yes to.
Hey, Banksy, that was real confusing. I'm not gonna lie, that was really confusing.
You don't understand. I mean, do you know who Louis C.K. is? If you understand that he's a great comedian, though. But I understand where he's coming from because he's been in a lot of shit. Because that Me Too situation, like
you left the phone in the
Well, yeah, the thing is, he asked the women, okay, it's a bit of a fetish, it's a little bit of a weird thing, but he asked the girl, "Can I masturbate in front of you?" And the women had said yes, but then afterwards they said, "Oh, he's a creep, he's a weirdo, he masturbated in front of me."
Yeah, but you can understand, like, you can understand from their point of view, like, if Louis C.K. is quite famous, yeah, and he's a big comedian, then like somebody's working for him, they know him, and they walk into his dressing room and he's got his little lulla out doing all that.
Wait a minute. If someone says, "Can I masturbate in front of you?" believe me, I don't care if it's Bill Gates or fucking Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos. If I walk into a room and a guy goes, "Can I masturbate in front of you?" I'm like, hell the fuck no, I am leaving now.
I'm out.
I'm out. It's not like he held them down and then cracked one off on their face.
Yeah, but
I'm out. I'm out on that note. The moment someone starts talking like that, I ain't even coming back.
Yeah, but it's like, thank you. I'm kind of gone, and I'm looking for a new job.
But yeah, I think what's good, what's come out of this that's good though, Banksy, yeah, is that I'm hoping that for a lot of people listening, we've cleared up that issue now, so we don't have to keep going down the same road.
Trust me, Schiffer. They'll come back with the same shit. You go tomorrow, Zubido will come back with the same shit. Maverick will come back with the same shit. James Jones will come back with the same shit. Believe me.
Yeah, but they're gonna sound a bit silly now. They're gonna sound a bit silly now.
No, they'll run the same bullshit.
Do you know what I think, Banksy? I think what's good today is that from your mouth yourself, you've clarified that that's not something you do.
But dude, I've clarified it many a times. I'm not ashamed of what I said, and I'm not ashamed of what I debated.
No, but
this
that's
was a
what it
debate.
is.
That's why I apologize for none of it.
But Banksy, because you say you're not ashamed of what you said, you're not ashamed of what you do. Some people take that the wrong way. Now, it's not about you being ashamed of what you said. It's about you clarifying that at the end of the day, that's the wrong thing to do.
Full stop. Regardless of
The
whether
fact
you said it
is
or not, and
that
you're not
within the
take it back.
context of what I did and what I said, it was perfectly legitimate, and it was a legitimate debate.
In the context of what you said,
tactic.
but in the context
And
of what you actually physically do, it's not something you'd physically practice.
no,
in
you
real
don't.
life.
No. If you want to if there's a takeaway message from this, yes, I recommend for you all not to masturbate over 5-year-old children's photos. It is a good thing not to do that. For those of you out there who are moronic enough to think that this is a good thing to do. For fuck's sake, do we have to explain this to the people of the? Are the people that stupid that I have to spell that out to them? I mean, if to be honest with you, Shifa, if we live in a world where I have to tell people not to masturbate over 5-year-old kids' pictures, we're more fucked up than we know. We're in more trouble than we than I can say anything to help. Holy shit!
Oh, look who's in the chat, that shape-shifting demon, James Jones. Oh my god, let's get him on there, man. Let's get that shape-shifting demon on
Wait,
there.
who's the new guy on the panel to the left of me?
H, I don't know. I'm gonna drop off, guys. Have a good one.
Man. All right, take care, Banksy. Thanks for coming. Well done. All right, Shakira, have you said anything yet?
He hasn't.
Chase. Yes. Irie. I certainly hope there's enough space on that train for me. If anybody knows that reference, I will rate you forever. If you know what movie that little line was from, I will rate you forever.
I feel like I was supposed to know, but I can't figure it out.
Is it Cool Runnings?
No, you racist. Nah. Yeah. Big up DC,
Oh, my
Brad.
favorite Brad. My favorite Brad. Brad's here now.
My girlfriend has no idea.
What's up, Raj?
How's it going, man? How's it going? Have you watched my live streams?
No, man, I haven't. I've been.
Remember the donation button though when you're on there.
I know you being nice because you're just a whore. So you're
Yeah,
good.
I need that. I need that money, man. So yeah, I see you're a big spender. So yeah, big up to yourself, man.
So Raj, what we saying? Shakira, welcome to the panel.
When is
DC,
Shakira
Brad,
gonna
welcome
do a
back.
show again, bro?
Hold on. Shakira, I think the question of the day, I think your input would be actually quite interesting. Do you think, Shakira, if you're there, if you can hear me, is it possible for someone to be without a God belief but have morals?
Yeah, it's possible.
Perfect. Thanks for that. That was amazing input.
Has anybody said otherwise though?
Yeah, Ahmed, bless his heart. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was in the heat of things. He kind of said, "How can an atheist say that rape is wrong?" Yeah, I wanted to challenge him on it, but I was unpacking the shopping and that, and I dropped off.
You was easy on him today. You was being easy on him. Easy. I think you feel sorry for him because he's the only
Do you know
one.
what the funny thing is? The thing is, I've personally witnessed Ahmed go through a change.
Yeah, but he's
That's
the
what I'm
only
saying.
one. He's the only one in his own sect. So he's like one person from a whole lot.
No, he's got another guy one up with him. I seen him in the park with another Quranist guy.
Oh, two of them. All right. That's a.
Yeah. Big up
Yo,
the
so
fucking
what is so wrong with
Somali
being a
Maverick.
Quranist?
Come on.
Yo, what is so wrong with being a Quranist, though? I mean, like, if
To
anything,
be
isn't
fair,
it?
I'm not gonna lie to you. To me personally, my dirty little subjective kafir opinion, it makes sense to be a fucking Quranist. To me, it makes sense.
I agree as well. I don't think there's a problem with it, but he's so arrogant in the way he carries himself. Like he's speaking for the whole Muslim community, but he's only speaking for like him and one other person.
No, but here's the thing. The problem is, Raj, Ahmed, when he's on his Quranist stuff, not when he's arguing against atheists, but when he's on his Quranist stuff, his arguments are difficult to handle.
No, he's right. He's actually right when he speaks, because the Quran here it should be the go-to book and the only book that you really take your kind of like.
I agree. And the thing is, do you know what? For the same reason he mentioned earlier, is that the Quran is from his creator. The Hadiths and that 200,000 years after the Prophet had passed away. Now,
200 years, not 200,000.
yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, because I mean, essentially, if you even dare to equate hadith with the Quran or put them near or on the same level, surely that's blasphemy.
It has to be blasphemy.
Yeah. I agree with that, but he's just too arrogant for his own good, man. That's the problem.
Like if you put I've heard a guy do this because I saw a guy do this at Temple one time. He had like an ancestor that was like a soldier or something like that, and he was trying to put him like above an Orisha, like saying that the Orisha the Orisha bowed to him when he entered. Oh hell no, bro.
Can you just explain who Orisha is? I don't really know.
It's a deity that's equated to a cultural group or an ethnic group known as the Yoruba. Modern term, the Yoruba. It's kind of a pantheon of essentially brothers and sisters, husbands and wives, family, in the creation sense.
Wait, do you know what? Somebody in the chat just wrote that Ahmed rejects the things in the Quran that he doesn't like and keeps the parts that he does like, right? But even though I understand why that's frowned upon, I mean, surely if there's something in the book that doesn't coincide with your personal morality and you decide to sidestep it, I mean, surely that's the right thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to you as an atheist, it sounds quite logical, but to somebody from a faith, that's not logical. Like,
no, but do you know what's funny, Raj? I think it sounds logical to you too, and you're of faith.
No, it does sound logical. Even after it, it does sound logical, even from someone of a faith. But most people will have to either take the whole book on nothing sort of situation. You understand? Like this from God, then God can't make a mistake, can he? If you believe that God is perfect, so if you're rejecting parts of the book, you're basically saying that God isn't perfect, and then you're in a bit of a shitstorm, then, aren't you?
Yeah, that's as they say on the streets, things are look sticky upon your dog. Hello, Walter. Free your dog.
Oh
yes,
no,
we hear you, Walter. You crazy bastard.
Keep on talking. Nobody says anything. So.
Yeah, we're trying to ignore you. I'm gonna check in now. I'm done.
Now, on the question of the day, just in and out if there's no conversation. On the question of the day, for me, obviously there is no morals without God, and that's it.
Why not? So are you saying that? Are you saying someone like Ultra? Look, Ultra Belly. I accept James Jones is a demon, so we'll take him out of it. But Ultra.
To be fair, Raj, I co-sign that statement. James Jones is definitely a demon.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you being so honest. Thank you. So you saying Belly and Ultra cannot have no morals or have cannot have morality?
Absolutely not. The morals that they're using come from God. It's way final. They might not accept that.
All right.
Wait. That's an interesting proposition, Walter. Can I expand on it, please? Wait, Raj, wait, Raj, hold on.
Well done, Walter. That was a good answer. It comes from God. Yes,
Walter, would it be okay if I responded to that statement you just made?
Sure.
Walter?
It is a debate board.
Oh, perfect. Right. I will agree that in my personal circumstances, there is indeed a degree of truth in what you just said. The reason being, I was raised in a Jamaican, Caribbean, Christian household, right? And the behavior that I witnessed, that I liked and enjoyed, loved, was that of the people that were most religious, i.e. my grandmother. She was a hard Christian. She's still waiting for Jesus, bless her. Do you know what I mean? Now, the reason why I behave the way I do is because, for me, treating people with respect, treating them as if you care, treating them with love and respect, it makes for a much more pleasant experience. Now, that is based off my nan's Christianity. So, yes, a lot of the way I behave now is derives from Christianity. However, I take it one step further. I get my morals from a humanist standpoint. Now, if you know the tenets of humanism, you'll understand why it veers ever so slightly away from the supernatural faith God that you believe in. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I hope that clears that up.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to believe what you want, but personally, like I
Yes.
said, I believe that
Yes,
all
Walter.
good
Yes, I am
comes.
allowed.
Yes.
So
All
are you
good comes
saying?
from
Are you
God.
saying?
But can I ask
Can
a
I say?
question? Can I ask a
Yes.
question? If morals come from God, bearing in mind I believe in God myself, but if morals come from God, how can then in various books there be
I'm really sorry
such...
for interrupting. Who's speaking? I can't see your name.
It's Raheem, man. It's Raheem.
Oh shit. Oh no, do you know what? I can't, your picture's strange and I can't see
Yeah,
your
it's
name.
different. It's different.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Matrix.
changed
Oh,
it.
okay.
The Matrix.
All right, big up Raheem. Sorry for interrupting, bro. Go
Yeah,
through,
no,
go through.
it's all
Sorry,
right.
man.
It's all good. So how can it be in the
Oh,
religious
you're wrong
books
about God,
there
by the
are...
way.
I can't.
How can it be that in the religious books there are so many immoral acts which are justified in those periods of time?
Because
Facts.
humanity.
So how can that come from
Facts.
God?
Humanity. We all know that humanity commits bad acts. That's nothing new. But we are striving to be better, to be like God. So, you know.
That's
Yeah,
not an
I think what
answer.
you're trying. I
That is
think what
literally... Hold on.
Yeah.
That's a non-answer. That was literally just talking. Because I asked a very specific thing.
It's
There
not
are very
talking because
immoral
God has
acts
given
which are
God has given us the
instructions from
laws.
God. Hold on,
Listen,
one second.
God gave,
1 second, Walter. There are instructions from God which
1 second. I say
which
a
can
word,
be
one statement, and I
viewed
get a
as
3-hour.
immoral. How can that then be moral now if all morals came from God?
Okay, let's work at it this way. We have animals in the kingdom. They do what they want. They live as they want. They don't know the difference between what's good or evil. They just live. Okay. Now us, we are, as God believers, obviously higher than the animal kingdom. Therefore, we are learning and understanding what it is to be good. Okay. So the morality that we're getting from comes from somewhere. It comes from God. If you don't want to believe it or not, the instructions are coming from the man himself. Okay. Now it's up to us to understand why it's important to be good and not evil, as seen throughout
But does an
thousands of
evil
years.
person think that they're evil?
Evil is something you do when you go against good.
But does an evil
Okay.
person think that they are evil? It's a matter of perspective. So you can't turn around and say because you believe that a person's evil.
Explain to me an evil person.
So Hitler killed all those Jews because he believed what he was doing is right. So therefore, he wouldn't.
How do you know he had the books? They were all in front of him. He had people right in front of him. He didn't have to kill them. How did he see that as right?
He chose that was right. He
chose that,
they
but
deserve to be hold on. He believed they deserved to
in
be
a sense,
exterminated.
God.
Hold on. He believed that they deserved.
What does it say? God said around kill. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Walter. Keep talking, bro.
Go on.
I can't hear Raheem. Wasn't he trying to cut me off?
I don't know, but he failed. But he's gone now. So keep talking, Walter.
Yeah, but Ultra, don't you believe that don't you believe that people know? Don't you believe, Ultra, that people even people that are bad know in their own heart that killing someone is wrong, raping someone is wrong, but they make the decision.
Bro, do you know what the funny thing is? Because I'm not a murderer or a rapist, I can't understand where their minds are. All I will tell you is raping and murder is not conducive for a functional society.
Let me just finish my sentence. What I'm saying is that I believe people know in their heart of hearts that murdering, raping, doing whatever is wrong in their heart, because I think God has put that kind of morality within you, but people choose to still do it, even though they know it's wrong. Even murderers in Jeffrey Dahmer, who was eating people's brains, even he said he knew what he was doing is wrong, but he just did it because he wanted to.
They find excuses not to be good, basically.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Look who's here. Rob's here now. Oh no! We've actually had a really good point there. Well done, Walter, for saying that. I think that was probably your best point.
Let's do this. Let's do this. The atheistic Obi-Wan Kenobi versus the Walter. Let's go.
Okay,
ding ding.
Very the back signal, like bring him in. We're suffering. We're getting beat down. And the next thing you know, you always turn up when the G block's getting a beat down.
That's not true. Trust me, we've crushed religion just by like 3 videos, or we've crushed religion just in a couple of questions. It is so boring to crush things on the G block anymore. So
I think you was a religious faith.
You have to understand, though, we crushed religious faiths. We crushed the flat earthers. We're just bored now. This is quarantine boredom.
No. It's not over till it's over. We're still alive, aren't we?
It's over, bro. Get out here, bro. We just been beaten.
You're thinking your own that you've destroyed everyone, but you haven't really destroyed anyone apart from yourself.
We have. Every one of you have been done, bro.
We're still here.
Get out of here. The only thing that survives on these panels are African spiritual systems and oh shit. Maybe we should
African spiritual systems. You believe in that? That's a form of a faith as well.
Yes, but the difference is it's not supposed to be spread like yours.
No,
not yours. I'm sorry. Like the Abrahamic faiths.
I know there's a lot of Christians in Africa, so I don't know what he's talking about. I know.
Do you know how Christianity got spread in Africa?
I know that one of the saints, the beginning, Saint Thomas, I believe, went that way, and he started to spread the word, which started the Ethiopian church.
Oh, okay.
From there, it spread out.
Talking about North Africa. Let's be more culturally relevant then. Let's stay culturally relevant. Do you know how Christianity was spread through most of Africa? Like below the Sahel?
By mission, a lot of them was through missionary,
No, it was more of a modern day version. You had the Dutch Reformed Church who took on African spiritual system.
You always like to go 1,000 years after the fact, when you should go right at the beginning.
No, I'm talking about my region. I know that, for example, West Africa did not have Christianity until the Portuguese came. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you're moving
the Sahel. I said below the Sahel.
1,500 years later. But we're talking about 1,400 years later.
Yeah, but you do know Africa's not like one whole. Oh, Walter, please don't fall for this joke.
Of course, we know that, but the point.
Don't make that. Okay, good.
It doesn't.
Please don't be that white guy.
But Brad, you cannot compare the brutality of people using Christianity to make their move, which we always know. Look, it turned out bad because now everybody's going against it. But when we move to the beginning, when it first started, from Christ to the 12 apostles, we see that there is no violence being occurred, and people are changing over. They're actually they're dying. They're being killed for their belief system. Okay, and to this day, a lot of people who have accepted Christianity who weren't put under the gun still go out and die for the cause of peace and love. You might want to say, of course, there was disgusting things done by people who said they were so-called Christians, and that it's wrong, and obviously to put a gun to people's heads and try to change them that way, because you don't need to do that for Christianity. You don't. It's been proven by Christ himself. But there was these atrocities done over history. We cannot deny it. But to say that people today are only changing because to say that people today are only changing because of the gun to their head is false. Because you know very well that I know of Christians, but
I'm just trying to simply answer. I was just simply answering a question you put forth. I wasn't trying to attack your thing. Christianity has been so destroyed on the G block, bro. It would be unfair to do that. Okay, I was simply answering the question.
Christianity to you, Christianity has been destroyed on the G block, not to me. I mean,
well, okay, all right. Come with me. You'll see with pure imagination. It's cool. Yeah, the G also imagination.
Walter, what's your foundation for morality?
You hear that little revolutionary talk? Look at that.
What?
What is your foundation for what is right and wrong? How do you decide what is right and wrong in the world?
It's basically to the Spirit of God that is given to me through Jesus Christ.
And how do you determine what that is?
By loving, by forgiving, by basically.
Can somebody who
loving
believes in
people and respecting
Jesus
each other.
have a moral system without appealing to the Bible?
Can what?
Can somebody who claims to be a Christian,
Christ, who follows Christ, if you accept Christ as your Lord and Savior and you follow what is written, the words that He spoke, you will not do harm to people.
where are those words written?
They're written by Him Himself when He went to the cross. He never
where can somebody find those words? Where can
and
somebody
never
find them?
did one apostle after going out into the world, including St. Paul, lift their finger to anybody. As a matter of fact, most of their faith was preached in jails, being hounded by people trying to kill them.
Walter, can you pay attention to the question? Yeah, rhetoric doesn't work. I mean, I'm immune to rhetoric.
What are you trying to say? Didn't you read the New Testament?
Walter, just slowly pay attention. Where do you get these things from? Is that in the Bible, or is it some other source that you're getting this from?
I'm getting them from God, the Spirit.
Did God speak to you directly and tell you
the same way you are? The same way you are, but you just don't want to believe it.
Walter, did God speak to you directly and tell you these things?
Did God speak to me? Yeah, well, actually, He did speak to us directly through His Son, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we could call it that.
And how do you know what Jesus said? Where is it? Where are you getting the information about what Jesus said? How did you come by that information?
Well, I get it from where you think I get my information. Not only from the New Testament, but from the way I live.
Okay. So when something is not available in the New Testament, when you don't have a guide in the New Testament or the Old Testament, how do you decide what is right and wrong?
By the first two laws that Christ gave to us.
And can you be wrong about interpreting those laws? Can you be wrong about interpreting that?
No.
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 Okay, so Walter, if I asked you, right, which is not in the Bible, if I asked you, is it moral to engage in embryonic stem cell research? What would be your answer if you knew what that was, of course?
If you guys want to go into embryonic stem cells, whatever, it's up to you guys. If it's hurting another human being, listen to me. If it's hurting another human being, if it's disrespecting life as we know it, okay? If it's not respecting the human soul, then it's wrong. Now,
okay, so Walter,
the question is always, is the aborted baby a human being? That's up to the world to decide.
Okay, well, I'm asking your opinion, not the world. So, Walter, with embryonic stem cell research, they use what's called a blastocyst, which consists of 100,000 cells. It is the getting together of the sperm and the egg, but it's not even a fetus yet, and it's smaller than the brain of a fly. Now, and that can only be created through human union of sperm and egg. Now, that being the case,
it's
and it has the potential to be a human. Can we use those cells, Walter? Can we use those cells? Can we take it out of the blastocyst and use those cells for medical research?
If it was me, I wouldn't do it.
Why not? Where are you appealing to? Because you wouldn't do it. Where do you get that from?
Because you are creating, you're starting the creation of life and then taking advantage of it.
Who says that? Okay, so what's life though? It's not a human. I noticed you didn't say it was a human.
You just said you are meeting the sperm. Wait a minute. You said you are meeting the sperm and the egg to create life. Yes or no?
I said that those two together is needed to create what's called a blastocyst, which is 100,000 cells.
Rob, what happens when they get together? Has the reaction started when they get together? The reaction to create a life. What do you do by reaction? Like, come on.
So the potential for a human life has started.
Stop being stupid, man.
Walter, the potential for a human life has started. So my question to you is...
Has started, yes or no?
I said the potential for a human life has started, and I'm asking you...
What does that mean, potential? What's the percent? If I leave those test tubes alone, what's the percentage that they will become life?
Probably 70-30, maybe, something like that. Given that there's at least 25% abortion rate around the world. And that's a natural
25%
thing, right?
for abortion.
Presumably God
Listen to me.
is overseeing
I'm
that.
asking you a very simple question, Rob. Of the joining of those two, the egg and the sperm, in a person, in a human being, what would be the percentage of life that will go to term?
That will become a fully fledged human, healthy human.
Human
probably about
living
70-30.
soul.
Yeah, about 70-30.
I don't know where you get 30 from. Most people, when they get pregnant, it's not like 30% abortion, natural abortion. No way.
It's 20. Yeah, Walter, it's about 25%, and I'm taking into account that's just abortion.
25% natural abortion?
No, it's not abortion. It's what do you call it? Not stillbirth. The natural thing when like a family member of mine had it, right, where the baby doesn't come to term, it naturally stops.
25%.
Right?
I got to look
25%. Yeah. Plus, that's not even taking into account other reasons.
Okay. Anyways, so let's take it 70-25. That's cool. 70-25. Who are you to make the decision? Who stays? Goes to 75 and who goes to the 30?
Walter, try and pay attention. I know you're all over the show, but just listen, pay attention. I asked you,
it
in the
doesn't make
case
sense.
of
You're playing
this
games.
embryonic stem cell research, where it's not in the Bible what to do, and you said it was wrong, I'm asking you, what is your foundation for saying that it's wrong?
It's wrong because you are playing God with a human embryo. Like it's already starting. So now you decided you're not even waiting. You're not even waiting it for it to come to term.
No,
or
correct.
If
we're
25%,
not. We're not even waiting for it to be a fetus.
You're not even waiting till the 25%. You're not even willing to wait for those 25% that die.
No, we're not.
You don't
even
want to go. If your numbers are right, listen, if your numbers are right, that 25.
Just slow down. Slow down.
We human donors, right? We do human donors. Can we say like I could sign my card to give my heart away? Yes.
Very difficult.
Can we say that?
With you.
Rob, can we give?
Right.
Can we
Walter,
sign a human donor's card?
1 second.
Rob, can I sign a room?
1 second.
Why is nobody listening? Why isn't the guy answering me?
Walter, 1 second.
Can we sign a human donor's card?
Walter, calm down, man. Stop. You're coming from an emotional place.
Rob.
He's not speaking.
Yeah, you're shouting, Walter. And I asked you a specific question, right?
And I'm asking you a specific question.
Yeah, well, we first finished with you, and then you asked me, right? Otherwise, it sounds like you're dodging things.
Okay.
Or if you don't have an answer and you don't know, that's fine. I'm okay with I don't know.
People are cutting out. It's hard for me to hear.
I'm not okay with dodging questions. Okay. So the question was, it's not in your Bible what to do with embryonic stem cell research. This isn't a human. It only has the potential to be a human, and it can save many lives if we use the cells from this blastocyst. Is it moral to use the cells to potentially save many people's lives, or is it not? And how do you decide that?
It depends on how you do it.
What does that mean?
Not that complicated, Rob. It all depends on how you do it. Hello? Hello?
You're not making any sense, you know.
Testing.
Walter, can you hear? Walter.
Yeah, one of you guys try. I'm battling with Walter. I've just got to do something here quickly. I'll be back. I'm listening.
Walter.
Testing. Anybody hear me?
Yes, Walter.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Someone reply if they're hearing.
Was he on his phone?
I don't know what's going on.
How you doing, Raheem? How you surviving this thing?
Yeah, good. Thank you, brother. Yourself?
I'm doing good, man. Is family safe?
Nah, yeah, always.
Good.
Right. Driving me up the wall, but safe.
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Walter. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you, bro.
It's always going on and off. That's a shitty signal.
Walter, can you hear us?
Yes.
Right. So listen,
I'm gonna have to go in and out. I'm gonna have to go in and out. I'm gonna try to go back in and out because my signal is terrible. I don't know if people are talking. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'm leaving. I'll come back in.
Well, that was pointless.
Man. Shakara, how you been, man?
Yeah, let's hear praising Shango.
Moved on his life. And I've come to a conclusion about like Ifa and Voodoo. Like honestly, I think all West African spiritual systems, they're all the same thing, just different names. Because so every deity for like life giving are all females. All the gods of war are just proficient in fire and metals and technology. You know, it's like all the same thing, just different names. Even if you look at some of like the ones that would be praised as being monotheistic, they would honestly have like the father figure, but then he has a wife and he has kids, and they're all like deities. So it's like, are they even truly monotheistic if the god has multiple, kids and stuff,
I agree, bro.
I agree. So can you have morals without a god?
Yeah.
Can you? So who decides what's moral and what's immoral?
People, humans.
Okay, so you would agree that it would need to be a collective that would decide what is morally right, because what could be morally right for one group might be morally wrong for another.
Well, I think if anything, it would be a vote. If anything, like it would be a vote on it. There are people that would agree that marijuana is like wrong, but then there's people that say marijuana has no negative effect at all. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, because I was you can be moral without a god, but you could also be immoral without a god, because it's all relative.
Well, see, the thing is, the God that we're trying to compare our criteria to is only 2,000 years old. We're only talking about a 2,000-year-old God. And, like, how old is Islam? Like, less than that? So, like, come on. This is the one thing that's hilarious about this idea.
Well, there's no perfect religion. All of the religions have got their contradictions, and all of them are immoral.
Yeah, but most of the people coming on here to defend that people who have morals only come from a religion that's less than 2,000 years old. So,
Well, all the religions stem back further than that anyway. But that's
older ones too.
That's not even the issue. All of them have got immoral stuff in. All of them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're an average human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We all know that you shouldn't murder, but all of us would say that it's morally right to murder in self-defense.
Yeah, that's not
murder.
Isn't it?
Not murder.
There's no malicious. There's no
murder. You have to have you have to have your mens reas and something else, and it has to be unjustified. If you are killing someone in self-defense, it's manslaughter.
Yeah, that's only according to the law.
Pardon?
Forget law. What is morally right? Is it morally right to kill somebody?
Well, of course it is. Depends on the situation.
You see? And who's going to judge the gradient of the situation?
People that on the situation of, I mean, like if you look at Hammurabi did the same thing. Like that's the earlier forms of law, where it's like all situational based, and the law constantly changed. It was constantly like, reforming and, so yeah, no, I 100%. Like, I like how Raheem broke that down. It's not murder to kill someone in self-defense because there's a justified reason why that person's life was taken. Because you don't have to kill them all the time. You can maim or like.
Would the person who died, or maybe even the family members of the person that was killed, say it was justified?
Say that again.
Would the person that was murdered, or the members of the family of the victim that got murdered in self-defense, say the other person used self-defense to murder that person, would they think it was justified?
Well, to be honest, it depends. If the person's coming from an emotional standpoint, which they bound to are, then of course they're not going to agree. But if they took an objective, non-emotional standpoint, then they would more than likely be like, you know what? He was doing something that put himself in that situation that allowed for that to happen.
Okay. So if we take emotions out of it, why is it immoral to kill?
It's not immoral to kill. It's immoral to murder.
Okay. Why is it immoral? Why is that immoral? If we take emotions out of it, why is it immoral?
That's unprovoked and unnecessary killing. Yeah, it's unjustifiable. If you have something that can justify,
murder is a human construct, by the way.
No,
if you have something that can justify, then it's not immoral. You're able to there's a rationale behind it.
Okay, so look at it this way. I'm not saying that I agree with it, by the way. I'm just asking questions. So, what if somebody said that they don't go by the law and they take emotions out of it, and it was just one less mouth to feed?
Say that again. That doesn't make sense.
Well, what if somebody just decided that they wanted to kill one member of the group because it was one less mouth to feed?
Well, that's in what situation? In a situation where they all have nothing to eat.
Before we had all these religions, and before we had all these big civilizations, when people were just hunting and gathering in groups, what about if they decide to kill somebody because they think it would be better for the group to be able to survive if they killed someone because it would be one less person, or if they decided to kill a disabled person because they couldn't keep up with the hunting or pull their own weight?
So in terms of one less mouth to feed, that wouldn't have, the way you've positioned it was at a period in time where resource was abundant, or in fact resource is still abundant. Resource was in a positive logistical situation, unlike it is today. So you can't take certain things across. Logistics is the reason why people don't eat everything in this world. Back then was a completely different story. Everyone had their fair share and ate their share. So what was more likely to happen is you would be ostracized rather than be killed. Yeah, this is a fact.
But I'm just giving you a situation. You can't change the parameters.
I haven't. You outlined that parameter. So in terms of that wouldn't make sense. You're more likely to be ostracized than you were killed. In terms of what you were saying about disabled people, that is what used to happen. Disabled people were killed.
Right.
And there's umpteen amount of reasons because of that. It could be quality of life. It could be that they weren't able to do anything. They weren't strong, or from the genetic point of view, where if you keep having disabled people and all you're going to have is disabled people breeding, it means that you are going to die out as a people. So at that time period, it wasn't immoral. It was very moral. It was seen as the most logical thing to do.
Okay.
The biggest people did that were Spartans.
Yeah, I don't agree with killing disabled people. But why is it immoral? Why is it not morally right to do so now then?
Because we are now in a situation where we're able to have quality of life and care for these individuals. That wasn't an aspect back then.
Yeah, is that not taking into account feelings? We're not saying that the person's got feelings and they deserve the same rights.
No, you do know that, like, you're comparing like an infant to an adult here. Like, human beings have evolved incredibly over the centuries, over the years. I mean, there was once a time everyone thought this world was flat. I mean, well, it still do today, but like.
No, the point I'm making is that morals can change from group to group and individual to individual.
Also, off necessity, like, there was a time they used to kill old people, but now you have a way to put them someplace. Like, there was a time when you used to kill like Vikings. Vikings used to take like their weakest babies and leave them in the woods. Then as time grew, they didn't have to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a time that in Africa, if you bore twins, they would put them both into the woods to die of starvation.
Well, that was in like an ethnic group. It wasn't like an African thing, but I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So it happened. It happens in all cultures. But what I'm trying to say is that so you would agree that the moral levels and ethics have changed over time. You would agree that?
Of course, they evolve with humans.
Right. So the level. So the level of what is moral and what is not moral is decided by human beings, yeah?
Of course.
So therefore, God is irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah.
God isn't irrelevant, but saying
Yeah,
that
yeah.
God
It's like,
is the
who
reason
decides,
why
like,
people
think about
have
who
morals
decides.
is irrelevant.
Well, let's look at it from this way, Raheem. Who created? Who was there first, God or man?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. It's a weird, can often be confusing to some people and not to others situation where I personally believe that God created man so man can create God. That's my personal belief.
Well, I would have gone with God created man so he had someone to worship him, but I like that.
No, because that's ego and pride. God doesn't exist within those parameters.
How can we say that though? If we have it in us, he has to have it in him.
Just because you have it doesn't mean that you abide by it.
No, but if you're
my
the creator,
my belief is very much that God is the embodiment of both good and evil.
One thing I think people do, especially people, I'm not saying you're a theist or anything like that. I'm not trying to put a label on you. I think a lot of people do this in the faith, like to put God in this paradigm, but they don't realize he literally created everything, not something.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. I believe that God has both that knowledge and understanding of everything that is positive and negative in existence, and that's the reason why everything has been created in this dualistic mentality. For life, there has to be death. For up, there has to be down, left, right, etc., etc. You can't have one without the other. But does it mean that God himself practices that aspect because he has the knowledge? Well, no, because you have the knowledge on how to kill. Doesn't mean that you on the average would do so. There are those who do and use that knowledge. But there's a time for everything, and I think that God is above all of that. And it's down to us to play out that pointless aspect that he doesn't need to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I like that answer.
Where are you coming from exactly? Where are you coming from, Raheem? Just so you know. Where's your philosophy coming from?
I don't subscribe to mainstream religion. I believe it's a corrupt control stipulate.
I understand. I understand you don't. But where are you getting it from? Just want to where are you getting this information about God? That's all I just want to know.
Through my studies, I study the Bible, the Quran, the Torah.
But it's all corrupt. It's all corrupt. So why are you studying corrupt stuff?
Because there is sense in nonsense.
Ooh.
So you're putting it
I
together.
can use my studies to justify my belief.
I guarantee Raheem just said that with a teacup in his hand.
Nah, not even.
Everybody's always starting
it's like you can't turn around and say that God has never subscribed or said that he is on equal footing to man, or said that he acts in the way that man understands. Never in any belief system, none. So for us as humans, something you said earlier was very right. We subscribe to try and be God. We emulate things about him, but that's that difference. We can't. We're imperfect, and we don't have that knowledge level. And we try and gain it as much as we can, and that's where our ego and pride, etc., come into it. These are the limitations to us.
Jealous immoral?
Say it again.
I don't know, like what, the following of life? I don't understand.
Isn't that one of the 10 Commandments?
What? Being jealous?
Envy, yeah. Coveting. What's
coveting?
yours?
Coveting. Do not covet thy neighbor's wife, or something like that.
Well, we would say that that's bad, but isn't God a jealous God?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what they say in the books. Some of the books. There are other gods
He
who
doesn't
say that he's
subscribe
not.
to one thing. That's what I think makes him strange. It's smart.
So we was straight away we've got one set of rules for God and one set of rules for us, and yet he's meant to be perfect.
I feel like Raheem goes to like
as a parent, you can tell your child what to do, and they shouldn't question you. They should do what you need to do. Well, they can question you to a degree and get an understanding. But I'm West Indian, raised and born, not born, but raised. One of the strongest tenants in my family, and I'm
Yeah, I was about to say, Raheem, you have to be careful, bro. If you questioned anyone or answered back, even with like taking the wrong type of breath, you're getting your teeth
you
boxed
get
down
into
your
trouble.
throat.
Exactly, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
It goes down the path of do as I say and not as I do, because there's certain aspects and certain knowledge that your parents have gotten through in life that you don't understand at that point. And yeah, they may do something different at time to time, but if they're telling you to do something, it's with the knowledge that, do you know what, there's a reasoning behind it, and it's not always for you to question. And the same principle goes for God. If God isn't all being, all existing with all knowledge, it means if God's telling you, I don't want you to do this, there's a reason why. There's an explanation behind that.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
don't
not always
forget,
for
it's
us
the
to
same God
understand.
that makes the thing that he doesn't want you to do possible.
Well, of course. Because
That's
it's
dumb.
dualistic.
That's like chucking a glass cup on the floor, right? Not sweeping it up and saying to the kid, "Boy, listen, don't go over there." Do you know what I mean? Rather than, listen, kids, I've just dropped a glass. Let me sweep this shit up so that nobody cuts their foot.
Exactly.
No, I agree. However, things have to be dualistic. You're bringing it down to a human level. God don't just throw a glass on the floor.
No, you did that by
Hold
saying
on.
parents.
Yeah, no, that's relatable. But you're saying that God would throw a glass on the floor and just let you walk over it.
Yes,
There's
because
always
all the things that he wants you
warning
not
and a
to
lesson
do,
before
he
that.
created the parameters that allow these things to exist.
Of course, it has to be though.
But then,
That's
my glass analogy
dualism.
stands.
But then, brother, that's dualism. You can't not have one thing without the other. So, of
Okay,
course,
what
Why
I'm
about
going
not?
to tell you that this is a possibility and this is a possibility, and these are two actions and two consequences.
okay?
There has to be that.
Why did he allow COVID to escape out of that laboratory then?
Because he loves us. That's why.
I don't know. I can't answer that personally. My belief on this COVID thing is something completely strange and different. So I can't really.
No, please tell us.
That.
You gotta tell us now. You have to tell us now.
You can't just put that out there.
It's interesting because there's something that a lot of the world leaders, how they're referring to COVID as. They're referring to COVID as an invisible enemy. And I'm a firm believer in art imitating life, yeah, as to there's something going on behind the scenes. And one of the most recent films which just came out as of late was The Invisible Man, that horror film about the domestic abuse victim and the woman she goes off. I don't know if you've seen it. But to me, there's something strange going on that they keep referring to this situation as an invisible enemy when we know it's not, because it's been seen. It's supposed to be a bacteria, which is very visible. Yet Boris Johnson, Trump, and a few other people have called it an invisible enemy. That's why I said my belief in that is strange and may not make sense, but it does to me. I don't fully know where we are at this moment in time with it or what the bit is, but it's an odd situation that we're in.
Hey, Raheem, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on, Rob? You right?
Good. I don't know if I heard from you. What was your answer to the question of the day?
Man created morals. That's it. It's nothing to do with God.
Oh, wow. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
Oh. Okay, so man created morals. How does that work in your world then? If you have a God that's superior to man, but man created morals, how does that work?
Because morals are the justification as to what you feel you should do and what is right and wrong. And that's why before I got a phone call and dropped out, I was trying to say about Hitler. Hitler didn't think what he was doing was wrong. He felt it was a necessity to keep on doing, which was the right thing. So in the world view, it was wrong, but his and those who believed in the same thing as him, it's not wrong. So morally, he feels he is correct. Morally, he feels that he is right and justified. And that's what it boils down to. It's your justification. And I said that earlier when we were talking about murder and killing, etc. It's about your justification. If you can justify something, it doesn't make it wrong or right. These are rationales that we've developed over time to comfort ourselves. This is all it is, and it goes by the masses.
Okay, and if somebody comes along with a moral view that, and they have a justification that you find is immoral, what happens then?
I say, I think you're immoral. They think they're
Okay.
moral. That's it. I can only say why I think it is that. They can have their justification as to why it is. It doesn't mean that one is above the other. They're just two different sides of the same coin.
But okay, cool. But if you have a God, how come he's not the arbiter of morals, since he created us and he would presumably know what's best for us? How is it that are you taking up the mantle on his behalf, or do you just not think that he cares about us?
I believe this is all just what is being played out. We've had a conversation before on this. I don't believe there's such thing as free will. In order to have free will, you have to have this whole thing of having morals, etc., etc. I don't believe that I believe it's all pre-written. So what's happening is literally just going through the motions and just us as an individual experiencing them, but it's all predetermined. There's nothing that's not happening.
Well, that's kind of that's more my view, right? Except obviously minus the God. But if that's the case, then the God that you believe in, is it an all good God, or is it an all bad God, or is it sort of in between God?
It's both. God is both. Cool. If this is the thing, this is why. And when people come like with this whole Satan talk and stuff, and Satan's the reason why evil exists in the world, I look at it as, well, who created Satan? It was God. So God must, and if God is all knowing and all in everything, then he knew that was going to happen. He created that being knowing that was what he was going to do. So therefore, God has to have knowledge of how to be evil implicitly. So you are therefore both good and evil.
Hold on, Raheem. Are you indicating that the God who created both heaven and earth and all that's in between, that knew both past, present, and future, knew that there was going to be an entity that was going to bring evil to this world, so he continued on to make them because he loves us?
Funny enough, I am, yes.
Wow.
Kind of weird.
Wow. Continue. Please continue.
It's not weird. It makes perfect sense.
If you admit that God is not perfect, because he's not perfect, because like we said, he's a jealous God, he's a selfish God. And he has created what would be deemed as evil, the devil. Wouldn't it make sense to say that the devil must have some good in him?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, of course.
Here's something that really gets me. Here's something that
So
really gets me.
you argue that you could have 50-50 in both of those people and that they could both be the same person?
Well, does the devil think what he is doing is bad?
No.
He thinks he's doing right. He thinks he's doing what he needs to do. He's happy doing this. It's a good thing that he's going about and doing.
Yeah, but
so therefore, again, it goes back to it. Evil and good are just two sides of the same coin, down to personal opinion.
Yeah,
that's
okay,
simple.
but if that's the
Doesn't that sound like mankind?
Yeah, but Raheem, there's a problem with that, right? Because if we have conflicting views on what we view as right and wrong, how do we establish what is in fact right or wrong, or what is more likely to be right or wrong? How do we do that?
You go by the majority.
So you appeal to authority. So an appeal to authority is how you would decide if something's right or wrong.
What do you mean by an appeal to authority?
Sorry, appeal to majority, like an ad populum, right? If most people believe it, that's what you would take as the right thing to do. Is that your view?
Yes and no. So you have to abide by the laws which are given to you, even if you don't agree with them, because otherwise you face the consequences which were set by the masses. So you may have hold a personal belief, as Brad said, that, like, for example, marijuana. You may believe that marijuana is wrong in the world, but there are people who believe it's right, and they can justify that. And the same thing goes for the other side of it. But you have to abide by the rules and play the system as it works.
Okay, but Raheem, you said that somebody, for example, that has marijuana can justify it. How would you accept their justification? What would they need to do to justify something to you, for you to accept it as being correct or moral or good?
I don't know. They'd have to come with logic and facts towards me as my own person. That's how I deal. Like, if you come with logic to me and you come with reasons and facts, then I can understand it. But if you come and just say it's good because I believe it, then I can just obviously turn around and be like, well, I don't believe it.
Okay, when you say something is good, What do you mean by it's good? Good in relation to what?
Well, in relation to whatever the cause and effect of these things are. So
yeah, but that doesn't tell us anything.
No, it
really
does. If I
anything.
believe that something is going to turn around, and this is why you have these opinions. If you believe that that weed is going to go around and it's going to mad everybody, it's going to turn them whatless, it's going to make them not do nothing, and they're going to be unproductive people in society, then of course you're going to think that that is wrong, it's bad. Whereas if you have those who say, well, it makes them more creative, it makes them inspirational, it makes them calm, it takes away pain, and you show me that evidence, I can then turn around and be like, all right, I understand the good. But it doesn't mean that before my opinion wasn't that it was bad because of the negative connotations and side effects associated with it.
Yeah, I didn't really follow that. Let me just ask you an easier one. Hitler thought what he was doing was right. I think you mentioned this, right? That eliminating the Jews would make the world a better place. Do you agree that Hitler was? Do you agree with Hitler's view, or do you disagree? Firstly,
I personally disagree.
Okay, good, cool.
That's my own personal standpoint.
Yeah, and if you were to speak to Hitler, and let's assume for a moment he was a rational human being that one could speak to, how would you convince him, or how would you attempt to convince him that he was mistaken?
That's not my job.
If you indeed think he's mistaken.
That's not my job. I wouldn't want to convince. I'm not here to convince him he's mistaken. I would listen to his understanding, and I would see if there's anything that resonates with me. But if I don't agree, I would say, do you know what? I don't agree. So it's simple. I'm not here to turn around and be like, oh, my job is to turn around and change people's minds. That's not what I'm here for.
And if he said to you, Rahim, why do you think what I'm doing is wrong? How would you respond?
I would list off my reasonings.
Such as?
I don't believe that an individual people are the cause for all your sufforations. I believe that there are things within your own sphere of influence which are the reason why you feel the way you do. And other bits, I don't know. Things like that. Unjustified killings, as I said before.
I guess what I'm looking for from your... Yeah, I guess what I'm looking to hear from you, Rahim, is something that you're appealing to, that other rational people would take into consideration and potentially change their views if, in fact, you could convince them that something was immoral. I think I could speak to Hitler, and if he was rational, I could convince him that what he was doing was wrong. Because I have a system that, well, it's not my system, but a system that I use. I'm just not hearing that you have one. It sounds like you kind of believe in your heart what's real.
Not in terms of saying to Hitler, oh, this is the reason why I believe the Jews shouldn't have been killed. No, because that's not something I think on my day to day. So no, I don't have that system. However, if it comes down to questioning certain things, like I question, I've had many debates with a lot of theist people, is that even the correct grammar? A lot of theists, rather. And I've shown them as to why I believe Jesus didn't die, for example, using facts from the books to show this is why I believe the way I believe. And this is what I believe.
Okay, so when you want to convince somebody that they might be incorrect, right, or they may have a wrong view or a wrong moral action, you're going to appeal to some facts in the world, right? That's fine. I'm with you, because I would do the same. But then if you came up with a fact and they agreed with the fact, and they said, well, that fact just is that supports my view, not yours, how would you convince them that in fact it supports yours and not theirs? What else are you going to appeal to other than your intuition or facts in the world? Because facts in the world themselves are not prescriptive, i.e. they're descriptive. They tell you about the world, but they don't tell you necessarily how you should behave. You need to add something in. So what would you add in order to persuade somebody else that you have a system that they might want to follow?
I haven't the foggiest, mate.
Okay,
oh my God. This is amazing. This was outstanding. Oh my God.
What am I supposed to say? I'm not going to bullshit you. I don't know. I haven't thought that deep.
No, Rahim is the king of the theists, bro. Because, like, oh my God, usually he said nothing.
Here's what. Yeah, I mean that's absolutely fine. So Rahim, you're kind of on my side. You're just missing the one part that I would give you. But then it's almost like I'm listening to you and I'm going, I'm speaking to a fellow atheist. But then you tell me you're theist, and then it sort of throws me, and I'm going like, why does he believe in God, right? He doesn't believe God is the source of morals. So what is it that makes him believe in God? Because essentially he's almost an atheist here.
No, I'm far from an atheist. Far from.
Okay, Why do you believe in God then? If he's
yeah, I'm curious, man. Why do you believe in God?
So I was like Ultra. I was raised. I was raised in a very Christian household, being West Indian as Ultra is. Big up Ultra. I mean, I did them. In knowing that,
come on.
As I said,
I was trying to get off mute. I was desperately trying to get off mute, but I couldn't. But big up, yeah, come on. Kid.
But so in that, I've learned in the Bible. I've studied it to a degree. I'm not a scholar or qualified to the degree that a lot of people are, but one thing one thing I do know is that the Bible clearly says that there is nothing new under the sun, which means everything has been done before. Even if you think it's coming, it's your own thing.
Not true. Not true. iPhone 12 doesn't exist yet.
It does. It has, and it always will do.
Wow.
But it also says that it also says that the only reason why there's no such thing as free will. It says that there's a time for everything, and the only reason why we think we have these things and we believe in these things is because we do not have the knowledge that God does. And I believe that's true.
Okay, so all right, but do you think?
Hold on, Rob. Rob, sorry, Rob. Hold on. Just hold that thought. Veli, Buddha Bing wants to get on. Just swap me out for him because I'm gonna season up the meat and that, but I'm still gonna listen in. So swap me out for Buddha. Yeah?
Hey, Ultra. Before you go,
yes, sir.
Have you? I know you're like we spoke last time, and your missus is pregnant. Have you been told that you can't go to the birth because of this corona thing?
They haven't told me I can't come to the birth, but we went to hospital today, and they wouldn't let me in. So she had to go in. I couldn't see my daughter, but they gave. And also, I asked if I could do a video call, and they said, "No, while you're doing the scans, you can't do any video recording."
Yeah,
but they gave me. They done a scan and a printout, so I got to see my new project. Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling super happy today. So anyone who wants anything from me, probably the best time to ask.
Yeah. So what's your long?
Ultra, you think you can join it
on the front?
I need about £1,000, fam.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, yeah.
Oh, would you look at the time? I have to go. No. Listen, just quickly. Did anyone else get a letter from the government saying stay home?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. Not just me then, because I thought.
I didn't. Rastabon government around here. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I'm on the electoral roll, innit? So they know where I am. Fucking pricks. No, I do because it helped my credit score, innit? Like, yeah.
So Raheem, if we can just get back to it, Raheem. Do you think that the God that's put everything into action and we're all robots essentially? Do you think that's an all good God, or do you think it's a malicious, capricious God?
Neither. It's both. I've said this already. I believe it's both.
Sorry, you
duality.
did. Sorry.
Yeah, it's duality. So
so it's the source of everything. Right. So because God is not the source of morality, according to you, why do you believe God exists? What is it that God answers that a non-God world doesn't answer for you?
Very good question. How can I answer that? Oh, you got me stumped.
Oh, all right, think about it.
What kind of
thing? You can always come back to it.
So for me personally, I believe there's always there has
Yo,
always...
big up. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
What's up?
Brilliant. Big up, everyone.
There has to be something above us, and there has to be something that everything has stemmed from. And as I said, I try and find things in life that justify that. So, like, Stephen Hawking said, the universe is of intelligent design. To have a design and an intelligent design, there has to be a creator or creative force. So, to me,
can you find me that from Stephen Hawking? I don't accept that he said that. So, can you find me that quote, please?
Yeah, that's fine. I will do.
I think you've misconstrued it, but if you No
Maybe I
problem. But
could try and
you know
jump
where
in
I am.
there.
If you bring me that exact quote, I will be happy to concede that he did in fact. I think you've misinterpreted the quote or misremembered it.
Let me try and jump in
It
there, Rob.
wasn't anything to do with that.
Intently and
But regardless, if I
can you hear me?
understand your view, there must be something greater, presumably because this
No.
universe is here or something like that.
Why
Right?
does this not
That's
work
kind of what
when
you're
I'm
trying
on
to
here?
allude to.
Why? What the fuck? Can anyone hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We
Bro.
can hear you. 1 second.
Can you hear? Can you hear me, or am I talking to myself?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah.
For some
So
reason,
the reason you think there must be something greater than all of us is because there's a universe, and presumably you think this universe had to be created by something that's not the universe or that has some intelligence. Is that the view you have?
who's that? Me? You talking to?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay, who are you speaking to, Rob?
Raheem.
Can you hear?
Okay.
Yeah,
Hello?
sorry. I'm trying to find the quote that we're talking
oh,
Yeah,
about.
why are
So,
you doing that, Raheem? May I just
No,
maybe...
because the reason I ask you is because you said, oh, there must be something greater than us. And then in my mind, I'm going, like he said, there must be something. Surely he has a reason for why there must be something greater than us. I don't think there's something greater than the universe. And if you think there is, then I'm wondering why you think that.
Right, anyone else than Rob? Can you guys hear me? Am I lagging or?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Rob, can you hear me? Or am I lagging?
That's what. Well, I asked the question there, so maybe you're busy. That's fine.
Sorry, Rob. What can you give me 2 minutes? Because I, to be honest, I'm not paying attention to the question you're asking because I'm trying to find the quote.
All right, we can move on. It's fine.
No, let's not move on, Rob. I just wanted to answer that one question you posed in regards to morality and God.
Other people are free to jump in and move on.
Yo, Rob, can you hear me?
Yo, Rob, can you hear him?
Well, I can only hear bits and pieces now. He's silent at the moment. But I did hear him a moment ago.
Okay, so
can
you
someone-
can't. So Good, he can't hear you. I don't think he can hear you that well.
Oh, is it Buddha that I can't hear? Okay, sorry. I'll get out.
All right, is he gonna come back or?
Yeah, he's gonna come back.
Yeah, I was singing in the back chat, man. I felt like a prisoner, man. I was like rattling my fucking tin can against the bars and all sorts. Big up Shakara Wagwan. Who else we got here? DC, big up. Maverick, big up. Maverick, man, you was wilding earlier, bro. Fucking hell.
Yeah, well, I wasn't wilding by myself, my brother.
I know, but your voice was the loudest. I was just gonna come in there and say, you know what? Try and do it a bit more concisely, bro, because your points were on point. They're on point, but it's just the way you're delivering them. Like, it's kind of mad still.
Fair enough, but you gotta understand, it's quite difficult to take I'll be blunt, bro. How do you expect me to have a conversation about morality with someone who used to be a hoe and someone who talks about wanking over children?
That's
I can't.
Hold on. Do you know what, Maverick? Let's leave that for a second because I really do want to come back. That's initially why I wanted to come in the first place. But I want to come back to that specific subject if we can. But Rob, can you hear me now?
Mic check. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Mic check.
Hello, Rob?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Microphone check 1. Selenki. Yo. Microphone
There
check
we
you.
go. Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was saying.
All right, so Rob, the question you asked earlier on about morality and God, could you pose that question again in its entirety?
Which specific one?
The first one that you started off the conversation with Raheem.
I'm trying to think back. What was the question the first one?
I believe it was somewhere along the lines as what informs us of our reality? Is it God or human made? Is it something along them lines?
Well, this last part of the conversation was really because he doesn't think that morality comes from God. He thinks it's sort of created by men, which I would agree with. So eventually, but he said there must be something greater, and I asked him if he doesn't think God is the source of morals, which is what most theists think.
Yeah.
What is it that he thinks God is the answer to that a non-God world doesn't have an answer to?
So I would put it like this. Again, I always say that I'm not an anthropologist or anything like this, but I will kind of put it down to my own logical interpretation. So I believe that morality in its genesis began to serve God. in a sense, like, look, if there's an earthquake or flood or lightning or something like this, human beings of that time couldn't understand what these were created by. So I would imagine that they would put that down to God and God's effect upon the earth. So humans, within their fear of God, started to do things and have certain moralities to please God. I feel like even when we see things like sacrifices to deities or gods or whatever you want to call it, they were done to appease and please God, so that the wrath of God will not come down on them. So that's why I think the morality originates from. Let's not do this, because if we do this, God will not be pleased. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what might have been the case for people who didn't understand the world around them and were scared of things and had to have an answer. God sort of fills all the gaps, right? And then if this God is a capricious or an angry God, or a God that has sent commands and told you what to do and gives you a punishment if you don't do it, then yes, of course, you're going to try and please this God and do what he tells you for fear of the consequences.
Right. So that's my. Does anyone else want to comment on that, Shakara?
Yeah, I do. I want to say though that the Black Select is trying to get in. Now I'm highlighting it because I briefly was tuning in before I came on, and I heard that he wanted to come back and actually address this. So I don't know if there's anybody on here who's not trying to address this question.
All right, cool. Listen, let me do this then, Shakara. Let me kind of have a quick conversation with Ahmed quickly, and then I'll jump off. Really and truly.
No, but I thought you was on this topic, so you might want to interact with Issa as well on it. So
the thing is, when Issa jumps on, he kind of he takes over the conversation, and that's fine. If people are happy with that, that's fine. But for me, I can't really
you can't do it.
I can't do it too much. And I love you, so don't get me wrong. He's my brother still.
No, I just thought you might, because he wanted to. It's this subject that he wanted to address in it, so you might have wanted to interact with him on.
All right, but let me. Do you know what it is?
I've got to go and have.
No, I was gonna say, if anybody else was actually not looking to address this topic, they can free up their space for Issa, innit? That's what I was gonna.
Yeah, I've got to go and have dinner now, so I'll pop out for a while.
But I think Speaker's Corner. I think he wanted to talk to you. So about this, or was it Walter? I can't remember. Clarify the thing for me, please. Brother Issa, the Black Select. Please.
I'll be back.
Big up Iran.
Go ahead with Ahmed for now, though, Buddha. Feel free to lead it.
Yeah, I'll be back though after dinner. I've got to go and prepare dinner now, but I'll be back after that, so no worries.
All right, man. Okay.
So Ahmed, are you there, my brother?
Yes, I'm here, bro.
So once again, Veli, Issa the Black Select is in the chat. You get me?
All right, Ahmed, listen. I'm gonna say some things here, yeah. So it's a personal thing to me, personally to me, right? Okay, cool. So one of the things I struggle with the most in my life, yeah, is forgiveness. I find it very, very, very hard to forgive people. Even people that are dead, I still can't forgive them. And that is, and I try to think quite logically. There's no point in hating on someone who's dead, because it won't matter whether you hate them or forgive them. It doesn't matter. But still, nevertheless, as a person, I suffer with forgiveness. I find it very hard. So therefore, this I will put down to ego. There is nothing else I can put it down to other than ego. All right, cool. So forgiveness, it's a big thing. This year was my year to.
Issa, mute your mic, Issa. Sorry, bro.
So this 2020 was my year to work on forgiveness, and I've been looking into it and meditating on trying to figure out how I can go about bettering myself in the ways of forgiveness. All right, cool. So when you spoke about the lady, I forget her name.
We'll call her Emma.
Emma. Okay, Emma. All right. So,
Amy. Her name was Amy, bro.
Lady Emma came on and she said something about she used to be a prostitute or an escort or something like that. Now, I would determine that for someone to come out and acknowledge that very dark space in their life, we don't know her circumstances, but I would imagine selling yourself for money or engaging in that kind of activity must be a very
I think the word acknowledging is wrong. She got exposed.
Okay, but bro, maybe let me finish, and then we can do that, yeah? So when you say exposed, she actually, from what I heard, she acknowledged it, and Zubida reminded her of it. So if that's what you call exposed, then all right, fair enough, whatever. But if that lady was to become a Muslim tomorrow, or a Christian tomorrow, or a Jewish girl tomorrow, would her sins not be forgiven? I think maybe a yes or no answer in this instance. For now, a yes or no answer would suffice. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes.
Right, brilliant. Excuse me. All right, brilliant. So she would be forgiven. Right. So because she's not of a religious persuasion, and put aside all the white supremacist things, narrations you put forward, the narratives you put forward. I weren't quite clear on that because there was a lot of screaming and shouting. But my simple thing is this: look, even someone like Banksy, okay, Banksy is one of the worst Islamophobes I've ever heard on Hangouts. But guess what? I can actually understand where his Islamophobe stems from, and I can forgive him for his Islamophobia. I can't condone his Islamophobia, but I can understand why he's like that. Do you understand? Someone's got some mad background, background. Is that you, Isa? Who is it? No, it's not someone. But yeah, so I can understand why someone like Banksy has his Islamophobia, and I can forgive that, but I can't condone it. Do you understand? So I'm asking you, if she was some sort of a escort or prostitute or whatever it was, can you not forgive the person and maybe aid them to move on? Do you get what I'm saying, Ahmed?
Cool. All right. Basically, I think the word forgive is the wrong word to use. I mean, I don't have an issue with her, so there is nothing to forgive. But the issue that I had is I don't like any human being that basically when they are talking to you, speak to you as though they have a particular quality that you don't. So for example, and the other issue that I had really had with her is because there's a reason why I say she was coming from a white supremacist angle. And the reason for that is because I think everyone here has experienced something of the likes of this. Whenever a person, an individual from any culture other than white culture does anything in this particular society that we live in, that particular individual's culture seems to be associated with what they did. So for example, if you have, for example, right now, if you have some Asian folks, some brown folks committing murder or whatever, it'll be terrorism. If you had a black man doing something, it'll be a thug. If you have a white man doing something, he's mentally disturbed. The reason I'm bringing that up is because just because you had a couple of kids that happen to be Muslim do something that we all disagree on, why do you stereotype what they did with their faith? Why do you do that? The only people that do that I have come across personally are white people. Every single human, every single culture on earth, they have a stereotype for. However, with theirs, it's like, it's different. That person was an individual, so and so, and this and that. Because really and truly, how are you gonna come from a culture? Well, really and truly, if we're gonna talk about the statistics of rape, I promise you, there is no one higher than you. If we're gonna talk about the statistics of domestic violence, if we're gonna talk about the statistics of what's it called again, pedophilia, if we're gonna talk about you name it. If we're gonna talk about the statistics of rape, you name it. It's all in your community. What are you doing pointing fingers at another community? If it ain't some white supremacy business.
That's the bit I missed, Ahmed, because all I heard was say something and then all hell broke loose, and I couldn't figure out why. And
do you not understand where I'm coming from?
No.
If she came on a humble tip, we would have had a discussion.
Slow down, bro. See, the thing is, when you were saying at the time, I half understood part of what you were saying, but it wasn't put forward to me that she actually said those things. So what did she say exactly? Did she say
she said Muslim rape gangs, and then she tried to get me to respond for that. The only place that happens where an individual has to basically respond for the actions of other people is every other culture except white folks.
Yeah.
Every other culture.
Ahmed, I make you right. But
yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's right about that. Fuck white people.
He is right. He is right. But
I agree. We're all agreeing, right? Raheem, you agree?
I've heard. Hold on. Listen, I've spoke to Ahmed enough times now. I've heard him speak, and I know he's better than that. And the way he lost his shit, I don't think it was becoming of you. To be real with you, Ahmed, still, you could have.
No, it was not becoming of me at all. It's just that attitude I don't like. I can't stand any human being talking to me as though they're above me or something. Don't do that.
I hear that, bro. All right, listen. Let me pass the mic over.
But wait. I will add one more thing as well, though, yeah? And you see the whole thing about prostitution and whatnot. And there's a reason why I'm offended, bro. There's a reason why I'm offended. First and foremost, Zubaydah hotted her out. And you might call it acknowledging it, but if she had no choice but to acknowledge it, because Zubaydah would have had evidence against her, then you can't really call that acknowledging it. You understand what I'm saying to you? Wait.
Sorry, no, I'm just saying my point of view. I've never spoke to the lady. I've never heard it before. It's the first time, so I don't know.
But is that a fair point? Is it a fair point to say you can't use the word acknowledge unless you know all of the details? For example, if Zubaydah has evidence, then you can't really call that acknowledge.
Ahmed.
No, but from what Zubaydah was saying from her own mouth, Zubaydah, if I can paraphrase, said that she heard her from her own mouth acknowledged that she was a prostitute or an escort of some sort.
So in other words, Zubaydah had evidence. But one second. Let me finish it off, please. Let me finish it off, please, yeah? And her being a hoe is not a problem. But you need to really, really check yourself before you hold other people to account. You understand what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, 100.
Hold on. She came on and to be fair, she accurately sort of broached the question. You dismiss first, quickly, just quick correction. It isn't just kids they're talking about. No one's talking about kids. They're talking about big 50-year-old men in indictments. Yeah, big 50-year-old, 30-year-old, 20-year-old. All of these kind of men, and we're talking. The kids are the victims. The kids aren't.
How does that make a difference?
It makes a big difference. Dismiss it.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because at the end of the day, we're still talking about individuals, James.
Bob, I've just come on and you're screaming again. Just, I beg you.
Bob, you did.
Screaming.
You came on and you decided to cut everyone off.
I'm talking. I'm not screaming though. Like, relax.
Neither am I.
Yeah, cool. So I'm just coming to correct you. No, like, there's this big fucking man involved in these indictments. So you cannot dismiss her issues as just the sort of actions of children. It's not. It isn't exclusively young men that are involved in whatever these grooming scandals. And her question was: these people are obviously religious, and they are these
Why
people. In her opinion, no, you're right. I correct myself. In her opinion, are religious, and they are, in her opinion, again. I would share that opinion.
Why are you speaking for her?
No, what?
Why are you speaking for her? You don't know what her opinion is based on.
No, I heard. I was on the panel with you, bro. What do you mean?
No, but do you know what her opinion is based on?
What?
Do you know what her opinion is based on?
I guess the news, media, Tommy Robinson, maybe. I don't know.
And okay, well, and that's the thing. And that holds weight.
But all I'm saying is, all I can say about this specific thing, and then I'll move on, is you didn't necessarily engage her like that on that point. You kind of went. It almost like it was a personal attack and you attacked her back, as opposed to just dealing with it. You could have made a much better case that they weren't Muslims.
All right, James. Okay. All right. Bro. Fact of the matter is, whether it's kids, whether it's 50-year-olds, whether it's 100 people, whether it's even a flipping 1,000. You understand what I'm saying to you? Fact of the matter is, unless you can prove that their actions is directly related to the religion, you can't use the religion.
No, you don't. You can't. No, because you can just say all I have to prove is that they are religious. That's it.
No, I don't have to prove anything. The person making the claim has to prove it.
Not you. I'm saying anyone. So if someone says, "Are religious people moral?" right, or do you get your morals from God? One of these kind of arguments. All we would have to prove is you one believe in the thing and that you're too immoral, and then we could do a comparative study with, let's say, an 8 and say I say they're more moral than you, and then that's kind of a big flaw in your argument.
My God, he tries so hard. Listen, mate.
Oh, bro,
did the person making the claim? Did the person making the claim? Did the person making the claim? Did they have any evidence for their claim? Was there anything backing up the term Muslim raid gangs? Was there anything backing that up? You can't just say it says so in the news. So what? What, news can't be biased?
Bro, what the fuck is going on?
How's that an argument?
I don't think there are people that have been convicted for these crimes, yeah? They're
So
not
what?
because they're Muslims, yeah? So I would agree with you on that. That's the argument I would have made to her. I would have said, so prove to me that they were practicing their religion. Prove to me that they were Muslims. Like, you know, that's what I would have argued with her. But
I don't need to. I don't need to because she knew exactly what she was doing. And too many white folks do that, bro. You might tolerate that, but I won't.
Okay, I think you're giving her a lot of credit at the same time as demonizing all white people. I think it's far simpler.
No, I didn't say all white people. I didn't say all white people.
Okay,
I just don't like the supremacy and the stereotype that they hand to every other culture but themselves. When historically speaking, no one has managed to do the amount of filth that they had.
For a minute, yeah.
I encourage the demonization of the white man.
Yeah,
I do too.
The reality is though, yeah.
Demonize the white man.
No, but reality is, and this is where I would take issue, especially with
James would get personally offended by it. You can't do that.
Whenever you lot are done, what the issue I would take with something like that is the conflation of like ethnicity, if you like, racial identity and religious ideology. So she's come on and she said, and actually, you know, a lot of people will say that Islam is inherently immoral. You know, the little fucking fiasco with the slavery or whatever else is kind
You're
of
just doing the same thing. What do you mean slavery? James, don't act like you know anything about Islam. Please don't. James, listen, come on this panel. You come on this panel and then you try to basically take advantage of the fact that you got a bunch of atheists here. You ain't got no knowledge about Islam, bro. Don't make claims about Islam, man.
I beg you, please calm down. I beg you, yeah.
I am calm. I'm just. It's just hard to speak when you want to hug on the mic, fam.
One sec. Let me just moderate this. One sec. Maverick, are you saying that throughout the history, those people that practiced that slavery and practiced the marriage of, let's say, under nines, etc., are you saying that you would agree that they are not Muslims?
I don't play labels, bro. Wrong actions are wrong actions, period. My issue is when people try to associate certain people's actions with a label just because they don't like that label. James is another Islamophobe. Watch out.
No, forget James. Hold on. One sec.
A lot of people would agree that Islam is immoral. You just try to tuck that in there, fam.
Hold on one sec. Ahmed. What my point is if the people are going via legislation from a religious perspective, so you and me agree, many commentaries on the Quran, many fatwas are absolute garbage. I outright
totally agree.
Hold on one sec. I outrightly say they're kafirs, right? I've got no problem calling them scholars kafirs. The other people, I'm not sure as individuals, but I'm saying the other people, the general public. But I'm saying if somebody says to me, Muslims have done this and they're attaching it to Islam, I can't blame them, because I'm saying if you've got a practice that's so widespread, you've got their scholars that they followed them for everything else, just certain things we don't like. I'm saying, well,
Isa, now you're bringing your Shia Sunni business, bro.
No,
fact of the matter is, listen, one minute.
No.
Isa, one minute, Isa. Let me.
No, wait. You
1 minute.
No, wait. I have to correct
you.
You
the whole time. Let him talk, man. Fucking hell.
Bruv, shush. I'm saying, Maverick, one sec. It's both Sunni and Shia scholars that have done this, so it's not Sunni and Shia. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the reason I'm mentioning that is what you're talking about right now is things that are written, and people claim this is where they get their religion from. If anyone can point out anything that's in the books that is horrible, by all means, go ahead, connect it to whatever religion. Connect it to whatever religion. Connect it to whatever religion. James, what are you doing?
Sorry.
Finish, man.
Sorry.
Connect it to if any religion in their books, what's the call again? Promote things that we disagree with. Please point that out every day, but do not associate the actions of a human being with the book itself.
Okay,
don't do that.
Can I just say something really quickly? Yeah, obviously, the sort of foundational principle is, you know, of any of these religions is they believe in a God, right? So they believe in a God, and then there's a difference of opinion on how the messages are conveyed. What, you know what I'm saying? What the message is precisely, so on and so forth. So if someone has the presupposition is that these people that have been arrested for whatever crime believe in God and are Muslims, maybe not true Muslims, whatever, then then countering that fundamental principle, I wouldn't argue with you. That would be the intelligent position to take. How do you know they're Muslims? Why are they Muslims? Do they display the actions of a Muslim? You know, what evidence do you have that they're Muslims, so on and so forth. But it's a fair criticism for that person who's heard you criticizing atheists as saying that they cannot be moral, for someone to come, like, just be fair for a moment. Yeah, don't be emotional. She's jumped on and said, but you Muslims are grooming gangs, whatever, and therefore how the fuck can you talk about morality? I think if you take any of the initial premises that she has, i.e. that these are grooming gangs, they're Muslims, so on and so forth, then I think it's fair for someone to come and make that kind of criticism, because the question is, can you have morals without a God? Not what specific God, what whatever. So arguably she's saying these are people with a God who are immoral. I think that's logical.
No,
like
emotional James. That's a claim, James. That's a claim, James. Just because someone claims to believe in God does not necessarily mean that they believe in God. So you cannot associate their actions with the claim that they make. Like, come on, where's the intellect?
You get this? What I'm saying. Even now, it's like you're having this sort of meta. Like, I'm saying it was fair for her to come and ask that. I don't think the response should have been, "You're white, all white people are evil."
It's not fair at all. It's not fair at all. If you're gonna use the word, listen. If you're gonna use the word Muslim is that which is propagated in the Quran. So unless you could point out from the Quran where these people are doing the wrong things, you cannot associate their actions with Islam. How do you know their actions with it? How do you know their actions? How do you know their actions is not? How do you know their actions is not like spurred by how they were grown, how they were raised, by their community, by the thoughts that you don't know? Why associate it to Islam?
James, let me just say something here, yeah? Ahmed hasn't been a Quranist all his life. There was a point in time when he was arguing for his, let's say people's religion, let's say.
Hold on, quickly on that. I've got there's a video that someone was talking about earlier of him literally arguing for the marriage of 6-year-old and 9-year-old girls, and this one I'm talking about morality. He literally was arguing for it.
Check my point. I'm saying if he
wait.
Hold on, one sec. If he himself was mistaken at some point and he was raised with the Quran around him, with Hadith, and he was mistaken, how the hell can he go so far as to judge someone else that has never been part of the culture?
I know you know what? I have to be honest with you. I wasn't even going to bring this up. I never do this personal stuff, but you are hilarious with what you were talking about earlier, because you literally are on camera arguing for over an hour about the what's the word, man? The
Ahmed is.
Yeah, of it being okay to marry a 6-year-old and consummate at 9. You were literally arguing for.
Watch how easily I'll deal with this. Watch how easily I'll deal with this. Yeah. Watch how easily I'll deal with this. Listen to this. Why don't you, James? Why don't you pull up the video and hear me mention the word 6 or 9 once? Go for it. You're a kid, bro. You ain't ready for me.
You are embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie.
You ain't ready for me, fam.
Can I say it?
You're not ready for me, bro.
At the same time,
ready for you. You're retarded.
Oh my God.
You're not ready for me.
One sec. Shakra wants to speak. Big up Shakra for shouting Veli for me. Yeah, bless up.
Like how grown man them can't. I don't get it, fam.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was gonna say, to be fair, if a man has a position at one point in time and his position evolves, I think his position evolves, innit? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if
Shakra, you're missing the point. I'm saying we've all evolved. We've all evolved, but I'm saying, imagine if the position you were in before, you were arguing for that case. So therefore, if that person saw you arguing in the video for something that you've now left, can you blame that person for having that view of the ideology of the masses of the people when you were in it yourself?
I wouldn't necessarily.
Oh, Issa's doing the Sunni thing.
I think that
Sunni thing, brother, idiot.
I think that on the subject of the question, I do think a lot of the answers that I have heard to the question at hand have been very problematic, even though it's not a conversation that I tend to involve myself in. But yeah, the people that believe this thing, like some of their arguments bemuse me, fam. I can't lie. Do you know what I'm saying? So I get that. All I'm saying is, if a man's position is different, then a man's position is different, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just what it is.
I commend anyone that changes their position. The only issue I'm saying is a lot of the argumentation is or at least coming from that side, i.e. Ahmed's side, is atheists cannot be moral. And as opposed to, and as soon as that there's been a slight probing from the other side, which is, you know, how do you derive your morals? And on a few of these questions, I feel like it's turned into him sort of being in attack mode as opposed to fending off these questions logically and coherently. One of them being like what this woman has come and asked, right? I don't think warranted a report about her race or whatever, because I don't think, if you sign up to some kind of ideology or whatever, then I feel like you are more culpable for the actions of your fellow ideologues than someone who is responsible for the actions of someone who shares the same race as them.
But the problem is the racial issue with whites.
Wait, hold on. The amount of bias is so ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, James Jones, white supremacy is a religion in of itself as well, though. That's the thing. It's an ideology. To be white carries with it the idea of supremacy. Carries with it you've got the highest moral standards to tell everyone else what's right and what wrong.
If someone in opposition, if you haven't given someone an opportunity to explain their position on white supremacy, then how are we saying all whites?
James, the point there is, because whilst I hear what you're saying, the fact of the matter is that we live in a country whereby that one doesn't have to subscribe and say I'm a white supremacist. They can engage in white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? And part of that is the demonization of things that they consider to be other than themselves, whilst not holding it themselves.
Can you be white and a theist? Like I see what you're trying to do here, but can you be white and a theist?
James, you're missing the point, bro.
James, let me say this. Within British society today, there is a section of the white community, who considers, or should I say, propaganda has been promoted that Islam and Muslim countries are a threat to the British way of life, or the Western way of life, because America is including this in this as well, right? And so, based upon that, certain people put out certain ideas and propaganda and so on and so forth to justify that position. But not all people that do that are going to say, well, I'm defending whiteness and Britishness and so on and so forth. They just perhaps be using those same standards, to judge whatever it is that they're talking about, whereas they don't have that same judgment for the way Britain acts. You know what I'm saying? So I don't knock anybody.
Yeah, but that's not the brother. I get you. That's not the debate. The debate is someone's jumped on to answer the question: can you have morals without a god? And their first argument was, it's a rather simple argument, but it's but I've got evidence of people that are religious perpetrating rapes. That's the evidence. This is the response. Yeah, but white people do rapes all the time. Do they fucking believe in God? That's the argument. We're not saying which race is the worst.
So you're saying that her argument wasn't specific to Islam. It was just a general thing in religion in general.
Yeah.
No, it definitely was specific to Islam. The example she gave was Muslim grooming gangs, which we all know is a highly sensationalized and clearly sort of a gender. That isn't to say, hold on, it's outside of the bounds of evidence for an argument like this.
It's not, bro. It's not. But once you do bring that argument as a white woman, you do open yourself to certain levels of.
Now you're
pointing the finger and fingers are pointing back.
James, you yourself said, that the idea of Muslim grooming gangs is highly sensationalized. So the question is, why is it highly sensationalized? It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, but it means that the extent to which it happens is overblown and often used for a particular social or political motivation. So the point is that if you're going to use that example in this current climate, then you do open yourself to that critique. And
that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, You've got your own agenda here in your position. Fine, no problem. I'm saying in the context, hold on. In the context of this discussion, the argument is, can you where she said, for example, where she picked up one of these cases where one of the people was like Albanian or something. She would be talking about a theist that was white, that was a rapist, and that he was immoral because he believed in God and was immoral at the same time. That is what the argument is. but you are so excitable. You're so excitable in the option of picking a black man versus a white woman that you want to join the argument for one side. Right?
No, James, I'm not doing that, James. You should know by now enough to know that I'm not a big defender of Islam. Yeah.
Be sensible. What are you arguing for now?
No, I'm not arguing for anything. All I'm saying is I think that it's fair in the context of a conversation like that when somebody comes on and throws out what you already consider to be a highly sensationalized topic, that they might get a critique in relation to that. If you're gonna say that Muslims, if put it this way, if it's fair, just on the basis of fairness now and equity, if it's fair for somebody to come on based upon the fact that Asian Muslim grooming gang, do exist, yeah, to throw that out as an example of
having gone immoral,
Muslims being immoral, then the person who throws that out, is also the person who receives that critique is also qualified and justified to throw another critique in relation to Europeans.
But what if somebody? No, listen how dumb this is.
But Shaka,
hold on. This argument.
He's an atheist, though. That's the problem, Shaka. The response was not, well, why atheist or anything like that. It was just white people.
Exactly.
That is a big problem there. Because if man said, well, the white atheist world, and then went to white supremacy with white atheism, maybe that might have carried a bit of weight. The whole thing was just white.
Exactly. You can't. How are you going to come back? How was your comeback? How's your comeback going to straight up be about white people?
James, can you hear me? Hello.
Hold on. Let me just make this one point. Hold on. Fine, can I just finish this? She can say, I've got no truck with no one. But someone like Ahmed cannot say, if it's proven, right? And this is where he should have argued. If it's proven that these Muslims that have committed these acts, are all God believers, he cannot say, I have no truck with these people. Because they share what? A monotheistic belief at a foundational level. So you can't argue to her, what about white people? What she just, if she was being logical and not firing back, she could have been like, but I don't share any sort of ideological similarities with any other white people. I've got my own unique version of everything, Then what is your argument anymore? It's not, you're just being racist. And that's the
point.
Right,
cool.
All right, let me try
I've been listening to you lot now. It's my turn, isn't it? Yeah.
Hold on, let me just say something.
Wait. You said something about if it's proven that they believe in God. That's the key point here. If it's proven. So until it's proven, why associate it to Islam and call it Muslim rape gang?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
And end of the argument then.
What's going on? You guys
are Buddha, your mic's really low, brother. Your mic.
That's why you got to mute up and let me speak, innit? That's why, you know what I mean? All right, look, this is what I was going to say. I was going to say, you guys are working on if, maybe, and we don't know, okay? But let's assume something like the lady was a prostitute and she had a pimp who was Muslim. And if that is what educates her knowledge of Islam, that's why she's got an issue with Islam. You don't know.
She can say alhamdulillah.
Keeping to the subject, she is entitled to bring any example she wishes, right? Relating to that subject. So if she wants to use that as an example to say that these people, they're shouting for Islam, they have not denounced Islam with them saying, you know what, we're free from Islam, we've become atheists, they're still holding on to that title of Muslim. You get me? And committing those actions. So the response should be something in relation to, well, you're atheist and blah, blah, blah. I agree. She came at it with a stereotype. She's probably ignorant of her representing, white supremacy, etc. But the point, simple and plain, is that for me, if someone comes on and they say things like that, they give the example, you have to accept it because you're naturally associated with it by the label. That's why I always
I'm not in that, all I'm saying is that if you bring them examples, then you open yourself up to other arguments.
I don't think you do it cool.
I'm not gonna knock a guy for doing that. So you're right, she's allowed to bring up whatever the hell she wants to bring up. But if you bring up something like that in a cultural context like this, then you have to be aware of what you're doing.
Shakara. So you think people normally reach for the most known, though, innit? If she brings up one little thing that happened down her street that no one knows about, you're gonna be, well, where's the evidence? So if she says, well, there's a guy that lives 10 doors away, and they're a bunch of Muslims and they've done this, or Christians that live down my street, there's no proof of that. But people are gonna bring up the most well-known thing as the example, innit? So obviously everyone's heard about this thing. There's the example. We're gonna just roll with the example and go with it.
What I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, to tell Ahmed that he should have used a better argument is one thing. Like, I might agree with you. Right? This is what I'm saying. I don't have a conversation, but that's a conversation that can be had. But to say that he shouldn't bring this into the situation, to me, I'm like, he didn't tell to bring it into the situation.
Then it's not going to be constructive.
No, man went from something about white people are the biggest rapists. Then man called her a whore. Then man said something before he knew she was actually a whore. I'm not an escort or whatever. Then man called her a fucking. The man said her parents married out of wedlock, therefore her parents were just fuck. Your dad just fucked your mum, like all of that because she brought up women. But that's not like you're a groomer. No, but hey, that sounded like you're a groomer, bro. That's how it made you look. It made you look like you were a groomer.
Wow. Let's leave that alone.
You see blatant. You see how blatant James's bias is. I'm telling you, this guy is just an Islamophobe, thinking he can speak cleverly, bro. He thinks he can speak intelligently.
All right. We don't have to do this, innit? Like, we don't have to do this. Issa dropped off. Like, I know you went to. I was trying to get to the actual topic because I know man wanted to deal with it.
No, but can I just say finally on this topic? But that is what we want. That's what everybody wants, yeah, on this show is for new people to jump on and answer the question. So if the question is going to trigger you, as Ultra always says, if it's going to make you get me emotional and that, don't jump on.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Do you see how he's showing his biasness so bait? A loaded question is not a question, Mayu.
No,
it's a loaded question. It's not a question, fam.
No. Because the question itself, applies to so-called theist and so-called non-theist in general. So what James said is actually factual. Yeah? Like if you come on to have a conversation about something like this, getting all emotional is ridiculous. It's like it's totally ridiculous because obviously
who's getting emotional though? Hold on, 1 minute. So if you say Muslim rape gangs and I say white pedophiles, I'm the emotional one.
No, Ahmed,
see, look how big his bias is.
No, calm down, innit? We're talking about the question right now, innit? Yeah. The question is it possible to have morals without a God? Yeah, and obviously there are places that question can go. So when the moment Islam gets some critique, to just say Islamophobia, like it's not really necessarily addressing the question properly or intellectually. You know what I'm saying? Like because a man critique, and I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that knee-jerk sensibility. No,
hold on, Shaka. Shaka. 1 second, Shaka. No, 1 minute, because you're trying to claim that we've got knee-jerk sensibility, and you're not addressing the fact that people are making claims about us without proof. What do you expect?
1 sec, bro. 1 sec. Oh, well,
don't make statements like that.
I'm here. What I was trying to say is that Issa was in the back chat. Just let me finish, innit? Get me? Yeah. Sorry. Go on. Mr. Maverick, go on, no?
Yeah, I was saying, look, you guys are talking about people getting angry or knee-jerk reactions, and you're basically, you know what, I'm not even gonna lie, it's quite evident that, you know, there are quite a few people who have a vested interest against Islam. But at the end of the day, like you gotta be somewhat reasonable. You cannot tell me that man can make any claims they want about me without any proof whatsoever, and I cannot do the same to them. You can't do that. You cannot tell me that people can make any sorts of claims about me, and if I say anything, it's quote unquote knee-jerk reactions. You can't make claims that are not substantiated. Is that difficult to understand?
Can I just say something?
It's not difficult to understand. But how you choose to respond to a claim, and I don't know if somebody saying something about a religion is necessarily speaking about you as an individual personally, but I get that.
No, it is speaking about me individually.
I get the fact that a person who adheres to a religion is going to feel the need to defend their religion. I don't take that away from you. At the same time,
why are you trying to caricature us like that, bro? I'm not. Why are you trying to listen to caricature? No, you are. Because you said hold on. You specifically said a person that follows a religion will feel the need to defend themselves. Any human being, if an information is incorrect, a person will say something about that. There's no need to caricature it, bro.
1 second, James. It's not a caricature to say that.
It is.
it's not a caricature to say that a person who adheres to a particular religion will feel the need to defend their religion. That's not a caricature.
That is a caricature. That is a caricature. Because hold on, that is a caricature. 1 second, that is a caricature. Because if an information is incorrect, the individual hearing that information has every right to say that that information is incorrect. Don't try to play identity politics, fam.
Bro, I'm not sure why how what you said contradicts what I said. If you
because you're trying to caricature it as something that only religious people do.
I'm not caricaturing it as anything. We are discussing religion.
Then there's no need to phrase it like that. Then is it?
But a man is not going to police how I'm saying what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the reality. I'm being respectful to you. Yeah?
I'm not policing what you're saying. I'm simply saying my mind too.
Move on.
Say what you want. I say my mind.
You're not going to end with my man. It's never going to end. Literally, it's never going to end.
Damn right.
Now you ask the question.
Right. Can you have?
I'm glad you learned, James.
Can we let Shaka answer the question? Just let Shaka go. Innit?
Yeah, well, no. To be honest, because I was trying to ask Atman a question, but we're gonna move on from that. Yeah, we're gonna move on from that. What's it called? You want me to answer the question?
Yeah.
No, because he's been waiting for longer than me, you know. So let him go.
Sorry.
I'm telling you a lot right now. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are used to basically dissing people, Muslims especially, and ganging up on Muslims and coming up with all sorts of claims. You're not getting away with fuck all while I'm about. None of you is getting away with fuck all while I'm about. All 5 of you versus me.
Listen, you know what? Let me even respond to that.
Shaka, I told you.
My bad, Issa. My bad. I wasn't coming at you.
You know, James, right now, yeah, I could say so much in response to that comment, but I'm not going to.
That's what I'm saying.
Please do.
Shakara, can you have more?
I beg if you say something about Islam with your Zulu self. Try.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I beg you, can I say one thing?
We're gonna leave it alone.
Can I say one thing though, yeah? I fully support Shaka's opinion that white supremacy is an ideology and it does deserve to be critiqued if we're critiquing ideologies, but not if we're critiquing God beliefs. That's what I'm saying. I think some may argue that white supremacy is founded on some religions. It's founded on the idea that the white man is God or whatever, white man is supreme. And I would agree with those assertions too. But just in the context of a question like Veli posed today, I didn't think it had the place. But I agree totally with what Shaka was saying. Personally.
Well, it was me that said it, but anyway.
I knew.
Because I'm Muslim. Yeah, no, not really.
No, but you're the black one.
I was going to say, come.
We all agree with
you. Let me just ask Shaka this question.
Yeah. You got to give credit to the black. You know what I mean? Yeah. Answer the question,
can you have morals without a God? There you go. Answer that, please, Gunnar.
Are you throwing it to me?
Yeah, I'm starting it off again, bruv. So let's just start the show again, bruv.
Yeah. I want to answer the question. So, what's it called? So basically, my answer is yes. How it was put to me earlier was, can you have morals without a God belief? And I said, yeah, of course you can. Yeah, of course you can have moral, like a moral.
All right. So I think it's a yes. It's a simple thing. But I originally thought it was saying, could human beings have morals without religion? So in other words, today people grow up in a society where there's already been God and religion already, so therefore morals are already there. So if you become an atheist in that system, the morals you got generally are the religious people will go back to you and say, well, you got it from the religious system anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how you evolved or you developed in that society. So
that's debatable. That's debatable though. That's debatable because it could be argued, that religiously speaking, if religion defined morals, then religions, how religions have manifested over time, they would have had the same moral compass throughout the duration of their history, which is evidently not the case.
What do you mean by that? Explain.
If, for example, once the religion is established, the moral code would be the same from day 1 to day 155 to day 2000 and whatever to day 10 million and so on and so forth.
Why would it stay the same?
Because if the religion defines the moral compass, then why would something be considered correct as regards the dictates of the religion in year 0, but not correct in year 2000? If it's religion that is defining it.
But here's the thing. I mean, it says, can you have
know,
morals?
marrying children, you know, stuff like that, like marrying children, that kind of shit.
Let's not do that, fam.
Right. So for instance, yeah, that's actually a good example. Actually, that's a brilliant example because no, hold on. No, it's a good example. You don't need to go the wrong way. What I'm saying is, as a perfect example, where people who, let's say, who do have morals, but have been misled for whatever reason, political, whatever, to commit actions that are immoral. That doesn't mean that the morals that they do have in general, because it's the question is posed as if to say, if you don't have God at all, then you don't have any morals. You don't have a moral compass. That's the point. So the thing is, those, despite them being immoral and so on with certain practices, that doesn't mean that the ethos is being moral. So therefore, what James Jones has pointed out is that a lot of people now, when they're hearing about these things with the hadith and so on, they're actually rejecting it and coming against 1,200 years of a teaching and rejecting scholars and opinions. So you can say that the religion in itself is pushing for morality as a thing where the people are saying, yep, I don't believe Prophet Muhammad. You could say Ahmed is an example. You get me? Where he's saying, boom, that didn't make no sense to me. He's then looking into how is it people have been indoctrinated into this to practice it so widespread. He found that it's mainly the hadith, which is what it bloody well was, and therefore he started to reject it. Pretty straightforward process. But the question is then, Shakara, if we go by,
hold on, but can I just a quick critique of that? And it's funny because we were talking about this earlier. But we were talking about incentivized morality, or Ahmed was saying one of the ways, the measures in which he could say that theists are more moral than atheists is he could come up to a theist that's being immoral and say, Aki, come on, like this isn't this he said, I'll remind him about his creator and judgment day. You know, so at judgment day, you may go to heaven, you may go to hell if you carry on behaving like this. But that kind of incentivized morality is what led Ahmed to spend an hour of his life justifying the marriage and consummation of an adult.
You want to go back there?
No, but
we just had peace. You want to go back there?
No, but hold on. But Bob, don't be so emotional. Listen to the point I'm making. I'm saying,
I'm not emotional, but don't make claims about me.
But that kind of
don't make claims about me.
Don't make anything that you know he's going to have to respond to.
Yeah. Sorry. So I'm saying that kind of incentive. Okay. But that kind of incentivized morality can go one of two ways, and he's evidence of that. Do you know what I mean? Like that is, so he would have had to have some kind of epiphany and his own and a sort of a more solitary spiritual journey to get away from that, which requires what? Introspection, as opposed to the concept of a sort of theistic framework, which at times incentivizing specific scope.
You're wrong, because in the mind of Ahmed, and I suspect anybody that goes through his process,
they found the true Islam.
Yeah, it would be. It would be a requirement of their adherence to the religion.
But then, isn't it still bad then that for a time you can be incentivized? Do you get it? So someone could have told you at a period in time, this is moral, and if you don't agree with this, you will go to the hellfire. Versus what I posed, which was an introspective, more Socratic analysis, let's say, of morality, and saying this is wrong because this will.
Wait, I'm next, please. I'm next. Wait, come on, man. Let me respond, man. He made claims about me. Let me respond. Let me respond, please, yeah? Okay. See, the issue is when someone decides to talk about a religion or the ins and outs of a religion and they have no knowledge about the religion, it's quite problematic. And the reason it's problematic is this, yeah? What you got to understand is, as Muslims learn the Quran first, number one. Number two, really and truly, most of the times, Muslims just memorize the Quran. They don't actually, go through the Quran in detail. Some of us do, but some of us don't.
The majority.
That's number one.
The majority don't.
The majority don't. 1 second. The majority don't. That's number one. Number two, what you gotta understand is your average Muslim, whether he be Sunni or Shia, does not read the hadiths, nor does he have any idea what the hadiths are. He has little quotes here and there, but he doesn't actually read those volumes of books. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's number two. Number three, the way these hadith books are introduced is literally as historical. That's how it's introduced in the beginning. Number four, this idea that it's religious, that comes later, or one starts to
one starts to believe that it's religious later. But the point remains, the point that remains is that one, this age of Aisha talk that people keep going on about, it's not a religious doctrine. No, it's not a decree. Oh, go when you're at this age, go and marry girls at this age. It's not a decree. It's a historical narrative of what may have happened. Yes, some people might be inspired by that supposed historical narrative, but you cannot say for one moment that it's a religious decree from God. It's a historical narrative at most. Number 5, I personally, when I was having this debate, unlike you, I know my deen. So I know that the hadiths really and truly are just a historical narrative of which some may associate certain parts of that historical narrative with religion and not the rest. People don't associate all of hadiths and say, oh, it's all religion. That's not how it works. So I know all of that. What I also know is that non-Muslims, because they've given up trying to find faults on the Quran, they always look for hadiths every single time. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah? So this particular hadith about Aisha's marriage that people love to bring up, what you will notice, my video is up. You can go and watch it, bro. What you will notice is you will never hear me utter the age of 9 or the age of 6. You'll never hear me utter it. I'm literally just like having a debate in terms of what really is the supposed age that people get married in, because at the end of the day, it's never been consistent in history anyway. Even in America and Europe right now, it's different. It's different laws for different states. You understand? So the argument I was coming at was from that angle. Never uttered the age of 6, nor did I utter the age of 9, and never has it been claimed to be a decree. It's a useless argument, fam.
All right. And you know what? I'm gonna come back to the Zulu shot that was thrown a while ago.
I didn't like that either.
No, it wasn't Zulu. I was trying to say. Let me correct that.
Leave it.
Voodoo. Sorry, I was looking for voodoo.
Leave it art thing. All right, cool. You don't see Shango man.
Yeah, leave it for now. We're gonna come back to it, innit? Like we're gonna come back.
Yeah, Ogun actually kills Shango.
We're not pass. You know, Z. We're not gonna make it pass. Yeah. But,
please do. I beg of you, do.
Hold on. I'm gonna come back to it later. What I want to do though is answer the question from another angle, yeah, and that is to say, if I say like people are entitled to not believe quote unquote in quote unquote God, yeah, but then if I look at and basically if you can not believe in quote unquote God and have a moral compass. However, the question also from another angle depends on what your idea or ideal of God is. Yeah. So in the sense of the fact that like, you know, if God is somebody or an entity that gives moral guidance, yeah, to, you know, prophets in books and, you know what I'm saying, them kind of things there, yeah, and whatever, and then there are those who adhere to the guidance and those who don't. You know, you could argue that it's possible for people that are not associated with that tradition to have a moral compass, yeah, for whatever reason. At the same time, if God is life, then it's impossible to have a moral compass without God. You know what I'm saying? Because in the sense now,
what does that mean if God is life?
Yeah. So right. So let's explain it like this. An atheist would say, some atheists say, yeah, based upon conversations that I've seen them have with theists, yeah, that the idea that there is no morality without God is ridiculous because, you know, we don't need a God to tell us that murder is wrong. And you develop the idea that murder is wrong based upon, you know, human interaction and interactions with the world at large, and developing ideals of good and bad and what is wrong and what is right, or what is best for the greatest number of people. Some would say, yeah. So for let's say for lack of a better term, a pantheist, yeah, who sees the creator as manifested in nature, they would learn morally from nature itself. They wouldn't see that as distinct from learning from God.
Lions kill children that don't belong to them. You want to learn from that? Should I bring
we can learn from it, but lions are not the only creatures in nature. So
it's an example. So you pick and choose which creatures in nature to use as an example, is it?
No, that's the point. For a pantheist, you don't choose which you learn from. You learn from nature and draw its abundant lessons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But then, the fact that like your analogy would presume that human beings have the same nature as lions do. So if a human being can learn from a lion,
no, I'm going with your argument. Does it mean if you're gonna learn from nature, then you're gonna learn the bad from nature?
Yes, but you could, but ants gather in large groups. What's it called? And dig and gather food together and eat together. But if we could,
but you're being selective though. I don't have a problem with admitting that you can learn good from nature, but you can also learn bad from nature.
Let him finish.
I'm not being selective. I'm saying that we learn from nature. Nature, the lion is not nature in totality. There is so if we can learn from the lion, then we can also learn from other.
What do you learn from a lion killing other children? What do you learn? How do you apply that to your life? Killing another man's children.
I'm not sure like why you're trying to reduce how the lion
because I'm trying to prevent you from being selective. If you're being selective, then you don't use the word nature.
Sorry, but the fact of the matter is, discernment, what you're calling selective, is actually a law of nature. Things don't happen arbitrarily. Yeah, right. Beings come into creation, with certain natures about them, right? So not all beings in nature act as you're saying the lion acts. You know
I'm not saying that they do, but you're being selective.
No, it's called discernment, bro. Like okay, for example,
why would you learn from one animal and not the other? What's it based on? And why use the overall term nature?
Ahmed, listen carefully. I said
we
can learn from the lion. Learning from the lion doesn't mean imitating and mimicking everything that the lion does. We learn from the lion, but we don't.
So what does learning mean?
We learn from the lion, but we don't walk on all fours. We learn from the lion, but we use words.
So what do you learn?
We use words as opposed to roars. Yeah.
Okay, what do you learn then?
That's what I'm saying. So
what do you learn then?
Let me.
Polygamy and bravery. Polygamy and bravery. That's what we learn from you.
I can't even lie. That is a good answer.
He's the lion of Allah.
Can I just say, because Ahmed's kind of taking me off the point. The point I was actually trying to make is, if you look at it from that perspective, then maybe the answer is no. Yeah, you can't have a moral.
Yeah, Shaka, you stop that. If you look at life, nature in life, and then he interprets.
I feel like you're being like, you know what it is? I think sometimes like.
Oh, by the way, a lion sleeps all day and sends the woman to go and hunt. You want to learn that?
This is what I'm saying. Look, shut up. Like, if you apply the same level of criticism, the emotional response you get would be fucking hilarious in comparison. Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say.
I would go. No, but don't do this defensive thing. Just offensive.
No, I'm really not.
You take the beneficial and you take the beneficial. And you leave what's not beneficial. It's simple.
Yeah, like, bro, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. It was an example in a series. In what's the word, man? It was like you're focusing on the minutia. He was trying to give you a broader understanding of nature, and you just focused on one example. Yeah, one example of.
I said that already, and I.
That's because the example is part of nature.
I take you to.
Why would you use the word nature if you don't want all examples?
So is your morality based on the fact that some people interpret your shit to beat women? Like what?
I take it to be correct, James.
What about this? Every time you catch me, I'm gonna go. What about this?
But you can't.
But let him finish, though. Please let Shaka finish, though.
You kind of did the same thing in it. So I consider you to be correct, James. That if somebody had done something similar in relation to Islam, then the conversation would have been gone left very long ago. Yeah? You know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna do that in it. Yeah, we're not gonna do that in it. All right. What's it called? So yeah, all I was actually, and I'm actually finished my point. All I'm saying is that looking at it from that perspective, yeah, it's impossible to like if nature is the teacher, and the fact of the matter is that when we look at nature, human beings are a part of nature. We're not distinct from and separate from nature. Yeah. Right. So we wouldn't. So if we look at
so where are you learning from?
If we look at the fact, well, I don't know if you would define us outside of nature. And
we're clearly part of nature. So where would you learn from?
So why are you debating that with me? Let's not do that then, innit? Yeah.
I'm not. I just want to know where we're gonna learn from.
I'll give you an example. All right, let me do that. Let's do an example.
Ahmed, let him finish.
Everyone's interested in the atheistic position or criticizing it. I tried to explain it before. You know, all atheism, which you kind of agree with, Ahmed. You're saying that it's all innate and intrinsic. So ultimately, that describes somewhat of a subjective initial perspective. Yeah, an initial. A moral awakening is a subjective one, right? And then you may find objective cues for morality. But I'll give you in a because I see a lot of people in the chat talking about, you know, oh, how do you know if it won't change? Is it morality by numbers? Is it consensus? Whatever. The reality is you would constantly revise your own position. That's introspectively and that's collectively. So collectively, you would argue, is this the moral thing to do? Because listen, there's constantly new things in society, like new questions or new quandaries being posed in society. An example of that would be like this transgenderism thing. And I'll give you my own little sort of moral journey on it. Yeah. Recently, I was in a debate with, I think it was Lady D. Recently, like a few months ago, 6 months ago, something. Lady D and Hassan Saba. And Hassan Saba and Lady D were talking about them bringing in that shit into schools about teaching about transgenderism. I was straight up with Lady D initially because I was like, yeah, like what benefit could it have? And one of the benefits Hassan Saba told me was there are kids. He gave some statistic. I think it was in Canada or the US of kids killing themselves because they got I'm not sure if it's dysphoria or dysmorphia.
Yeah, dysphoria. Yeah.
Dysphoria, okay. And he said he's giving an example of kids killing themselves. So then he reposed. He actually did the same thing to me about vaccines as well. Like if you didn't vaccinate your kid and you got more chance of infecting other kids, and that's another discussion. He said to me then, he was like, so would you rather your kid be educated on something, not bully another child, and then that child not as a result kill themselves? So now he's asking me, do I believe? So now, like I said, I don't like transgenderism, right? But now he's put the question to me, would I want these transgender kids who want to be a man or a woman, or, you know, what? Do I want them to die? I don't want them to die. And then it put into perspective now. So what's the most moral position to take is one of, for me, this is my argument, you don't have to agree with me, is one of inclusivity. I still would be heartbroken if it was my child. I still am kind of disgusted and repulsed by it. But there is a level now of where I've had to revise my moral position and think, I would initially argue that teaching a child about transgenderism is immoral. But then having that discussion, I said, no, it's actually more moral than allowing a child to be bullied because they have, in my opinion, a mental form of psychosis or so. You know,
James, but I think you've developed a false dichotomy though.
Okay, go on, explain.
Right. So I don't, because teaching about transgenderism is not the opposite of children killing themselves because
no. But it colors a decision. It informs a decision.
Yeah. But I'm saying because one could argue that teaching about transgenderism, you could be teaching that it's wrong. You know what I'm saying, or that it's immoral. It doesn't mean that teaching that it's immoral doesn't mean that you're not teaching about it. And it's possible to teach about it being immoral whilst also encouraging tolerance or lack of bullying.
And I don't disagree. I'm showing you a process in which I'm comfortable saying that is a way that someone. So now imagine we could organize a whole village and we all had this discussion and everybody understood what was at stake. We could, in my opinion, that is how I would understand it. From subjective opinions, derive a moral rule, because at the time because listen, morality isn't tangible, right? It's abstraction. So right now it exists in both of our minds, our moral compass. But now he's explained it to me. We've made it objective because now between him and I, we understand what by agreeing that it's wrong for the child to die, right? For example, and then we're working on what's the best case scenario and how to achieve that best case scenario.
Yeah,
moral standard, and then is what we regard going forward as an objective moral standard. Do you understand?
I get that. My only point is that agreeing that the child shouldn't dead is not the same thing as agreeing that the child should change.
No, but it's hard to give you a like most of the main tenets and precepts of morality. We all kind of agree on. You shouldn't kill, you shouldn't whatever, right? So it's hard to like find and give you an example of how it. Because one time Rob asked me and Rob had some insane convo where he was basically saying, if tomorrow science proved pedophilia was right, would you think it was right? And I was like, no, because I don't see any way for them to like. We've vetted that subject to the maximum. Something like a man turning into a woman, we didn't know was even human.
No, but that's the point, though, because all right. So if we look at it biologically, just purely biologically, yeah.
Okay.
That pedophilia is a social designation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. In the sense of the fact that technically speaking, but if we look at it purely biologically, any puberty is the marker for capacity to engage in sexual activity
and attraction, I'd say as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but okay.
No, I would disagree. I would say the marker to engage in sexual activity is your ability to look after your interest, and basically, if you can pay for yourself and look after your interest when it comes to contracts and stuff like that, then you're good to go. Other than that, you're a child.
This is why I said purely biologically speaking. Yeah. What you've just defined is social.
Fair enough.
Right. So I'm saying purely biologically speaking, that's the marker. But socially, we develop modes of operating and behaving towards one another based upon how we understand the psychological social development, especially as regards to the societies in which we live. You know what I'm saying? So we develop more, and these are not wrong either, yeah, because they are based upon nature as well, because age and aging is a part of nature. So you develop social modalities and norms and laws in order to complement these things, right? That's what I'm saying. When we use the term like pedophilia, or let's say, or it is wrong for a 60-year-old man to marry a 12-year-old, even if that 12-year-old is of puberty age, or has gone through puberty, has their periods regularly, so on and so forth. It's because of the social dynamics involved in that, and stage of life, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So we don't just use what's it called? What's that guy in? Well, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say anyway, in at least in that much in that part.
Yeah, but like I said, I was clutching at straws, but it's difficult because listen, the gut reaction is when someone criticizes you that you can't agree with objective morality, whatever. Ultimately, their whole framework is based on a special plea to a magical creator of dimensions. So I have to assume now that there is this dichotomy in which I have to play nice and pretend that what they're saying is factual in any sense.
This is the thing, though, in the sense of the fact that like from me, my perspective, yeah, like the criteria is what is natural, if that makes sense, or what we understand to be natural.
Why are you positive natural? What's natural?
Because I'm dealing with a nature-based analysis, in it. Yeah. So like, for example, it is immoral to pollute the ocean in my consciousness.
It's immoral, did you say?
Yeah, it's immoral to pollute the ocean.
Why?
Because because of the function that the ocean plays in the preservation of life. Yeah, and I should be more specific and say it is immoral to pollute the ocean for things like financial gain.
So wait. Can I just say one thing, guys? Yeah, because we're talking about this morality thing a lot. Mm-hmm. Is there anything? Can you have anything without consequence or accountability?
Pardon?
Can you claim anything? Can you claim to represent anything if there is no consequence or accountability behind that thing you claim to represent?
I'm not 1 second. Valley. Okay. Shifa, go ahead.
Did you get what I'm saying, James?
Shaka,
did you get the question?
No. If Shaka understands, he can answer, and then maybe I'll understand from Shaka.
Shaka, did you get the question?
Yeah. I'm saying consequence is the law of nature. Oh, what Isa got? Okay,
but do you agree? But do you agree that if you claim to represent anything, you can only represent something if there is consequences or accountability behind your representation, or else your representation is merely a claim? Is that fair?
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I'm lost.
You'd agree with that, right? Okay, cool. All right, cool. If you don't believe in Judgment Day,
yeah,
then why should we believe that you have morality? Like, where's the accountability or consequence for your lack of morality?
Good question, man.
but that argument works within the context of an Abrahamic religious framework.
Yeah, like yeah.
Why?
Hold on. You're
The idea that we need fear of punishment in the afterlife in order.
But you just hold on. A minute ago, you agreed that consequences and accountability is a must.
Hold on.
Superimpose burning in hell for eternity as the consequence. And
I haven't discussed that. I haven't discussed burning in hell. Shaka, be fair. Shaka, all I'm saying is this. Shaka, 1 second. All I'm saying is this. You said consequence and accountability is a must. You agreed to that. So even if I take away, please let me finish. Even if I take away Judgment Day, even if I take that away, what is how even if I take that away, where or what is the accountability or consequence for your morals or lack thereof? Your morals or lack thereof.
So hold on. The reason
good question.
Hold on. The reason there's a false narrative there is because you're assuming that there is no consequence other than that of Allah. Yeah, but there is,
which is why I'm asking you.
Hold on, right.
So what is the consequences you face, James Jones?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. There's people that don't believe it. Hold on.
You're done at it today, fam. You're done at. You're so done today. But yeah. James Jones, I got a better question for you, my brother. Yeah? I got a better question for you.
Shifa, let him finish.
I'm gonna let him finish. I'm sorry.
I beg you mute when you do this cackling. Can you mute while you do it? What I'm saying is that's assuming that there is no, so that only some spiritual realm can affect true accountability and or consequence, because there is invariably consequences. Some people believe in, for example, right? Some people believe in karma, so they're completely atheistic. They don't believe in God, but they believe in a force in the same sense. There's, the four.
What the fuck is that?
Hold on. So they believe in the same universal. They believe in the same universal forces, like particle, a strong nuclear reaction, strong nuclear force, gravity. They believe in forces, right? And they believe karma is one of those forces. Well, that has an equal.
Why?
Actually, a Newtonian principle, which is highly scientific, is there's an opposite.
You just changed the word God to karma.
Wait.
Hey, it's okay. Let him finish. Please, Ahmed.
There is an equal opposite reaction.
To let a man finish saying what he's saying. I don't understand.
No. For every action, there is a Newtonian principle. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. For example, someone could apply that to their own to their own life in sort of a manifest it like sort of karmically. There will be an equal. If I'm rude to this homeless man, there will be an equal, and they can observe that in their life, right? They can have superstition. None of that necessarily has to be as a result of a deity or a god, right? So that the premise is false. But even if that premise were to be true, for example, you could develop a kind of concept of exactly what I was going to get with Shaka if me and him carried on, but of enhancing pleasure and reducing pain collectively. That kind of idea of like, I want everybody to have the best life they can. How do we measure best life? We measure it by the amount of pleasure in relation to how much pain they have, right? And
why should anyone care?
Because that is the concept of what pleasure is, isn't it? Pleasure is
but why should I care about the collective good?
I'm trying to explain to you. Look, I'm saying.
Let me answer it. James, let me answer it.
Go on.
Let me answer it. Yeah. Okay. First of all, your original question is adhere to something, and they cannot adhere to it properly unless there are consequences and accountability. Yeah. Right. So within that context, yes. So if somebody claims to be a Muslim or Christian, and within that system, there are systems of accountability for being able to claim that identity or claim adherence to that ideology, and also there are consequences for going against the codes of that ideology. That makes sense. Yeah. So when you say afterlife now, it presumes that everybody has the same concept of an afterlife and what that means. Yeah.
I decided to take that all out.
And I'm saying, yeah, that's fine. So, but I'm gonna answer your question in relation to it still, yeah. So let's say
but why? If I decided to remove that,
all right, I'll answer via removing it. So if we pollute, using my example from before, water is one of the sources on the planet Earth that sustains our life. The consequence of polluting the water is that we reduce the extent to which we will be able to sustain and perpetuate our life.
But what if you want to die? What if your time is running out or you've got enough water? Why should you care about anyone else?
Because oh
my
God. This question is befuddling in my head. The reality is, so
it's like,
yeah. When I didn't know
what's the question?
The question is Shaka spoke about the greater good. I'm trying to figure out, what is your motivation? Why do you need to care about the greater good? Why do you need to care about anyone but your immediate?
Listen, survival. Have you heard? Hold on. Procreation requires what? A viable mate. It requires your child's survival.
That's why I specifically said other than your immediate.
I know. Wait.
I excluded that.
Man, shut the fuck up, bro. Because someone's answering you. What's wrong with you? What is wrong?
You're not answering me though.
Proper irritating me, man. Seriously. All right, cool. Procreation. These bioevolutionary functions require what? They require what's the concept? A village to raise a child, right? So if it makes sense in the immediate to first take care of your family, then it makes sense then to take care of your village, because the village will take care of your family. What do we have now? We have these urban conurbations all over the world. We have the ability to travel to different locations. So it's the same. The care principle is the same. I think Richard Dawkins spoke about it when he said at first it was, you recognize your family, and that's why you're courteous and polite to your family, and then you extend it to the village, and then now because of the environment or the sort of the geographical and topographical settings of the world now, and the fact that we can travel all over the world, it makes more sense now to be kind to everybody you meet, because they could all essentially end up being your family in the same way
that's provided. You're still talking about your interest. You're not talking about morality. You're talking about the fact that you could, hold on, wait, I'll let you finish. Let me finish. You're talking about the fact that you could potentially travel to other countries, or they could come to you. You're talking about your interest. You're not talking about morality, because what you're saying is, well, let me finish. What you're saying is equivalent to saying that if you do not need to go to a particular destination, if you have no interest in a particular destination, then there is absolutely there's absolutely no motivation. Let me finish, bro. There is no motivation. You got, bro. You argue when people don't let you finish, but then you do the same thing. But then you do the same thing. You do the same thing. What kind of hypocrisy is this? What kind of hypocrisy is this,
man? All right, James Jones, answer this question. I don't know if you can see my camera. You were crying a minute
ago.
But my guys, can you see the moon on my camera? Yeah, above Sainsbury's on this side, right in front of me. Yeah, directly behind me. I got the sun directly behind me. James Jones, explain.
I'm
done.
Stop. Go on,
my guy. But anyways, going back to what I was saying. Yeah, we understand that human beings will look after their interest, but the question of morality is literally opposite to interest. We are talking about when it has absolutely nothing to do with your interest. Why should you care about the harm that happens to other people or the improvement that happens to other people if it doesn't affect your interest? Don't conflate the two.
All right, can I?
He don't care. He only cares about himself.
Can I just finish?
I got to ask a question at this point. Sorry, quickly. Yeah.
Go on.
I need you to substantiate argument. Yeah.
No, don't speak for ages. Let me say what I'm saying, please. Let me ask it just quickly. When I say
Shaka, I need you to substantiate talking to the animals.
When I say it's a bioevolutionary function, I mean, like it makes sense. So because there is a benefit, a biological benefit, we will see people in our immediate family and the people in our village as our family, and then ultimately you can, given the fact that we sort of intermix now in the world, we can extend that to the rest of the world. So
why
argue with you? Listen. I'm not going to argue with you that at the very end, maximizing collective pain, maximizing collective pleasure as a sort of end goal for analyzing or assessing our morality. I'm not going to argue that it doesn't have at its core a selfish survival mechanism. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. That's fine. If you think that is a net negative, to have a survival instinct inbuilt in you, and the fact that everything is a result of maximizing your chances of survival and your pleasure.
I didn't say it's a negative. I said that's got nothing to do with morality.
But if that was ever to be your argument,
I agree. Nothing to do with morality.
I wouldn't even argue with you on these kind of topics. I wouldn't. I would. No. Listen. Stop talking. If you're asking why or what is holding us accountable, these are the responses we'll get. That's what we're focused on. So you argue the fact that your God cares about everybody and it's objective and objective.
He does.
fine, no problem. That's fine. What we're saying is, you're saying you cannot be, and I'm showing you, no, this is the way that you can. This is the way that you can be held accountable. This is the reason why you'd be held accountable. That's what we're doing.
No, you won't be held accountable. You only be held accountable to the people you care about.
Let Shaka go, because I cut him off. I'm sorry. Let him go.
Yeah, because but first of all, we need to provide justification for the idea that self-interest has nothing to do with moral judgment. Yeah, I don't think that's a plausible argument, even from a religious perspective, because the guy to tell me that, and what is self-interest? What is the idea that doing good helps me to get to heaven? Other than that isn't. I am doing good in order to ensure that the Most High Allah lets me into heaven, Jannah, as opposed to condemns me to hell, Jahannam. Yeah. So I need an explanation.
We're just playing what about. That's all you're doing is what about.
Hold on, Maverick. You said that earlier.
They're confused. Doing good benefits others.
Hold on. Maverick said when a Muslim,
other than just yourself, your selfish needs and your selfish things.
I need an explanation as to why self-interest is totally divorced and separate from morality.
Because it doesn't do anything for anyone else other than yourself and the people who you care about. What about the rest of us? So that's a very selfish way to think. It's a very selfish way to live. When you deal with the Most High, you have to be selfless, and that's the only way.
Ask Maverick that same question, because Maverick earlier said if a Muslim is being immoral, he said if a Muslim, listen to this statement. He said if a Muslim is being immoral, he would come to him and say, brother, think of your creator. Wait for it. Think of Judgment Day.
Yeah,
is that not selfish?
But sorry, can I just...
Well, hold on.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Acting in self-interest and acting selfishly is not the same thing.
They are the same thing.
They're not the same thing, because we act in our own self-interest every day without being selfish.
Yeah, but fact of the matter is, wait, Shifa, they're still not talking about morality. They're playing whataboutery and they're milking the self-interest. It's nothing to do with morality.
Maverick, they can't play this game.
Let me give you an example of morality. Let me give you an example of morality. I'll give you an example of morality. A theist, a theist, for example, wait 1 second, man.
No,
just 1 second, bro. I'll give you an example. All right, go ahead.
You're not answering my question. I'm asking you to
what is your question?
The idea that that morality does not take into consideration self-interest, that these are two separate and distinct things that are not related to each other, and if we're dealing with morality, then we cannot be considering self-interest in any way, shape, or form. You need to substantiate the argument.
I can substantiate it for you, because it wouldn't be self-interest in relation to, just dealing with my self-interest, no matter how it affects others. And when you're dealing with these atheist ways of thinking, that's how you look. You don't care how it affects others.
Let me grab this one up. Let me grab this one up. Let me grab this one up, because what's happening?
Let me understand that. That's self-interest. So when we say that a collective, no, hold on. When we can say that a collective benefit, for example, benefits you as well. Yeah, that isn't selfish in as much as that you're interested in yourself. So you want everybody to do good because that will help you do good. If you want everybody, hold on.
Let me give you an example.
You do good. That's selfishness. That's I want success irrespective.
Let me. Sorry, I'll give you an example, James, if I may. Today, Today, can you hear me? Today I went shopping.
Yeah.
All right. I bought food for my family. I too will eat that food.
You know what? Today I went shopping, and I bought food for me and my family, and I also bought food for the animals and the wildlife in the park. And I went and threw out.
All right, wait. I think it's my turn now. I've been waiting for a while now, man. Just one minute.
My bad, my brother.
Are you done now? Can I come in now, Shaka?
Go through, my brother.
All right, cool. I will answer the question. That's not a problem. Now, morality and self-interest need not be, they don't need to be connected. And I'll tell you why. The reason it doesn't need to be connected is because
morality could sometimes demand that you go against your interest for the sake of others. That's what morality
Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired.
No.
That's what morality can demand from you.
No.
You guys can't do that.
James, let me do it. James, sorry, 1 second.
Big up, Maverick.
I'd agree with you. However, that's not the statement that you made. You said that self-interest is not morality. That's what you said.
It's not. Well, self-interest is clearly not morality. Hold on. Self-interest is clearly not morality if my morality demands that I go against my self-interest. Clearly, one of the two is not the same, is it?
That is a different.
Hey, Maverick, you won. Maverick, you win.
I know I have, bro.
That is a different statement, yeah, to the idea that sometimes morality will cause you to have to act.
But you don't even have to. The fundamental.
That is a poor argument.
Hold on.
Maverick, you've already won. Maverick, you hit them with a fatality just now.
If somebody's idea, if someone's impression of themselves is that they are a moral person, then it is always within their interest, even if it appears on the face of it to go. So, for example, like let's say you got a child, right? And let's say
what is a moral person?
For example, so let's say you have a child, and let's say your legacy is of the most importance to you. And you've got now, you're starving, rationing it's post-apocalyptic, some dystopic future, and you got one meal or like one apple, and it's who eats it, you or your child, and you give it to your child. That is, as far as in a literal observation, you would say, yeah, I mean that's going against your self-interest, your self-interested sustenance. However, if your legacy is paramount to you, then actually, if anything, giving your child the food, snubbing yourself is in your.
But you're still dealing with yourself because that's your child.
You're still talking. Yes, exactly.
There's no excuse. There is no excuse, James Jones. You're making excuses. Maverick, you hit them with the fatality move. They can't take it.
This is my last point. What's happening is there are threads that you lot are not following. And I don't know if you're too simple-minded, or I'm not sure if you're being intentionally.
Let's not throw insults out there.
It can't be you, and James. It has to be us. It can't be you.
You with the finisher move. Don't get upset.
Please, yeah. What I'm saying is you're not intentional. I've given you the understanding of, let's say, the bioevolutionary function of let's say like kindness or something, or being kind to your neighbor, being kind to your fellow man, and there's a clear reason for it, and you reduce all of that to self-interest. And I'm saying fine, but we can reduce all types of morality to self-interest in the sense that self-perception, helping other people in a way of getting residuals from that in long term. If we can reduce it all down to it, then that should be the level, that the frequency that we're speaking on. So now I'm saying everything you could make an argument for that is not self-interest, somebody could argue that is a self-interest. Argue like unless you're saying,
oh wait, okay,
don't make you right.
Wait, Shifa, another example, that another thing that I want you guys to notice what they're doing is they're trying to say that religious people are only motivated by A, fear of hell, or B, what's the call again, the acquiring of paradise. Now that's a clear cut. Now wait, hold on. There's one thing you're forgetting, because
the betterment of humanity.
So-called religious people don't have to accept these religions. They don't have to believe in these books. But we do because we agree with the content. We agree with God. You understand? And the reason we do what we do is because we are grateful to God. Because we're grateful to God. Something you can't imagine.
This guy's retarded.
Big up, brother Maverick. You see how they want to keep talking over you, my brother. The fact of the matter is, you hit them with the finishing move. My brother, you hit them with the finishing move. You know when in Mortal Kombat, when they rip the skeleton out of the body, they're dead at it. They're finished. Now, James Jones. I got a question for you. James Jones.
What's an apostasy law, Shifa? What's an apostasy law? What is that?
Listen, we don't care.
The so-called apostasy law is hadith. What's what he does? He runs for hadith.
What is that, Shifa?
He runs for Buki hadith.
What is that? What does it mean? You know what it means?
He's running for Buki hadith.
Your big words mean nothing.
Shifa, from this day forward, you're a fraud if you don't answer my question. What's an apostasy?
Listen, from this day forward, you're a fraud because you can't answer my question. Why is the sun out in front of me and the moon out behind me?
You haven't asked it. I've asked mine.
Why is the sun out in front of me and why is the moon out behind me? Explain that.
Conversation.
Because the sun's reflecting off the moon. What's an apostasy law?
The sun's reflecting off of the moon. Are you sure about this, son?
Law? I answered your question. Answer mine. What's an apostasy law?
What's an apostasy law?
Yeah.
He gets that. Wait, Shifa, let me bring you in. Shifa, let me bring you in.
No,
he gets that from books that were written 600 years after the Prophet. Since he can't handle the Quran, he's trying to ad hominize the Prophet, bro. Don't fall for this game. He's looking for ad hominems.
James Jones, I don't know and I don't care to know. There's the answer to it.
Well said.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Shaka, man. Shaka, 1 second, please, bro. An apostasy law is a law where if you do not believe in the God, yeah, if you do not believe in the religion, the state religion, yeah, then you can be. There will be punitive measures, but some of which are execution.
And when was those books? And when was those books written, James? That you so badly want to associate with Islam?
I beg you, shut up.
When were they written?
So do you
when were they written, James? When were those books written?
Let him say his thing. Let him say his thing.
Bullshit about Islam,
Let him say his thing because he's trying to say something. Let me hear him.
So you agreed with my man. You agreed with my man when he made that point about some people don't need to believe in religion, but there are countries where if you do not believe in religion, or if your parents raised you the religion and you try to leave the religion, you may be murdered, executed. The fear of death.
But that's subjective.
Now he's looking for sensationalism. Wait, Shifa, I want you guys to notice this. Wait, guys.
Shut up, man. Shifa, you're right, man. You're righteous, man. What do you think about that? Can you agree again with what he's saying now that you know that there are countries that actually practice this?
When they couldn't handle the logical argument,
let me answer him. Let me answer him. James Jones. There is good and bad in everything. I'm not saying that every religious person and every set of people that practice religion are morally correct and are doing it.
Well said.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
Well said.
That's my
Not only that, guys, wait, Shifa, I want you to pay attention, yeah? Because they've run out of intellectual arguments. Now they're basically now they're trying to sensationalize it. Oh my God, people do this. Oh my God, how can people say this? Oh my God. They're like, you know when a chick can't keep up with your reason, what does she do? When a chick can't keep up with your reason, what does she do?
She lies.
James. She tries to dramatize it.
Just like James Jones said, the moon is reflecting off of the sun on the other side of the world. But hold on, if the world is spherical, I can't see the other side of the world. So why are they on opposite sides of the sky? Explain
Shifa, I'm just gonna leave you with this, yeah. When girls can't reason anymore, they start to attack you, the person, and they start to dramatize the situation. These men are doing the exact same thing.
Speak, please.
Come on, you hit him with the finishing move.
Exact same thing, bro. Female tendencies, man.
Let Shaka, go ahead, Shaka.
Oh, female, bro, you're sweating right now, you dickhead, bro. What are you talking about?
James,
Shaka, go ahead.
No personal attacks. No personal attacks.
James, come on, bro. I've always run rings around you. Every single time.
Come on, don't let the finishing move hurt you that bad, because I lost the street fight. I didn't start crying and calling people names.
Hold on. The whole internet. Like, don't say.
I'd like to be respected because I respected everybody in the panel.
Cool.
I'll be back anyway, man. Peace.
Shakara, you're being respectful. I'm just saying, James Jones, there's no need to start throwing disses, man. Sometimes you lose, my brother.
You're not going to address him calling me a girl, you idiot. Man. Shut up.
All right, well, don't diss James Jones neither, Maverick. Don't call no one no names. There's no need for that, man. Come on, man. We're being intellectual, aren't we? You know, I ain't calling no one names, but James, he came with a really strong argument. That's going to be real hard to...
Tell us.
No, he didn't. Not at all. Not at all. Like, you just hype up stuff just is contrary to what you believe. Stop.
What did he say? What did he say that was intellectual? What was the argument? Tell us right now. What was it?
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. You said the sun is reflecting off of the moon on the other side of the world. This is the same guy who says that the world is spinning on the axis and you can't see the other side of the world. That's enough. That's enough for me right now. That is enough. That's enough.
Let everyone know this. This is the reason that Shipper will never be a moderator for nothing, because he's a fraud. Look how biased he is.
I'm a fraud, but hold on. You think you've got any type of morality by being an atheist? You think you're answering to anything? He's proven to you the only thing you answer to is yourself. If you really want to know why it is that he hit you with the finishing move, he's proven to you the only thing you answer to is yourself. You're a selfish guy. You're a selfish you. No one cares what you got to say, my brother. We don't need to throw attacks at you, my brother. But what you're proving, you said yourself, the only thing you're answering to as an atheist is yourself. You don't answer to nothing. You don't care about nothing morally. All you care about is benefiting you and yours, innit?
Yeah, all right, bro.
Simple and plain. And he's
Shifa, don't run. We got somebody, Veli, we got somebody in the back chat. He's trying to come in. So Shifa, don't go nowhere. You're in trouble now. EX trying to.
I'm never in trouble. The Most High will always protect me. I'm never in trouble.
I know. I trust you, Shifa.
No, Shifa. You know what Shifa is? I ain't gonna lie. Shifa is evidence of God because Shifa has a brain that has been touched by God, bro. You've had a fucking lobotomy. There's no way you can. You've never won an argument on here once. You never won an argument on here once. What are you talking about?
Never. I've never won an argument.
We got so dead.
Your arguments are so dead. You're so dead. Your argument should even be classed as an argument, for real.
Hey, what's with the passer, man? What's with the passer, man?
I don't know, man. There's no passer. I'm just saying James Jones said that the world is not flat and the world is spherical, yeah? And you can't see through this spherical world. But I can see the moon on one's in front of me and the sun behind me.
In comparison to the sun? Does he know how big the moon is in comparison to the sun? Like,
listen, how big is the moon in comparison? You tell me how big it is. Come on, you're the science muffins.
Listen, you Native American, yeah? You're banned from talking about this subject. Did you not hear? Yes, you're banned from this.
I'm banned from talking. I'm not banned from that. You're banned from it. You're banned from it because you can't answer the question.
You're banned.
All you want to do is use
hold your ban in silence, bro. Hold it in silence.
You're banned. You're banned. You're done out here. After the people them listening, you know what's
James.
You know this guy's got no explanation. You're done out here. You're done. You're finished. Kaput.
Okay. James. How can a person out here, right, say that a person is done out here and has never actually won a single argument?
Because this is my brother. I've won arguments with you. I've won arguments with James. I've done everything I need to do to show that you guys are not very intellectual. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And the only way you can win an argument is with insults. That's the only way you can win an argument. That's the only thing you can do. Keep throwing insults, lads. Keep throwing insults and going on mute. Go ahead.
When you first, he's a waffler. Let me do both of these man in one. He's a waffler.
No, quickly, Kai. Yeah, try and catch me up as well, man. Kai.
Yeah, I'll do it. 1 second. He said one time, you're an intelligent you. Like I know you've been to university. Like do your research. So dead out here. Yeah, I've never said that about you. You said that about me. And Ahmed one night, hand on my heart, word to God, I will bring a fucking witness to this effect. Said he wasn't a Muslim. Just because he's such a dickhead that I was giving him an example of labels, and I'm saying labels that people put.
Maybe he goes with the insults again. Just thought you're such a dickhead.
Shut up and go on mute. He said, I don't use labels.
Shut up and go on mute. Don't call people dickheads. Don't throw insults, James Jones. Remember the rules of the channel. Okay, son? Remember the rules.
Yeah, right. You're right. I take that back, yeah? He said, yeah, he don't accept labels. I said, Bob, what do you mean? That's a dumb thing about you don't accept labels. Like, what? Are you not a Muslim? He said, I don't consider myself a Muslim. This is how stupid Ahmed is. That is how stupid of a person.
Who said this?
I was doing Hassan Saba. Don't piss me off on a private on Dan's thing. He said, I'm not a Muslim. When I said everybody falls into categories of labels, innit? I was like, everybody falls into categories of labels, yeah? And he was like, and he thought he was so smart. He was like, for example, I can't remember what he asked.
No, it'd be interesting to see what he means by that though. But yeah, he comes back later. But yeah, anyway, carry on.
No, I won't lie. He said afterwards, as in, if all these other people are Muslims, I'm not like them, so I'm not a Muslim. He tried to worm his way out of it.
Oh, right, in that sense. Yeah. No, that makes more sense. Yeah.
The question was this. The question was, he said, I don't use labels. And I said, but you're a Muslim, though. That's a label in it. And he said, no, I'm not.
No, I agree with you. I think we're getting stuck on a point just because of what's been happening.
I'm saying you cannot say that these people win arguments. Just to win an argument, man will lie on his own belief. That's how stupid it is. Like, it's so dumb, bro. But yeah, go on. What's been going on?
James Jones, can I say something, please?
Go true.
I'm upset. Mavic hit me, finish, move, it's disrespect.
Okay, so James, I wanted to talk to you about something because there was something else that Kashifa said he once outwitted me. And I'm trying to figure out when.
I haven't seen it.
No, not once. Every single time. Not once. Every time. This is why you guys get so upset.
So James, I want to start with the first subject. James, I like to start with the first subject. The first subject was about the Hebrew Israelites. His answer was to show me an Assyrian king and said, because the Assyrian king was oppressing people that had curly and coarse hair, then that was a clue that the Black people in the Americas and the Caribbean were Israelites. But then he also said the same night that he cannot prove, that no one can prove that the Israelites, that the Americans the African American, the Afro Caribbeans are Israelites. Then, but he said though,
shall I save you time, bro? The only person he's ever beat up, and I have to be fair, he did.
That's not actually what
He's beat up Shamsi, and that's about it.
I said. But
I haven't seen anyone else.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let you not be in your feelings. Yeah, I know you're in your feelings. We know you're upset.
All right.
Shit for kill you on the show is
beat up Shamsi. I'll give you that. He beat up Shamsi.
Yeah, I do.
Beat up Shamsi. That's a fact. He definitely beat Shamsi up. I haven't seen any other victories. If you you may have other victories. If you remind me, I'll be honest.
Flawless victory.
I have any yeah, I haven't seen. Yeah, I don't know. But you're right. You're right though. All the swearing I did. Ahmed is retarded. I'm not gonna ever remove that. He is retarded.
Yeah.
You keep cutting me. Gee, I don't know why.
This is how This is how we determine the winners and the losers. The losers are always getting upset, want to throw insults about the place. They're raising their voice and stuff and getting all angry and that. The rest of us are just relaxed. You know, we're cool. We know.
No, but you know what? I'll be honest with you. You've never. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this is charity. Like you've never been this much smarter than someone, so you wouldn't know how it feels. But because I'm so much smarter than someone like Ahmed, like he's just so dumb and passionate that those two irritate the fuck out of me.
James,
It's like
Jones, self-praise is now praise at all.
All right, fine.
How
But
does it feel?
feel?
How does it feel? How does it feel?
Hey, like he's
last night you were arguing you're a better rapper than Jay-Z. Like, be serious. Be fucking serious.
You hear me?
Yo.
Yeah. Go on, E. Go on.
Well done.
But on that
Listen,
last
yeah.
thing though, man, come on, man. That was open and shut, man. I don't even know how you lot made that even seem like, man, that they was even talking like they won, man. To me, that was clear, man. Like the argument was moved like very far in. It went from something was never happening to sometime, and like with the morality thing and self-interest.
What's the argument?
Like basically, he was saying that morality and self-interest are not connected, and then it changed to sometimes and if. And even like religious perspectives were brought up, right? Like if you even to the point where pleasing God, right? That's like in your own interest, right? That's something that you want to happen, right? So anything you do that you consider moral would be pleasing God, so that would be in your self-interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even
wait, hold on. This is interesting. No, one second. This is interesting. All right, cool. Let's put a pin in that conversation. Leave that one there. But on this point, yeah, I don't see them as in conflict. What I would say is that morality and self-interest do kind of overlap. But what you have with let's say my type of morality is a distinguishing factor, because when you have self-interest tied to morality, that is to say, that which serves you becomes moral, yeah? Where's the checks and balances on that? That's the question.
No.
I think this is what they're trying to get, isn't it?
No. But this is what I'm saying, yeah. But what he failed to realize, and this is what I was saying about, I used your term actually about he wasn't following the thread, which was I gave him an example of sort of what's the word, man? Like the maximizing of pleasure and minimizing pain collectively, right? So ultimately, at first, when you first your first concept of morality will be in the sense of limiting, what's right and wrong ultimately can be reduced to, maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain, for example. Yeah. And then I said, but then you see a benefit of applying that collectively. And that's how you achieve an objective standard, because it's what is beneficial for us. What minimizes the most pleasure what maximizes the most pleasure and minimizes the most pain collectively. But then his understanding of
wait, hold on. Before you go on to his understanding, wait. On that, who gets to decide what is the greater good?
This is what I'm saying. No,
when you scale it up into society, maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain.
Yeah.
When you scale that up, who's the arbiter?
That's what I'm saying, a collective. So, for example,
no, I'm asking you in your view. So you're saying
I'm saying like a village. So, for example, let's take like a village, for example, right? Let's use it at a small scale. I'm saying that morality is the minimizing and maximizing of pleasure and pain as it relates to the individual is entirely subjective initially, right? But then to understand a way in which you can maximize your pleasure and minimize your pain within through interaction, within the framework of like a village or something, comes to everybody. I don't like this. I like this. I don't like this. And then imagine there's going to be consensus on areas that are not like niche subjects, right? It's going to be like, rape is wrong, murder, killing is murder if it's done like this, so on and so forth, right? Then you derive from your initial minimizing, maximizing pleasure and pain for yourself, the subjective view. You're going to attain now some kind of objective standard. His argument to that is either morality by numbers, or ultimately it's just your self-interest. Basically, he's just going to dismiss any kind of objective derivation. He's just going to dismiss it because he's got a god. He's got magic in the sky, and the fact that magic in the sky exists means he can always say it's not just for me, it's for them. That's really what the argument comes down to, and that's why. And he can't follow the thread.
Wait. This idea, the idea that good and evil can be reduced to pleasure and pain is something that needs to be also moral. It needs to be challenged. It needs to be actually debated. We can't just assume that pleasure and pain equates to good and evil, because clearly, obviously, like that's not agreed upon. I mean, you can imagine scenarios where you can imagine scenarios where that's not the case.
Yeah, of course you can. But this, like, I'll give you a real crude example. Is like, good. Maybe the pleasure would be drinking all the liquor in the world, right? Let's say if you like alcohol, whatever. All the liquor in the village. But if you yourself drink all the liquor, then no one else would have liquor. Maybe by the next time they produce it, someone else is going to take it upon themselves to drink all the liquor. And then there'll be no liquor for you. So you get a lot of liquor one time and not a lot of liquor the next time, and so on and so forth. Now everybody wants to have a go at the liquor, and then you don't get anything. So you see that rationing the liquor that one day is beneficial for you, because then you get it every single week. Now you could argue that no, it's just the right thing to do. But I would argue that the reason we know it's the right thing to do is because of that process. And that, which brings it down to the initial argument from the top of the day before I left, which was, can the scientific method be applied to ethics? So the scientific method may be ethical, but can you apply it to ethics, or can you apply it to morality? And I'm saying yes, because through that kind of experimentation.
No, hold on. The scientific method isn't ethical. That's the point. It's been made to be ethical through editing, the process of the scientific method. We only need to mention eugenics and things of that nature to show how the scientific method, quote unquote, is not objectively ethical. That's why he even had to introduce ethics. That's why he had to introduce ethics into the scientific method. Whether it's applied to psychology or otherwise. You get me? So you had proper unethical studies like Zimbardo's study psychology time ago, but obviously that couldn't run today, for example.
Ziriab. The only problem with what James Jones is saying, is it's still subjective, and men.
One sec though, Shiva. One sec though. I wanted to get out there. The point about good and evil and how that relates to morality, and specifically how what we're talking about is the way in which what's deemed to be good and evil, which is translated as morality, the propensity towards that or of that to conflate virtues. And what I mean by that is this: basically, in Europe, for example, we had Christian values in this country, which was based on Christian values, like, for example, the opposite of greed, right? Being charitable, for example. Things of this nature, innit? Which have been reversed, like if we focus on greed, for example, as a virtue in today's society. And it's a virtue because of the quote unquote pleasure, or kind of pleasure that it supposedly gives to people. Now what I'm saying is, we've all been sold this lie that the wealth will trickle down economics and all of that, but when you keep it, that's not the scenario. And so what I mean about inversion of values is ultimately when you have a morality that is predicated on a collective vision, that collective vision, quote unquote, is always going to be susceptible to kind of manipulation by a specific elite, by a specific elite, which makes their interest the popular interest. And that's what we're living in today. Abstractions aside, we're living. I'm going to finish with this. we live in a society today where the kind of the benefits that are kind of only allotted to a certain group within, let's say, the global society are made out to be in the interests of everyone else. You get me? And therefore made to be like virtuous. And we only need to look at, for example, World Bank, IMF structural readjustment, how it's posed as beneficial to the countries that they're giving it to. So you can take all this money and all these policies are going to be beneficial for your society. And obviously we know now with hindsight that's not been the case.
All right, I just want to say one thing before my battery dies, yeah? The fact of the matter still remains, yeah? When we deal with the Most High's laws and the Most High's teachings alone, and we take the men and the people out of it and their opinions out of it, we can find morality and we can find something which will benefit all of humanity and benefit everyone. When we're dealing with these atheists and their subjective ways of thinking, at the end of the day, the moment it doesn't benefit them, it's not good enough. You know, everything is now subjective, and it is only the few who will benefit from their way of thinking. Bottom line. So how can that be morality? It will never be morality. It will always be selfishness. So I'm done talking. I'm gonna jump off until my battery recharges. But I'm sure you lot got your own opinions. And James Jones, like, I got no disrespect for you. I hear where you're coming from. I think you made a good try, but I think the finishing move that Ziri Abdi hit you with an even worse finisher there. Like, the finishing moves are just coming from everywhere right now.
Yeah, big up, Schiff. Big up.
All right, good. He's leaving, so just let him get out of here. He said his piece.
All right, brothers. All right, brothers.
You know the point.
Brothers. I think the American schooling, yeah, I think they need to up their vocabulary. They need to up their flipping. What's the thing? The grades. They need to up all of it, fam. Because you lot seem to have some very poor education out there. Like, the system ain't
right,
working.
man. Thank you so much for
real
your
poor education out there, man. But my brother, I'm glad.
Bring it back to the conversation. See, the point about pleasure, associating pleasure and pain with good and evil. Yeah, that's pretty much a recent phenomenon. Insofar as in the modern, obviously. But one second. I'm saying it's a fundamentally liberal position. Right, and it comes from the ideas of Hobbes and Locke and Hume and even Jeremy Bentham, where they have this utilitarian approach to morality.
No, that is where that's from. It's a utilitarian approach. Yes, it's Bentham.
Right, man. That's okay. So now that we're on the same page, 1 minute.
Valley, let Robin.
Are you talking or what?
Yeah. I'm trying.
Now that we're on the same page with utilitarianism, as we're talking about that, this is what I was getting. I'm saying that utilitarianism, just like any other morality, basis of morality, it is subject to manipulation. And the example of it being subject to manipulation, this utilitarian approach, would be in today, an example would be in structural adjustment policies, which have been rolled out from the 70s until today, would actually still be rolled out, where developing nations are handed out loans by the IMF and the World Bank, and you have policies, the neoliberal policies, which is geared towards austerity, geared towards one second. Geared towards like a stripping of public services and all that when it comes to these developing countries. Yeah. And the point here is, linking it all together, is that the propaganda that is associated with these loans, these development loans, is that it's beneficial for these developing countries. Now, as I said to you earlier, now we know today that it's not beneficial. So that would be an example, just a quick one, of how a utilitarianism can be, and even, you know, the neoliberal kind of economic model that we're living under can be subject to manipulation.
I don't know, but I don't understand what you're saying, because so flesh that out for me more. You're saying that the collective maximizing of pleasure and the collective minimizing of pain somehow supports.
Yeah, watch me flesh it out. I'm going to flesh it out. So the supposed collective maximizing of pleasure, as has been touted, in the modern age, even to make it simpler, since the 70s, is that corporations get rich, right? Trickle down economics, basically, as has been encapsulated in Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
Yeah, trickle down economics, which basically stipulates that, you know, corporations, a big business gets rich. We facilitate through a free market and non-intervention the kind of business development, and then those businesses will make everyone else rich through employment and so on and so forth, which is stimulating.
No,
Now, wait.
No one accepts that.
Wait. Hold on. That's not a fact, and we'll get into that maybe the different time.
But then,
wait. The point here is, what I'm simply saying here is that is trickle down economics, and that is what's been touted for the last 40, 50 years. Now, what I'm saying is, on top of that, or a corollary of that has been structural readjustment policies that have been associated with development loans that have been given out by the World Bank and the IMF. Now, what I'm saying is that's predicated on theory. That's predicated on neoliberal economics. That's based upon Chicago Boys School of Economics. So what I'm saying is those policies, for the longest time throughout, since say the 70s until now, have been touted as though it's beneficial to the developing countries that are receiving the loans, and also the global economy. What I'm saying is that's patently not true. Like, we know that's not true. So now if you're asking me how does this link into your criticism of utilitarianism, what I'm saying is, remember, the whole way through, there's been a supposed propaganda campaign to make it out as if these economic policies in their totality are maximizing pleasure, you know, and minimizing pain. Right? Everyone, development, under the guise of development.
Hold on. Yeah, that is a concerted misinformation campaign. So, and that's it's been.
Wait. You're saying it's a misinformation campaign?
Hold on. It's been used it's used as an exploitative pretext, in the same way that Isa would argue the true religion of Islam has been misrepresented by the Sunnis and they've used it to enslave people. We're not going to now.
Well, that goes back to.
No, but it is no. But I'm saying what stage do I say? No, but at what stage? Listen, at what stage did I say? I can't remember his name. Is it Pinochet or whoever the Chile? At what stage?
It goes back to the point that all of these bases, all of these moralities are subject to manipulation. This is what I was saying earlier. No, wait. I was going to make this point. You come back in.
For a minute. Hold on, please.
No, I'm going to make this point. You can address both of them. This is a quick point. As regards to like how it is that you can criticize this utilitarian worldview or kind of utilitarian philosophy. What I'm saying is you have to remember the whole way through there's been a touting as though these policies are beneficial. Now, what I'm saying is, even though with hindsight we may know that not to be the case, what I'm saying is throughout this whole time, that's what we've been led to believe.
But no one was talking about some pure utilitarianism. We're saying that is a good definition, I would argue, of morality as it pertains to the objective criteria. So now, how do you move from, because almost whatever you want to accept it or not, all morality from a sort of initial awakening perspective is like subjective. So the moment that you realize that you start making decisions before you interact with, before there is an objective reality, before you interact with an objective reality, morality exists subjectively. And then we would argue, so how does it manifest in the individual mind of the person? We are saying what's right and what's wrong. Well, if you look at it from a real superficial subjective level, it's like burning your hand on a hot kettle. It's wrong, it's bad. Why? Because you feel pain and you want to minimize that kind of pain that you feel in your life. That's why that's wrong for you to do, right? And then it becomes, is it wrong for you to subject to someone else to that same pain? No, that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? And then now it's so many more niche and what I was talking about, I gave an example about transgenderism and shit. Well, there's new sort of complications to the generally understood principles of right and wrong. Like what, somebody wanted to change their sex, or somebody, does this parent not wanting to take a vaccine, it goes against their liberties, but is it okay? What about the collective health of the children? And there's so many like different sort of conundrums that now you must go forth, like kind of, what's the word? Moral quandaries or whatever. I don't know, there's a word. But so I'm not arguing for like utilitarian was the perfect system. The fact that no one's adhered to it is the reason that we're all immoral, heathens. No, I'm just saying that is a good way of understanding it. And we're not. Yeah, that's it. Really, yeah. To respond to everything you're saying, I'm not everything can be corrupted. Yeah, any kind of system that.
Well, this is the thing. The utilitarianism itself is not. It's not sufficient. It's not sufficient in terms of.
But what's your definition of right and wrong then? Because if you for just for my benefit, would you mind trying to leave?
No, it's not. It's not pleasure and pain. This is the thing. For example, the clearest example of that would be the clearest example of that.
No, don't critique.
Fasting. Well, one second. Let me just make the point, man. 1 second. Yeah, like I said, an example of that would be like fasting is not. It's not pleasurable in that sense. It's painful. There's associations of like pangs of hunger and all of that. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, for me. Good and bad or good and evil. It's not going to be pleasure and pain.
No, so what is it? What is it? I'm asking what is to define good.
Well, you know my thing anyway. My thing is bi negative, isn't it? So that would be an approximate answer. Would be that it's not synonymous with pleasure and pain.
But I'm asking. So
necessarily.
Let me do it like this. My of your point would be, in actuality. And I think it's been proven. I'm not going to go out on a limb here, but I reckon that there is. Furthermore, intermittent fasting has been proven beneficial in many sporting activities as well as for overall long-term health. One could argue that fasting itself, the not having water or whatever, irrespective of the climate, is it may potentially be a net benefit. If you take every single different environment on the planet Earth, it may provide a net benefit. It's bad in some places, like in Antarctica or whatever. It's good in other places, i.e., hot climates, whatever. So we could argue that the minimizing pleasure or minimizing pain and maximizing pleasure model works with fasting. Fasting works within that, for example. So that's like right, for example. Yeah. Now you tell me if separate from God and separate from what is another definition for right or wrong. Because with my definition, I can still make fasting work. You give me one.
I don't even know what it means.
I'm saying you give me a definition for right.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well. For me, my definition of right and wrong is going to be inextricably tied to my worldview, which is going to be informed by the fact that I'm a Muslim. So that's a roundabout way of saying basically, for me, as far as I'm concerned, like the good is known from the Quran primarily, and secondarily about the practice of the Prophet. So primarily it would be encapsulated in a verse that comes to mind. Righteousness is not that you turn your face to the east or west, but righteousness is that you feed the needy and the wayfarer and take care of the orphan and your near relatives and so on and so forth. So it's like, so it would be fleshed out by like explicit examples dotted across the Quran, isn't it? Where like the good is known as like this is what you're supposed to be doing. But yeah. So that would be my way of knowing what's good and evil. Evil would be like an example would be harm and aggression or things like that. But yeah, and that would I could get into it.
Can I ask you, if you could, because this is what I originally asked you, and I'll be to be fair, I didn't ask you the second time. I said if you could leave God at the door, just for a hypothetical scenario's sake, what would you argue is a better way of defining right and wrong? Because that's what you had a criticism of utilitarianism. So I'm saying, what is the better way, in your opinion, without a God concept, of defining right and wrong?
Well, remember, this is two-pronged, right? So the criticism of liberalism or criticism of utilitarianism, which then goes on to kind of form some type of basis for liberalism, and it kind of comes to my basic criticism is that when society can't agree on what is good and bad, then there's going to be issues. And then the further criticisms of utilitarianism specifically would be it's not something that gives you a purpose or a sense of direction in that sense. So that needs to be made clear. You get me? But for we obviously made clear that for those kind of thinkers like Locke and Hume and Bentham, pleasure and pain was equivalent to good and evil, right? But for me, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. When you look at the kind of the societal kind of examples, any example
Yo, you're cutting out, Zero. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
You're cutting out, fam.
Veli, someone's at the back chat. Ziria, we
James,
can't hear you no more.
Did Syria give his
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
somebody
you're
can
back.
be moral without God?
Yeah.
He didn't. He hasn't given his view. No.
Ziria, we could hear you now.
Yeah.
But we couldn't hear you when you was making all your last statements. So if you want to go back, I don't know.
All right, cool. Yeah, where was I? I need to charge my phone as well. So yeah.
Before
So on the point about on the question, the question was about morality and whether you can. What was it?
Yeah, no, Rob
Is
wanted
it
to
if you
ask
can be moral without God?
God. Hey,
Yeah. Can you have morals without God?
you said yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. The question is, what kind of morals are there?
But this is what I'm saying.
Good question. What kind of morals is that for real?
Could you simply, yeah, because obviously I lost you for the last, but as quick, as concise as you can before you're back, you guys, just like a definition in the same way I did, a sentence or two, how you would define right and wrong without God.
Who, me?
No, Zero.
Oh, sorry. I'm back.
Yeah, answer that. You can answer that. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can answer that. Go on, you can answer it.
All right. I'm gonna tell you how I define morality. Yeah.
Okay.
Morality is based on what is beneficial to all, and is not defined by what's just beneficial to me and mine, So don't get me wrong. I could make a moral decision that does benefit me and mine, as long as it's not going to have a bad effect on others and put others in an awkward position. But if it's going to put other people in an awkward position, i.e., you got these people who just want to be rich. They don't care who suffers the consequences of them being rich. They don't care what circumstances they put other people under, or what the ratifications of them getting what they want are. They just want what they want. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no morality in that. And this is why I say, when we look to the Most High is when we turn away from ourselves to a certain extent. Oh shit, there's some mad shit flying across the sky in front of me. Some different type of chemtrail, but differently, like I'm saying,
just about to say chemtrails as well,
Some different. It looks like a chemtrail, but this chemtrail looks red. Like it looks mad. Maybe because the sun's going down. I don't know. But I'm just saying, obviously, what the brother said, I kind of agree. You could be morally just, yeah, and not have a concept of God and not have a concept of a creator, but you'd have to be very selfless, and have to look at how what you're going to do is going to affect other people. For instance, these people who want big industry now, yeah, so they want to create a new city and they want to cut down the rainforest to do it, but they don't think about how that's going to affect the ecosystem. They don't think about how that's going to affect the animals and the environment, the ozone layer, XYZ. They've got no consequence, no sense of consequence other than how it affects them and how it affects their immediate family or affects their immediate pocket. And to me, there's no morality in that, which is why I think it's imperative that, if we're not gonna go by, some type of religious teaching, then we have to be very careful how we tread in this world as far as morality is concerned. Because some of us, we will push for, like, for instance, these scientists with their experiments, they want to go to the moon, they want to go do this, do that. They want to take billions and trillions of pounds out of the taxpayer's pocket. But don't think about the fact that those billions and trillions of pounds could have went to saving lives. So when we're losing NHS hospitals, when we're losing all of these things, but they're still funding these scientific projects, like, to me, like, I think that's immoral. But yeah, I think that's all I've really got to say on the subject, really, like, as far as morality and, where religion is concerned, I think there's more of a morality because it's now not just about you. It's about something higher. There's something more powerful than you that is governing everyone, not just you.
James, when you were speaking to Azariah, what I understood him, he was critiquing, the non-theist view, and basically saying that, hey, there's people who will misuse it or who will not follow it or whatever the case is. But that's a trivially true statement, right? Any moral system, you'll have people who will claim to follow it and either won't follow it or will try to follow it and they will be mistaken about what they're following, right? So that really isn't a particular point. But I was interested, it's a shame he left, because I was interested in whether he thinks there is, and I think he said yes, he does think there is. And if he thinks that you can be moral without God, what's the challenge with, is there any problem with it, with the atheist worldview from a moral point of view? That I would have been interested to hear what Azariah had to say.
Yeah, I was more interested in it because the thing is, like, and I only use the sort of utilitarian position to outline to Ahmed why it benefits one to be quote unquote moral, or why there is a collective right as opposed to there is a benefit to understanding a collective right and wrong. And not only that, but to show him that you are able to derive objective rulings, right, or objective, for lack of a better word, morals, without this concept of a third party, like a god or something, or some kind of
I think you'd have to be clear, though, if that's your view, that you take a subjective an account of what your yardstick is, and then you can put the objectivity on top of that. Otherwise, and Azariah is probably smart enough to recognize the difference, but a lot of theists don't, right? They don't recognize that you can have a subjective starting point and have an objective methodology from which you can say something, right?
Yeah. No, you know what? Like, this is going to sound really horrible, but I don't think he's smart enough to get past the first stages of arguments. I think he's made a decision in his head that this is some inescapable fact, and then he'll bring it to you, and you can explain it to him, but he will either he will literally tell you, I'm not listening anymore, or that he'll just dismiss it as waffle because he doesn't understand past that point. Like that. And
I'd be a little bit more charitable than that. I think he's got the capability to. Whether he has or not is a different story. But I don't think he's a guy that can't get it. You might be right. I'm not going to make that judgment whether he won't get it, but I think he can certainly get it.
More charitable than you. I think.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do you think we would have any concept of morality if there was no such thing as religion or religious teachings or that type of mentality?
Well, you said you don't agree with religion, Shifa. Yesterday you said you don't agree with religion.
Well, as far as religion, when you say I don't agree with religion, I think religions are markers in history, and I think when people call something religious, I call it indigenous teachings. Yeah, and these are markers in history that.
No, you said they're religions. You said they're legions.
Now, you didn't understand what I meant by that. Now, what I'm going to tell you is, when I'm saying religion, I mean realigning to something, or readjusting ourselves to something new that has come from something old. So there is an original, and now comes the religion. Yeah. Now, if there wasn't the original, like for instance, if there wasn't the Confessions of Mayat or something authentic that came before, I don't believe these religions could exist. Now, what I'm saying is, without those teachings, where would our concepts of morality come from?
You wouldn't have Jewish.
Huh? Sorry, but no, like, listen. Let me show you something. Yeah, like, I'm definitely not one of, like, there was points in history where I believe religion was necessary for the innovation. Yeah, and I just feel like we've evolved past that point now. Yeah, we don't need to create imaginary we don't need the God of the gaps. We don't need theonomic principles to imbue our leaders with the authorities that they have. I think it may have been necessary for more primitive times. I don't think for more primitive societies, and it's not necessary now. But I don't completely dismiss the value that religions have had in history of creating empires and galvanizing people, and the consequences of not sort of partaking in these societies and these civilizations. I'm not going to dismiss I'm not going to undermine the value they've had in like forcing innovation, helping industrialized nations. I don't think it's not an argument. That's not the kind of argument I'm having. We're saying that really the criticism is against us, because the question is, can you have morals without God? And a lot of people are coming on to say no, you can't. And that's what I think you'll find. At least me and Rob have been arguing from the beginning, which is of course you can. And we're being we're actually being really fair to argue that you can, because outside of a special plea to some imaginary universe, some imaginary dimension and some imaginary magical person, yeah, that's outside of that, you everything you believe about yourself is what essentially you'd have to believe about us. So if you believe you can be moral, and obviously we can be moral, the only difference that you're positing is that you believe in some supernatural magic shit. And we have to.
It's even more than that, though, James. It's even more than that, James, because a creator could exist, but the creator could be immoral itself, right? So it's not only that a creator needs to exist, but that creator would need to be demonstrated to be a moral agent, i.e., the best moral agent.
Everything in
it's a
atheism,
double
morals are
whammy.
fluke. You know,
what I would say to you
morality
is this, guys, yeah? At the end of the day, without the religions, without the indigenous teachings, you wouldn't have a concept of morality in the first place. Yeah, we'd all be walking around. There'd be no concept of thou shalt not kill. Loads of these things wouldn't exist.
That's complete
you know,
nonsense.
as far as
Complete
certain
nonsense.
things that you're against, as far as certain things that you're against yourself, James Jones, like paedophilia. You know.
Oh yeah, you let Banksy get away with murder, by the way, Shifa. I don't know what you was on.
No,
right?
I didn't let him get away with nothing. I'm just trying to be fair, but I'm saying to you, yeah, my brother, before we go off the subject, yeah.
Go on.
How could you have these concepts without the religion? You wouldn't know of them, but the religion is the one that brought them up.
No,
It
but
wasn't the
no.
atheism.
Okay, so look at logically, Shift. If you just for example, can you? I don't know if you can do this. Yeah, this is the real test for you, Shifa. Can you put yourself outside of your own shoes for one moment?
I can.
If you didn't believe God existed, how do you believe religions would have come about?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, tell me if this sounds about right. Maybe men conspired to create these false idols in a way to control people. Is that fair?
In some cases, maybe, yeah.
Okay, and in those cases, the morality that you derive from that religion, that would have come exclusively from men, would it not?
Not necessarily, because
if God doesn't exist, where would it come from?
If those men were borrowing from something that was authentic.
Oh no, I'm saying in a world where there's no God, in a world where the God hypothetical, remember? No magic at all.
Oh, hypothetical.
Yeah. Where would it come from? Would it come from men, innit?
Hypothetically, it could come from men, it could come from aliens. I don't know.
No, nothing supernatural at this stage, or nothing outside of what we know to be naturally factual.
Came from monkeys. What do you think?
Okay, it could have come from men. It could have come from men, but it could also be coming back of us then.
Right.
Passing the ball around.
Men studying the animals and seeing how they act.
Okay. All right. I'm tapping.
What's the point you're trying to get to, James?
Nothing that like people posit religion as if that is the example of a god, but the religion is the example of the machinations or the conspirings of men. At least
we're all imagining the human race. We're all imagining the human race.
Yeah. One second. At the observable level, Rob, innit? So like
the
me and
the
you,
penguins
we
were
were.
imagining the human race. The penguins.
I think I'm tapping out now, Rob. But you get the point. I'm saying that. So I'll just try to adjure him to look back into history and think, if I didn't believe in magic, who would have
look, the birds are moral. They're moral. The birds.
I'll get you, Bob. Don't let me get you smacked off this motherfucker. I would get codify. The codification of these rulings. Who would they have come from? And you would have said they would have come from men, innit? Like if you didn't believe in magic, for example, Rob. Yeah. So I'm trying to tell him that in exactly the same way the religions of days gone past were able to derive these rulings, and you and I now take from some of them. Thou shalt not kill, whatever. You and I take from some of them. We are our opinion. We are taking the principles that were used to create those rulings. From antiquity. We are still using the same principles now, in the sense that it's men organizing. It is men organizing and conferring and developing rules and ethical practices, and from that we derive the objective standard of morality. The only difference is you accept that because we can't look back into the past, you accept that there's a potential that a magical deity from the sky came down and told them that. Whereas now, when atheists do it, you believe that it's wrong because there's no magic coming from the sky.
Atheists haven't done anything.
No, that's not why, James.
Haven't done
I'm going to tell you the
anything.
reason why. Yeah, it's because
Atheists haven't done
people like
anything.
Schiffer, yeah, who believe in the indigenous teachings. Yeah, I believe, for instance, if we look at the story of Cain and Abel, yeah. And some people might disagree with me on this, but this is what I personally read into that story. Before Cain and Abel, yeah, as far as I read in the Bible, I can't find any other story where another man killed another. But when that story comes along, Cain kills his brother, yeah? And then, at that point, God has inflicted a punishment upon him for killing his brother because he's done the wrong thing in God's eyes, under God's law. Yeah. Now, he then says, well, if I'm going to be banished out into the world or whatever, now, whatever he says at that point, he says, you know, someone will surely kill me. Someone's surely going to come after me. So God says, anyone who kills Cain will now face an even worse punishment than what Cain's facing. Because God didn't want people to kill each other. Now, I look at that as history. I don't look at it as some spooky thing that came out of the sky, you know? And I don't look at God as some spooky thing that came out of the sky. I look at God as the creator of the universe. So when you scientists say the universe was created by a big bang, I honestly believe that your scientists steal that from the Christian book. Yeah? Because in the Christian book, it says the word was with God. The word is the most powerful thing. So when God speaks, when God makes sounds, when he makes noise, things come into creation. Just like God says in the Bible, let there be light. And God saw that the light was good. Yeah. He only had to say, let there be light, and the light was there. Now, we as people in today's world, we can't just speak things into existence. But if you look into, for instance, the Egyptian, the walls of the pyramids and the stories, and you look into people like Thoth, their story, Thoth was speaking things into existence, thinking things into existence, you know? And XYZ, these kind of things were happening, you know, and I look at that as history. But we've come a long way from that. We've come a long way from that and can no longer do these things. So as far as I'm concerned, we have regressed. We haven't progressed. We've regressed. We haven't become more advanced. We've de-advanced. We've become less advanced. But I understand that, you know.
Yo, check it. I want to read
that. We've become more.
Yeah, I want to pick up a thread I left earlier and pick up on what you just said there, Schiffer. Yeah, on the regression aspect.
Yes,
I think when we look at the material aspect, yeah, CJ, you were talking about you're saying you religious guys are just saying that the only difference is that you can have that your morality is some supernatural stuff. But I want to leave the supernatural aside, yeah, and look at the very material repercussions of the different systems of morality. See, religious morality systems, generally speaking, will make affirmative statements in regards to, like I was saying earlier, in terms of Europe and its Christian heritage, about like charity and these kind of things, or virtues, isn't it? Greed was seen as a sin, a cardinal sin, and you have the 7 deadly sins and all of that, avarice and all of them things. But all those virtues were inverted after the so-called Enlightenment. When we're talking about these thinkers of Locke and Hume and Bentham and utilitarianism and all of that, we're talking about an inversion of values, which facilitated the onward march of capitalism, of industrial capitalism. That's the importance of contextualizing what we're discussing when we're discussing these ideas. And this is especially for you, James, because it's the same way you're kind of imploring religious people to look into the history of religious construction, which I feel is a worthwhile endeavor, is the same way that you need to do that for the kind of ideological position that you're coming from, or kind of repeating or presenting, I should say. You get me? So that's one point, right? And in regards to, so we're talking about an inversion of values. We're talking about the material results of unfettered capitalism. When we're talking about the structural adjustment loans that I get, or structural adjustment policies that are mandated by the World Bank and IMF on developing countries, we're talking about widespread
misery that's inflicted, when we're talking about austerity that was put into place in developing countries before it was put into place here in the developed world more recently, we're talking about the misery that comes along with it. We have the UN report about child poverty in the UK and whatnot. So when we're talking about when we're comparing moral systems, right? The comparable example in this example would be, like, I would much prefer a Christian-centered morality in this country, which takes care of orphans and the needy and so on and so forth, yeah, rather than this kind of neoliberal, globalist system of morality, liberal, whatever you want to call it, liberalism, that's in place now, which doesn't have these safeguards and checks in place, besides platitudes and talking points. You get me?
Yeah, Zeriab, are you able to discuss this on a principle level? Can you hear me at all? Shit, maybe my thing's gone.
Yeah, I was talking to James still.
Well, I mean, you're cherry picking the Christian part, right? Presumably, you're not going to want the Christian view of morality in this nation that included slavery, right? That part you'll neatly not want. You'll jettison that bit and you'll cherry pick the bits of Christianity that you think is better.
Well, you have clear directions within Christianity that was geared towards or was anti-slavery. Well, any number of dissenting Christian groups I could mention, who just the same way that the people who were enforcing slavery utilized the Bible. These dissenting groups utilized the Bible to go against slavery. So, I mean, you're going to chop it up both ways. The thing about interpretations, I mean, it's different for Christianity and Islam, but the thing about interpretations is that this is a tactic that critics of religion generally do. They say, this person said X in X book, or this person said it in this book, said X, right? And the point is, okay, that's an interpretation, that's there, but so what? Like, the reality is do people follow that interpretation? And
no, Zeriab. If the book says,
if the history shows us that there was a cutoff point, what are you going to do about it?
No, Zeriab. If the book says take slaves from the lands around you, and people today don't do that, that just means that people themselves have evolved their morality. The book still says it. So you can't just go, oh, well, Christians have evolved, so I'm going to take the evolved Christian. Well, sure, but then you can take anybody where you can pick and choose the bits that you like.
Yeah, and that's a problem in your framework or in your point of view. That's fine. Like, that's as far as it goes.
What's the problem?
The problem that you've just stated is a problem in your point of view. That's how you view things. That's your prerogative.
Is it in the Bible?
It doesn't go any further than that.
Is it in the Bible that Israelites or people of the book or whatever the case is are to take slaves from the lands around them, meaning people that do not believe what they believe?
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah. Now, if it's in the Bible and you're saying, well, that's just my interpretation. No, that's what the Bible says. Now, if a Christian comes along to you and says, hey, Syria.
No. It's your interpretation and your point of view that the problem you stated a second ago, right, is a problem, but it doesn't go any further than that. When we're talking about a cutoff point in history, when we're talking about observed reality, when we're talking about where we are in this point in time, when we're talking about the ownership that people of faith take upon their faith and make it their own and utilize internal hermeneutics, right, within their religious system, wherever that may be, wherever their faith system might be, you having a problem with that hermeneutical direction is just your problem. It doesn't go any further than that.
I'll give you a good example.
We're talking about,
because remember, the Bible has a New Testament.
If it says it there, and regardless of whether people are going to reinterpret it, do you think it says it? I asked you
to save his people
because you're trying to argue like you would in the Quran. I'm just asking you if it's in the Bible, and if it is in the Bible, it's a clear verse to take slaves around you. I'm saying to you, you would not want that part of Christianity in your book, and your response is, well, hey, at some point in the past, people stopped taking slaves. Yeah, they did, but it wasn't because the Bible told them to.
Yes,
because
it
they
was because the
reinterpreted
Bible told them to. That's a misconception. It was because the Bible told them to, which is
But
why
let's
you
get
got
to
a New
the
Testament Bible.
yeah. Let's get to the real
Now
things
what?
area, because I haven't heard you answer whether people could be. Oh, you did. Sorry, I apologize. You did say people could be good without God. What do you think is the problem with the principle that an
No, I
atheist has a
said
moral
you
system?
can have morals. You can have morals without God. The question is, what type of morals
No,
are
I
they?
said that. I said that. I said that.
Yeah, well,
I said
obviously,
people.
when we
No,
talk
I
about
said
morals,
that.
we talk.
No,
Yeah,
I
sure,
said
but
that.
You
well,
said the
Zuriab,
same thing. Yeah, you said the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I
yeah,
said.
but
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fine, Zuriab. But when we talk about morals, we're presumably
Well,
talking about a
when
good
we look
version
at,
of
and this is
morals,
the
right?
thing, when we take a closer look at those morals, when we're talking about non-religious morals that we can observe today, I think the most prevalent and the most kind of endemic in the globe that we're living in is the neoliberal model. And when we're talking about these examples that I've brought up,
What
whether
part are you
it's
cherry picking out of that model?
whether it's, well, as I'm talking, I'm just repeating the examples that I've brought up already. So I'd appreciate if you don't interrupt.
Yeah, but you've
So
mentioned this before.
whether it's whether it's the imposition of loans on developing countries and the associated structural adjustment policies which impose austerity and those type of measures, which decimates public infrastructure in these countries, right, to the benefit of multinational corporations. We're talking about a widespread misery that works in tandem or is associated with these policies. So when we're talking about this widespread misery, this is at one point in time away from us, but then in recent times it's come home into our shores where we're living, and we're seeing, as I said earlier, the UN report on child poverty in the UK, which was associated with the austerity measures. So that was just a case of, the chickens coming home to roost. When it comes to this specific policies, when we're talking about austerity as is linked to loans which are taken from international financial institutions, right?
Okay, but
we're talking about one second. We're talking about a boat that we're all in. That's the point here. Now, when we look at that type of morality, my point is to say the morality which was one second. When we're talking about that type of morality, well, my mic is, I think, is a bit louder, so I'm going to make this final point. When we're talking about that type of morality, which states that economic development of multinational corporations, economic development of big companies is to the benefit and will eventually trickle down to everyone else. And then we're seeing the reality is, as I've stated, we have to take pause and kind of look at that morality. So as I say, you can have moralities without religion, but what type of morality is it?
Okay, all right. So your confusion comes in that's not morality. That is an implementation, either a good one or a bad one, of a certain moral system. So you cannot lump it and say, well, hey, that particular thing is a moral system. No, it's not. It's just an implementation of one form of morality. I could potentially disagree with it. If I asked somebody who was in favor of that system, hey, what system are you using and how do you get to that view? We could both together critique that. So that is not a critique of potentially my moral system or any other atheist. And even if an atheist did accept that moral system, they could easily say, well, the way that those guys have implemented is incorrect, and I could show them why they were wrong. So that is not an objection to atheist morality, because atheists have different versions of morality. So your first thing is to say, well, what do you believe? And let me critique your view, rather than give me a generic, cherry-picked idea.
Doesn't Milton Friedman state that neoliberal economics is to the benefit of the global financial system? And in Lexis and the Olive Tree state that, the fact that Japan was able to develop the Lexus, right, whilst the countries which host the Olive Tree, namely the Middle East, have stayed undeveloped in terms of industry, is a reflection of the benefits of the neoliberal policies which Japan imposed in its country. So, I mean, it's there in the text, Rob. So, I mean, what do you expect me to do?
Well, what I'm expecting from you is to ask somebody. What I'm expecting you to do is ask somebody, what is your moral system, and let's see whether that works, and I can compare and contrast it with mine. That's what I'm expecting you to do, not to pick and choose somebody's moral system that we may not subscribe to, or even if we did subscribe to it, I'm sure Friedman would have looked at it and go, hang on a moment, they haven't implemented the system correctly. And I can identify here, there, and everywhere where they haven't implemented the system that I think is correct in its entirety. And he could point out where they were wrong. So even in that system, he could point out something is wrong. But I would expect you to ask, what is my system?
I wasn't really interested in your view, to be honest. I wasn't really interested.
Well, what is? Hey, can I
as I said earlier in the beginning, I was conversating with James. But yeah,
it's one very big idea to try and refute non-belief. Please, come on, be serious.
But can I just ask you, what is? So if sorry, guy, I was gone for a minute, yeah. But if like, I kind of do agree with what Rob's saying in that. So you're giving us the example of the neoliberals, right? But what's to even say? So, like, are you positing that as the atheistic framework for morality? One, and the second question.
Come off it, man. Come off it, man. Right.
Cool. No. So the second point would be, we would probably use that kind of data to make an argument, because, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know who the fuck wherever Friedman is. I can't remember the first name, but if Jewish. No, okay, cool.
What?
Is he Jewish?
What?
Is he Jewish? That person? The point is, I could use that data or that information to make an argument for all of these systems of governance to be more true examples of, because people make the question, England, you think England's secular? England's still run by the coin.
Wait, what's the question? Wait, what's the second question quickly? Because I need to come back on the first one.
Yeah, no. I could make the argument. I could use the information to make an argument that these are all examples of an extension of a theistic morality. Yeah, a hangover.
Right. Okay, let me pause you there. Okay, so because this is the two questions are linked, and I can answer both of them one time. So remember, my criticism was specifically leveled at utilitarianism and by extension liberalism, which informs the criticism. As you kind of proposed it or presented it earlier on. Now, what I was saying is, if you're going to reducing good and evil to pleasure and pain, which is what the utilitarian worldview or philosophy does, then the kind of conclusions of that, as we are seeing in the child of utilitarianism, let's say liberalism, and the neoliberal policies, economic policies that we're talking about post the Chicago School, whether it was imposed in Chile or any number of Latin American or African countries, that to me is I'm going to show you this step-by-step extension. So what we're seeing is utilitarianism, which says pleasure and pain is equated to good and evil. We're then seeing liberalism and its child, which is neoliberalism, Chicago School. We're seeing economic policies which have been imagined up on the pretext that economic development, quote unquote, right? In this very specific strain, is beneficial to the world economy, and the way in which we're going to do that is to kind of buff up our corporations, right, by creating markets for them in the developing world, right, and to Chile and these other markets that we're talking about. And then we're seeing a military kind of, so we're seeing an extension. So the underlying assumption in all of these policies, for me, what I'm saying is, this is my criticism, the underlying assumption in all of that is maximize pleasure, minimize pain for us.
Yeah, that's
and for the us here. Wait, one second. The us here is obviously a specific small group, because, as I said earlier, those policies which later on, right, were imposed in the developing world came back later on, and we're seeing austerity across the developed world today, and we're seeing a debt crisis across the developed world today. Do you know what I mean? Everything we saw in the developing world has come back in. So what I'm saying is, this elite, it's even making that money. It's even it's causing making money and causing misery at the expense of not only the developing world, right, but even the developed world as well.
Yeah, but okay, cool. Just two points here, because I think everyone wants to get more stick to the topic more closely. Yeah, but I was just going to say that I'm glad you used the word pretext. So so you agree that it's not fundamental. The concept of I see how you tied utilitarianism to neoliberalism,
But you and I would both agree that neoliberalism is essentially elitist socialism anyway, right? So it's unregulated with regards to the consumer, but it doesn't seem to be unregulated at the top. It seems to benefit them, that deregulation, yeah, or more than it does the consumer or the customer, however you want to describe it, yeah. And then I'd also say that the core principle of that argument, or the reduction, was to the point of a definition for good, right, and wrong. But it wasn't expanded to the point of incorporating all utilitarian principles and therefore, as a consequence, neoliberal principles. I wouldn't say any of these pretexts, in my opinion, would be justifiable.
Well, consider this. This is the point. This is where it links in with the liberalism. No, consider this. One second. It's just the point. It's just the point.
Really fair. Come on, bro. That's not really fair. Let me make my last point and then you go through, yeah? But I'm saying
go on.
It doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't incorporate utilitarianism in the sense of a true idea of collective minimization of pain and maximization of pleasure. Wouldn't allow for the exploitation of whole nations of people, right? So if you're talking about like it as a domestic policy, then maybe utilitarianism, maybe an example of it working greatly is like Britain, because people here have much better quality of life than other people. If we conflated two, let's say, nations, one of them being the poorest country in Africa, the most exploited country in Africa, then we would say, no, this is clearly not an example of utilitarianism, because the collective, if we conflate the two, are not the collective pleasures are not being maximized. So I get the basis of your argument, but I don't agree that it was like
the point is, and this is what addresses liberalism and utilitarianism, yeah, is there's a collective, that whole collective element to it. That collective element is subject to manipulation. The simplest way I can explain this is through the means of propaganda, and I mean by that Edward Bernays, and I mean by that is like how the manufacturing of consent. Okay, so when an example of that would be WMDs. The war on Iraq, right, was the consent for the war on Iraq was manufactured through means of propaganda, and that propaganda was WMDs and all these sexed up documents, which we all know now were untrue. So what I'm saying is that the collective benefit there that was touted was we need to attack Iraq, right? Because as Tony Blair said in Parliament, they can attack us within half an hour or 45 minutes or whatever he said.
But Ziria,
so what I'm saying is, yeah, go on.
Now, just a quick question. Would you agree with me, though, that at least in part, the propaganda on both sides of that dynamic was at least in part religious?
In what example?
So obviously the war on terror was propagated in by and motivated by the need to eradicate a radicalization of a religion, but then some of the propaganda that involved rallying the troops and the nation against that radical Islamic tradition was also Christian.
I agree with Shakara because it's always
for example,
George Bush.
For example, George Bush said, "Our God named the stars" or some shippiness like that, which is quite funny if you consider, the Islamic history in terms of naming stars. But that was quite funny. But there was a whole effort.
It's the same guy who didn't know which door to go out of. You know what I mean? And press me. The same guy who turned around and was sick in another meeting.
But I'm saying that even. But
I agree. Yeah,
churches.
There was Christian overtones.
Right, and then churches in this country, are actually involved in the government. You know what I'm saying? To varying different degrees.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So laws and all that, yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So it's. But I'm saying so. More fundamentally on the propaganda front, though, like propaganda-wise, there was a heavy Christian undertone to the propaganda with regards to the war.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, though. Shaka. This is what I'm deep in. I'm deep in the fact that post-Enlightenment in Europe, we're talking about an inversion of values. This is what I was getting at earlier, innit? I'm saying that post-Enlightenment, there's been an inversion of these Christian values. As it's just simply putting, like, the 7 deadly sins and the virtues of like being charitable and things of that nature. Yeah. What I'm saying is that was inverted just to kind of benefit the Industrial Revolution and industrial capitalism. Could point to version 1.0. You get me? When it was made to service that. So
yeah, I'd agree.
that's why
I think
and that's what I'm saying. So greed, for example, was made into almost like a virtue when it was a vice at one point.
But at the same time, I wouldn't argue
As
for
a
the
pretext,
virtues.
but not sorry.
I wouldn't argue for the virtues of
No, but it's not a pretext. This is wait, hold on. It's not a pretext. The inversion of the value, as was done by Bentham and the likes of Bentham, wasn't done as a pretext. What I'm saying is these people, quote unquote, believed in what they was espousing in terms of philosophy.
But collectively, they're not saying.
So
you're acting like people.
What's this collectively?
We're gonna go steal from the rest of the world now. That's exactly what we're doing, guys. We're going to steal. No, we're going in to save the people in Iraq. Oh, and by the way, all these companies are getting contracts to make tons of money, and we're gonna be stealing oil, and we're gonna use that oil to set trade in dollars to prop up our economy. No one's telling you that's the reason they're going there. They're pretending they're going there to save Iraqis. So if these people are forming and are what's the word, for lack of a better word, using it as a pretext, that isn't an example of a failure. That's an example of those people
hold on
into it.
No, hold on. Okay, I get what you're saying, but I think there's a misunderstanding. From the point of view of the elite who are going to stand to benefit from an invasion of Iraq, and stay on the line. Unmute your mic, innit? I want you to stay with me on this
I am listening.
to make sure it's clear, innit?
Yeah.
So from their point of view, the maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain for them entails kind of snuffing out any opposition or competition or anyone who doesn't fall in line, innit, with their interests.
Okay.
From their point of view, that's what it entails. So now they're gonna utilize what they have in terms of their power, reach, or in terms of kind of turning the wheels for their benefit, turning the wheels of the industry, of the military-industrial complex to their benefit, and that's what they did. Now, the propaganda in terms of how they sold it to the public was what we discussed. But I'm saying from their point of view, I could definitely argue that they are following a utilitarian approach, which is maximizing pleasure, minimizing pain for themselves and for their companies. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, but then like the concentric sort of circle, it depends how much you broaden the scope. Because if you ask me, if I bet you, if you spoke to any intelligent executive in a company that profited from the war, if you ask them if what they did is morally justifiable, I don't think they would agree. Like, if they were being honest, I don't think they would agree. So in a sort of larger collective sense, I don't think they were adhering to it. But if you're saying that,
here's where the objectivity and subjectivity comes into play.
Go on.
Because when you're speaking to, if you're asking that person, if you did that example that you just gave, it would be like the response would be contingent on what their worldview or what their morality is based upon. They could be moral in terms of what does that mean? That would be the first question you'd have to ask. Well, if they're saying they're moral, if they respond and say, yeah, I think it's moral, okay, what does your morality entail now? And they could give a coherent way where, do you know what I mean? Where this utilitarian approach is stated, it's like, yeah, it's beneficial for us, like, so, like, fuck them kind of thing.
It's an interesting.
You get me? I'm just saying that. But then they could also say that they're almost like, oh, okay, so I'm immoral, and you could take the other extreme, right? And they're saying that they're somehow like Satanists, let's say, for just example's sake. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, we want to kill and like, and this whole conspiracy kind of caricature of what these, we drink the blood of people, and you know what I mean? All this madness.
Listen, I'm not a utilitarian in the conventional sense, I like to think I can take from all ideas. I don't think neoliberalism. I definitely see the connection, and academically you could make that case beautifully, but in a literal off the cuff sense, I would be able to criticize any of that in the same way.
James Jones, can I just say?
One second, Jeff. Can I just say last sentence? One sentence here. I don't think that is a great representation, just because true proponents of utilitarianism will point to the fact that these people are shortening, reducing their circle to fit to be consistent with utilitarianism.
But James,
you're meant to broaden your circle.
But James, what would you say to the argument though? Because if you're talking to a religious individual, they would say true adherence to the religion wouldn't behave in these ways that are associated with the religion.
But I use that example already, you know. Us in it, I use that example. I say it's exactly the same as when we criticize Esau, whatever, and he says that's not the true Islam. So yeah, I agree with you, Shaka. That
I know that. Yeah, I know that was funny though, because when you said that, yeah, was it? No, I think Rob was saying it, yeah, and I even responded and saying like, but this guy says it. You get me? So the point is, you're gonna have to have it both ways. Then what I'm saying is, you're gonna have to have leeway both ways, meaning that you can't really say, oh, but the text says it. If someone who's a committed adherent or follower of that tradition has an interpretation which is, you know, grounded in a kind of internal hermeneutical tradition, yeah, and kind of is coherent and makes sense. Just because, like, so what I'm saying is, if it's gonna say, well, look, we don't adhere to this thing that is obviously immoral and obviously has glaring problems, you know, this current system, ask me about what I'm on. Obviously, I don't really care what you're thinking or what you're on, but what I'm saying is the criticisms can be equally leveled at both sides.
Oh, bro, hey, I don't mean to cut you off. You know, Black the Ripper's dead.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, but hear what I'm saying. Yeah,
Black the Ripper's dead.
You see
what happened?
Wait, hold on, Shifa. Black Ripper. Wait, hold on. Because I said something in the chat. Wait, hold on. Because I said something in the chat. Black the Ripper or the Black Ripper?
No, Black the Ripper. The rapper.
Okay.
Edmonton.
R.I.P. Black the Ripper still.
He not Ed9 and that.
When did it happen?
Oh, that's Steve. My Bridget knows him as well. You know, that's cold still.
When did it happen though?
I don't know. I'll have to Google it, innit? What's it?
What the Ross?
Bro, I didn't even know that, man.
Are you
That's
from
the banning in every sort of shop and all them shits. That's the banning challenge.
Yeah,
Black the Ripper does the banning challenge, isn't it, with the long hair?
Yeah, man. What's that? Dank of England.
Bank of England, man.
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie. Like, apparently he's a good guy as well. Apparently, I don't know.
Yeah. I've met it before still. Yeah, I thought, yeah, okay.
It better not be. I
R.I.P.
better not hear fucking someone say it's from fucking Corona, fam.
Can I make my point now?
Yeah, yeah.
Where did he die from?
I don't know. I'm just googling it now, but no disrespect. I'm not mocking it.
Why you're
but it's not that famous, so it's not like you're.
All I was gonna say is this year, at the end of the day,
he passed away. Still, it's Link Up TV said, sadly he's sadly passed away. 32 years old still. That's cold.
All right, well, R.I.P. Black the Ripper, man. You can have a moment of silence for him in a minute if you want, but I was just gonna say one thing, yeah.
Nah, Shifa, you can't just say one thing right now, fam. Do the moment of silence first. What you deal with, Rasta?
All right, do the moment of silence first, but it's funny how everyone else wanted to chat their thing first, innit? So you lot need to show more respect than
all right, who's got to? All right, I'll tell you what, yeah. Let's actually do a real minute, yeah. So we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yo, yeah. Rest in peace to Black the Ripper, man.
Yeah, fam.
Whoever that is breathing like that, loud breathing like that.
Sorry, it's my son.
His baby, man.
I was gonna say you got him on your chest or something.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. You get it sounded like that kind of bruise.
Yeah, you're supposed to mute up when you're doing that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, obviously the baby.
Go true, Shifa, man.
Still, but go true.
Samson. The girl says that I'm handsome. That's like the only lyric I remember. Still.
Like the Ripper, you know. Just did it.
Go on, Shifter. Go true.
All right, so I got permission now, yeah? Like I was saying, no person who calls themselves a Christian could really push for any type of war on anyone, yeah? Because at the end of the day, same with the Muslims. You're supposed to be peaceful people. So if you're promoting peace, you can't go to war with no one. And it's funny how, when you look at their army, like the British army, yeah? If you had read the newspaper the other day, they had an article in there about the army. They're recruiting people with a reading age of 5 years old, yeah? Now, why are you going to recruit? How can you recruit someone into an army to go and kill people? Yeah, reading age of 5 years old, because they don't want people who's going to be objective. They don't want people who's going to ask questions. They just want people who's going to shoot. Enough of these men who go into the army, they literally go in there because they want to kill someone.
Wait, what are you saying? You're saying in the army? Say that again? In the army, they let people in with a reading age of 5.
I can read the article for you if you like. You know what? I swear that
Yeah,
I threw the newspaper away, but I will pull it out for you. Yeah, the army is recruiting people with a reading age of 5. The average reading age of most people in the army, yeah, is between 7 and 9 years old. Reading age, yeah. Now, what you have to understand is most of these people, yeah, are usually not religious, yeah. They're usually mainly atheists, yeah. People who do have no care for loss of life. They literally want to go into the army to take life. And that's the kind of mentality that our countries promote.
Hey, man, the latest available figures covering 2016 to 2019 show 4,240 soldiers had the reading ability of 9 to 11-year-olds. 50 have levels expected of a 5 to 7-year-old. Fucking hell.
That's the kind of country we live in.
You know? The only moral thing we achieved today was the 1 minute silence.
Way big facts. Who was that down? Who was that down to? It's down to Bigger Belly. You get me, the atheist.
At least the religious people. At least the religious people and the non-religious people could agree to one thing.
James, James,
for 1 minute.
Oh, 1 second. Wait.
You can't take glory for that one there still, because we all agreed to it. And I was happy to drop my subject until the minute was over.
No, you wanted to talk, man. You wanted to talk before it, bro. You're talking
You're pagan, cuz you're a bad Christian. You're a bad Israelite. You're a dappy Israelite. You know why you're a dappy Israelite? Yeah, because you wanted to talk. You was like, don't worry about it if he's dead. Let me just say my point. You get me? Yeah, don't worry if he's dead. Let me just say my point, and then we'll just do the minute silent after. We're like, bruh, let's do the minute silent first
why you're a wicked
for
guy.
the dead
You're
man.
a wicked guy because you're gonna drop that in the middle of a conversation when someone's about to make a point.
For the dead, for the
Schiffer was like, Cameron, during that film,
calm down, and then you should have let us know that.
People die every day, B.
To take it in and die.
Hey, man was saying to Schiffer, yo, Schiffer, the brother's dead here. Let's hold a minute silent. He's like, people die every day, B. You get me? And then he was just gonna carry on rapping and that.
Don't lie to yourself. Listen, bro, everyone who's listening to this right now, yeah, go and rewind back the channel, yeah, and hear Schiffer say, all right, when I'm finished saying what I'm saying, let's have a minute of silence. Then Billy says, no, let's have a minute of silence now. Who suggested a minute of silence? Get out of here with your atheist foolishness.
Yeah, you wanted to rap still. You were still rapping. You was rapping about.
I'm the one who suggested it. You're done out and you're finished. Don't take credit.
You was rapping about coke and whores all the way through the minute silence.
You didn't even want
when they rewind it, yeah.
And trivialize it.
Nah, when they rewind it, yeah, they're gonna see, yeah, that when they were saying minute silence, yeah. You was talking about coke and whores and all them sort of shit, man. And he was like, Russ, what's wrong with this brother, man?
Are you actually gonna lie? Are you actually gonna lie and say that you suggested the minute silence?
Yeah, man. Of course I did, because I'm righteous.
You suggested it.
I'm moral.
Everyone, yeah. This guy says he's righteous and moral.
It was my moral code.
Yeah. Rewind back the channel, and if Schiffer is not the one who flipping suggested the minute silence, put a 1 in the chat room.
Hey, Schiffer,
if you clearly hear Schiffer suggest it.
Do you know why I done it? Because my atheist morals kicked in and said, oh, do you know what? Yeah, as an atheist, I feel like morally obligated that we have to have a minute silent for.
Well, now we know you're immoral because you're blatantly lying in front of all
a black man that's passed away. You know, especially as he was black. You know what I mean?
You did not suggest a minute of silence. I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You're such a scum. Look at immoral. What, you gonna give him a minute of silence or something?
I never said you're gonna.
Hey, thou shalt not bear false witness, you know, my G. Thou shalt not bear false witness.
You're right, Shaka.
A minute of silence. Then you lot jump on the bandwagon.
Yo, we're doing a fast witness road, you know.
Like you're the one who put it out there. You lot
I don't. Check this out. I don't care who suggested it. As long as it's something good, I'm down with it.
Don't attribute it to someone who didn't say it. Then, if you don't,
we're not dealing with the fast witness business in our Shifa. We are dealing.
Yeah, even if we're a Jew Shifa, I give it the ref.
Stop attributing, my brother. Yeah, and stop trying to put words. Stop trying to put words on Shifa.
You know what? He tried to take something I said earlier. You know, so he's moving mad.
Don't try to put words on Shifa when Shifa's the one who suggested the moment of silence.
Shifa's bad man still.
Be a fast witness, Rowdy. Be a fast witness.
Trust me, bad man Shifa. Bad man. Yeah, you're a bad man. Trust me. You're like, yeah, ban him, man. You like, I don't care.
You wish you could win something. That's what you're desperate to do, isn't it? You're desperate.
I'm moving every day right there, man. Like, I'm tired of winning right now. You get me? I'm feeling like I'm moving like Raj on that fucking reanimated stick. I'm tired. We're tired of. We've won so much right now. We actually want to lose now.
Stop lying, man. No one believes you. Like, you need more people.
Like James, what?
Good enough.
What?
In the private chat, yeah, we was like, fam, do you know what? Yeah, we've won so many matches, yeah, that we actually want to lose now and see what it feels like.
Obviously, do you know what I like?
What does it feel like to be a loser?
All of the fears that come on and say that we lost when we didn't makes us want to win more. Aside from that, we're humble, fam. We don't mind losing. If I truly take a beating, yeah, I've taken many beatings in real life, like not in debates, in real like actual beatings, like I've gone hospital and that. So,
shit.
You know,
That's why you're working out.
I can accept a beating. Trust me, I can accept one of those.
James, that's why you started working out.
Man said that's why you're working out.
Exactly. Yeah, man. Obviously, because like I was saying, obviously we're gonna like be having a podcast and all them things soon. You get me? Everyone wants to get their gym body on to make sure they look. You get me? Look shake on the camera and all them things there. You get me?
Yeah, man.
Is it?
I don't think in this hangout community, yeah, is more detested than James Jones. And like,
I was born with the gym body, my brother. Born with it.
Like speaking in third person, but no, you know, like the only person who's more detested than me, yeah, by black people is definitely Shaka, right? Yeah. Hey Shaka, do you know what this guy tried to call you yesterday?
Say again?
This Shifa guy tried to call you a pagan, you know?
Oh yeah.
Imagine that. Shifa called me a pagan the first time he talked to me. Still, it's not.
Yeah, we already told him, "Shut up, bro. You done, bro."
Hey Shaka, you know it's what these men try to do. They will chat behind people's back, but I'll say what I say to a man's face, and I will maintain the same narrative. The man shook of the Muslims, they would never run their mouth in front of them.
You started with this again, yeah.
No, but that's normal though. Like when a man's Abrahamic, to call man like me pagan, that's a normal thing. It's not. Do
you know what else he said? You know what else Chaka? He said he was a better rapper and that he would do more for black people than Jay-Z. So he does more than for black people.
I actually never said I do more for black people than Jay-Z. I said Jay-Z's a demon. So stop. Like this, what I mean. These men are blatant liars.
Nah, you said Jay-Z's a demon, and if he was in Jay-Z's position, you would do more for black people than he's done.
I said if I was in Jay-Z's position, I would theoretically. Don't lie.
No, but I think that's a reasonable way to make. To be honest,
yeah, notwithstanding,
talk the truth. Talk the truth. You sound like a waste man right now.
But what man was doing, man was asking, "Yo, what has Jay-Z done for black people first of all, and then what have you done for black people?" Wouldn't it?
Shook at the Muslims. Overshook.
Hey, listen,
bury your head in the sand. Bury your head in the sand like some bitches.
Hey, topic suggestion. Yeah, topic suggestion. Yeah. All right, Belly. Yeah. Why are the constants in nature seemingly ideal to make a cosmos?
Why are the constants in nature?
Why are the constants?
To make a
cosmos. So that,
I know because hey Shaka, tell me if I pronounce it right. Ogun?
No, wait, hold on. No. I'm saying if you're interested, if you want to buy it, we should do it as a topic, man. The schedule for later this week.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's an interesting question, so I enjoy that question. I enjoy that question.
Yeah, say like Thursday, Friday or something.
I just want to get back to this really interesting and important topic here of man being a better rapper than Jay-Z. Like, you got 16 right now. You got to say like.
Oh, he's saying spare 16 for James, man, and let him know what.
Boy, what I'm saying is hypothetically, this guy pushes pencils that acts like he pushed weights. I ain't spitting no 16.
You're SC dog, man. You're SC dog, bro.
You man, listen.
Anytime anyone tells you to spit 16, and you've got bars, bro. I thought you spit hot bars like Dylan.
Dylan.
Yeah, me, Dylan. I spit hot fire. I rap and I rhyme. You get me? I rock and I ride. I spit hot fire.
I only drink the finest of
breast milk.
And then Cambodian breast milk. Breast milk make my day.
I didn't click the glasses like that. With the you know what was hilarious as well. The what do you call that shit? What do you call that shit you put on your lips? What do you call that?
What's that?
What's that shit they put on their lips? Like
Mad Real World, man. You
man have done that here.
You remember the Mad Real World sketch?
And then you want to talk over, man. So carry on, I don't, man.
I'm sorry, rap.
You want me to rap, yeah? This is what I got to say.
Go on.
Certain haters hating on my designs. Technology, my dogs roll as thick as the mob, deeper than Prodigy. They copy me, study my lyrics like archaeology. But I'm just living my life. I'm not expecting you to follow me. The truth is, I'm sick of James Jones trying to copy me. Smithies who trying to holler me. I do what I do because 9 to 5 ain't got the guap to feed my appetite and stay up to date with modern industry. The road changes, stay up to speed. Criminology was part of me. It must have been something in my biology. Stop me from conforming to rules in my society that wants to grind me into the floor. Bow to your deities, I need them be. Channel my thoughts to where the highest be. Inspire me. Rappers talk harder than stone and ivory, but life's about money, so I'm secondary to your primary. Talk to in my industry like I'm tertiary. I'm foundation, vital like telecommunication. Forget the conversation. Too many brothers are wasted because the subject in your rhyme is as limited as your conversation. Intoxication doesn't help concentration, so I'm solo in the booth, making moves with better orchestration. Big shift. The Underdog Corporation flowing hot over this beat like the floors under Satan, and my dogs are discreet. So before you underrate them, be sure that you evaluate the status. You're wasted.
Whoa.
Easy.
Yeah.
Move over, Jehovah.
James, we said you got some bars for Schiffer, yeah?
No.
You have to, fam. You called your name.
He tried to call you out.
No, this time you're definitely dead. James, if you don't respond, you're definitely dead.
Yeah. Yo. Hold on.
Yo, why you trying to...
This is the dub, yeah. This is the I'll leave. Oh, yeah. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna be honest, yeah. Cold, not Jay-Z cold, bro. Cold, bro.
Respect.
My brother, I talk that real stuff. Jay-Z ain't got shit on me, my brother.
Okay, that's why you go too far. It's cold. He said it's good.
Thank you. And you ain't got nothing to say, so I'm glad.
Yeah. No, you beat the shit out of me in the battle. God damn.
Yeah.
Every time you're on the panel now, it's gonna be like, let's battle.
Hey, listen, like I said to Ultra, do you know what? Street Fighter, you'll win. When it comes to rapping, when it comes to music, when it comes to battle rap, especially, you're done. You're finished.
Where can people check out your music? Hey, where can people check out your music, yo?
You can check me out. Go on Spotify. Type in my name.
What, Schiffer? Schiffer Don X?
Schiffer Don. No X, just Schiffer Don.
Yo, anyone that's fronting that you like those bars there and you're not going and checking out Schiffer X on Spotify is a pagan. Yeah? So if you big up man in the chat, go check out the fucking things. And even if you don't like it, there might be a tune that you do like. So go check them out if you got Spotify.
My tune that I got on Spotify right now, the one that I just released, is called Life is Hard. Real talk. Not talking no fakery, talking about real life, talking about what's really going on in my life. You know, giving them a bit of my story, a little bit of myself, you know, like that. No fakery, no, my chain's bigger than yours, no girls shaking their booty in the video, none of that foolishness, no fakery.
Yeah, big up Schiffer.
Come on, I'm trying to put something positive out there, you know, like that. And this is why I say like, because I don't listen to certain stuff because I'm too positive for that, and I'm not letting the negatives drag me down and drag down my community. I'll just be positive.
I don't care if no one likes it. I don't care if no one buys it. I put it out anyway. Big up man like Shaka anyway, man. I know I said that your thing sounds pagan to me, but you know what? Certain things you said yesterday, or I can't remember what day it was, but when you were talking about, you know, one God and them things there, it kind of made me say, you know what? Maybe I've misunderstood Shakara a little bit. The only thing I don't understand is talking to the animals, the praying to the rivers and all of this, the reverence. I don't really understand it properly. So maybe there's more I need to learn.
Yeah, that's cool. But man never said man talk to animals still, you know.
So if you talk to animals,
I don't know where that came from. So.
Now earlier on you said learning from the animals, innit? I'm just
yeah. Man said man learn from nature, innit? Like why man?
Hey.
And that's the next again because anyway, like I think James, you gave man an out a while ago, and still, you know, that's why I had to look off it because the cover does the same into stripping this. Because when you bring out the apostasy thing, it gives man the you're attacking Islam card, innit? And man just go on away, innit?
No, sorry, you know what? Yeah. You know, AJ, people, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I feel like I wish I had like a way of ejecting people from convos, yeah, because I want to protect people like your reputation by just ejecting you from a convo, because like you don't need to be in some of these wars. that retarded you, truth to God said, you know, what did he say? He said the difference between us is we're not forced into our religion. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, but you're right. I shouldn't have taken the bait there.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, because the claim that he made needed substantiated in terms of the whole morality and self-interest thing. Like there's a conflict between morality and self-interest in it. Because the long and short of it is that when it comes to self-interest and these things, yeah, like and selfishness, like the argument has to be then is self-deprecation the ultimate form of morality, or is it in fact immoral?
I mean, it is to a Shia. Sorry.
Wait, repeat that, please.
Say again?
I didn't hear what he said. He said something about the Shia.
No, yeah, I was saying, is self-deprecation the ultimate form of morality? And he said to a Shia it is.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
All right, cool. Shots fired.
Yeah, shots fired. But the point is that like because from my perspective, to not take care of oneself is also immoral. To self-sacrifice to the point of neglect of the self, yeah, is not a form of morality. That's what I'm saying. So the idea that not taking care of yourself, like completely lack of self-interest, is the ultimate morality is nonsense.
Yeah, but then that I would agree with that, because at the end of the day, you know, certain things we say within the what you would call the religious community, then like cleanliness is next to godliness. So if you're not taking care of yourself and you don't brush your teeth and clean your yard and make sure that you've taken care of home, you wash the dishes, you wash your clothes, you keep yourself presented a certain way, then you're going against what the Most High stands for anyway. You're right in that extent.
Yeah, but that's what
I'm saying. But you're gonna get sick anyway. You're gonna affect everybody else.
Exactly.
But to make the distinction is stupid. I think
it's silly.
Really, Hetero made a good point when he first come into the thing, whereas ultimately we're always going to argue. The second there's a difference of opinion, you're going to argue that it's subjective, your concept of right and wrong. And what Ahmed was trying to do was establish how we could get our morals. And every point, someone explains to him, you know, like what's the word? Like at every level or every stage, he would, you know, it's like a petulant, like why? But why is that? But why is that? And until the end, he was like, yeah, but that's just for yourself. It's just selfish. Well, it wasn't really coherent because everyone could run through exactly the same deductive method and achieve the exact same result. It's not about ultimately is it for yourself. Ultimately is that thing objectively right? Is that thing objectively wrong? And ultimately, it's always going to have a subjective source. It's always going to have a subjective source.
Is it though? Let me come in here for a second, because this is interesting. This is an interesting conversation. But if we think about moral values as like some type of intrinsic quality, right, that attaches itself to any particular act, yeah, we can if we put some type of
parameters or description on those acts, yeah, then we can know, like, if an act satisfies certain criteria or certain descriptions, let's say, then that those reasons or that description has to be accessible to reason. I think he can talk about a morality that is objective and accessible through reason. In that sense, I don't know if that, yeah. What do you think about that? For example, let me flesh out with an example, yeah? If I say, like, a lie, we know what a lie is, right? Through, like, reasonably, we can say that a lie or, I don't know, injustice, for example, is wrong or is evil, for example. I think we can intuit that, is my point.
Except for the fact that a lie is not immoral in all circumstances.
Yeah, and not only that, but are you equating truth with right? Yeah, that's what you're saying. So right is now just the truth.
No, I haven't said truth or right. What I've said is good and evil. We're talking about good and evil and the standards for good and evil. That's what we're talking about, no? Or moral values. What? Excuse me. What I'm saying is that moral values we can think about moral values as having intrinsic qualities which kind of manifest manifest in particular acts, and those acts are kind of fit in a certain description, let's say. So on the opposite side of, like, let's say evil, like those examples I gave, you would have examples of good as being, for example, like gratitude, or let's say being good to your parents, for example.
Hold on, Shaq, you want to take that for a sec?
You know, I actually missed it. You have to repeat it still. Sorry.
Yeah, so did I. Say that one more time. Zero.
Which part?
The whole thing.
I asked is are we saying truth is right or something, and then you said no. And then...
Oh shit. Oh, okay. So no, I wasn't talking about truth or rights. What I was saying is good and evil, and I was just saying that, you know, moral values we can think about moral values as having intrinsic qualities which attach themselves to particular acts. And then I was giving examples of, like, how we might intuit that a lie is evil, right? Because it fits a description which is that it's unvirtuous, for example. You get me? So what I'm saying is, if you can think about a lie as evil, if you can think about an injustice as evil, we can think about gratitude as good, and we can think about being good to your parents as good, for example. And that's because they fit a description. The description being it's something which we can intuit with it. So what I'm saying is, yeah, if you can reason that these things are good, I don't think that's the whole, that can't be the whole entire case. I think it's more about, it's like a marriage between reason and virtue.
To me, all right, so what I was saying when I came on earlier is that all of these things derive from
good is reason is the sort of biting point between reason and virtue. Yeah, that's the argument. Yeah,
is what? Say that again.
So what is good is the biting point between reason and virtue.
No, I'm talking about standard, the way in which we can intuit. I'm talking about and the way in which we can know, for these examples I gave of good and evil.
Yeah. Is the point between is the point between, or is between virtue and standard?
Yeah. Reason and virtue. Yeah.
Go on, Shaq. I'm sorry, brother.
No, I just think that ultimately, yeah, these are all things that we derive from our studies of nature and understanding natural laws in it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that, yeah, all things that reason and that derive from the same source.
When you say natural laws, though, bring that to bear a bit. Like, what would you mean?
So, for example, you mentioned things like self-preservation earlier, and so if we understand what it means to preserve and to perpetuate, and if we if we understand our experience as human beings as an expression of what we call life, then maximizing and enhancing that experience, perpetuating our life, is for me the fundamental basis upon which moral codes are found in it. And when I say laws of nature, I'm just talking about how nature operates. And I'm saying, so we could say that reciprocity is a law of nature, because if you only take and you don't put back, there will be nothing else to take from again. You know what I'm saying? Reciprocity is a law of nature because when you eat a fruit, there's a seed within it that you can plant back to grow more fruit. Do you know what I'm saying? So we can say, you know, the language that we're speaking now, which is English, that give and receive is something that happens in nature regularly, and it's how nature replenishes itself. So we can learn from that in order to replenish ourselves, we must develop relationships of give and receive.
Shaka,
sorry, Shaka, does your religion have a written law?
Yes and no.
Now I'm confused.
So and I like to say my religion is a bit of a problematic statement, but I get what you mean. So if I would more say that there are sacred texts that give expression to natural laws.
But Shaka, can you substitute? Can you substitute stuff like evolutionary functions with natural laws?
Substitute. If evolution is a part of nature, why would you substitute it?
I say that because someone would argue it has an evolutionary benefit, and I think that speaks directly to the sort of sentiment behind the postulation. Whereas when someone says the natural laws, it's quite vague and ambiguous, and it makes people think like, and that's why you kind of got lost down that rabbit hole, no pun intended, with Ahmed. Whereas
not really. The rabbit hole or the lion hole, so to speak, that you tried to take me down was just dishonest. But outside of that, no, I use the term because it makes sense to me. But I'm trying to give expression to the fact that like a lot of these things that we develop come from how we study nature and what we understand from it. It's not designed to suggest that our understanding of nature is perfect and infallible.
No, when you say nature is too vague, like for example, when you say an evolutionary function, it sort of limits it to like, you know, a sort of more anthropological concept or a more human concept, yeah. Whereas when you say the natural laws, it's like someone could argue, someone will literally start going to what does the study of ants have to do, or what does the study of lions have to do? But
the thing is, I don't regard those things to be irrelevant questions. Like him asking me what do we learn from the lion is not an irrelevant question within a particular context. But to try and limit the entirety of nature, the lion, and give me the example of the lion yamming its the cubs of other, you know what I'm saying? Like that's ridiculous. But to say asking do we learn from the lion is a relevant question, and I think Issa gave him the right answer.
That was a sick answer. To be fair, that was a sick
Oh yeah, that was a good answer.
but I think just like it's not advice, it's just my opinion. I think it would be simpler because I do agree that you said something interesting. You said are humans not part of nature? I don't think it goes without saying. But I think to assist the development of the discussion, to not let it go awry, I think it makes more sense to just go, you know what, there is
I take your point, but remember, when I was answering the question, I answered it already from a basic standpoint, innit? I'm saying obviously somebody could not believe in God and be moral, like they and not get their moral compass from, you know, a God belief. That's a given. However, if one considers God to be life or nature itself, then the answer would be no. Like, because how could you develop your moral compass from anything outside of existence? That wouldn't make any sense. So I gave the example of nature because of the fact that that's what a person who has that concept of the Most High would where they would get their, you know, their understanding from. It would be nature itself.
You know what, Shaka? That's a big answer, you know. And this is why it's imperative for people to understand when the government's pushing all these agendas, like they're pushing these rainbow agendas, and we have to be accepting of, you know, these kids that want to be flipping the little boy that wants to be a little girl. That's not nature. That's not natural, B. Like, can I just say one more thing, guys, though, yeah? Like, I'll be honest with you, yeah? You see, Veli, you see what you said, yeah? If you're still out there listening, it's only really settled into my mind now, you know? I had to go and just play myself a Black the Ripper song, Rewire, one that I like. Because you know what? Black the Ripper is one of my real brothers, you know? I don't know what you brothers are about, but me and my brothers, we're about this revolution thing, my brother. Yeah? We're about this anti-establishment thing. Yeah? So when you see my brother Black the Ripper riding around on underground with weed plants and building up zoobies and just bunning it in the boy them's face, my brother that. Yeah? Bun down, trample pump. If everyone don't mind, I'd like to say a prayer for my brothers still.
Oh, true.
Right,
good one, Shifa.
Our Father who art in heaven, Yahweh be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine are the power, the kingdom, and the glory, for now and forever, and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Now, Lord, please accept my brother Black the Ripper into the kingdom. Please try your best to forgive him for his sins. If he can't be forgiven, we accept your judgment. But I would say that he's done his best to wake up many minds. And, you know, if you can find it within your powers to redeem him and to redeem his good deeds and his and too harshly on his bad deeds, you know, we'd really be appreciative of that, because I honestly believe, Lord, he's a good brother, you know, and he wasn't prepared to just lie down and let the governments and the powers that be within this world destroy his people and mine, you know, the downtrodden. Amen.
Yeah, give thanks for that, Shifa, you know. Yeah, he's actually like a family friend's cousin and that. Like, it's close to man, innit? Someone's gonna have to holler at some people right now. And I know Rasmet knows him as well, still. Yeah, he's the well-known, loved brother, you know.
It's a big thing. The way it hit, man, is kind of shocking because Reddy just come with it all of a sudden. But when it settles into your mind, hold on, that's one of the brothers them. He's gone, you know, the real brothers them that stands up for the thing. My man's an activist, you know.
Yeah, fam. So what, Shifa, you're not here for Boris? Come to you.
Bedroom.
Wait, so the most I don't stretch that far, yeah.
Wait, what did Stormzy say? What did Stormzy say?
No,
Fuck the government. Fuck Boris.
You see, man, that Boris.
Oh, do you know,